Behold, in the realm of Doluo continent, within the sacred soul village, Chenhao binds himself to a divine sign-in system, achieving the extraordinary rank of 99 level supreme Doluo within 30 days. As the news of his emergence spreads, both the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall seek to recruit him. Dismissing the Spirit Hall's lack of sincerity, he also uncovers the truth of his lineage. Shortly thereafter, he witnesses Zhu Zhuqing being bullied in a small grove, heralding the onset of a gripping spectacle. Attention! In the southwestern region of Doluo continent lies the sacred soul village of the Heaven Do Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine sign-in system, which bestows divine rewards upon each sign-in. The system is successfully bound, granting him the dual spirits of the seven killing sword and the Haoyan hammer. On the first day of sign-in, his innate soul power reaches an astonishing 99 level. On the second day, he acquires the first soul skill of the seven killing sword, Sword's Edge, along with the left leg bone of the Clearsky magic leopard. The third day brings forth the Wishful 100 treasure bag, followed by the right arm bone of the explosive flame on the fourth day. By the fifth day, he unlocks the seventh soul skill of the seven killing sword, True Body of 7 kills. This system is indeed remarkable. The excitement continues. On the 29th day of sign-in, he gains the internal cultivation method of the Nine Suns divine skill. By the 30th day, the Six Meridians divine sword is unlocked. Ding! Completion of 30 days of sign-in renders him invincible in unknown combat. Thunder rumbles and the clear sky shatters as Chenhao descends from above, surrounded by 9 radiant circles, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. He is unmistakably a title Doluo of over level 90. The villagers gather around in awe. Chenhao stands bewildered, having stepped out after collecting his New Year's red envelopes. He was unexpectedly struck by a Jili Boyue, trapped in a circular space, and compelled to sign in for 30 days, nearly succumbing to despair. At this moment, an elderly man with a cane approaches, stroking his beard and intoning, "It has been a long time since I've seen such a powerful title Doluo." Chenhao, perplexed, queries, "Grandfather, where is this place? Why are you all dressed so oddly? Are you filming something?" The elder pauses, respectfully responding, "I pay my respects to your excellency. Title Doluo. This is the sacred soul village of Doluo continent, and I am the village chief, Jack." Chenhao's pupils constrict, has truly traversed worlds, and he is indeed a 99 level invincible supreme Doluo. Calming his excitement, he circles the village, initially intending to dominate Tang Hao for prestige, only to discover that Tang Hao and Tang San have long departed. According to the villagers, Tang San is now 14 years old and has entered Shrek Academy. Contemplating his newfound existence, Chenhao decides to familiarize himself with this world and takes residence in Tang Hao's former dilapidated wooden house. After a bit of cleaning, it transforms into a charming European-style countryside villa, well-ventilated and cool. However, the news of his emergence swiftly reaches the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Hall, and various sects. This is no trivial matter, for a Doluo with 10 sandier soul rings has appeared. Venturing alone to the nearby nodding city, Chenhao prioritizes sustenance before acquiring daily necessities, pondering his future developments. A devoted fan of Doluo, he has followed every novel and animation, eagerly awaiting updates every Saturday, though he could only bear to watch a single episode of the television adaptation. As he strolls through Nodding City, Chenhao sighs while reading the novels is exhilarating. The reality of his journey proves rather mundane, devoid of a mobile phone, TikTok, League of Legends, and even the company of women. Yet, since he has arrived, he must find solace in his new life. Observing a steaming meat bun nearby, he licks his lips in hunger, yet his pockets are utterly empty, leaving this title Doluo in a rather dismal state. It is imperative that he acquires wealth, for even a Doluo must not abuse their power. With a thought, he recalls the soul bones and the Wishful 100 treasure bag in his inventory, which undoubtedly possess considerable value. Suddenly, a distant army appeared, obstructing the path. Nearly 100 guards brandished long halberds to block the common folk, while 4 of them carried 2 gilded chests and placed them before Chenhao, creating an impressive spectacle. Chenhao's eyes sparkled. Were they presenting him with a bounty? Before he could utter a word, the elder leading the group bowed and proclaimed, "I am the chief dream mechanic of the Tiando Royal Academy, an 83-level control system battle spirit master, and I pay my respects to your excellency, the title Doluo, the Tiando Royal Academy." The surrounding populace gathered, incredulous expressions plastered across their faces. One should not judge by appearances. This young man is actually a Doluo. My daughter is 14. Does he fancy her? Chenhao was taken aback. News spread with astonishing swiftness. The Tiando royal family was already aware of his existence. He pondered that being the president of the Royal Academy would be quite advantageous, capable of nurturing students to rival Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. Chenhao paid no heed to the dream mechanic, merely an 83 level soul Daw. While he himself was a 99th level, unparalleled Daw, they were not of the same caliber. In the world of Daluo continent, it was a survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. Having faced poverty and adversity in his past life, he was determined to live splendidly in this one and rectify all his regrets. He approached the chest and kicked it open, revealing a dazzling array of golden soul coins and jeweled necklace. She had never seen such wealth in his life, and tears of joy nearly brimmed in his eyes. "Are all these for me?" Dream Mechanic's white brows quivered, astonished that this Daw was so forthright, doubting his own capabilities. He quickly bowed again. "As long as your excellency joins us, all of this shall be yours, along with the utmost privileges." Chenhao nodded. "You are the chief at level 83 surely. I can assume the position of president at my level?" Dream Mechanic faltered. "The president is the Snow Knight Emperor. Then surely the vice president will suffice?" Nearby, Prince Xueshing snorted. "Such lofty aspirations. If you become vice president, what will be left for me?" Chenhao found him irksome, just as annoying as characters from anime. Suddenly, two figures dashed forward. The chief dream mechanic is remarkably swift, arriving even before the Spirit Hall. They reached Chenhao in an instant, the foremost one exuding malevolence. "I am Yu Guan of the Spirit Hall, a 95th level Doluo." The other spoke in a grave tone. "I am Gay Mei, also a 95th level Doluo." Chenhao's eyes gleamed. "Gay Mei to Doluo." He immediately recalled Tang Hao's words. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dare to be so audacious. Gui Mei mocked. "What is the vice presidency of the Royal Academy worth? The Pope has decreed that if you join the Spirit Hall, you shall become the 9th sacrifice, enjoying endless glory and power." Chenhao raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't that the lowest rank?" The Spirit Hall was lacking in sincerity. Prince Xuexing's expression darkened. Raising his voice, "Yu Guan, what is the meaning of this?" The Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy arrived first. Gui Mei's voice dripped with malice. "What does it matter who arrived first? Where the individual wishes to go, they shall naturally proceed." Noticing the tension between the two factions, Chenhao interjected, "Why not engage in about first, and then we can discuss?" Gui Mei's fingers twitched, radiating a chilling aura. "Looking for a fight? I'm always available." Prince Xueshing snorted, simmering with anger, yet hesitant to speak. After all, they were facing a 95th level Doluo, while their strongest was merely the 83 level dream mechanic. A mismatch indeed. Chenhao gazed at the golden soul coins and jewels beside him, a restless itch stirring within. He raised his head to inquire of Zhu Huaguan. "Did you not bring any gifts with you?" Zhu Huaguan raised an eyebrow. "The Pope proclaimed that the Spirit Hall shall be the 9th patron. Wealth and power are boundless." Chenhao's expression darkened, clearly displeased. "What nonsense is this patronage? Anyone can make grand promises. The Royal Academy at least brought 2 chests of jewels, yet you arrive empty-handed, lacking sincerity. And as for being the 9th patron, do you look down upon me?" Zhu Huaguan erupted. "You, young man, should consider it an honor to be courted by the Spirit Hall. Be wise and do not fail to appreciate the opportunity." Chenhao chuckled lightly. "Does a mere chrysanthemum dare to be arrogant? Go play elsewhere." With a flick of his wrist, a blade of light narrowly grazed Zhu Huaguan's face. Zhu Huaguan's heart trembled. Such speed, such strength. With a hum, Zhu Huaguan revealed 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, signifying a title Doluo of over level 90. The onlookers gasped in shock, their hearts racing for Chenhao. Was the Spirit Hall truly intent on murder? Yet, Chenhao dismissed them entirely. "Is this your sincerity?" With a mere thought, he unveiled his own 9 soul rings, one of which was red. His eyes blazed with ferocity, an aura of killing intent enveloping the arena. Nearly 100 individuals recoiled several steps, their warhorses neighing in alarm. Dreaming God Machine gripped his scepter tightly. Astonishment flooding his heart, this presence was overwhelming. Zhu Huaguan exchanged a glance with the spectral figure, recognizing the 10th Sandier soul ring. Zhu Huaguan's expression shifted, and he immediately adopted a jovial tone. "The matter of patronage is easily negotiable." Chenhao's eyes glinted with menace. "Too late. Summon BB Dong. Taste my blade." First soul skill, Sword of the 7 Kills. With the 7 kill sword in hand, He slashed forward, the killing intent forcing Zhu Huaguan back several hundred steps. The crowd stared at the sword, utterly stunned. The 7-kill sword. Fear etched across Zhu Huaguan's face. Young man, who are you in relation to Chenhao of the sword path? Chenhao was taken aback. His martial soul inheritance must be inquired from the system. System? What is my connection to Chenhao and the 7-kill sword? Ding. The host possesses dual martial souls. The 7-kill sword is inherited from Chenhao, and he is his grandson. The Haotian hammer is inherited from the Haotian sect, being the son of Tang Yuehua. Chenhao's pupils constricted. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are my uncles, and Tang San is my little cousin. Chenhao's heart surged with excitement. Why seek allegiance with the Heaven Do or with the Spear Hall? His first choice would be the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to seize Ning Rongrong and inherit the sect. Alternatively, he could go to the Haotian sect, vanquish the 7 elders, and restore it to prominence. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He stepped forward, waving one hand to collect the 2 chests of jewels into his treasure pouch. Slightly raising his head, he spoke with gravitas. I shall accept these jewels for now. One cannot betray the goodwill of the Snow Knight Emperor. Pay attention. As for courting my favor, come back when you possess sincerity. With that, Chenhao strode directly towards the inn. The Spirit Hall and the Royal Academy exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred as they beheld his departing silhouette as titled, wielding the 7-kill sword, adorned with a 10th Sandier soul ring and a love for wealth, must be secured. Were they to know he was at level 99 and wielded the Haotian hammer in his left hand, they would surely weep on the spot. Upon entering the inn, Chenhao ordered a lavish feast, 8 treasure chicken, Barbie doll eggs, stir-fried cabbage with meat. He indulged with both hands, displaying none of the demeanor expected of a titled Doluo. A true connoisseur savors their meal, for dining is the mark of superiority. After finishing, he placed a golden soul coin on the table, patted his round belly, and departed. Money can traverse thousands of miles, while the lack thereof hinders every step. As dusk descended, Chenhao hummed a little tune while making his way back to Sacred Soul Village. Passing through a small grove, he noticed several figures flitting about and, filled with curiosity, leaped onto a giant tree. A group of soul masters encircled a girl of about 12 or 13, her long black hair framing a porcelain complexion. Though her figure was striking, her expression was one of icy disdain, and her shoulder bore an injury, radiating resentment and defiance. Just as Chenhao was about to shout, "Release that girl, and let me handle this," envisioning a heroic rescue that might win him the heart of a fair maiden, his thoughts wandered to the melodramatic tales of his past life. At that moment, a captivating beauty emerged from the forest. "Zhu Qing, accept your fate. For the sake of your sister, what do you have to contest with me?" Chenhao's eyes sparkled with recognition. Was that not the alluring Catwoman, Zhu Qing, who served under the formidable Dai? Zhu Qing clenched her teeth, summoning the ethereal shadow of the Nether Cat as she activated her first soul skill, Nether Strike, in an attempt to escape. Yet, Zhu Zhuyin was faster, soaring into the air and delivering a powerful slap that sent her crashing to the ground. As Zhu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a chill enveloped her. When the Soul Masters inquired about her fate, Zhu Zhuyin replied with a seductive smile, "Bury her. Such is the twisted legacy of our family." 2 Soul Masters rushed toward Zhu Qing. She attempted to rise, only to falter once more, filled with an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chenhao leaped down decisively. "Let her go, let me do it." As soon as these words were spoken, he felt an exhilarating rush inside. Was the plot of the novel from his past life actually unfolding before him? Exciting. Zhu Zhuyin was stunned and glared at Chenhao. "Mind your own business, kid." Chenhao smirked. "I'm not minding my own business. I just find this girl beautiful. If you want to bury her, why not let me have her first?" Zhu Zhiyun's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she unleashed her 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings to launch a ghostly stab, clawing at Chenhao. Chenhao showed no fear, channeling the 9 Yang divine skill, and punched her away. Zhu Zhiyun never imagined that this young man, who seemed to be around her age, could be so powerful. Without even activating his martial soul, he had defeated her with a single punch. He was simply too strong. Watch closely. The 2 spirit masters lunged at Chenhao again, only to be kicked away by him. Attacking in front of a titled Doluo was akin to seeking death. Chenhao licked his lips, picked up Zhu Qing's slender waist, and headed towards Holy Soul Village. She struggled a couple of times before fainting. Chenhao thought to himself, girls in Doluo continent mature too quickly, developing so well at 12 or 13. Looking at Zhu Qing's stunning body, he felt tempted but restrained himself. How could a dignified Delaw take advantage of someone in need? After simply bandaging her wounds, Chenhao sat down at the table outside and fell asleep. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent rushed in. Chenhao instinctively threw a punch, directly sending Zhu Zhuqing flying into the wooden window, knocking her out again. He had no choice but to move her back to the bed and, to prevent a repeat tragedy, he specially tied her up with rope to guard against any surprise attacks. Not long after, Zhu Zhuqing woke up and struggled. The wooden bed creaked. Chenhao glared at her. "You little girl, how ungrateful. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been buried alive by Zhu Zhuyun." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were cold as she glared back. Everyone in her eyes was an enemy. After a while, Chenhao spoke. "I'll let you go, but don't go crazy. I could take down Zhu Zhuyun in a second. I don't even see you as a threat." With a thought, the sword light flew out, and the ropes on Zhu Zhuqing automatically fell off. As soon as she moved, she tugged at her wound and winced. Chenhao chuckled. "Just stay here. I won't take advantage of you. Once you're healed, you can go wherever you want." He filled a bowl with millet porridge and placed it in front of her, drinking 2 big bowls himself, slow-cooked over fire. It was fragrant. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing not moving, Chenhao got angry. "Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'm pouring it out." Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, blushing. "I want to go to the bathroom." "But I can't get up." Chenhao laughed. "Even beauties need to use the bathroom. Quickly, let me find a wooden basin for you." She shyly asked. "Right here? Or should I carry you?" After he said this, he went outside and later returned to take the basin away. Zhu Zhuqing saw this and felt both shy and grateful, her hostility fading away. Chenhao said, "Your injury isn't light. Just stay here. I'll heat some water to clean the wound later. If it festers, it will be hard to heal." Zhu Zhuqing's icy heart warmed a little, and she nodded gently. Swish, swish, swish. Outside the wooden house, dozens of powerful auras approached, 2 of which felt very familiar. They were back. A commanding voice from outside said, "The Spirit Hall sincerely invites your highness to join." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. What kind of identity did this person have? The Spirit Hall had come to recruit him. Chenhao sighed. "So annoying. I'll go out slowly." Outside stood more than 10 people, led by a woman in a brilliant golden gown adorned with hundreds of red and blue gemstones, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, holding a gem-studded scepter. With fair skin and an impressive aura, resembling an empress, Chenhao thought to himself, "This must be the most beautiful woman in Doloa Bibi Dong. Truly stunning. Only someone like you Xiaojiang would fail to notice." He couldn't help but swallow hard. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with authority. "The Spirit Hall sincerely invites your highness to join. Any conditions will be met." Chenhao's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Any conditions? Watch closely." Bibi Dong nodded gently. "You have my word." Zhu Zhuqing, enduring the pain, got up to look outside the window, her heart shocked. These people were all incredibly powerful. Chenhao contemplated that he didn't want to join the Spirit Hall, so he might as well tease the Pope. After all, he was a peerless Delaw. What was there to fear? Clearing his throat, he said, "I'm not good at asking for things." Bibi Dong replied, "Just say it." Chenhao paused, still a bit shy. But could the Pope step aside for a moment to talk? Bibi Dong was taken aback and waved her hand for the accompanying Doluo to exit. Chenhao stepped forward, slowly approaching, while Bibi Dong examined him. He was around 16 or 17 years old, yet exuded a strong masculine energy. The closer Chenhao got, the more Bibi Dong's blood surged, her face turning crimson. Besides Shen Xuanji, no one dared to get this close. Chenhao leaned close to her ear, whispering warm breath, causing Bibi Dong's body to tremble. He spoke slowly, no matter how strong a woman is ultimately. With each word he spoke, Bibi Dong's heart raced, eager to know the conditions. No matter how strong a woman is, she ultimately needs to settle down. Why not marry me and let me be the Pope? As soon as Chenhao finished speaking, Bibi Dong's eyes exploded with fierce light. Impudent. The killing intent swept across the entire area, and more than 10 Doluo immediately leaped out, hostile towards Chenhao. Chenhao took a few steps back, chuckling. "Didn't you just say any conditions would be met? Why are you angry now?" Bibi Dong snorted lightly, her heart puzzled. Why was her blood suddenly surging, her heart racing, and her face flushing? Zhu Huaguan asked, "Your Holiness." What did he say? Bibi Dong ignored him, asking again, "Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? The conditions are simple. Agree to what I just said, and you can come with me immediately." Bibi Dong stomped her scepter fiercely, a domineering aura enveloping the wooden house. The surrounding 4 tidal Doloa and 6 spirit Doloa all activated their martial souls, radiating colorful lights. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. What kind of identity did this young man have to attract so many spirit Doloa? Chenhao was not afraid at all with a thought. He revealed his 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The clash of 2 auras caused Zhu Zhuqing's body to tremble, nearly falling over. Zhu Huaguan hurriedly advised, "Your Holiness, he showed interest in jewels yesterday. Why not try with jewels? Don't let it escalate. Even if he doesn't T-join, don't offend him." Bibi Dong understood. If the opponent had a 10,000-year spirit ring, a fight would require several Doloa. She immediately retracted her aura, producing a soul bone, the left leg bone of a 10,000-year lightning leopard, as a meeting gift. The spirit hall door will always be open for you. Chenhao wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman and treasures, waving his right hand to take the soul bone. "Thank you. I've made my conditions clear. Think it over and find me any time to help the spirit hall rise." Bibi Dong's heart stirred. Having this Doloa join was crucial. Remembering Chenhao's words, her heart felt like dry tinder. She waved her robe and flew away. Chenhao shouted loudly, "Take care. No need to see me off. Think it over and feel free to come back anytime." He was extremely happy with this little prank. He weighed the soul bone in his hand. It would increase speed, perfectly suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. As he lightly weighed the 10,000-year lightning leopard soul bone, it would indeed enhance speed, just right for Zhu Zhuqing. Watch closely. Along the way, Zhu Huaguan curiously asked, "Your Holiness, what was that kid's condition? With the 7 killing sword and the 10,000-year spirit ring. Just agree if you can." Bibi Dong didn't respond, only quickened her pace. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Chenhao return, she hurriedly supported herself to sit on the bed, her heart racing. What kind of identity did he have? He was only a few years older than her, but already a titled Doluo. Chenhao walked into the wooden house, casually tossing the 10,000-year lightning leopard soul bone onto the bed, speaking kindly, "This is suitable for you. It can increase your speed. Absorb it when you have the chance." Looking at the glowing soul bone on the bed, Zhu Zhuqing's expression fluctuated. Such a precious soul bone, and he just gave it away. He saved her, bandaged her wounds, and even gifted her a soul bone. Her face flushed as she looked at Chenhao a couple more times. His appearance was average, yet he exuded an extremely strong, masculine energy. This was the effect of the 9 yang divine skill. The pure yang heat was also attractive to girls. Chenhao asked the village chief for a large wooden tub, heated water for Zhu Zhuqing to bathe. At first, she was unwilling, but after days of traveling, she had a foul smell. A Dolaw whom even the Pope came to recruit truly could have done anything already. Why go through so much trouble? The more Zhu Zhuqing thought, the more she felt at ease with Chenhao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, receiving 99 roses. They can make girls happy, increasing favorability by 10. Chenhao groggily opened his eyes. The system was so thoughtful. It was simply tailor-made. Sorry, Dai Lauda, but Zhu Zhuqing is no longer meant for you. He placed the flowers on the bedside, stretched, and wandered around Holy Soul Village. When Zhu Zhuqing woke up, she smelled the fragrance of flowers and looked at the roses on the bedside, her heart warming. She didn't expect this Doloa to be so romantic. For a moment, she forgot her hatred and mission. Living a simple life with him wouldn't be bad, but she still wasn't willing to accept it, wanting not only revenge, but also to prove she was no worse than Zhu Zhuyan. At noon, Chenhao was cooking 2 dishes, and the two were having a meal at a simple wooden table. The scene was very warm. Chenhao asked, "What's your plan next?" Zhu Zhuqing looked up, revealing her fair face. "I want to go to Shrek. It's a place that specializes in collecting monsters, and graduating means becoming an elite." Chenhao frowned. "What's so great about Shrek?" "The dean, Flinder, is only a level 78 soul sage. What kind of powerful students can he teach? I'd rather teach you. Under my guidance, your soul power will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly looked up. "By the way, how did you become a Doloa at such a young age?" Chenhao's expression became serious. "That relies on talent, but even more on hard work, signing in every day." "Signing in?" Chenhao quickly corrected himself. "I mean it's talent combined with effort. Genius is 99 sweat and 1 talent. Only by getting up early to practice every day can you achieve what you have today. You could do it too." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, looking at Chenhao with newfound respect. His cultivation was impressive, and he was talented and humble. How much effort must he have put in to become a Doloa at such a young age? However, she noticed he seemed quite lazy recently and never practiced. She speculated. He must have pushed himself too hard before and wanted a break. It must be that way. The more Zhu Zhuqing thought about it, the more she admired Chenhao, and her face turned red as she said, I want to ask you for a favor. Chenhao readily replied. We're so familiar now. Why be polite? For you, I can fight the entire Star Luo Empire, and we can set off right now. Hearing Chenhao's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply moved. Listen, one day I will go back, but I want to prove by my ability that I am no worse than my sister. Chenhao responded, Don't worry. You will definitely be able to do it. Zhu Zhuqing continued. Can you take me to get my third spirit ring? Chenhao's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to become a soul master so quickly. This is definitely no problem. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head. I'm still far from you. Chenhao said, What are you comparing with me for? With me around, you'll be well protected. It doesn't matter if you don't practice. Whoever wants to kill you, I'll crush them. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, feeling warmth in her cold heart. Her parents were indifferent since childhood. Her sister bullied her, and she worked hard to prove herself but faced oppression. No one had ever been this good to her. Chenhao asked, Can I call you Zhuqing from now on? Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, her face faintly flushed. Chenhao was extremely happy. Then let's set off. First, we'll go to Nodding City to buy you some clothes. You should have changed this outfit long ago. It's almost starting to smell. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head and sniffed, full of disdain. The two walked side by side to the most prosperous street in Nodding City, where all the nobles and wealthy people were, the neon lights flashing in various colors, and the goods were dazzling. Chenhao said, Pick whatever clothes you like here. Consider it my first gift for knowing you. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze stopped on a pair of black leather pants, expensive fabric, and exquisite workmanship. There is only one piece in all of Nodding City. The boss hurriedly came over, smiling. Mrs. A Great Eye, this is a good item that just arrived. Zhu Zhuqing asked, How much? The boss replied, Only 10 silver soul coins. This is the annual expenditure of an ordinary family. Chenhao didn't blink. Wrap it up. I'll take it for 20 silver soul coins. 3 men and 3 women walked by, and the leading young man was tall and dark, casually tossing 20 silver soul coins to the boss. The boss was in a dilemma. Young Master Huyin, they saw it first. The young man glared, and the boss quickly advised, You two can choose again. I'll give you a discount. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. But Chenhao was unhappy. How could a dignified, unparalleled Delaw let a little brat take advantage of him? With a thought, the leather pants were stored in his treasure pouch, and he casually pulled out a gold soul coin to hand to the boss. 1 gold soul coin, I'll take it. The young man was instantly furious. You brat, do you know who I am? How dare you snatch my things? Chenhao chuckled lightly. I don't care who you are. It has nothing to do with me. The boss trembled and whispered. This is Huyin Li, the grandson of the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, a level 32 defense-type soul master. You can't afford to offend him. Just let it go. Zhu Zhuqing also persuaded. Let them have it. We can choose again. Chenhao blinked. How can we let it go if we saw it first? We arrived first, so we have to follow the rules. We don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it. Rest assured, I'm here. This was incredibly warm, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything more, quietly standing by. Huyin Li saw this scene and became even angrier. This brat actually found such a beautiful woman. What a waste of good cabbage. He slapped Chenhao hard. Brat, don't be ungrateful. Chenhao's body moved slightly, instantly appearing beside him. Huyin Li's hand missed and almost fell to the ground. Pay attention. Huyin Li's eyes brightened. Brat, you're also a soul master. Let us compete. The winner gets the leather pants, and the loser rolls on the ground 3 times and barks like a dog. Chenhao chuckled. Compete in what? You might as well do it directly to avoid getting hit. Huyin Li's face darkened. You're really cocky. You'll be crying later. Chenhao waved his hand. Let us go outside to compete. Don't smash the shop. As soon as they stepped out of the shop, dozens of onlookers surrounded them. Zhu Zhuqing stood by, expressionless and not worried at all. She knew that Chenhao, the 99-level unparalleled law, would definitely win. Huyin Li's eyes glinted with fury. He stomped his right foot, shaking the ground. I am Huyin Li, a level 32 defense-type soul master, with the martial spirit of a diamond mammoth. My goodness, it's the diamond mammoth, the best in defense. He is sure to win. Young Master Huyin is guaranteed victory. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A follower behind shouted, Big brother, take it easy. Don't really kill him. Huyin Li smirked. Don't worry, I'll go easy, but fists and feet are blind. If I break his leg, don't blame me. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Stop wasting time. Bring on. I'll stand here in one team move. If you take a step, I'll consider my loss, even if I use my martial spirit. Huyin Li shouted angrily. You're looking for death, brat. His fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing down with a gust of wind. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Chenhao stood still, effortlessly catching a punch. No matter how Hu Yanli gritted his teeth, veins bulging as he pushed with all his might, he couldn't budge Chenhao even a bit. Chenhao applied a slight force with his right hand, and Hu Yanli staggered back dozens of steps. He was both shocked and unwilling, roaring, third spirit skill, crushing. A fierce mammoth phantom appeared around him, leaping like a small mountain to crush down. This strike would turn a person into a meat pie. The onlookers were on edge. Bang! Hu Yanli flew out, smashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. Chenhao brushed off the dust. Winners and losers must be accepted, right? The surrounding commoners and soul masters were all stunned. This crushing was too intense. Zhu Zhuqing secretly smiled. Hu Yanli struggled to get up, his face flushed. Chenhao mocked. What first offense? I see it's first in being beaten. Hu Yanli touched his face and ran away with his companions in disgrace. Cheers erupted around them. The shop owner ran over with a gold soul coin. Little brother, that was amazing. You defeated Hu Yanli without even using your martial spirit. The leather pants are a gift for you. Chenhao received the coin. That is too much trouble. The boss was stunned and could only smile. This big shot was so straightforward. The two strolled around, bought essentials for the Stardow Forest, and were ready to set off. At that moment, a group of strong men surrounded them, towering like a wall. The leader was 2 meters tall, rugged like a mountain, with gray hair at his temples and around 60 years old, standing next to the recently beaten Hu Yanli. This must be his grandfather, Hu Yanjun. After dealing with the younger one, the older one came. How interesting. After dealing with Hu Yanjun, I wonder if his father will show up. Pay attention. Hu Yanjun's voice was rough, brat. Was it you who injured my grandson without using your martial spirit just now? Chenhao nodded. I held back. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have lived as a level 7 cripple. Hu Yanjun's fierce light showed. Perfect. I want to see how powerful you are. I heard you won against my grandson while standing still. I could do the same. I'll stand here without moving and not using my martial spirit. And if you can make me move even a bit, I'll consider it my loss. The crowd buzzed with discussion. This was clearly bullying the weak. But Chenhao surprisingly agreed. You're definitely going to lose. But this competition is too boring. How about we add some stakes? Hu Yanjun's eyes moved slightly. This brat is quite confident. I am an 89 level soul Deluo, and my pressure can make him gasp for breath. You don't look like a wealthy person. Let's bet 10 gold soul coins for fun. Chenhao laughed. As the leader of the Hu Yan sect, betting only 10? Is your wife's pocket money too little? Hu Yan became furious. Then let's bet 100 gold soul coins. This is an astronomical number in the eyes of the common people. Chenhao thought for a moment and produced a soul bone. I'm not stingy. If we're going to bet, let's bet soul bones. It's more thrilling to stake a little for a lot. Swish. The entire street fell silent. Whose major sect is this? Betting soul bones casually. Isn't he afraid of robbers? Hu Yan suddenly realized. This 16 or 17-year-old kid is not simple. Otherwise, how would he dare bet soul bones? The elephant armor sect only has 3 soul bones. Seeing his hesitation, Chenhao mocked. Are you afraid to bet? If you're scared, go back and serve your wife. Don't embarrass yourself. Hu Yan was provoked. He's an 89 level soul, Deluo. Why should he be afraid of kid? Why not take the soul bone for free? He thought for a moment and produced a soul bone. This is the head soul bone of a mammoth. Chenhao assessed it. It looked like a golden mammoth helmet. Superimposing. This is the treasure of the elephant armor sect, a legacy of the sect leader. But Hu Yan never thought he would lose. Chenhao was secretly delighted, but pretended to be calm. For fairness, let's place the soul bones in the middle of the road, and let the common soul masters witness. The winner takes 2. Surrounding people responded, and Hu Yan nodded. He was determined to win. Chenhao continued. Let's announce the rules. Hu Yan's sect leader cannot use his martial soul while standing. If I step back, I win, otherwise you win. No problem, right? Hu Yan thought for a moment and nodded, but felt uneasy. He always felt that Chenhao was the one who was determined to win. But with so many people watching, it was too late to backtrack. Chenhao stretched his limbs and smiled. Hu Yan's sect leader, are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Hu Yan's massive body trembled, and a strong aura swept through. Many common soul masters were forced back a few steps, but Chenhao directly ignored it. Zhu Zhuqing took 2 steps back and whispered, be careful. Chenhao nodded, don't worry. Wait for me to win the soul bone for you to play with. Seeing Chenhao's calm expression, Hu Yan began to panic, his eyes widened, and an even stronger pressure swept over. Soul Kings below level 50 couldn't move, but only Chenhao stood in front of him, rubbing his fists and completely ignoring it. Huyen became even more panicked. Looking at the two soul bones on the ground, he felt increasingly regretful. Pay attention. Huyen almost couldn't help but reveal his martial soul. Swish! Chenhao's figure flashed and disappeared. Huyen was shocked. Under the pressure of a soul Doluo, he was actually this fast. Chenhao's fist came crashing down, and Huyen's fist the size of a sandbag met it. The two fists collided, and Chenhao's blood surged as he flew out, retreating several dozen steps before stabilizing. He was secretly astonished. No wonder he's the best in defense. He had underestimated his opponent. Chenhao looked up with a wicked smile, just in time to test the power of the soul bone. His right arm ignited with flames, revealing a phantom of a phoenix. It was the explosive burning flame right arm bone. Surrounding soul masters were all stunned. Another soul bone. Who is this kid? Zhu Zhuqing was also shocked. Soul bones are like cabbages in his hands. Chenhao leaped into the air and shouted, "Soul bone skill, blazing phoenix strike." His fiery fist smashed towards Huyen. Huyen raised his fist to block. Boom! Firelight splattered, and Huyen's massive body retreated 3 steps before stopping, his blood boiling. Chenhao collected the soul bone with a smile. Thank you, Huyen sect leader. He waved his right hand, and the 2 soul bones entered the treasure bag. That was the treasure of the elephant armor sect. Huyen suddenly rushed forward to block. No, we didn't say it was allowed to use soul bones. Disciples of the elephant armor sect surrounded. Surrounding discussions erupted, but Huyen didn't care at all. What a thick skin. Chenhao protected Zhu Zhuqing. Are you trying to play dirty? Stop wasting time. Hand over the soul bones. What if you don't? Huyen roared in anger, revealing a mammoth phantom, and the pressure turned into a hurricane. What? You want to rob me? That belongs to my sect. If you don't hand it over, I'll tear you apart. Chenhao laughed. I'm so scared. Huyen became furious and punched. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Chenhao back, and the punch struck the ground, sending both of them flying. Chenhao was enraged. Old dog, you seek death. Just as he was about to unleash his martial soul, a low voice came from the side. Huyen Zhen, with so many people watching, you still want to kill in public after being untrustworthy? In the crowd stood an old man over 8 feet tall, with a face full of white whiskers and bulging muscles, standing still under the pressure. Definitely not simple. Huyen snorted, Old gorilla, don't meddle. The old man walked over and stood in front of Chenhao. I, Titan, hate bullying the weak the most. If you want to bully him, you must pass my test first. Huyen shouted angrily. You seek death. Titan lit up 8 soul rings, revealing the phantom of a mighty gorilla. Roar. The crowd watching grew larger, pointing and discussing. A middle-aged man walked to Huyen's side and said, Dad, that's enough, there's so many people watching. If you really harm these 2 kids today, how will our elephant armor sect stand in the soul master world in the future? Pay attention. Huyen thought for a moment, withdrew his martial soul, and lightly huffed. Today you can consider yourselves lucky. Next time you want tea, have this luck. He gritted his teeth and unwillingly shouted, Go. Titan also withdrew his martial soul and turned to ask, Are you 2 okay? At this moment, Chenhao and Zhu Zhuqing were still holding hands, shaking their heads gently. We're fine. You're the elder of the Titan family, right? Titan nodded, stroking his white whiskers. As long as you're fine. You 2 are a couple, right? Truly a match. Zhu Zhuqing just realized they were holding hands. Her face flushed as she hurriedly broke free. Titan laughed. The little girl is still shy. I'll take my leave now. Come visit the Titan family when you have time. Chenhao nodded and said to Zhu Zhuqing, Even without Titan's help, I could handle it. But since there are so few people willing to help, I want to give him the head soul bone. How about that? Zhu Zhuqing replied. Secretly delighted, Chenhao shouted, Elder Titan, wait. Titan turned back, puzzled. Young friend, is there something? Chenhao thought for a moment and produced the mammoth head soul bone. Thank you for your help. This soul bone is more useful to you. Titan was shocked. This is the treasure of the elephant armor sect. He murmured, the old rhino is more suitable for this soul bone. With it, we can confront the elephant armor sect head-on. Chenhao handed over the soul bone. You deserve it. Surrounding soul masters and common people erupted in excitement. He just won the soul bone and is giving it away like this. Titan thought Chenhao was afraid of revenge. I'll keep it for now. You can come to collect it anytime. Chenhao laughed. Once given, it can't be taken back. Titan's hand trembled slightly as he received the soul bone. Old foolish elephant. You have your day now. I'll invite them to the Titan family. Chenhao looked at the sky. Zhuqing, it's getting late. Should we stay overnight and leave tomorrow? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Chenhao said to Titan, Please lead the way. Elder. Titan happily replied, "Let's go." The Titan family lived well. In the southwest of Notting City, the massive stone fortress was super imposing. "Titan, this is our territory." In the square, dozens of disciples were training, and a strong young man came over. "Grandpa is back." Titan introduced, "This is my grandson Tai Long. Just broke level 30 at 14 years old. He is going to get a soul ring." Tai Long glanced at Chenhao, his gaze lingering on Zhu Zhuqing. "It's a boy's nature." Chenhao spoke, "We're also going to start to get soul rings together." Titan, "No parents to accompany? That place is dangerous." Chenhao, "It's Zhuqing who wants to get it." Titan, "Let's go together tomorrow. We can look out for each other." Chenhao asked, "Zhuqing, is it okay for them to join us?" Although she still spoke little, she was very gentle with Chenhao. "Pay attention," Titan said to Tai Long. "Hurry and notify the kitchen to prepare a whole roasted cow, a whole roasted lamb, and a barrel of wheat beer to entertain our guests." Tai Long nodded and glanced at Chenhao again. "What's so special about these two? Grandpa is actually so concerned." A group of people walked through the square into the hall, and Chenhao was astonished. The Titan family hall was nearly 100 square meters. The stone table in the center could seat dozens for meals. After chatting for a while, the whole roasted cow was brought in, and the aroma of meat filled the hall, making Chenhao's mouth water. Titan spoke, "Let's eat. Our Titan family relies on forging. It's all physical labor, and we mainly eat meat. Can you two handle it?" Chenhao swallowed. "I can handle it. I can't live without meat." At the dining table, Titan wanted to make small talk, while Chenhao had already taken a knife to cut the front leg meat for Zhu Zhuqing, and was enjoying his steak with big bites. It was fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside, absolutely delicious. Titan didn't say much and urged everyone to eat. But Tai Long was not happy. Who raised such an uncultured child? His grandfather hadn't even picked up the knife, and he started eating first. Chenhao finished eating, sucked his fingers, took a sip of beer, and shouted, "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed meat and beer like this. This roasted whole cow is amazing." Titan laughed. "This is prepared for you. Eat as much as you like." Chenhao cut lamb chops for Zhu Zhuqing again and wrapped them in lettuce to eat. So refreshing. It would be even more delicious with garlic. Titan was confused. "What's garlic?" Chenhao quickly covered up. "Nothing. You guys don't have it." Titan continued to ask, "I saw you act freely under the pressure of the old foolish elephant this afternoon. Your soul power isn't low, right?" Chenhao replied casually, "It's okay. I didn't take that old guy seriously anyway." Titan was instantly displeased, initially thinking he was generous, but it turned out he was just arrogant. A few drinks in, and he was already floating. On the side, Tai Xiong couldn't help but interject, "Young man, be practical. That guy is an 89th level soul dilla. Unless my father intervenes, you won't come out on top." Chenhao nodded. "Thank you, Senior Tai Long. I'll toast you. You drink as you please. I'll finish mine." Saying that, he raised his glass and drank heavily. Although Titan was not pleased, he admired his boldness and drank as well. 1 cup, 2 taels. Fortunately, the alcohol content wasn't too high. Chenhao almost spit it out. Everyone ate and drank, and the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Tai Long stood up. "Grandpa, I practiced the fist technique you taught me. Can I perform it for you to give me pointers?" Titan nodded. "All right, let's consider it entertainment." Tai Long happily practiced his punches on the spot. Chenhao surveyed the hall. It's no wonder it was built so large. It was originally for practicing punches. But watching punches while eating is so boring. How nice would it be to have a Tang Suit beauty dance and play the pipa? I could drink a few more. Tai Long threw punch after punch, shaking the air with his strength. Chenhao shook his head. "It's nothing special." This statement instantly provoked the Li family. Tai Xiong stood up, angrily shouting, "What do you mean, kid? This is our Li family's great strength fist." Chenhao laughed. "Great strength fist? What a funny name." Even Titan couldn't help but respond. "Brother Chenhao, I kindly invited you as a guest, and you dare to mock our fist technique." Chenhao quickly apologized. "Senior Titan, I'm not mocking, but your fist technique is indeed trash." Titan's expression darkened. "Do you have a more powerful fist technique? Watch closely." Chenhao cleared his throat and said seriously, "If Senior Tai Xiong is unconvinced, how about we don't use soul power and compete in fist techniques?" Tai Xiong stood up fiercely. "You little brat dare to challenge me? 1 punch from me, and you won't be able to block." On the side, Titan spoke. "Tai Xiong, you're in your 50s. Isn't it embarrassing to compete with a child? Let Tai Long come. He's about the same age as Chenhao." Chenhao nodded, "Sure. Just worry Tai Long can't keep up." Tai Long was already displeased, and this comment directly ignited him. He smashed a punch toward Chenhao. Chenhao leaped into the air, his eyes exuding authority. his feet slightly moving as he unleashed the demon-slaying diamond fist. At first, it was unremarkable, being pushed back by Tai Long, about to mock, but in the next second, Chenhao turned his body, and his fist technique instantly became fierce. The two fists collided, directly pushing the robust Tai Long back several steps. Only then did everyone realize Chenhao was not simple. Chenhao's whole body radiated golden light, forming a golden shield. The moves were exquisite and masculine. He looked incredibly cool. Boom! Another punch, and Tai Long's bones cracked as he flew out. Titan and the two seniors were completely stunned. The Li family's great strength fist was far behind in comparison. If the Li family practiced this fist, their martial souls would definitely be able to shake mountains and crack the ground. Chenhao withdrew his fist and exhaled. How about it? This fist technique is decent, right? I only used 30% of my strength. Zhu Zhuqing regained her senses from the shock. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. Chenhao looked so cool while practicing his punches. Titan quickly stood up. Brother Chenhao, this fist technique is amazing. Compared to the great strength fist, I am ashamed. Chenhao replied casually. If you like it, I'll give it to you. With a flick of his right hand, a blue-covered fist manual appeared, with demon-slaying diamond fist written on it. Tai Long and his father were completely convinced and no longer dared to underestimate him. Titan accepted the fist manual and bowed. Thank you, young friend Chenhao. After a hearty meal, Titan said, the rooms are ready. You two should rest. We'll prepare a carriage to the Star Doe Forest tomorrow. Chenhao nodded and went upstairs with Zhu Zhuqing. Titan actually only prepared one room. Chenhao, having drunk too much, had a flushed face and forced himself to be calm. One room is fine. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the table. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Feeling guilty. Chenhao had been so nice to her all the way. No one had cared for her like this since she was little. She softly said, how about you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the table. Chenhao, disappointed but stubborn, replied, you're a girl. You should be taken care of. Hurry and sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing felt uncomfortable lying on the bed, hesitating. The bed is quite big. How about you come up too, and we can sleep on either side. After a while, without any response, she looked up to see. Chenhao had already collapsed on the table, fast asleep. Zhu Zhuqing's heart warmed, and she gently covered him with a blanket. He had sheltered her from the wind and rain all the way and must be exhausted. The next morning, Titan prepared a dragon horn carriage, and the group set off towards the Star Doe Forest. Only one attendant accompanied them, along with Titan and Tai Long. Having a soul de law with them was enough to obtain the third soul ring. As they walked out of the Star Doe Forest, the trees were lush and the greenery was abundant. Pay attention. Low-level soul beasts were so scared that they scattered in all directions upon seeing them. Titan spoke. Zhuqing, what is your martial soul? It's convenient to look for suitable soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing replied. The nether cat. Titan nodded. The third soul ring can absorb 1,000 years. Chenhao added. To be more precise, around 1,800 years. Titan was shocked. Chenhao was so young, yet he had such deep knowledge of martial souls. Tai Long became anxious. Grandpa, at this rate, when will we find one? Chenhao spoke. What's the rush? Today is for you two to obtain soul rings. If you encounter suitable ones, handle it yourself. If it gets dangerous, we'll step in. This is an experience. Breakthroughs happen in danger. Titan nodded. Right? You usually don't feel a sense of crisis in the sect, and we can't protect you for a lifetime. Zhu Zhuqing and Tai Long nodded. Roar. Suddenly, a dark shadow tiger pounced from the forest. Its eyes shone with purple light, with a white king character on its brow, licking its sharp teeth and showing its ferocity, thinking of them as dinner. Titan was delighted. This tiger is suitable for Zhuqing, judging by its patterns. It's about 2,000 years. Chenhao asked. The third soul ring is a maximum of 1,800 years. It's over 200 years. Does Zhuqing dare to try? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She lit up with 2 yellow soul rings, her figure flashing as she attacked the tiger. First soul skill, nether stab. Zhuqing grew up in a harsh environment and was used to killing. However, Tai Long was scared. He had only seen victories in the sect, never such a situation. Whoosh! Zhuqing leaped and clawed at the tiger. But the shadow tiger was stronger than she anticipated, dodging swiftly and counterattacking. Zhuqing jumped back, enhanced by the soul bone. Her speed nearly doubled. The shadow tiger chased her in retaliation, and Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws, attacking the same spot with 100 claws, directly breaking the tiger's body and leaving 3 bloody marks. But she was also slapped away by the tiger. Titan roared. Tai Long, what are you waiting for? You're my grandson. Tai Long gritted his teeth and charged in. Second soul skill, explosive giant force. A giant gorilla phantom appeared around him as he smashed his right fist into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the power surged from below the tiger, sending it flying. Zhu Qing seized the opportunity, her eyes shining fiercely, leaping up to attack the tiger's wound with her nether hunter claws, then quickly retreating. The shadow tiger's abdomen bore more severe wounds, exposing raw flesh, and it howled in rage. Zhu Qing did not attack, relying on her speed to circle around the tiger. The tiger could not see her at all. It turned to pounce on Titan. Tai Long shouted. First soul skill, Rock's defense. His soul skill was a 300-year stone essence, glowing yellow around him, forming a giant rock to block the tiger. Zhu Qing took the chance to unleash Nether Stab on the tiger. The two of them worked together to attack, and they were quite in sync. The shadow tiger was at a disadvantage and turned to flee. Tai Long shouted, "Want to run? No way." Second soul skill, explosive giant force. The tiger had learned its lesson and easily dodged. But Tai Long, growing bolder in battle, saw the tiger land and unleashed the Leaf family's great strength fist directly. Boom! The tiger flew out, crashing heavily into a tree. Zhu Qing didn't stop. Her feet quickened as she aimed for the neck of the shadow tiger. Second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. Watch closely. The Nether Hunter Claws instantly tore through the shadow tiger's neck. A spray of hot blood erupted, and the tiger immediately fell to the ground. Chenhao and Titan exchanged glances and nodded lightly. This was a confirmation for the two of them. Zhu Qing habitually sat cross-legged on the ground, using her soul power to draw the 2,000-year-old shadow tiger's soul ring to her and began absorbing it. The master said the highest third soul ring is 1,800 years, and this tiger exceeded that by 200 years. Plus, it carried the aura of a king among tigers, making the absorption extremely difficult. After more than an hour, she still hadn't completed it. Chenhao stood straight beside her, his mental power sweeping in all directions, providing protection for her throughout the process. Suddenly, Chenhao's eyes widened. A 10,000-year earth cave spider slowly approached, suddenly bursting out of the ground, standing 10 feet tall, surrounded by black gas, staring at the shadow tiger's purple blood. It was definitely attracted by the tiger's blood. Titan shouted urgently, "Chenhao, be careful. This is a 10,000-year earth cave spider, cunning and highly intelligent." Chenhao showed no fear, his eyes turned cold. "If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." He leaped up and kicked the spider, sending it flying hundreds of feet. This was no ordinary kick. It was the wind god leg of Nie Feng from Fengyan, one of the 3 ultimate techniques, fast and fierce, earned by Chenhao after signing in for 16 days. Titan and Talon were stunned, always thinking Chenhao was at most a 4-ring soul master. Yet he kicked a 10,000-year soul beast away without even using his martial soul. Titan wondered if he could do that at 50. Chenhao's eyes exploded with fierce light. Killing intent directed at the spider. "Dare to come closer, and you'll die." The spider, being intelligent, saw how strong Chenhao was and quickly burrowed back into the ground. Zhu Qing was shaken by Chenhao's words. Furrowing her brow and gritting her teeth, she suddenly exerted force to suppress the resistance of the soul ring. Buzz! Purple soul rings lit up around her. The 3 cheered. "It's successful." Zhu Qing nodded, but her face was pale, unable to stand steadily, her body soaked with sweat. Chenhao quickly sat cross-legged, placing his hands on her back, the 9 Yang divine skills energy flowing into her body. "I'll help you clear your meridians. Don't resist the pain later." Zhu Qing nodded. The energy surged in, opening up her meridians one by one, and she could clearly feel her soul power skyrocketing. 2 hours later, Chenhao withdrew his hands, his face slightly pale, and sat cross-legged to recover using the 9 Yang divine skill. Zhu Qing leaped up, her whole body filled with power, feeling fantastic. She looked at Chenhao with deep gratitude. Her soul power had actually increased by 5 levels. Titan excitedly asked, "Zhu Qing, what is your 3rd soul skill?" "Nether Slash. It can unleash strong, killing power." Titan nodded. "Not bad." Suddenly, Titan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Not good. The earth cave spider that was just kicked away has returned, and it brought a group with it, including 4 10,000-year ones." The ground trembled, and the spiders swarmed out of the earth to attack the 4. Talon felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Titan shouted, "Zhu Qing, Talon, protect Chenhao. I'll take care of these beasts." His body shook, and suddenly 8 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. A phantom of a great ape appeared around him, towering like a mountain. He roared, "Fourth soul skill, shock of power." Titan stomped his right foot forcefully, and a powerful pressure immediately swept outwards, causing the entire ground to tremble. Those low-level earth cave spiders were directly blown away. "Look, there are too many earth cave spiders." Wave after wave pounced on the 4. The leading 10,000-year spider king hissed, burrowing into the ground to spit out webs to trap Titan. Titan's body shook, and the web instantly shattered. His eyes flashed with fierce light, seeking death. He smashed his fist towards the spider, but the spider was too cunning and dodged underground. Swish! The spider appeared behind Titan, spraying purple liquid. Titan turned around just in time, but it vanished again. Titan felt dizzy. Not good. This liquid is toxic. His anger surged, seeking death. At this moment, other spiders pounced towards Chenhao and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's eyes turned cold as she stood in front of Chenhao. "You protected me before. Now it's my turn to protect you." Third soul skill, Nether Slash. She leaped up and swung her blade, the cross blade instantly slicing dozens of spiders into pieces, green liquid spraying everywhere. More and more spiders gathered, and Talon and Zhu Qing surrounded Chenhao to fight, but they couldn't finish them off at all. On the other side, 4 10,000-year spiders attacked Titan, using their speed and burrowing advantage to bewilder him. He couldn't muster his strength and nearly collapsed. He was also poisoned, his head felt heavy, and he almost fell. Zhu Qing and Talon had killed hundreds of spiders, their stamina completely depleted. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and didn't back down, leaping to stab 2 spiders with nether puncture. But her arm was also scratched. The wound turned black instantly, the toxin spreading, and her body went weak, dropping to one knee. Supporting herself with her arm to avoid collapsing, Talon was surrounded by dozens of spiders, unable to take care of himself. Titan unleashed pressure around him, driving back the 4 10,000-year spiders and rushed over. But the swarm of spiders had already pounced on Zhu Qing. At a critical moment, Chenhao's eyes widened, and 9 soul rings instantly lit up around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. He roared, "I have a sword named 7 Kills." The sword light flew and slashed. Nearly 100 spiders died on the spot. Seeing Zhu Qing's body turning purple, the poison had likely spread throughout her. Chenhao instantly became furious. "I want all of you to die." He stepped forward, his eyes turning crimson, a red aura sweeping across 100 miles. This was his killing god domain. The 4 10,000-year spiders sensed the overwhelming killing intent and scattered in all directions. The lower-level spiders all lay trembling on the ground, not daring to move. But Chenhao's killing intent had arisen. How could he let them escape? 6 soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The 7 Kills sword in his hand shone brightly, and with a movement of his hands, tens of thousands of small swords appeared in the air. Whoosh! Accompanied by the flying sword, countless small swords shot out. Hood, hood, hood. Spiders died one after another on the ground, blood mist filling the air. The 4 10,000-year spiders hid underground, but in the killing god domain, everything could be sensed. The 7 Kills sword flew up in Chenhao's hand, fiercely plunging into the ground. The 4 10,000-year spiders also died on the spot. Titan and Talon were completely stunned. Titan had lived for so long and had never seen such a large-scale slaughter of soul beasts. He never expected that Chenhao, at such a young age, was actually a title de law. His martial soul was the first-ranked 7 Kills sword. Buzz! Chenhao sheathed his sword, his anger subsiding. Seeing Titan's face growing darker, surrounded by black gas, he moved his right hand, and a pill flew over. This is the 9 Orifices golden pill. It can wash the muscles and marrow, and also detoxify. Titan trusted him and immediately took it. Sitting cross-legged, Chenhao took out another pill, chewing it and passing it to Zhu Qing with his mouth, purely to save her. How could I, Chenhao, have any bad intentions? Look closely. Zhu Qing had fallen into a coma and couldn't chew, so to allow for better absorption of the medicine, Chenhao had to pass the medicine with his mouth. This 9 Orifices golden pill was what he received on his 18th day of signing in, and there were only 3 in total. Titan sat cross-legged to absorb the medicine, and the black gas around him slowly disappeared, forming a faint golden halo around his body. His wrinkled old face was filled with excitement. His soul power had been stuck at level 84 for a long time, thinking it would stay that way for life. Yet in just an hour, he had directly risen 2 levels. Half an hour later, Zhu Qing slowly woke up, realizing she was lying in Chenhao's arms. Her wound healed, and her soul power had increased by 3 levels. Titan stood up and immediately bowed. Thank you, young friend Chenhao. A single pill raised my soul power by 2 levels, and now there's still an upward trend. I haven't improved my soul power in a long time. Talon shouted excitedly. Grandpa, did you break through to level 86 soul, Doluo? Titan nodded. All thanks to brother Chenhao. Zhu Qing softly said. My soul power also rose by 3 levels. I'm now at level 36. The grandfather and grandson were both stunned. Just getting the 3rd soul ring and rising 6 levels? This is unbelievable. Chenhao explained. I used a large amount of soul power to help Zhu Qing open up all her meridians. And the 9 orifices golden pill can strengthen the body and detoxify. Your future cultivation will be smooth, and your speed will also greatly increase. Titan asked solemnly, do you have more of this pill? How much can a power clan buy it for? Chenhao shook his head. There are only 3, and I plan to keep them for my closest relatives. He continued, the smell of blood is too strong. It will attract high-level soul beasts. We need to leave quickly. The 3 nodded and hurried deeper, stepping over the corpses of the spiders. As soon as they left, the Shrek group arrived, seeing the ground covered in spider corpses. All the soul masters were stunned. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, my goodness, how much hatred is there to kill so many spiders? Tang San said coldly, the wounds are all sword wounds. 1 strike kills, the time of death is about the same. The master spoke, there are 4 10,000-year-old magic spiders here. Probably only Jian Dao Qinshin in the entire Doluo continent has this strength. Everyone nodded. And Ning Rongrong excitedly asked, has Grandpa Sor been here? The master replied, the soul beast has just died. The person should have just left. Let's catch up. The group continued forward. On this side, Chenhao and the others were progressing smoothly. Tai Long smashed a 1,700-year-old mad rhinoceros and gained a 3rd soul skill, Fury. Chenhao suggested looking for a 1,000-year soul beast for the 2 to practice. Only defeating, not killing, as practical experience is very important. As night fell, the 4 planned to spend the night in the woods. Chenhao took 2 sets of tents, which could only be shared with Zhu Qing. Titan made a campfire, and Tai Long returned carrying a fat rabbit. Tonight, we'll have braised rabbit. He skillfully handled it, and before long, the roasted wild rabbit was sizzling and fragrant. Chenhao watched with drool, showing no sign of a tidal Doluo's demeanor. Look, Tai Long took down the roasted rabbit, dividing 1 for Chenhao and Zhu Qing, while keeping 1 for himself and Titan. Titan pulled out a bucket of wheat beer, and through the gaps in the leaves, they saw the starry sky, glowing plants sparkling, and longhorn deer strolling. So wonderful. The campfire flickered, the aroma of meat wafted, with beauty by their side, making it so enjoyable. Titan asked, your martial soul is 7-kill sword. What does it have to do with Jian Dao Qinshin? Chenhao bluntly stated, he is my grandfather. Titan's hand trembled, almost dropping the cup. I should have thought of that. You both have the surname Chen. Zhu Qing was surprised. You come from the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Chenhao shook his head. No sect. Only belongs to you. I'll accompany you back to Xinghua. Titan's old face turned red. He was eating dog food. Zhu Qing shyly lowered her head. After a hearty meal, Titan and his grandson took turns keeping watch. Chenhao helplessly crawled into the tent with Zhu Qing. It was big enough for 2. He suppressed his small thoughts, fearing Zhu Qing would think he wasn't manly. A sleepless night. The next day, returning to Nodding City, they saw flames shooting into the sky and heard sounds of fighting. Tai Long said, someone is getting a soul ring. Titan eagerly said, let's go take a look. Chenhao nodded. He loved lively scenes. From a distance, they saw the green clothes. Tai Long said, it's from Shrek. Titan replied, I am an old friend of Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Cousin Tang San, big brother is here. Over there. They were surrounding and killing a phoenix tail chicken crown snake for Oscar to get his soul ring. Ma Hongjun kicked the snake. If it runs again, we'll make braised snake. The master said, this snake is suitable for you. The soul skill is likely related to speed. Oscar stabbed the snake in the 7 inches, and the snake fainted. Titan walked over and shouted, clumsy bear, long time no see. Zhao Wujia happily said, Senior Titan, what a coincidence. Dai Mubai's gaze locked onto Zhu Qing, softly saying, Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing coldly ignored him. Ma Hongjun stared at her drooling boss. Do you know her? Dai Mubai unhappily looked at Chenhao, thinking he was more handsome and had more fans. Chenhao thought to himself, if I go out, I must customize a gorgeous outfit. Dai Mubai walked over with concern. Zhu Qing, Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Chenhao lightly snorted. Stop blowing. When have you ever looked for her? Dai Mubai erupted in fury. I'm talking to her. Do you get to interrupt? Chenhao mocked. Indeed, you don't get to. But Zhu Qing doesn't he even want to acknowledge you? Zhu Qing, this guy actually directly called her Zhu Qing. Look, Dai Mubai se anjir surged. And a pressure swept towards Chenhao, trying to intimidate him, warning him to stay away from Zhu Qing. But he miscalculated, as this pressure was directly ignored by Chenhao. Dai Mubai was both surprised and doubtful. This kid was at most a 3-ring soul master, while he was a 36th level battle soul master with the aura of a king. Why wasn't the pressure effective? Chenhao mocked. Is that little pressure? Hurry back and practice for a few more years. Dai Mubai was even more enraged. This was a blatant provocation. He shouted loudly. Kid, do you dare fight me? Chenhao smiled. Not to brag, but I wouldn't even put 10 of you in my eyes. Don't humiliate yourself. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, ready to attack. When Titan suddenly stepped in front and said in a deep voice, Chenhao's given you face. If you cause trouble again, the clown will be you. The master raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. Titan protecting this kid, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately shouted, Mubai, stop. Dai Mubai finally relaxed his fists. The master walked over respectfully. Greetings, Senior Titan. Chenhao glanced at the master and chuckled. This is the life winner being fought over by Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Both were stunning, but he had a scruffy beard and was unkempt, not as handsome as himself. Winning hearts relies on looks, strength, or talent. But without looks, he was only a 3-ring, surely particularly talented. Chenhao then looked at Ning Rongrong. Her blue dress, bright spirit eyes, exuding nobility, but she was still young and undeveloped. He smirked, and Ning Rongrong looked extremely disgusted. Chenhao thought, the little princess will definitely be promised to me by the Ningzong master after growing for 2 more years. Only I can protect you in the Doluo continent. Then he looked at Xiao Wu, her pink top wrapped around her developing figure. Her childish face matched with a little perky butt. He shook his head. Leave her for cousin Tang-san. Relative shouldn't go too far. Chenhao spoke. Senior Titan, it's fine now, let us go back. Titan nodded and said to the Shrek crowd, hope to see you again. Come visit the Leaf family when you have time. Zhao Wujie respectfully said, Senior, take care. Shrek welcomes you anytime. Chenhao took the lead to leave. And Zhu Zhuqing followed without looking back. She had long forgotten about Dai Mubai. In life and death, it was Chenhao who saved her. When she couldn't take care of herself, it was Chenhao who cared for her, helped her get her soul ring, and slayed the magic spider for her. But Dai Mubai was unwilling. Zhu Qing was his fiancé. He stepped forward to block the way. Zhu Qing, come back to Shrek with me. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, get lost. I don't know you. Dai Mubai frowned. I was wrong before, but we are engaged. You can't leave with someone else. Everyone was shocked. Ma Hongjun shouted up. This is Dai Laoda's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing was even colder. That's a family marriage. I didn't agree. After saying that, she tried to leave, but Dai Mubai grabbed her right hand. Chenhao pushed him away fiercely. Dai Mubai, have some face. Zhu Qing has made herself very clear. Do you want me to repeat it? Dai Mubai's eyes exploded with fury, shouting angrily. Get the hell away. He threw a punch at Chenhao. Everyone was watching. An exciting show was about to start, and no one stopped it, as they all believed Dai Mubai would definitely win. Look, Chenhao smiled at the corner of his mouth, stood straight, and lightly waved a fist to meet it. Dai Mubai charged like a fierce tiger, his momentum extremely overpowering. Yet Chenhao remained calm, without any sign of power fluctuations. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu frowned, worried that Dai Lauda might kill someone with a punch. But as their fists collided, Dai Mubai's strong body was sent flying directly, crashing heavily onto the dry leaves. He leapt up again to swing a punch, only to be kicked away by Chenhao. Everyone was dumbfounded. Titan stood stroking his beard. This was all expected. Tai Long shook his head and sighed. Acting wild in front of Tidal Doluo was simply seeking death. Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong all stepped forward. Dai Lauda, we'll help you. Dai Mubai patted his chest, blood surging, but raised a hand to stop them. This is between me and him. No need to help. Chenhao smiled. You're acting like a man. This matter is over. You're engaged to Zhu Qing, but she doesn't like you. I'll help you annul the engagement when I have time. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Don't lose your life over a woman. Dai Mubai glared angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to fight me? For soul rings lit up around him, and a white tiger phantom enveloped him. Though the white tiger was majestic, it would still be slaughtered before the 7-kill sword. Just as he was about to use his martial soul to crush Chenhao's eyes moved, and a strong pressure swept out. Everyone was shocked. This pressure was explosive. Dai Mubai instantly felt a tremendous weight pressing down on his shoulders, unable to move at all. Chenhao said, "If you can walk to my feet under my pressure, then you win." Dai Mubai then understood. This person was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But he was unwilling. His body shook to make the white tiger phantom grow larger. Gritting his teeth as he struggled to move forward, every step was extremely laborious. Boom! After just 3 steps, his right foot knelt on the ground. But he didn't give up, shaking his knees as he struggled to crawl to Chenhao's feet. Maon Gujun excitedly shouted, "Dai Laoda! You won!" Dai Mubai lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Unable to stand up, Chenhao said flatly, "So what if you won? Do you want me to award you a Young Outstanding Award?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. This was not a win. It was clearly a humiliation. Dai Mubai is the strongest among them, yet he can't even withstand the pressure from the opponent. What's even more frustrating is that Chenhao is about the same age as them. They all say Shrek is full of geniuses, but compared to Chenhao, they fall far short. When everyone's spirits were low, Tang San stepped up. "Your pressure is strong, but I want to fight you fairly. If you lose, you must leave Zhu Zhuqing behind." Chenhao smiled. No wonder he's the Doloa who gets special treatment. "Little San, it's not that I'm mocking you, but you guys are not enough. I advise you to give up. Where Zhuqing wants to go is none of my business." Did I tie her up? Once these words were out, everyone understood. Dai Mubai was bound to lose, after all. Zhuqing was willing. There was a moment of silence among the crowd, and Tang San said resolutely, "I still want to compete with you. I want to know how big the gap is." Chenhao smiled lightly. "Little San, your talent is high enough, but comparing with me, I'm afraid you might not want to live anymore." Tang San was even more determined. "No, I must compete." Seeing Tang San's firm attitude, Chenhao couldn't refuse anymore. This was a good opportunity to motivate this little cousin and make him train harder. "Pay attention." Chenhao spoke. "All right. Since that's the case, all of you come at once, so that no one says I'm bullying the weak." Ma Hongjun couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and shouted, "Kid, can't you stop showing off? Let's 5 go together. You won't even recognize your own mother after we beat you up." Xiao Wu chimed in, "Exactly." Chenhao's eyes turned cold. "Then let's see who gets beaten up so badly that their mother won't recognize them." Chenhao stepped forward. His speed so fast, it was blurry, and punched Ma Hongjun. The fatty wasn't prepared at all and flew out directly. The others just reacted when Tang San shouted, "First soul skill bind." Blue-silver grass shot towards Chenhao, but Chenhao stood still, allowing the grass to wrap around him. Tang San smiled lightly. "You're too underestimating." Second soul skill, parasite. But he found that Chenhao's skin was like bronze and iron, and couldn't be parasitized at all. At the same time, Chenhao moved his right hand, and the blue-silver grass instantly broke apart. Tang San frowned, finally realizing how strong Chenhao was, and shouted, "Third soul skill, spider web binding. This is the Millennium soul skill of the man-faced demon spider, the most powerful." Yet Chenhao still didn't dodge, allowing the web to entangle him, and with a slight movement, the web broke. Everyone was completely stunned. None of Tang San's skills worked. Ma Hongjun got up, full of rage and wanting revenge. First soul skill, Phoenix. Before he could finish, he was punched away by Chenhao, rolling dozens of meters. Chenhao teased, "Now your mom probably won't recognize you." Dai Mubai roared. First soul skill, White Tiger's light wave. A beam of light struck towards Chenhao, and he directly ignored it, like it was nothing. Xiao Wu couldn't help it. Second soul skill, temptation. Chenhao laughed. "Xiao Wu, don't use that move on me. Be careful, I might turn the tables on you." Xiao Wu blushed in anger, instantly teleporting to Chenhao's side and kicked. But kicking Chenhao felt like kicking an iron block, with no reaction at all. The 4 of them looked at each other and pounced on Chenhao from different directions. Ning Rongrong displayed the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, crystal clear and stunning. The 9-treasure glazed tile turned out to be glazed. First is power, second is speed. Everyone's speed doubled, but it was all in vain. Chenhao's feet moved slightly. Using the lightness skill he obtained from signing in, his body flew towards Ning Rongrong. The 4 of them repeatedly missed, not even able to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Ning Rongrong only felt a figure flash past. Her face brushed against something soft and slightly wet. Only then did Tang San see the gap. There was an ocean of distance between them. Chenhao could toy with them without even activating his martial soul. But he was unwilling. activating the purple extreme demon eyes, able to see Chenhao's movements clearly. But as soon as he got close to Chenhao, he disappeared. Tang San sighed. This movement is too explosive. Hop. Ning Rongrong's face was brushed again, and she finally reacted. Chenhao kissed her in a flash due to his speed. No one even saw it clearly. Rongrong's face turned red as she stomped her feet. Pervert. When we get back to the sect, I'll have Grandpa Jian teach you a lesson. Tang San pursued with ghost shadow misty steps, but the Tang sect's ultimate skill couldn't even catch a shadow. Each time just missing by a little, the others were frozen in place. Chenhao suddenly roared. It's time to end this. Wind and cloud leg, third style storm. All around, countless shadowy feet appeared, except for Ning Rongrong, who was still standing on the ground. The other few, including Tang San, all flew out. Pay attention. The master stood in place, his heart pounding. He observed Chenhao the whole time. This kid is so fierce at such a young age, truly a monster. He used to think Tang San had high talent, but compared to Chenhao, he was miles apart. Chenhao stood firm, clapping his hands. What Shrek Academy? It's just that. You all need to work harder. He just wanted to motivate everyone while showing off his strength, with no hostility. But Zhao Wujie couldn't stand it anymore. Students being beaten like this without activating their martial souls is too humiliating. This is simply an insult. You little brat, don't be so arrogant. Winning against a few students means nothing. Do you dare to fight me? Titan quickly advised. Wujie, it's getting late. We should leave. Zhao Wujie refused. No way. This kid is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Chenhao laughed. Not moving Ming Wang Zhao Wujie? Last time you were beaten into a pig's head without activating your martial soul. And now you want to find some sense of existence? Zhao Wujie was shocked. Only Flander knew about being beaten into a pig's head by the Hao Yin de Law. How did this kid know about it? He seems not simple, but he was an 81 level assault type, Soul de Law. How could he be intimidated by a little kid? He raised his head with arrogance. Kid, let me show you the power of Shrek. Buzz. 8 soul rings lit up around Zhao Wujie. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black. He stomped his right foot and roared to the sky, a bear's might sweeping the surroundings. Ma Hongjun touched his swollen face and stammered. Teacher Zhao, teach this kid a good lesson. The crowd was overjoyed. Teacher Zhao is making a move. Let's see how this kid dies. Chenhao said indifferently. It's getting late. Let's pack up and go home. He leapt into the air. Wind godleg. First style, catch the wind and shadow. Third style, storm. His figure flashed. His long hair fluttering in the air, looking incredibly handsome. Countless shadowy feet smashed towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie stood firm, his body shaking, and growled. First soul skill. Unmoving Ming Wang body. A golden light erupted around him, capable of rebounding attacks within 3 meters. He thought activating this soul skill would be enough to deal with Chenhao, wanted to take it head on, but as soon as Chenhao's foot got close, Zhao Wujie regretted it. This power is too explosive. He quickly raised his thick hand to block. Boom! Zhao Wujie couldn't withstand it. His whole body flew out, crashing heavily into a tree. Chenhao clapped his hands. It's over. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? If not, we're leaving. Except for Titan, Talon, and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone else was dumbfounded. Zhao Wujie is an 81 level Soul Doa, a king of chaos in the Soul Master world. The scene was so quiet. Only the sound of birds and heartbeats could be heard. Chenhao took a few steps back and turned. It's an honor to meet you all, but you really are too weak. At this time, the master stepped forward and Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Master, do you want a challenge too? With your little piglet martial soul, I doubt it could withstand even one of my punches. The master frowned, already used to such insults, calmly asking, Little brother, which sect you come from? Chenhao shook his head. I haven't joined any sect. You can plead with me, and maybe I'll reluctantly join Shrek. As the dean or an elder, everyone thought it was impossible, but unexpectedly, the master immediately bowed. Yu Xiaojiang earnestly requests you to join Shrek Academy. Chenhao's eyes moved slightly. He was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect Yu Xiaojiang to take it seriously. Pay attention. Chenhao pondered. Joining Shrek isn't bad. His soul power is invincible, but his martial soul theory isn't as good as the master's, and Zhu Qing will still need his help with soul rings in the future. He cleared his throat. Joining is fine. You can't teach me anything. Just make me an honorary elder. If the academy is in danger, I'll come to support. The master was overjoyed. Zhao Wujie couldn't even defeat him. His strength is definitely above that of a Soul Doluo. Having him protect the academy would be fantastic. That would be great. But the others were dissatisfied. What about the grudge just formed? Chenhao smiled. How do we calculate the payment? I can't work for free without getting paid. The master awkwardly scratched his pocket. He was short on money, not even able to pull out a single gold soul coin. I didn't bring money. You tell me your address, and I'll send it to you when I get back. Chenhao nodded. That's more like it. Roar. A loud cry of a monkey echoed through the sky, shaking the ground. The master exclaimed, not good. A powerful soul beast is coming. Run. Surrounding towering trees fell in droves, and a titan giant ape over 100 feet tall stood in front of everyone. Everyone was completely stunned. Master murmured, 100,000-year soul beast. King of all beasts, titan great ape. Only FacesWuhun maintained a friendly expression, showing no fear, and softly said, Ming. The master stood in front and shouted, Wuji, I'll hold it back. You take the others and leave. Chenhao laughed. How could that pig-like martial soul of his block a 100,000-year soul beast? But this sense of responsibility made him a qualified teacher. He walked over and pushed the master behind him. With a titled elder here, is it your turn to step up? It's time for me to show my worth. The money isn't earned for nothing. The master was anxious. But this is a 100,000-year beast. Chenhao ignored him and shouted loudly, Ming, why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to become my soul ring? The titan was also surprised. Brother Chenhao, don't underestimate it. This is a 100,000-year soul beast. Chenhao stood in front of the giant ape, his small figure showing no sign of fear. Roar. The giant ape roared again, and the strong wind blew Tang San and the others away, spraying Chenhao's face with saliva. Chenhao wiped his face in disgust. Damn it, Ming, stop being willful. Go back to your little lake. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The giant ape pounded its chest in a show of force, but did not strike. FacesWuhun stared directly at Ming as the giant ape reached out to pick her up by her palm and turned to run into the forest. Tang San chased after them using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, but was knocked away by the giant ape's strength. He shouted heart-wrenchingly, FacesWuhun. Chenhao stepped forward, standing in front of the giant ape with one person and one sword. The others watched this scene from a distance, completely dumbfounded. The master looked at the sword in Chenhao's hand in shock. 7 killing sword. Ning Rongrong questioned, why is it the same as Grandpa's swords? Maongjun stammered, whoa. Did he kill all those underground magic spiders before? That's terrifying. Chenhao's thoughts moved, and the domain of the god of killing opened wide. Bloodlight surged, sending the others flying. Inside and outside the domain formed a closed space, enveloping FacesWuhun and the giant ape. Chenhao spoke, FacesWuhun. Ming came to find you, right? Let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to it. FacesWuhun was shocked. How did you know Ming came to find me? Your mother should have told you that a 100,000-year soul beast cannot hide from a titled Doloa. I not only know that Ming came to find you, but I also know you are a 100,000-year rabbit. Pay attention. Don't worry. I'm a good human and won't hurt you. If I wanted to make a move, you would have already become my soul ring. I also don't want to hurt Ming, so let it go. FacesWuhun questioned. You know I'm a 100,000-year soul beast. Why let me go? Chenhao smiled. I'm a relative of Xiao San. You are the most important person to him, so of course, I will protect you. Not all humans are bad. I'm just here to experience life and have no interest in killing soul beasts. But you all have to be obedient, otherwise I won't mind turning you into soul rings. The titan great ape glared angrily, its body as intimidating as a mountain. Foolish human. Don't deceive Sister FacesWuhun. None of you are good. With a fist the size of a boulder ready to smash down, FacesWuhun hurriedly blocked. Ming, I trust him. I'm fine here, you go back. The giant ape gently stroked FacesWuhun's head, the scene incredibly harmonious. Sister FacesWuhun, Ming, and I miss you. We came after sensing your aura. Come back with me. FacesWuhun shook her head. You go back. I can take care of myself. Chenhao impatiently said, Ming, hurry and leave. No more nonsense. With me here, no one can hurt FacesWuhun, not even Xiao San. Roar. Ming roared, lowering its head in frustration. FacesWuhun jumped onto its shoulder and patted its head. Don't be sad. You're not a child anymore. You need to avenge your parents. You have to work harder to cultivate. The giant ape nodded, and Chenhao dispelled the god of killing domain, and it lowered its head and walked deeper into the forest. Tang San rushed over quickly, grabbing FacesWuhun's hand with concern. FacesWuhun, are you okay? FacesWuhun wiped her tears and shook her head. The master was confused. What happened? Why did the titan great ape leave? Chenhao laughed. What else could it be? It wanted to grab FacesWuhun, but was beaten up by me. If it couldn't win, it ran away. Everyone didn't believe it, but the giant ape had indeed left. And FacesWuhun was fine. Tang San stood up seriously, no matter what misunderstanding there was before. Thank you for saving FacesWuhun. If you ever need me, I'll go through fire and water for you. Chenhao patted his shoulder, and Tang San was taken aback. Chenhao smiled. Just focus on your cultivation. With your current strength, how can you do what I can't? Tang Xin said resolutely. I'm weak now, but 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the young. Chenhao was surprised. Wasn't that a famous saying from Battle Through the Heavens? How did it appear in Doluo? He nodded. Ambitious. I have high hopes for you. No more pleasantries. Take good care of Xiao Wu from now on. Otherwise, I won't mind taking her away. Xiao Wu was shocked, and Tang San held her hand tightly. I won't give you the chance. Chenhao, I hope so. He turned his head. Senior Titan, Zhu Zhuqing, let's go. It will get dark soon. Ning Rongrong mustered her courage to step forward. Wait. Was your martial soul the 7 killing sword just now? Chenhao winked and smiled. Little girl has a good eye to recognize the 7 killing sword. Your future is limitless. Rongrong pressed on. Then what is your relationship with Grandpa's sword? Chenhao blinked. Guess. After saying that, he was the first to walk toward the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, with the 3 following behind. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she stomped her feet, secretly cursing. I guess you're a big-headed ghost. I must tell Grandpa's sword about this matter as soon as possible. The group from Shrek Academy stood silently in place. Pay attention. The Shrek group was stunned. Who on earth is this young man? It's too terrifying. Not only did he crush the 81st level soul, Doluo Zhao Wujing, with 1 kick, but he also had a domain. A Titan great ape that even dozens of titled Doluos couldn't kill was actually scared away by him. Is this kid even human? The dragon horn carriage steadily made its way to Nodding City. Chenhao initially leaned against the carriage to sleep, but as the carriage swayed, he unknowingly leaned into Zhu Zhuqing's arms. Zhuqing's body stiffened, afraid to move. Chenhao had been through too much on this journey. He had fought the magic spider, crushed Shrek, and repelled a 100,000-year-soul beast, all while bearing the burden. He needed to rest well. Seeing the Titan grandfather and grandson resting with their eyes closed, Zhu Zhuqing gently adjusted her position, allowing Chenhao to lean more comfortably on her thigh. Watching Chenhao sleep soundly, she couldn't help but stare at his face. This was the first time she had seen him up close. His fair face was well-defined, with black eyebrows and a high nose. He wasn't the most handsome, but there was a charm that made people fall for him. She reached out her delicate finger and gently touched Chenhao's face. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled. Chenhao rolled over, and his arms directly wrapped around her slim waist. What was even more ridiculous was that drool flowed on her leather pants, dripping onto the carriage floor. Zhu Zhuqing had a face full of black lines, both angry and reluctant to wake him. Sighing softly, I didn't expect a titled Doluo to have this side in private. It got dark, and the carriage stopped. The attendant called out, Secmaster, we've arrived home. Chenhao woke up groggily, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 2 mountain peaks, at the end of which was Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face. He rolled over and got up, swallowing. I can see this view while lying on a girl's thigh. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing again, his heart racing. Chenhao followed the Titan down the carriage, yawning and stretching. We finally made it home. The Titan said, let's go inside. The food has been prepared. Chenhao nodded. Senior, you are very considerate. I really am hungry. The Titan continued. Since you are the honorary elder of Shrek, why not take a position in the Li family as well? The gold soul coins will satisfy you. Chenhao patted his shoulder. Senior, you're being too polite. Am I someone who only cares about money? The Titan was just happy when Chenhao added, of course, if you insist on giving me several thousand gold soul coins, I will accept it. I can't let your kindness go to waste. The Titan frowned and smiled bitterly. The next morning, the Titan father and son brought 10,000 gold soul coins and placed them in front of Chenhao. The spirit hall was getting more and more arrogant. Many sects that refused to join were exterminated. Finding a strong backing was too important. After all, Chenhao had the 7 treasure glazed tile school behind him. Spending 10,000 gold soul coins for protection is a huge profit. A few days later, in the plaza of the Li family, Zhu Zhuqing stood with her eyes shining fiercely, while Tai Long lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Chenhao stood with his hands behind his back, a proud expression on his face. Get up. Don't you want to increase your soul power and become strong? Is this all you can do? You still want to be a strong person? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly looked up, sweat sliding down her pale face. Her feet moved with phantom images as she lunged at Chenhao. Chenhao leaned slightly and instantly dodged. Tyrone also stood up and threw a punch at Chenhao, only to be kicked away by Chenhao. Pay attention. After just 5 or 6 rounds, Tyrone was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Zhu Zhuqing was propping herself up. Every time she felt Chenhao was within reach, but she couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. But she was unwilling to give up. She wanted to become stronger more than anyone else. Her experiences told her that stopping meant death. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, her slender legs trembling slightly, and lunged at Chenhao again. But all of this was in vain. Day by day, under Chenhao's high-intensity training, their soul power visibly soared. Zhuqing had already opened her meridians and had taken the 9 apertures golden pill, and now she was a level 38 agility, attack type, soul master. Another day passed, and just as Tyrone and Zhuqing prepared to attack, Chenhao raised his hand to stop them and walked around them with his hands behind his back. Both of them trembled. This guy wouldn't he want to train them in a perverse way again, would he? Chenhao cleared his throat and pretended to be a master. You've performed well during this time, but your strength is still not enough. Training needs to be upgraded. Hearing the word upgrade, Tyrone almost cried. He was a power defense type, not as agile as Zhuqing, and usually just took a beating during training. He touched his swollen face. Can you go easy on me? My body is about to fall apart. Chenhao laughed. Being beaten by me is your honor. Tyrone lowered his head helplessly. Although he complained, he knew Chenhao meant well. Titan had also said that no matter how hard the training was, they had to endure it, or they would be kicked out of the power clan. Chenhao continued, but this time, it's not me beating you. It's someone else who will beat you. Tyrone's eyes widened. That's too ruthless. Not enough to beat us yourself, but also find someone else. Oh my God, just strike me down with lightning. Don't shout. I prepare benefits for you. Chenhao waved his right hand and threw each of them a manual. Zhuqing was an agility attack type, and this was the wave step, a top-tier light skill, learning it was equivalent to a 10-level increase in soul power. The two were instantly stunned. No wonder he was a title Dolois. He produced amazing things. Tyrone hurriedly asked, what about mine? You're a power type. So what you get is the great strength diamond palm. Its power is stronger than the diamond's subduing demon fist. Once mastered, it can split mountains and shatter opponents with a single palm. Tyrone quickly flipped through the book. Chenhao said, the technique is given to you. Whether you can learn it depends on yourselves. If you don't understand, come ask me, though I might not know either. In a month, we'll go to the Nodding City Soul Fighting Arena. Tyrone panicked. I've heard that place is brutal, where you either die or suffer badly. Are you plotting to harm me? Chenhao said coldly. Battles are inherently cruel. Only by fighting for real can you become super strong. The task is set. If you don't want to be beaten, go beat someone else. At noon, Chenhao was awakened from his nap. He opened his eyes in shock and jumped up from the bed. There were more than 10 people standing around him, quietly observing him, as if they were watching a nationally protected animal. Leading them, besides Titan, was an old man, dressed in a snow-white robe, with white hair and beard, neatly combed. His appearance was ancient, with sword-like eyebrows and jade-like eyes, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of supremacy over all things. Chenhao's heart skipped a beat. Sword Dolois? This person looks too much like the Sword Dolois from Dolois. It's like he's carved from the same mold. Chenhao sat up abruptly. Pay attention. The Sword Dolois stepped forward, his tone deep. Show me your martial soul. His voice was calm, but carried an imposing aura that made people reluctant to resist. Although Chenhao was a 99-level unparalleled Dolois, he couldn't team-match this aura. Chenhao moved his right hand, and the 7-killing sword appeared in an instant, measuring 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, and the handle 1 foot 2 inches long. The Sword Dolois' eyes widened, and his expression changed. He stepped forward and hugged Chenhao tightly. Little Hao, it's really you. Grandpa has been looking for you for many years. Chenhao sat stiffly on the bed, completely stunned. This surprise came too suddenly. Cough, cough. Grandpa, I can't breathe. The Sword Dolois released him and hurriedly asked, Child, where have you been all these years? Where's your father? Chenhao. Chenhao looked confused. Who knows where my cheap dad is? He paused. I don't know either. I woke up in the great forest, ate wild fruits when hungry, drank dew when thirsty, and slept in trees when tired. Unknowingly, I walked to Holy Soul Village and stayed there for a long time. Zhu Zhuqing listened and was moved to tears. Her life was tough, but she didn't expect Chenhao's to be tougher. The Sword Dolois reached out to touch Chenhao's head. The 7-killing sword is a single inheritance. The descendants are blessed and have great fate. As long as you're alive, that's good. From now on, Grandpa will protect you. Whoever bullies you, I will destroy them. Chenhao felt very touched. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm doing just fine. The Sword Dolois looked him over and nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Titan and said, Old gorilla, We've been friends for decades, and you didn't even inform me that my grandson was here. Titan felt ashamed and scratched his head. I only recently found out that Chenhao's martial soul is the 7 killing sword. The sword Doloa nodded. Thank you for taking care of him. If anything happens to the Power Clan in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely come. Titan was excited. Thank you, Sword Doloa. The Sword Doloa said to Chenhao. Grandpa is the protector elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That is the second of the top 3 sects. Going there provides the best training environment, and I can take care of you as well. Chenhao frowned. Okay, let's go see what this super big sect is like. He jumped out of bed and whispered to Zhu Qing and Tyrone. We'll go to the Soul Fighting Arena in a month. If you don't want to be beaten, practice hard. The two nodded. They quickly packed their bags, bid farewell to Titan, and followed the Sword Law to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Along the way, the Sword Law asked Chenhao about his well-being, almost cradling him in his hands. It had been over a decade since he last saw his grandson, and the bond between generations was too strong. He touched Chenhao's head. Little Hao, you inherited the 7 killing sword. Do you know what kind of martial soul it is? Chenhao frowned. Why is Grandpa asking such profound questions? I heard that the 7 killing sword is the second strongest attack type, martial soul, in Doloa. The sword Doloa nodded. It is a top-tier attack type. In terms of attack power, it surpasses the Haotian hammer. Chenhao asked doubtfully. Then why is it ranked second? The strength of a martial soul is not only based on itself, but also on its overall influence. The Haotian sect is the #1 sect, populous and prosperous. With a dual Doloa in its ranks 10 years ago, and now even more, the 7 killing sword lineage is a single inheritance, with a thin population. So, the Haotian hammer has a more prominent reputation. Pay attention. Chenhao nodded slightly. Grandpa, let me show you a treasure. The sword Doloa raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh? What treasure is worth you being so mysterious? Chenhao extended his left hand, and with a thought, lightning surged from his palm, revealing a small hammer covered in black patterns, emanating an ancient and profound aura. The sword Doloa was so shocked that he almost jumped out of the carriage. This is the Haotian hammer. You actually inherited your mother's Haotian hammer, martial soul? It's unprecedented for 2 top-tier attack martial souls to be in one person. Twin martial souls are already a 1 in a billion occurrence. And you actually have the 7 killing sword paired with the Haotian hammer. The sword Doloa, having lived for over half a lifetime, felt his heart racing at this moment. Unable to calm down, who else knows about your twin martial souls? Chenhao shook his head. I only told you, Grandpa. The sword Doloa nodded seriously. Listen, focus on practicing the 7 killing sword first. Do not add soul rings to the Haotian hammer, and this matter must not be mentioned to anyone. Chenhao replied. Okay, Grandpa, I'll remember. After the carriage traveled a while longer, Chenhao couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, if the 7 killing sword's attack power exceeds the Haotian hammer, why isn't it the #1 strongest attack martial soul? The sword Doloa smiled bitterly. The 7 killing sword lineage has a thin population, while the Haotian sect is numerous and powerful. So for now, it can't compare. Chenhao puffed his chest and declared. So what if there are more people? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. If we work hard for decades, the 7 killing sword might surpass it. The sword Doloa smiled. You have ambition. Grandpa is old and doesn't care about fame. If you have 10 or 8 children to inherit the martial soul, I fully support it. Chenhao's brows moved. This was exactly what he was thinking. 10 or more people aren't enough. We need to form an enhanced squad. We have to pull people together to work hard. His eyes instantly became resolute, and he set a goal. Fight for the rise of the 7 killing sword. The sword Doloa paused and said, By the way, little Hao, before you were born, I made a betrothal with Ning Fengji. This time, thanks to Rongrong's message, I was able to find you. We'll go back and discuss the marriage, and you'll meet Rongrong. Chenhao's eyes widened. This happiness came too suddenly. Soon they arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, where the golden glazed tile roof shone like an immortal palace. Everyone respectfully greeted the sword Doloa, showcasing his impressive status. Chenhao looked around and noticed several young girls who were as beautiful and well-built as Zhu Qing and Rongrong. This place was indeed a treasure land. Crossing the white jade steps, they entered the sleeping palace. The beams were made of cloud-top sandalwood. The lamps were crystal jade discs, pearl curtains, and golden column bases. The agarwood bed was draped with fishnet curtains embroidered with silver threads and begonia flowers. The bed had a jade pillow, soft silk mat. The ceiling hung a bright moon pearl, and the floor was laid with white jade embedded with golden pearls. Chenhao gasped, Holy moly, this isn't just wealth. It's practically a fortune that could rival a nation. Money really can make one do whatever they want. The sword Doluo patted him on the shoulder. From now on, this is your sleeping palace. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Chenhao's eyes lit up. I need maidservants. No, man. Those few girls who greeted us just now are perfect. The sword Doluo widened his eyes in disbelief, involuntarily gasping. Kid, you have good taste. Those girls are direct descendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How can they be maidservants for you? But don't worry about that. I have my own arrangements. Pay attention. Ning Fengji, hearing that the sword Doluo had returned, immediately walked to the palace with Bone Doluo. From afar, Ning Fengji shouted, Sword Uncle, you're back. Bone Doluo laughed. Congratulations. I thought the 7 killing swords lineage was about to end. Chenhao finally met the legendary figures. The first support, Ning Fengji, and the first defense. Bone Doluo. The sect master Ning looked as refined as jade, his white robe spotless, like a gentle, ordinary person. Bone Doluo looked fierce, with a rough voice and a face like a knife, intimidating to behold. The sword Doluo retorted, Bone Doluo. Old man, can you speak human language? The 7 killing sword descendants are tough. How could they be cut off? Bone Doluo circled around Chenhao. Did you mistake him for someone else? This kid is much more handsome than you. The sword Doluo proudly said. Is there a second 7 killing sword among Doluos? Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. Little Hao has awakened the 7 killing sword too. He turned to Bone Doluo and said, Little Hao is tired. Let's leave for now. The sword Doluo suddenly asked, Fengji, is the marriage between Little Hao and Rongrong still valid? Ning Fengji replied, It must be valid. Bone Doluo exploded. You just agreed for Rongrong to marry my grandson Gufeng. Ning Fengji was in a quandary. Little Hao was hard to find before. Now I have to fulfill my promise. Bone Doluo played the rogue. I don't care. Rongrong must marry Gufeng. Chenhao found it amusing. If this were on Douyin, it would definitely go viral. Ning Fengji thought for a moment. Let them compete. Whoever wins marries whoever. Bone Doluo was overly confident. Sword Uncle, what do you think? Chenhao interjected. Compete in what? Let Gufeng admit defeat early. Rongrong is mine. The 3 were stunned. This kid is really arrogant. Bone Doluo laughed. He has his father's demeanor. The sword Doluo praised. He has ambition. Bone Doluo rebutted. What does that have to do with you? The sword Doluo shot back. Without me, how would there be Little Hao? As they spoke, they began to fight. 3rd soul skill, flowing water. 3rd soul skill, Bone Dragon's Dread. 5th soul skill, Bone Dragon's Phantom Array. 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. Ning Fengji sat calmly on the steps, already used to it. Chenhao also sat down, watching the explosive battle without changing his expression. Ning Fengji sized him up, feeling more favorable. This kid is stronger than I thought. Little Hao, what level have you reached with your 7 killing sword martial soul? Chenhao worried that if he spoke the truth, it might scare the sect master. After a pause, he spoke, It's passable, but I can easily rub that guy Gufeng into the ground. Pay attention. Ning Fengji, who had seen countless people, immediately determined that this kid was not lying based on his tone. He couldn't help but look at Chenhao a couple more times, thinking, this kid has much more composure than Gufeng, and he is quite a bit more handsome. If he pairs with Rongrong, they would definitely have good descendants, and perhaps even revive the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Boom! Nearby giant trees were snapped in half, and the houses collapsed into ruins. Ning Fengji, however, remained indifferent, not even blinking. If I had the 2nd-best sect in the world, I'd barbecue 2 houses every day and eat at a diamond crystal table with soul bones. In the end, Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo ended in a draw, neither gaining an advantage. But in terms of real skill, Sword Doluo was still a bit stronger. The 2 had been good friends for decades. How could they really fight? They were just stretching their muscles out of boredom. The next morning, the Sword Doluo indeed arranged for 2 servants for Chenhao, real maidservants. Chenhao was initially quite happy, but when he saw that they were 2 40-year-old women, he felt like dying on the spot. Chenhao sat on the white jade steps, propping his chin and watching the women of the 7-treasure glazed tile school practicing. Before he could enjoy the view, the sword Doluo suddenly came over. Little Hao, what are you looking at? Chenhao turned around abruptly, feigning calm. Nothing. Just thinking about how to quickly raise my soul power. The sword Doluo nodded with satisfaction. Good idea. But just thinking is useless. You have to practice. Chenhao replied perfunctorily. Oh, got it. The sword Doluo changed the subject. Your soul power has dropped a lot. It's okay if you practice a bit later. Tell me, do you really want to marry Rongrong and become a son-in-law? Chenhao answered immediately. Yes. Of course I want to. Rong Rong is definitely the most beautiful girl in the sect. The sword Doloa nodded. Rong Rong is like my granddaughter. If you're serious, I'll help you. Chenhao questioned. How will you help? Aren't we supposed to compete with Gu Feng? The sword Doloa shook his head. If Rong Rong doesn't agree, it's all for naught. Gu Feng is a 42-level battle soul sect, ranked first in the Do battle list. You will definitely lose in the competition. Chenhao secretly laughed. Gu Feng is far behind me. Chenhao asked. What's the Do battle list? The sword Doloa explained. It's the ranking of the sect's disciples. The Do battle list is for the assault system, and Gu Feng is first. The sword Doloa gave advice. This afternoon, I'll invite Rong Rong to Yushuan Pavilion to eat osmanthus cake. You take the opportunity to meet her alone. Rong Rong likes sunflowers. Chenhao was surprised. Grandpa was a playboy in his youth, right? Before leaving, the sword Doloa stuffed him with 100 gold soul coins. When chasing girls, you have to be willing to spend money. It has nothing to do with whether you like money. Chenhao rushed alone to Yushuan Pavilion in Tiando City. And on the way, he saw a manor where sunflowers were blooming splendidly. Pay attention. Chenhao leaped into the air, waving his right hand. And the sword light flew away. In an instant, all the sunflowers were gone, leaving only the stems. He stuffed all the flowers into his treasure bag, picking the 12 most vibrant ones to prepare for Rong Rong, his heart pounding like a little deer. Yushuan Pavilion is indeed the most luxurious restaurant in Tiando, resembling a European palace, resplendent and magnificent, comparable to Sect Master Ning's hall. However, as soon as Chenhao entered, he was stopped by a servant. Sir, we cannot serve you without proper attire. Chenhao almost revealed his soul ring, suppressing his anger and asking, what counts as proper? The servant replied, at the very least, you need to wear a suit. Chenhao glanced around. Everyone entering was dressed in formal attire, and he felt like a country dog. Fortunately, there was a formal wear shop nearby. He spent 10 gold soul coins to buy an expensive evening dress and got a haircut, instantly looking stunning and charismatic. This time he successfully entered Yushuan Pavilion, where a beautiful waitress led him to VIP room number 1. This room is not available for ordinary people to book, highlighting the prestigious status of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chenhao pushed the door open, and Rong Rong was playing with the goldfish in the fish tank. Seeing him, she exclaimed, why are you here? Where's your grandpa? Chenhao pretended to be surprised. Oh, Grandpa said to come here to find him. Where is he? The two felt awkward at the same time. Rong Rong was wearing a pink top and pink pants, her long hair reaching her waist, her skin tender like lychee, incredibly beautiful. Chenhao placed the sunflowers in a vase. It's okay. If Grandpa isn't here, we can order ourselves. It's my treat. Rong Rong didn't say anything. Recalling the events in the Stardo Great Forest, feeling a bit annoyed with him, but also grateful that he drove away the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, everyone would have been in trouble. She looked up at Chenhao, increasingly curious. Are you really Sword Grandpa's grandson? Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Is there a second 7-killing sword martial soul on the Dolua continent? Rong Rong shook her head. But you look only a few years older than me. How are you so powerful? Chenhao feigned mystery. Do you really want to hear? Rong Rong nodded, and he leaned in, thick-skinnedly saying, there are no shortcuts on the martial soul path. Besides hard work, it's still hard work. I used to practice at dawn, venturing alone into the Stardo Great Forest, experiencing countless life and death situations. Several times I almost got eaten by soul beasts, crawling out from piles of corpses to get to today. This remark directly placed Chenhao in the protagonist spotlight. Rong Rong instantly admired him. Chenhao continued, I also have a dual cultivation method that can help you increase your soul power in no time. Rong Rong questioned, dual cultivation? Chenhao was startled. Rong Rong was only 12 years old. He quickly clarified, no, it just means practicing together, exchanging pointers, which helps increase soul power faster. Rong Rong naively nodded. That's how we do it in Shrek, sharing joys and hardships while practicing together. The two chatted for a while, and their feelings rapidly warmed up. Chenhao gentlemanly handed the menu to Rong Rong. I heard the osmanthus cake is good. I've ordered a portion. You can see if there's anything you like. Rong Rong flipped through the menu and ordered a few light dishes, while Chenhao directly ordered steamed bear paw, braised deer tail, and other heavy dishes, things he wouldn't even have dared to think about in his past life. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance. You can't go in. There's someone inside. Then someone arrogantly shouted, Room 1 is reserved for the royal family of Tiando. Who dares to snatch it? Get them out. The attendant advised. Your Highness Shuebong, this room has been booked. How about you go to room 2 for free? Bang. Pay attention. The door of room 1 was kicked open with a bang. Four young men stormed in aggressively, with the leader being the fourth prince of Tindo, Shuebong. Shuebong shouted arrogantly, "Which family are you from? Get out quickly. This is a royal private room." Chenhao slowly stood up. "Is the Yushuan Pavilion owned by your family?" The hall manager hurriedly replied, "No, it's owned by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Chenhao retorted, "Since it's not yours, why claim it as royal? Didn't your father teach you about order?" Shuebong scoffed, "The entire Tindo city belongs to the royal family. Offending us means this place gets torn down." Chenhao couldn't be bothered with nonsense. This guy was just acting arrogant to avoid assassination in the original story. He leaped and kicked Shuebong away, clean and decisive. The manager was dumbfounded on the spot. "This is His Highness Shuebong." Chenhao coldly replied, "Who cares who he is? Disturbing my meal with Rong Rong. Not killing him is already good." He ordered, "Drag him out." The other wealthy young men were stunned. And Chenhao glared. "Do you want to send you off?" The three fled in panic. Chenhao called out, "Serve the dishes. After eating, I'll take Rong Rong shopping." The manager nodded vigorously. He had had enough of Shuebong's arrogance, and felt this time he had hit the iron plate. Rong Rong was worried. "Will we get in trouble for offending the royal family?" Chenhao laughed. "What is there to be afraid of? As long as we are reasonable. Even the Emperor of Snowy Night would be the same." Rong Rong looked at him, feeling he was very manly. The dishes quickly filled the table, and the aroma wafted. Chenhao swallowed hard, staring at the bear paw, and Rong Rong exclaimed, "Ordering so much, won't we finish it?" Chenhao picked up the bear paw. "You're still growing? Eat more. If we can't finish, we'll pack it for Grandpa." Bang! The door was open again. The Imperial Guards in golden armor with long spears barged in. Chenhao was furious. "Can't we have a peaceful meal? Are they looking for death?" A loud voice came from outside. "Who hurt His Highness Shuebong?" To his surprise, it was Prince Shuexing. Hearing that his nephew was beaten, he brought 100 people for backup. But upon seeing Chenhao, he was immediately stunned. His aura scared him to the point of trembling. He quickly smiled, "Sorry, we took a wrong turn," and turned to leave. Shuebong was confused. "Uncle, that's not right." Prince Shuexing covered his mouth. Shuebong broke free. "Aren't you going to avenge me? Why are you being cowardly?" Prince Shuexing's face darkened. "Do you want to get me killed? Stay away from that kid." Next to him is Ning Fengji's daughter. Offending the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will lead to no good. Shuebong was puzzled. What background does that kid have to invite Rong Rong? Prince Shuexing didn't say much and led the Imperial Guards to exit the Yushuan Pavilion. "Pay attention." Prince Shuexing was trembling as he walked. Shuebong stood in the hall, stunned, full of unwillingness. His uncle usually protected him the most. Why is he so scared today? He could only leave the Yushuan Pavilion in anger. Chenhao was unhappy, his appetite greatly reduced. He was full after eating a few bear paws. Rong Rong was shy and ate even less. After they finished their meal and left the restaurant, the sky was getting darker. Chenhao initially wanted to escort her back, but since Rong Rong had rarely come back, he had to take her to do something unforgettable. On the street, Chenhao asked, "Rong Rong, what is your wish?" Rong Rong answered, "I wish for Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, and Dad to be healthy." Chenhao laughed. "If your dad can have more siblings. Both grandpas can single-handedly beat Title Doluo. Anything else?" Rong Rong pondered, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "I haven't watched the sunrise from the mountaintop for a long time." Chenhao secretly smiled. "So innocent. I can predict the stars. Tomorrow's sunrise will be super beautiful." Rong Rong shook her head. "Dad will come looking for me." Chenhao suggested, "First, we go back to the sect to report safe. Then at night, I'll take you to climb the glazed tower to see the sunrise." Rong Rong nodded. The two returned to the sect and separated. The Sword Doluo asked about the outcome, and Chenhao casually responded. Then he sneaked out of the room, using his third soul skill to fly to the top of the tower like flowing water. The lights below sparkled, and the stars shone brilliantly. The feeling of overlooking the world was too refreshing. He took out sunflowers from his treasure bag to spread at the top of the tower, under the starry sky. It looked stunning, and the sunrise tomorrow would be even more spectacular. After arranging everything, he returned to wait for Rong Rong. Chenhao waited a long time without seeing anyone, thinking Rong Rong was going to break her promise and was about to leave when a figure stealthily ran over. Chenhao quickly moved behind her, and Rong Rong jumped in fright. "Why are you sneaking up on me like a ghost?" Rong Rong looked around. "It's strange to come out alone at this late hour." Chenhao pulled her. "First, let us look at the starry sky. Tomorrow we'll see the red sun rising." Rong Rong looked at the tall tower. "How do we get up there?" Chenhao wrapped his arm around her waist and used his soul skill, and the two flew up. Rong Rong exclaimed in surprise, but quickly calmed down. The seven-killing sword left a blood-red tail. When they reached the top of the tower, Rong Rong was stunned to see sunflowers everywhere. Did you prepare this? Chenhao scratched his head. How is it? Not bad, right? The sunrise tomorrow will be absolutely amazing. Rong Rong shyly nodded, looking up at the stars. Wow, the stars are right in front of me. The two enjoyed the night sky for a while and then sat down. Pay attention. Rong Rong sighed lightly. It's still a while until sunrise. Won't it be boring now? Chenhao thought for a moment. I've prepared a show for you. Do you want to see it? Rong Rong immediately replied. Sure. What show? Chenhao raised his eyebrows. I'll perform a sword technique for you. Rong Rong eagerly nodded, filled with anticipation. Chenhao's soul power surged, and the seven-killing sword appeared in his right hand, shining with white light, but without an ounce of killing intent. He cleared his throat, sword with the sword, and began. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky. The long wind breaks the waves at times. A solitary smoke in the vast desert. 30 achievements are mere dust and soil. Today, with a long thread in hand, kill one person in 10 steps. A sword's light chills 19 continents. Chenhao, dressed in a white robe, danced with the sword energy soaring, and the soul power forming a spectacle. Under the moonlight, he looked like a celestial sword immortal descending to earth, and Rong Rong was completely stunned. So it turns out that martial spirits can do more than just fight. They can be so explosive. I have fought for 3,000 miles. In the sky, there are 300,000 sword immortals, who must bow their heads when they meet me. The last two lines were grand, and the overwhelming sword energy enveloped the world. The heavens did not give birth to me. Chenhao, the sword Tao is eternal like a long night. The sword comes. He immediately used his fifth soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless small swords flew up, forming a spectacular scene of stars pouring down, circling Rong Rong. Chenhao held her small hand, and the two danced with swords at the top of the tower. Rong Rong felt as sweet as honey inside. This happiness was completely different from what her family gave. After finishing the sword dance, the two lightly landed, and Chenhao let out a sigh. Chasing girls is really tiring. How was my performance? Rong Rong shyly nodded. Super exciting. Grandpa and the others will definitely praise you. Chenhao hurriedly shook his head. Don't tell my grandpa. If he knows I performed with the seven-killing sword, he'll definitely beat me to death. Rong Rong covered her mouth and laughed. If the sword Doloa found out, he would surely be furious. The two sat quietly waiting for the sunrise, and Rong Rong suddenly asked, You asked me about my wish earlier. What is your wish? Chenhao teased her, World peace. Rong Rong lightly huffed, Be serious. Chenhao stopped smiling and looked at the sky. I used to wish to perform exceptionally in the college entrance exam to get into a vocational school. But a car accident brought me here. Now I just hope my grandpa stays healthy and lives to be 300. Rong Rong nodded, feeling he was very filial. In the later part of the night, it turned cooler, and Chenhao took off his jacket to cover Rong Rong. She did not refuse, feeling warm inside. Chenhao asked, Have you heard songs before? Rong Rong was confused. Brother? I have several brothers, but their talents are all average. Chenhao had a head full of black lines. It's music. Rong Rong shook her head, and he simply started singing. Nothing can stop your yearning for freedom. A life free as a wild horse. Your heart is unburdened. Although Rong Rong didn't understand, she thought it sounded amazing. How is it? Nice, right? Chenhao asked. Rong Rong showed a sweet smile and nodded gently. It's a bit strange, but really super nice. Then she eagerly asked, Is there more? Chenhao replied, Then I'll sing White Moonlight and Vermilion Beauty. He cleared his throat and began to sing. White Moonlight and Vermilion Beauty, the old ballads swirl around my fingertips. The beauty that cannot be obtained always scratches at the heart. Rong Rong's face instantly turned red. Every lyric felt like it was sung just for her. Her face was burning. Her little heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out. It was such a wonderful feeling. Chenhao stopped singing. That's it for today. I'll write you a love song every day from now on. Rong Rong nodded, and the two quietly looked at the night sky. In the darkest part of the night, the moon and stars were all hidden away, and the world was in complete silence. Chenhao said, If you're tired, go to sleep. I'll wake you up at sunrise. Rong Rong nodded, but was troubled. There was nowhere to sleep. Chenhao pressed her head against his shoulder. You can lean on me. Rong Rong didn't refuse and slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji was getting anxious. He was the most powerful sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, recruiting Sword Doloa and Bone Doloa, and the sect was quickly catching up to the Hao Yin School. But the air was hard to deal with. his sons had mediocre talents. And only Rong Rong had an innate soul power of level 9, breaking through level 20 at age 12, a once-in-a-hundred-years genius. To correct her spoiled nature, he sent her to Shrek. That night, Ning Fengji was worried that Rong Rong would kick off the quilt, and when he went to her room, she was gone. The blanket was cold to the touch, and he panicked on the spot. He summoned all the forces to search, only to find that Chenhao was also missing. Bon Delaw and Gu Feng were so angry they were fuming, while Sword Delaw secretly laughed. The kid has his father's style. Let's see what they say once the rice is cooked. But then he became anxious again. Rong Rong had just turned 12. They hurried to search for her. They were busy all night and found nothing. Ning Fengji's face was serious, filled with anger. Mobilize all forces to find them. If we can't find them in Tiando City, we'll go outside the city. Sword Delaw advised. Don't worry. Maybe they just went out to play. Ning Fengji said nothing, gripping his staff tightly. His attitude towards Chenhao suddenly turned worse. At this time, the sky began to brighten, and Chenhao hurriedly woke Rong Rong up. Rays of dawn shot up into the sky, a golden arc breaking through the morning light, rising slowly. The red sun burst forth like boiling steel, its brilliance enveloping the world, awakening all things as spring flowers bloomed. Rong Rong was immersed in the spectacular sunrise, smiling sweetly. Chenhao's soul power surged, and the sunflowers at the top of the tower bloomed in full bloom, flowers blossoming, growing towards the sun. He spoke. Rong Rong, I'll give you another surprise. Rong Rong asked, puzzled, what surprise? You just sit down and you'll know. Chenhao said, watch closely. After spending the whole night together, Rong Rong was very dependent on Chenhao. When she heard him say there was a surprise, she immediately sat down. Chenhao sat behind her. Calm your mind. I'll help your soul power surge. Saying this, he closed his eyes and placed his hands on her back. A wave of 9 suns' divine power entered Rong Rong's body, rapidly opening up her meridians. Rong Rong felt warm all over, her blood flowing wildly, and her soul power surged up. After all, at Shrek, she was only a level 25 Great Soul Master at age 12, while Oscar had already become a Soul Sage. Meanwhile, Bon Delaw stood on the white jade steps, squinting at the glazed tile tower. It seems there are 2 figures on the tower. Ning Fengji turned sharply. Rong Rong had mentioned wanting to see the sunrise. The 4 of them hurried up, and when they saw the scene, they were stunned. The top of the tower was full of sunflowers, blooming towards the sun. Gu Feng's face twisted with anger, ready to charge, but Ning Fengji stopped him. Don't disturb them. They're cultivating. Interrupting will harm their bodies. Sword Delaw was astonished. What kind of technique is this? Rong Rong's soul power is visibly increasing. Bon Delaw patted Gu Feng's shoulder. With this, you are definitely going to lose. Just hard work and cultivation is useless. Gu Feng was bewildered. I'm the first on the Battle Soul ranking. Is hard work wrong? Buzz. Rong Rong's body was surrounded by a crystal tower. Bon Delaw suddenly widened his eyes. 7. The 7-treasure glazed tile tower has upgraded. Ning Fengji and Sword Delaw quickly counted. 1, 2, 7, 8. The 2 were so shocked their mouths couldn't close. The 7 treasures have turned into 8 treasures. To know, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower is the strongest auxiliary, but it could never become an 8-title Soul Delaw. Now that Rong Rong had achieved it, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was going to produce a Soul Delaw. Ning Fengji was so excited he gripped his staff tightly, his hands trembling. Suddenly, Chenhao coughed up a mouthful of thick blood, his face turning pale as he fainted. Helping Rong Rong open her meridians was 100 times harder than helping Zhu Qing. Her body was like a bottomless pit consuming essence energy. Ning Fengji and Sword Delaw rushed over, each supporting one back to the sect. Ning Fengji activated all his soul skills, but Chenhao showed no reaction, remaining unconscious. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Chenhao groggily woke up. Aside from being hungry, he was fine. As soon as he woke up, he wildly showed off the food, eating meat and drinking soup. What was even more shocking, Ning Fengji, Bon Delaw, and Sword Delaw were sitting quietly beside him, not daring to say much, for fear he might choke. Rong Rong woke up even more impressive. The 7 treasures turned into 8 treasures, and her soul power directly increased by 5 levels. As long as she got a 3rd soul ring, she could become a 3-ring soul sage at age 13, leaving her brothers far behind. This was the reason 3 big shots were watching Chenhao eat. Chenhao finished the last bite of bear paw, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Watch closely, Ning Fengji asked gently. Xiaohao, are you full? If not, just call the kitchen for more. Chenhao shook his head. No need. That's enough. Overeating is not good. Ning Fengji nodded. Right, as long as you're full, don't overdo it. Chenhao looked around. Hey, where's Rong Rong? Why haven't I seen her? Sword de Luo spoke up. Don't worry. Rong Rong is fine. She should be cultivating right now. Chenhao responded with an O. Ning Fengji couldn't hold back any longer. Xiaohao, what method did you use to make Rong Rong's 7-treasure glazed tile tower become 8 treasures? Chenhao looked shocked. It evolved? No wonder she drained my essence energy. It turns out the tower evolved ahead of time. He understood clearly in his heart. According to the original work, Rong Rong became 9 treasures only after eating Tang San's immortal product. Chenhao paused and said, It's nothing much. I just helped her open her meridians. Open her meridians? Sword de Luo, Bone de Luo, and Ning Fengji all dropped their jaws in shock. To know, opening meridians is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to meridian chaos and death, and both titled Doluos wouldn't dare to try. Ning Fengji hurriedly asked, Xiaohao, can you help Uncle evolve the tower into 8 treasures too? Chenhao shook his head vigorously. I'm scared. Rong Rong, a great soul master, drain me. If it were you, wouldn't you take my life? Besides, your talent may not be as good as Rong Rong's. Sword de Luo nodded. Xiaohao is right. Evolution is not that easy. Although Ning Fengji was hopeful, he didn't want to force it. After all, he couldn't risk Chenhao's life for evolution. He sighed. Rong Rong's evolution is already enough to make the sect happy. Sword de Luo took the opportunity to say, Fengji, Xiaohao has made a great contribution. Regarding him and Rong Rong. Before he could finish, Bone de Luo jumped out. No way. We agreed on a competition to determine the outcome. How can we change that? Ning Fengji was also conflicted. Chenhao has made a contribution and should be promised to Rong Rong. But the 7-treasure glazed tile tower is auxiliary and must rely on strong attack systems to maintain its position. Gu Feng, level 42 Battle Soul Master, is first on the Battle Soul ranking and will definitely become a title Doluo in the future. He is the best candidate. He spoke. Let's stick to the agreement and determine the outcome with a competition. Sword de Luo said nothing more, but Chenhao was not worried at all. Bone de Luo urged. Then let's settle it soon. Ning Fengji nodded. That's fine. Rong Rong is rare to be in the sect. Just then, Gu Feng and Rong Rong arrived at the door and overheard the conversation. Rong Rong ran in crying. Woo, I don't want to get married. Everyone was shocked. And Ning Fengji hurriedly said, Rong Rong, you can decide on everything else, but this matter must be decided by me. You are the successor of the sect and need a powerful attack-type soul master to accompany you. Watch closely. Bone de Luo spoke. Rong Rong. Xiao Feng has grown up with you since childhood. Whenever your brother bullied you, he stood up for you. Don't you like him? Rong Rong cried with red eyes and wiped her tears. Brother Xiao Feng is a good person. I like him, but I only see him as a brother. Chenhao couldn't help but speak up. Uncle Ning, Rong Rong is a person, not a commodity. What does winning or losing in a competition count for? Whether she wins or loses, if she doesn't like him, what's the use? You care about the safety of the sect, but why don't you think about her feelings? Being with someone she doesn't like is ruining her life. Rong Rong felt warm inside. Chenhao really understood her. Chenhao continued. Besides, Rong Rong is only 13 years old. What's the rush? She's not going anywhere. He said the last sentence while glaring at Gu Feng, clearly provoking him. Ning Fengji, Sword de Luo, and Bone de Luo were all stunned. This kid actually dared to say that. Ning Fengji felt helpless, but with hundreds of people in the sect to consider. He could only sacrifice the small for the big. Chenhao changed the subject. If we have to compete, fine, I'll change the stakes. If I lose, Rong Rong will follow your arrangements. If I win, she chooses her own happiness. He turned to Rong Rong with tenderness. Rong Rong, would you like me to fight for you? Rong Rong nodded. Chenhao had even chased away the Titan giant ape. Gu Feng was no match for him at all. Everyone was shocked. Rong Rong actually gambled her happiness on Chenhao. Gu Feng was furious, his face twisted with jealousy. Ning Fengji thought for a moment. It's settled then. Do you have any objections? Bone de Luo laughed. Xiaohao has guts. Later, I'll have Xiao Feng show mercy. Sword de Luo snorted. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Bone de Luo added. Even if Xiaohao is a 4-ring soul master, he still can't beat Xiao Feng. Chenhao calmly stepped forward. Draw your sword. Let's settle this quickly. I've been quite busy lately. Gu Feng's eyes burst with fierce light, his body appearing even more muscular. With a thought, his bone dragon martial spirit manifested. Huge and eerie, an overwhelming aura filled the air. No wonder it's the #1 defensive martial spirit. Chenhao spoke, come on, use your 4th soul skill right away. Let me see how the number one on the battle rankings explodes. Bon Doluo was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Hao, why aren't you using your martial spirit? Are you scared? Pay attention, Chenhao replied. Against Xiao Feng, I don't need a martial spirit. The scene fell into instant silence. This guy was too unexpected. Sword Doluo hurriedly advised. Xiao Hao, don't underestimate him. Use whatever strength you have. Gu Feng, who cared about his image, directly withdrew his martial spirit after hearing this. If you don't use your martial spirit, I won't either. Chenhao was speechless. Please use your martial spirit. If you don't, I'm afraid I'll kill you, and Grandpa Bone will come after me. Bon Doluo couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Hao, stop pretending. Xiao Feng, use your martial spirit and don't hold back. Teach him a lesson so he knows what it means to brag. Gu Feng's body lit up with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. First soul skill. Bone Dragon Stab. The shadow of the Bone Dragon enveloped him, sharp spikes emerging from the ground beneath Chenhao's feet. Chenhao's figure flashed and easily dodged. Gu Feng released several soul skills, not even grazing his clothes. Third soul skill. Bone Dragon Intimidation. The pressure of the dragon race swept in. This skill could suppress beast martial spirits by 30%. Yet Chenhao stood still, directly ignoring it. Everyone was stunned. Is this kid a monster? Gu Feng, unwilling, roared. Fourth soul skill. Bone Dragon Devour. The roar of the dragon echoed as a massive bone dragon surged from the ground, aiming to swallow Chenhao. Sword Doluo shouted urgently. Xiao Hao, be careful. Chenhao stepped lightly, using the ripple step, and dodged again. Gu Feng was so furious he was gasping for breath. Are you even a man? Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Chenhao grinned. I've played enough with you. It's time to end this. Gu Feng unleashed Bone Dragon Devour again. But Chenhao simply punched forward. Boom! The bone dragon shattered into an illusion. Puffed. Gu Feng spat blood from the backlash of his soul power. The whole scene was stunned. The number one defensive martial spirit was smashed to pieces by a punch from Chenhao, who hadn't even activated his martial spirit. Gu Feng, still not giving up, shouted, For Rongrong, I will defeat you. Chenhao laughed. Rongrong only sees you as a brother. From now on, I'll take care of her. Gu Feng attempted to charge again, but Chenhao weaved through the crowd. He couldn't even see his shadow. Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo were shocked. This movement technique is insane. Gu Feng finally realized the reality, panting, I lost. Chenhao patted him on the shoulder. You have self-awareness. You're very talented, just a little bit worse than me. Keep working hard. Bone Doluo looked dissatisfied. Shout, Xan. You old man are too dishonest. Your grandson is so powerful, yet you keep pretending to be the weaker party. Clearly just trying to play the pig to eat the tiger. Pay attention, Sword Doluo said innocently. I really didn't know about this. He then turned to Chenhao and asked, Xiao Hao, tell Grandpa the truth. What level is your soul power? Chenhao shook his head helplessly. I'm coming clean. I'm a titled Doluo. The four were about to speak, but Chenhao's thought moved, and his body lit up with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, 9 soul rings. The scene fell into silence. Titled Doluo, and with 100,000 years soul ring. Gu Feng nearly kneeled on the ground, while Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo's mouths dropped open wide enough to swallow an egg. Ning Fengji trembled. Xiao Hao, you are actually a titled Doluo, and you have 100,000 year soul ring. Sword Doluo asked urgently. You're only 18. How did you train all these years? Chenhao sighed lightly. Maybe my talent is just too good. The soul rings don't lie. Who doesn't want their grandson to be strong? The sect needs more titled Doluos. Chenhao then said, Now can we say I won? Don't force Rongrong anymore. Let her choose for herself. Ning Fengji immediately changed his tune. I've decided. Chenhao is the dragon's son-in-law of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Rongrong will only marry him. Chenhao was speechless. Everything he just said went in one ear and out the other. But Rongrong did not refute. She just shyly lowered her head. Ning Fengji was so excited he shed tears. I didn't expect the 7-treasure glazed tile school to have 3 titled Doluos in one family. Bone Doluo stood silently. He originally wanted his grandson to turn the tide, but now he was completely defeated. Seeing this, Chenhao said, Since sect master Ning insists, I will reluctantly accept. Ning Fengji then said, Rongrong is looking for her 3rd soul ring. Let Xiao Hao accompany her to enhance their relationship. Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo nodded, and everyone dispersed, leaving only the 2 of them in the main hall. Sword Doluo rubbed Chenhao's head. Your talent is more explosive than your dad's. Your dad is Chen Feng. Awakened the 7 killing sword at 6 with innate full soul power, became a battle soul king at 12, a soul emperor at 18, and a soul Doluo at 22. You became a title Doluo at 18, the youngest in the Doluo continent. Chenhao pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect my dad to be so amazing. Sword Doluo became serious. Your mother, Tang Yuehua, is from the Haotian school. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are your uncles. We are all family. No need to compete for first place. Chenhao secretly rejoiced. He probably had the most explosive background as a transmigrator. Sword Doluo continued. Since you're a title Doluo, I will pass on the Chun family's ultimate skill unity of man and sword to you. This requires strength above soul Doluo and high comprehension. Your grandfather and great-grandfather never learned it. Unity of man and sword? Chenhao suddenly remembered. His sign-in reward 2 days ago was exactly that. He frowned. Is it like this? Then Chenhao spoke. A swordsman should have sharpness, unyielding and unbroken. Unity of man and sword is to transform one's spirit into divine consciousness, merging with the person and the sword. The person is the sword, and the sword is the person. As soon as he finished speaking with a thought, he transformed into a beam of sword light and flew out, his sword intent invincible. Sword Doluo was completely stunned. This grandson wasn't just a genius, he was a monster. He actually comprehended the highest sword technique of the Chun family on his own. Chenhao flew back on his sword. Grandpa, is it like this? Sword Doluo hugged him tightly. Xiaohao is amazing. The Chun family is blessed to have you. Chenhao laughed inside. This is the system's credit. Could it be that the system is the old ancestor? Chenhao changed the subject. Grandpa, let me teach you a few sword techniques. Sword Doluo was bewildered. You teach me? Chenhao nodded. This set heavenly killing earth tribulation style. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. It can temporarily increase your strength by 10-fold or 100-fold at the cost of your lifespan. Sword Doluo's eyes widened in shock. There's such an explosive sword technique? Hurry up and hand it over. This was something Chenhao signed in for last week, but being someone who cherishes his life, he never learned it. Chenhao then took out a 9/4 golden pill. I obtained this from chance encounter with a master. There are 3 in total. Titan and Zhuqing each leveled up by 3 levels. You can progress too. Jianluo was stunned on the spot. After a long time, he was filled with joy, and his blood was boiling. Grandpa, eat quickly, I'll protect you. Jianluo immediately took the golden pill, which melted in his mouth. A golden light enveloped him, and the medicinal power surged to repair his meridians. After more than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and saw Chenhao sleeping while sitting. He hugged him excitedly and said, Xiaohao, my soul power has directly risen 2 levels, from level 95 to 97, and it's still increasing. Chenhao smiled. Congratulations in advance, Grandpa. Ning Fengji issued an order that day. Internally, Chenhao was appointed as the 3rd elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and externally, it was kept confidential as a trump card. The next morning, Ning Fengji and Jianluo went to Chenhao's dormitory. The sun is shining on your butt. Why aren't you getting up to cultivate? Chenhao pulled the blanket over his head. I just want to be a salted fish. I don't want to work hard anymore. The 2 couldn't help but frown. How could someone so lazy become a title Doluo? Jianluo quickly said, Today is the 3-year auction at the Tiando auction house. There are many treasures. Are you interested? Hearing the word treasures, Chenhao instantly opened his eyes, got dressed in 3 seconds, and appeared directly in front of them. Look carefully. Chenhao made a gesture of invitation. Let us go. Ning Fengji chuckled. I didn't expect Xiao how to like treasures so much. Chenhao retorted, If you're not proactive about spending money, there is something wrong with your head. Uncle Ning, remember to bring enough money. Ning Fengji nodded. Rest assured, buying 1 or 2 treasures won't bankrupt the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 3 headed towards Tiando City. The Tiando auction house is the financial pillar of the Tiando Empire, with branches everywhere, backed by the royal family, and has good relations with various major forces. The 3-year auction is filled with rare treasures, soul bones, pills, and techniques that are hard to come by. Only the rich and powerful can participate. Ordinary people need at least 1 million gold soul coins to qualify. Ning Fengji took out 3 masks from his scepter. Choose one. Chenhao snatched a skull mask. Wearing a mask is to avoid trouble. Others showed their invitation letters, and Ning Fengji took out a token, which made the guards immediately bow and let them pass. Chenhao was envious. What is this? Let me play with it for 2 days. Ning Fengji smiled. When you marry Rongrong, this will be yours. Chenhao pouted. So stingy. Let us go to room number 2. In the middle of the auction house was the auction platform, which could accommodate 1,000 people. There were 18 private rooms above, and those entering the private rooms were all big shots worth tens of millions. As soon as the 3 sat down, a beautiful woman came in with tea. Soon, a beauty in a cheongsam wearing a peacock mask walked onto the stage, her graceful figure making people's blood boil. She spoke, "Welcome to the Tiando auction. I'm the host, Yaya. This year, there are 10 treasures. Now let us bring out the first one. A beauty in a purple cheongsam, revealing long legs, brought up a tray covered with red cloth. Ning Fengji guessed. This should be a soul bone. Chenhao rolled his eyes. Is that even a guess? It's obviously a soul bone. Yaya lifted the red cloth. Surprisingly, it was a delicate purple bottle. The two were immediately slapped in the face. Yaya smiled. Don't be disappointed. This is the jade dew from the 100 Flowers Valley, brewed with celestial herbs by Mr. Gigu. Anyone below the rank of Battle Soul can drink it and instantly rise 2 levels. The starting bid is 1 million gold soul coins. Chenhao secretly laughed. This jade dew is far from his 9 orifices golden pill. Zhu Qing and Titan both rose 3 levels after consuming it. It seems they spent 2 million on themselves. Before he could finish his thoughts, someone shouted a bid of 2 million. Chenhao was stunned. Aren't the bids supposed to increase by hundreds? The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. Then someone shouted to 1 million. Ning Fengji said, the jade dew is good, but Rong at level 30 can't use it. Let us wait and see. Soon the price soared to 3. 8 million. Yaya shouted. 3. 8 million once. Twice. 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the customer in room number 6 for winning the jade dew for a price of 3. 8 million gold soul coins. Look closely. Yaya smiled. This is just the opening act. The treasures coming up next will drive you crazy. So prepare your wallets. The purple-robed beauty brought up another tray. Ning Fengji confidently said, I bet this is definitely a soul bone. Chenhao snorted. I'm not betting with you. Who cares what it is? Yaya lifted the red cloth, and white light burst forth. It really was a soul bone. The scene instantly exploded. Soul bones are priceless, and have not appeared at an auction for several years. Yaya shouted, 10,000-year swift wind wolf, right leg bone. Increases speed by 30, and grants the skill swift wind slash. Starting bid is 8 million gold soul coins. Chenhao gasped, what a sky-high price. But to the rich, it's just a drop in the bucket. Ning Fengji asked, Xiaohao, do you like it? If you do, I'll bid for you. Chenhao looked down on it. What is so special about a soul bone? I have a few here. If you want it, make an offer. Others are selling for 8 million. I'll give you a friend price of 7. 99 million. Saying this with a thought, colorful soul bones fell to the ground. This is the left arm bone of a 30,000-year violent giant ape, power type. This is the left leg bone of a 10,000-year golden leopard, speed type. Ning Fengji and Jian Doluo were completely stunned. Xiaohao, where did you get so many soul bones? Chenhao casually replied, I just went to the forest to hunt soul beasts. Jian Doluo reminded, soul beasts grow slowly, don't overhunt. Chenhao nodded. While they were talking, the swift wind wolf soul bone was sold for 16 million. Chenhao was so excited he almost jumped up. He was actually a billionaire now. Next, the third piece of battle armor was auctioned off for 7 million by room number 1. The fourth piece was a 10,000-year spirit herb, and the fifth piece was an imperial-grade weapon, all sold one after another. In Chenhao's eyes, these were all trash. He could crush them with any piece. He leaned back in his seat, feeling extremely bored. Ning Fengji advised, young man, be patient. The precious ones are still to come. Chenhao suddenly brightened. Middlemen make a profit. Ning Fengji is a super fat sheep, so he must be taken advantage of. Uncle Ning, why is the 7-treasure glazed tile school obviously able to rank first, but settles for second? It's just lacking in attack types. I have silent sleeve arrows that can break the defenses below the battle soul level. Do you want them? Ning Fengji was curious. Let me see. Chenhao refused. Treasures can't be shown casually. I'll sell you one for 3,000 gold soul coins. Actually, he didn't have any, planning to talk to Tang San. Seeing Ning Fengji hesitate, Chenhao continued to boast. Every disciple has one. They can protect themselves against ambushes. Ning Fengji pondered. Since the Spirit Hall's power is growing, having hidden weapons can indeed enhance strength. He haggled. We're all family. Give me a discount? Chenhao looked up. Uncle Ning, don't belittle me. This hidden weapon requires thousands of processes and must be crafted by the Qilin family. The processing cost is very high. Look closely. Ning Fengji chuckled. Xiaohao has grown up. He has actually learned to do business with me. Chenhao lauket uncle Ning. Don't take it as a joke. I'm too poor and want to make some profit. Ning Fengji said, if the silent sleeve arrows can truly break the defenses below the battle soul level, I'll order 500 pieces. but I need to see the real thing before paying a deposit. Chenhao agreed, deal, but there are no goods available right now. You'll have to wait a few days. Ning Fengji admired him even more. This kid has strong soul power and is clever. Entrusting the sect and Rong to him is definitely the right choice. At this moment, a square cage was pushed onto the stage, covered with red cloth, extremely eye-catching. Chenhao was curious. What is this? So big. Ning Fengji's expression became serious and said nothing. Yaya smiled. Next up is the welfare of this auction. As she spoke, she lifted the red cloth. Inside the cage was actually a person. Chenhao was shocked. People could be auctioned too? Ning Fengji urged him to take a closer look, and Chenhao widened his eyes. This person had a cat's ears and a drooping black tail. It was a rare cat girl from the southern wilderness. The cat girl was curled up under the light, her arms locked in chains, looking extremely pitiful. The audience was already roaring, and Chenhao snorted. A bunch of beasts, Yaya shouted. This cat girl has been sought after for several years. Starting bid is 5 million gold soul coins. The audience went wild, and a fat man in a pig mask shouted, 8 million. Ning Fengji opened his mouth. 9 million. Chenhao teased. Uncle Ning, is this your taste? Jian Doluo explained. You want to save her? Chenhao immediately said, if Uncle Ning wants to give me a gift, it's her. I think she looks pitiful. Yaya excitedly said. Room number 2 bids 9 million. Is there any higher? The pig-headed fat man shouted again. 9,001,000. Chenhao was furious. This fat guy is deliberately causing trouble. He shouted directly. 10 million. The scene erupted. Who would spend millions to buy an orc? Unexpectedly, the fat guy added another 10,000, and Chenhao was infuriated. 13 million. Ning Fengji felt the pain too. This price is comparable to a soul bone. Yi excitedly shouted. Room 2, 13 million. Is there any other bid? The scene fell silent. This money is not something ordinary people can take out. 13 million going once. 13 million going twice. 13 million going 3 times. Chenhao also felt the pinch. And there was a hint of regret in his heart. Watch closely. Chenhao thought. I have the system. What am I afraid of? I can earn the money back in a few days. Just as Yi was about to announce. No one bids. The cat girl belongs to the room 2 guest. Suddenly, the fat guy shouted. 13,100,000. He puffed out smoke from his cigar, looking very pleased with himself. Each time he just added 100, clearly trying to provoke. Chenhao glared, leaped down from the high box, and kicked the fat guy flying. This move was too sudden. The fat guy was caught off guard and flew out, leaving the surrounding customers dumbfounded. Who dares to act wildly in the Tiando auction hall? The 2 4-ring soul masters beside the fat guy were about to take action, but were knocked down by Chenhao with a punch each. He walked over and beat the fat guy's face. Try adding 1 more and see what happens. I won't let you off. The fat guy curled up and trembled, not daring to make sound. Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures appeared, led by an old man floating in the air. His level was not low. The old man shouted angrily. Dare to act wildly in my Tiando auction hall. You really don't take us seriously. Chenhao straightened up. Get out of the way, or I'll beat you too. The 5 of them opened their soul rings on the spot. There was actually 1 soul sage and 4 soul kings. Ning Fengji wanted to step in. Uncle Jian, should I handle this? Jian Doluo laughed. A young man who is not arrogant is a waste. Let him handle it himself. Chenhao leaped and kicked the soul sage flying into the wall. The other soul kings were dumbfounded. The strongest guard was taken out in 1 kick. This masked skeleton must be a title Doluo. Chenhao clapped his hands. Continue. 13 million. I want the cat girl. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Yi quickly smoothed things over. Congratulations to this guest. Next up is the 7th treasure, a colorless and tasteless poison, capable of killing a title Doluo, paired with an antidote pill, starting price 3 million. The major sects fought crazily, and it was finally sold for 15 million to room 6. The 8 soul bones sold for 20 million. Chenhao had long wanted to take the cat girl home, and lost interest in the rest. Many people also left. They couldn't afford the earlier items, let alone the finale. Yi excitedly shouted, the finale treasure is here. It can empty your wallets. Are you ready? 2 muscular soul masters brought up a giant egg. That's right. This is a 100,000 year soul beast embryo. Starting price 10 million. The scene exploded instantly. Chenhao was dazed. What is this? Why are they so excited? Ning Fengji said gravely, this is sealed when a 100,000 year soul beast takes shape. It has ice attributes and strong spiritual power. After absorption, its skills can rival those of a million-year soul beast. Chenhao nodded, half understanding. Though he didn't fully grasp it, it felt explosive. Beep, beep, detected a divine-grade treasure. Watch closely. Chenhao's eyes moved. The system that hadn't reacted for thousands of years actually sounded. He thought, the system can appraise treasures? The system replied, this system can do anything besides signing in. It's just that the host didn't make a request. Chenhao instantly felt he had lost several hundred million. Why didn't this broken system say so earlier? He asked, was a divine-grade treasure? The system answered, it's a very precious treasure. Chenhao couldn't help but curse the garbage system. But since the system spoke, this egg must be extremely valuable. With a thought, colorful soul bones fell to the ground. Uncle Ning, take all of these. Be sure to help me grab this embryo. Ning Fengji was puzzled. You're already a title Dalua. You can't absorb soul rings, isn't it waste? Chenhao countered. Does Uncle Ning know who my mom is? Ning Fengji nodded. Back then, your dad and I were brothers, and we pursued your mom Tang Yuehua together. In the end, your dad won. Chenhao's eyes lit up, looking at Jian Dalua, who nodded in agreement. He said directly, I still have a second martial soul that hasn't absorbed a soul ring. As he spoke, the Haotian hammer appeared in his left hand. Ning Fengji's eyes nearly popped out. This is the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. Chenhao urged, don't hesitate. If we don't grab it now, it will be gone. Buying it for me is still cheaper than the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji looked up, and the embryo had already been auctioned for 20 million. He slammed his staff. 30 million. The scene exploded. Room 2 had just spent 13 million on the cat girl. And now they're competing for the embryo. Room 1 shouted, 50 million. Room 4 followed, 60 million. Ning Fengji was unperturbed. 80 million. He knew the value of this embryo. If Chenhao absorbed it with the 7-killing sword and the Haotian hammer, who would fear the spirit hall? But Room 1 shouted directly, 100 million. Ning Fengji guessed it was the spirit hall. Chenhao was anxious. What the hell? Grandfather, let's grab it. Kill one every 10 steps. Leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. Jian Dalua advised. There are at least 9 title Dalua in the auction hall. If you're not afraid of death, go for it. Just as he finished speaking, Chenhao flew out directly shouting, I want this embryo. Who dares to snatch it? Yi was so frightened she stepped back. With a thought, Chenhao collected the embryo into his treasure bag. The surrounding boxes exploded. This kid was crazy enough to snatch from the Tiando auction hall. This kid has some guts. People rushed in 10 miles at a time, with 9 green soul rings shining around them. Chenhao was shocked. Poisoned Dalua. Dugubo roared. Knowing my name, yet still not handing it over. Chenhao laughed. I guessed it. I advise you not to meddle in others' business. Dugubo exploded with a fierce light, seeking death. The pressure swept in. Chenhao grinned. I'll take my leave first. We could talk later. He used the light body technique to weave through the crowd. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, 2 black shadows quickly flickered in room 1. Watch closely. Jian Dalua and Ning Fengji were worried about Chenhao and rushed out. The group ran faster than the last. The Tiando auction hall was about to go crazy. This was the first time they had seen someone so reckless. Publicly snatching at the auction hall. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of title Dalua followed behind Chenhao, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Jian Dalua and Ning Fengji also lost track of him. Chenhao sped along, leaving the title Dalua far behind. Seeing that no one was chasing him, he leaped onto a big tree, took out the 100,000 year soul beast embryo to weigh it. How to use this? Do I have to hunt it for a soul ring? That's too cruel. It hasn't even seen the sunlight yet. He held the embryo up to the sun and vaguely saw what looked like a frozen ocean inside, with a small white snake curled up in the middle. He quickly asked the system, how do I use this? The system replied, Sacred Frost Giant Dragon Embryo. Method 1. Absorb it for a 100,000 year soul ring eye sealing skill. Method 2. Hatch it into a frost young dragon, comparable to a 100,000 year soul beast that can grow. Chenhao instantly became excited. It's actually a dragon egg. Anything related to dragons is invaluable. He decisively chose the second method. I'm already invincible now. I can slowly add the Haotian hammer soul ring. Having a growing dragon would be so cool. Just imagine riding a dragon in the future with the 7-killing sword in my right hand and the Haotian hammer in my left. 18 soul rings. It would be explosive. He asked the system again, how to hatch. The system answered, inject soul power to nurture for 30 days. After hatching, it recognizes the first thing it sees as its master. Chenhao was overjoyed. He was taking all the good fortune for himself. He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures suddenly surrounded him. Zhu Huaguan spoke. Kid, we meet again, you're pretty fast. Beside him were Gui Mei and a strange title Dolois. The strange Dolois asked, Is this the young title Dolois who dares to ignore the Pope? Zhu Huaguan nodded. Golden Crocodile Dolois, he has a 100,000-year soul ring at such a young age. Golden Crocodile Dolois raised his eyes, exploding with fierce light. Kid, those who know how to adapt are the wise. Join the Spear Hall, and this embryo will be a gift for you. Chenhao spat. Have some self-respect. I snatched this with my own ability. If you really want to recruit me, show some sincerity. Golden Crocodile Dolois' killing intent surged, enveloped in golden light. Zhu Huaguan chimed in. Didn't he the Pope personally come last time without sincerity? Chenhao laughed. There is sincerity, but she hasn't agreed to my conditions. Zhu Huaguan was curious. Last time when I asked the Pope, he didn't say a word. What exactly did this kid propose? Kid, what are your conditions? Let us hear it. If you can do it, we could talk to the Pope. Zhu Huaguan urged. Chenhao cleared his throat and said, Since you are so straightforward, I'll speak frankly. Pay attention. The Pope has a perfect figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face like a celestial maiden. If she marries me and lets me be the Pope, I will join the Spear Hall. Puffed. Zhu Huaguan almost spat blood. How dare this kid think of that? Even the Golden Crocodile Dolois was impressed. There's no second person on the Dolois continent bold enough to propose such conditions. He secretly thought, the Pope is indeed beautiful. Chenhao pressed on. That's the condition. Agree to make me the Pope right away, and we'll create great achievements together. The 3 of them stifled their laughter. The Golden Crocodile Dolois' face darkened. Stop joking. If you're not willing to join, hand over the embryo. Chenhao immediately acted innocent. I dream of joining the Spirit Hall. The Golden Crocodile Dolois knew he couldn't win an argument against him and exploded with fury. Stop wasting words. Hand over the embryo. Chenhao laughed. I'm just standing here. Come and take it if you can. The 3 immediately opened their soul rings. Golden Crocodile Dolois, 98 level attack type. Martial Soul Golden Crocodile King. Zhu Huaguan, 95 level Ghostly. Martial Soul Strange Mushroom Sky Chrysanthemum Ghostly. All had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Chenhao also opened his ring, the 9th one being a glaring scarlet 100,000-year soul ring, holding the 7-kill sword in his right hand. A murderous aura swept over. The 3 exclaimed simultaneously. 7-kill sword. Golden Crocodile Dolois asked. What is your relationship with the sword path Chenhao? Chenhao shot back. If you want to fight, let us fight. It's just right to test my strength. Golden Crocodile Dolois shouted. Kill. Zhu Huaguan unleashed his 6th soul skill, Golden Petals Radiating Twilight, and Ghostly used Ghost Shadow Earth Pool Hand. Chenhao used his 2nd soul skill, Long Sword Protection. The 7-kill sword Chi formed a protective shield, directly sending the 2 flying. Then Chenhao activated his 4th soul skill, revealing his killing intent. And with 1 sword, he broke Zhu Huaguan's soul skill. However, his sword was fast, but his speed was slow, and he was knocked away by Ghostly. Rolling out for dozens of meters, Chenhao jumped up as if nothing happened. Little ghost, seeking death. He activated his 6th soul skill. All swords returned to origin. Countless sword rains pierced through, but didn't he even touch Ghostly's shadow. Furious, Chenhao looked to the sky and roared a poem. In drunkenness, I light a lamp to look at the sword, dreaming of the bugle call of the camp. Come to battle. He directly activated his 7th soul skill. True body of 7 kills. A giant sword fell from the sky, the killing aura reaching its peak, and Chenhao's eyes glowed gold. His weapon spirit true body was as large as Tang Hao's, but it was blue. The domain of the 7-kill sword erupted, instantly suppressing the attacks of Zhu Huaguan and Ghostly. The 2 panicked on the spot. No wonder it was the 2nd strongest attack type martial soul in Dolois. It was too explosive. Even Golden Crocodile Dolois, who stood to the side, couldn't help but shift his expression. Having heard of the 7-kill sword's reputation for so long, he finally felt its power. Pay attention. Zhu Huaguan and Ghostly simultaneously activated their 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, but were split apart by Chenhao's sword. Zhu Huaguan let out a miserable scream and flew out. Chenhao was completely berserk. He hadn't expected the 7-kill sword to be so explosive. 30 achievements are dust and dirt. Today, with the long cord in hand, when will I bind the Azure Dragon? Chenhao roared, "Little ghost, die for me." He activated his 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. The heavens and earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their color, and the giant sword tore through the sky. His body flew like a meteor, speed reaching its peak. Ghostly was so scared that his soul nearly flew away, desperately dodging but was still slashed by a sword, leaving bloody wounds on his face. Zhu Huaguan shouted anxiously, "Golden Crocodile Delaw, hurry and make a move." Golden Crocodile Delaw exploded with golden light. Leaping up, the golden giant crocodile phantom enveloping his whole body. He directly activated his 6th soul skill, swallowing heaven bloodmouth, fiercely swallowing towards Chenhao. Chenhao smirked, reversing the 7-kill sword to slash. Golden Crocodile Doloa raised a golden shield to take the hit, truly worthy of being the second offering of the Spirit Hall. He swung his giant tail to strike at Chenhao, who used his 3rd soul skill to block, with a loud bang as the shield cracked inch by inch. The overwhelming pressure made him unable to breathe. Chenhao's eyes widened, shaking off the crocodile's tail, and the sword light rushed towards Golden Crocodile Doloa. But Zhu Huaguan suddenly launched a sneak attack, his 5 claws piercing through Chenhao's chest, leaving 5 bloody marks. Chenhao was furious. "Zhu Huaguan, you're seeking death." Abandoning Golden Crocodile Doloa, he charged over. He activated his 3rd soul skill, flowing clouds and flowing water subtle steps, moving as fast as the wind. Zhu Huaguan was terrified. So fast. He quickly activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, a gigantic strange mushroom sky chrysanthemum bursting with golden light, surrounding flowers spinning like golden daggers. Chenhao was completely unfazed, slashing down. "Today I'll make you withered flowers, wounds all over the ground." Zhu Huaguan's martial soul true body was cleaved apart, and his flesh was hit by a sword. Fortunately, the golden armor protected him, or he would have been cut in half. Golden Crocodile Doa rushed over and activated his 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile King. 100-meter giant crocodile soaring into the sky, giant claws smashing down towards Chenhao. Bang! Chenhao was smashed into the ground. "Break!" Chenhao roared. The 7-kill sword breaking through Golden Crocodile Dolua's palm, standing in the air. Golden Crocodile Dolua said in a deep voice, "You're stronger than I thought. Hand over the embryo, and I'll let you go." Chenhao laughed. "You're weaker than I thought. At your age, this level of strength is embarrassing." Golden Crocodile Dolua also laughed. "You can still laugh? Then perish." His body shook, and a wave of pressure swept over. Domain of Fury. Chenhao was instantly weighed down, nearly falling from the air. Chenhao snorted. In this era, who doesn't he have a few domains? Chenhao's eyes shook, suddenly covered in a blood glow. A powerful killing aura sweeping outwards, colliding with Golden Crocodile Dolua's Domain of Fury. Pay attention. At the same time, the 7-kill sword in Chenhao's hand turned red, filled with endless killing intent. Golden Crocodile Dolua stared wide-eyed. "Killing God Domain?" Chenhao sneered. "Now you know who will make whom fall, right?" Bang! The 2 domains collided. The Killing God domain instantly broke through the Domain of Fury, and the battlefield was directly dominated by Chenhao. Although Golden Crocodile Dolua was afraid, how could a 98-level peak Dolua retreat? His massive body charged towards Chenhao again. Chenhao's killing intent surged. "Old man, it's time to end." 9th soul skill, Divine and Demon 2 slashes. His eyes exploded with bloodlight, holding the blood-red 7-kill sword like a hellish killing god, slashing out 2 cross-shaped bloodlights. Golden Crocodile Dolua's pupils widened. This 100,000 year soul ring's power was too explosive. He simply couldn't dodge. Golden Crocodile Dolua hurriedly activated his 9th soul skill, Ultimate Domination, transforming into a tyrant form, boosting life, defense, and attack by 50. He was betting on whether he could withstand it. But at that moment, Zhu Huaguan and Ghostly completed their martial soul fusion skill, Polar Prohibition Domain. Buzz. The space was instantly prohibited. Chenhao was locked in midair, unable to move. He cursed himself for underestimating the situation. He actually forgot about their fusion skill. This skill could temporarily ban time and space. No wonder they always appeared together. Golden Crocodile Dolua took the opportunity to slam into Chenhao. Chenhao's soul rings shattered, like a kite with a broken string flying out, creating a deep pit of dozens of meters. After the fierce battle and his 9th soul skill, his soul power was already exhausted. He lay in the pit, unable to move, hurriedly operating the 9-yang divine skill to recover his soul power and repair his meridians. Golden Crocodile Delual walked over and said solemnly, "Kid, you're too strong, a threat to the spirit hall. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will die." He stomped the ground, sending Chenhao flying, then punched out. Chenhao flew hundreds of meters, crashing into an ancient tree. The little bit of soul power he had just accumulated was gone again. Golden Crocodile Do ordered, "Get the embryo, bury him." Zhu Huaguan flashed in front of Chenhao, his nails like blades. "Little guy, there is a path to heaven. Get you one tea, take it." He reached out to strike, but Chenhao suddenly opened his eyes and used all his strength to punch out. Zhu Huaguan flew out. He had exhausted all his soul power. After striking, Chenhao fell back to the ground, completely unconscious. Golden Crocodile Doloa shook his head. Waste. Can't even deal with someone on the verge of death. He had to slowly walk over himself. Pay attention. Golden Crocodile Doloa felt regret in his heart. Such a genius falling is too regrettable. But everything is fate. Saying that, he raised his giant fist and smashed it towards Chenhao's head, wanting to end him completely. A streak of sword light rushed from a distance. Shouting angrily, "Old Golden Crocodile, how dare you!" The 3 Golden Crocodile Doluo shuddered. Sword Doluo Chenshin, Ning Fengji. The 3 were at the end of their strength. With only Golden Crocodile Doluo able to fight, facing Sword Doluo and Ning Fengji, there was no chance of victory. Sword Doluo saw Chenhao lying on the ground and became completely furious. His eyes narrowed, and a powerful sword energy swept across the scene. Golden light bursting forth. "Dare to harm my grandson. I want you dead." He immediately activated 9 soul rings, and the 7 killing swords slashed at the 3. Jiaoguan and Gue Mei turned pale with fear. Golden Crocodile Doluo burst with golden light. "You all hurry and leave. I'll hold him off." Sword Doluo, with a fierce glare, "No one gets a leave." He unleashed his 4th soul skill, exuding killing intent, and with one sword, sent Golden Crocodile Doluo flying. Golden Crocodile Doluo counterattacked with his huge tail, but with Ning Fengji's amplification, Sword Doluo's speed, strength, and soul power were all enhanced by 80. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda truly was the #1 support. Bang! Golden Crocodile Doluo's crocodile tail was sliced in 2. Sword Doluo coldly said, "Old crocodile, instead of enjoying retirement at the Spear Hall, you chose to come and seek death." He unleashed his 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to origin. His sword rain was much denser than Chenhao's. Golden Crocodile Doluo screamed in pain as he was pierced and became a golden hedgehog, finally realizing the terror of the 7 killing sword. Golden Crocodile Doluo activated his 7th soul skill, True Body of Martial Spirit, and the 100-foot Golden Crocodile King burst with golden light, sending the flying swords away. Sword Doluo stood calmly on the ground with one sword in hand, unfazed. At this moment, Chenhao slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Old man, do you still want to kill me? Life and death are fated. Grandpa, let me handle this." Golden Crocodile Doluo was shocked. This kid turned out to be Sword Doluo's grandson. Chenhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in his right hand appeared the Hongmeng sacred sword, which he got from signing in yesterday. He stepped forward with a light wave step and slashed through Golden Crocodile Doluo's defense, drawing blood. Relying on his speed, he surrounded Golden Crocodile Doluo and slashed wildly, leaving dozens of sword marks on the body of the 2nd elder of the Spirit Hall. Jiaoguan and Gue Mei trembled in fear, while Sword Doluo and Ning Fengji were also stunned. This sword technique was both agile and cunning. Chenhao sheathed his sword, and Golden Crocodile Doluo fell to his knees with a thud. Chenhao's eyes turned red. "Today it ends here. Get lost." Jiaoguan and Gue Mei hurriedly supported Golden Crocodile Doluo and fled without a trace. As soon as the 3 left, Chenhao's body went weak, and he knelt on one knee. Sword Doluo rushed over to support him. Ning Fengji raised his hand. 3rd soul skill, soul power amplification. Buzz! In an instant, Chenhao's soul power was completely restored. Chenhao was shocked. This 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was truly unbelievable. Pay attention. Chenhao felt delighted. With Princess Ning Rongrong nursing me, what do I have to fear from those lowly chickens, rotten fish, and shrimps? Sword Doluo looked at him with concern. "Xiaohao, how are you?" Chenhao lightly coughed and stood up, smiling. "I'm just fine." Sword Doluo frowned. "You little rascal. You really have guts. You dared to rob the Tiando auction house and severely injured Zhuawen under the siege of the three Doluos. You become famous. Chenhao retorted. I was forced. They stole my treasure, so I had to crush them. Ning Fengji suddenly remembered. Xiao Hao, are you going to add a soul ring to the Hao Ian hammer? Chenhao shook his head. How cruel. I have my own way. I stole this, and I won't give it to you. Ning Fengji laughed. The seven treasures glazed tile sect doesn't lack this. It should belong to you. Chenhao suddenly asked. What about the cat girl I bid for? Ning Fengji said helplessly. You're almost out of life and still thinking about the cat girl. Young man, be more restrained. I've already had someone bring her back. Chenhao nodded. Although his martial spirit true body had exploded, he would be weak for a month after using it. He followed back to the seven treasures glazed tile sect to recuperate, sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. After dinner, Chenhao wandered around the sect, flew to the glazed tile pagoda, and thought of Rongrong. She had gone to the Star Do Forest with Bon Doluo to get her third soul ring. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the starry sky, recalling the night he danced with Rongrong in the sky, a sweet smile appearing on his lips. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. He then thought of Zhu Qing, and the month S agreement was approaching. He needed to go to Nodding City in a few days. He pondered, would Ning Fengji castrate me knowing about my ambiguous relationship with Zhu Qing? I used to want to flirt with all the beauties of Doluo, but now I just want to live life with Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Chenhao sighed. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the most intoxicating. What strong man doesn't he have 300 to 500 women? I only love 2. That's enough dedication. He shook his head and stopped thinking, taking out the 10,000-year-old beast embryo to play with, placing his right hand on it to infuse soul power. Buzz! A bone-chilling coldness came over him, and Chenhao trembled. The little dragon inside the embryo actually moved. He hurriedly increased the force and infused it with the essence of the 9 Yang divine art. The system prompted continuously. Growth speed increased by 50, increased by 10. Embryo mutation increased by 20. Chenhao was shocked. There's this kind of operation? He put away the embryo and leaped up, shouting loudly. The Hongmeng's sacred sword slipped from his hand. With one sword, he slashed out, and under the moonlight. The sword shadow was like a practice, as if to split the moon in 2. The wild wind blew through the ancient moon, manipulating the Zhanghua platform. The northern star fell, moving with brilliance, while the southern generals charged like clouds and thunder. In hand, the electric dragging Etienne sword slashed straight, parting the sea water like a long whale. The general danced with a long sword, and the voice of the warrior shook the 9 heavens. Upon achieving success, he presented his merits to the bright lord, painting a picture on the Qilin platform. Pay attention. The sky was filled with sword shadows intertwining, and under the moonlight, a chill emerged. Sword Doluo and Ning Fengji stood on the white jade platform, quietly watching Chenhao dance wildly. Ning Fengji asked, how is this kid? Ning Fengji nodded solemnly. This kid is young, but has a great vision. Hand Rongrong over to him. It's definitely the right choice. Sword Doluo's eyes became moist. I don't know how much hardship he has endured to become fearless in his heart, unafraid of enemies in the world. The two said nothing, just watching Chenhao dance with his sword. Suddenly, Sword Doluo's 7-killing sword trembled, nearly breaking out of his control, but he suppressed it again. He was astonished. Xiao Hao's sword intent is so strong that it can resonate with the surrounding long swords. Ning Fengji said gravely, his future achievements will definitely be higher than yours. Sword Doluo nodded. That's for sure. I was only at the spirit hall at his age. Far behind him, Ning Fengji laughed. Talent is fate. Let us go rest. Chenhao sheathed his sword and stood with his hands behind his back at the glazed tile pagoda, feeling a bit lonely. This must be the loneliness of the undefeated. Invincibility truly is lonely. The next day, Chenhao got up early, took out the 10,000-year embryo from his bed, placed it on the balcony to bask in the sun, watering it, caring for it as if it were a treasure. Crack! A sound came, and the embryo transmitted a bone-chilling coldness. Chenhao shivered. It's already so explosive before it's born. A cold wind blew. The sun was covered by dark clouds. The world turned desolate, and the temperature dropped sharply. Chenhao wrapped himself tightly in his blanket and looked up. Something unusual must be afoot. Crack! Thunder struck down, and heavy snow began to fall. Tiando City was in chaos. They thought the god of destruction had come. After waiting for a while, aside from the gloomy sky, the cold, and the snow, there was nothing unusual. Chenhao sat on the steps wrapped in his blanket, watching the snow. Being from the south, he had never seen snow. A female online friend had even air freighted a box of white snow to him before. He breathed out warm air to warm his hands as the temperature continued to drop. He thought about making a big snowman after the snow stopped. Rong Rong definitely wouldn't see it at Shrek. Crack. Chenhao thought something had fallen, and when he turned back to look, the embryo shell had cracked. The crack was still widening. There was a faint tapping sound from inside. Boom. A small paw broke through the shell. Chenhao held his breath, super excited. It actually hatched ahead of time. A small silver head popped out, munching on the eggshell, eating half of it before revealing a silver body the size of 2 palms. Chenhao was dumbfounded. This isn't a frost young dragon. It's just a 4-legged lizard with scales. The frost young dragon saw Chenhao and blew out a white dragon breath the size of a thumb. Chenhao raised his hand to block, and his right hand was instantly frozen. He was so scared that he shook his hand, but the young dragon happily ran over. And Chenhao almost drew his sword. Unexpectedly, the young dragon rubbed against his right hand, and the freezing was gone. Then it kept rubbing against Chenhao's right hand, looking very affectionate. Pay attention. Chenhao's nervous heart finally relaxed. The heavy snow abruptly stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun returned to the sky. The little bit of snow that had just accumulated slowly melted. Everything was so sudden and miraculous. Chenhao pondered. It must be related to this little creature. I didn't expect the hatching to make such a big noise. It seems to be no ordinary 4-legged lizard. At noon, a servant brought food, and the little guy jumped directly onto the table and swallowed the whole roasted duck in one bite. Chenhao slapped it away. How dare you steal my food? But the little creature acted as if nothing happened, running back to gulp down the braised pork along with the plate, and even spat out the plate. Chenhao laughed. No wonder it absorbed my soul power. It eats just like me. Then it swallowed a few more plates, jumped into the red date chicken soup to take a bath, looking utterly satisfied. Chenhao's blood pressure surged in anger. He almost stewed it, but in the end, he just pulled it out and wiped off the grease. On the 3rd day, Chenhao bid farewell to Sword de Luo and Ningfengji, heading to Nodding City to find Zhu Qing. It's been a long time, and he missed her terribly. He arrived at the Leaf family in half a day. Just as he entered the door, he ran into Talon. Talon said urgently, "You finally came back." Chenhao pretended to be calm. Young people should stay calm. Talon calmed down and said, "Zhu Qing has left." Chenhao's eyes widened instantly. Why did she leave? Where did she go? Talon was confused. Didn't I just tell you to stay calm? He explained, "Yesterday, disciple from the 7-treasure glazed tile school said you became the guardian elder, and Ning Zhongzhu promised Rong Rong to you, saying you two watched the sunrise and practiced swordsmanship. Zhu Qing left afterward." Chenhao pressed. When did she leave? Talon scratched his head. It should be last night. Chenhao thought. Zhu Qing has nowhere to go. She must still be in Nodding City. He searched the city like a madman, but with over 100,000 people in Nodding City, it wasn't easy to find her. Chenhao stopped and thought, looking at the highest branch of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. Besides the royal family, they have the most power. Although he had previously beaten the Chrysanthemum Ghost and severely injured the Golden Crocodile, they probably wouldn't admit it. The situation was urgent. He had to give a try. He strode into the Spirit Hall and just happened to run into a young man coming out. The young man politely asked, "What can I do for you, little brother? Are you here to test your soul power or to collect gold soul coins?" Chenhao said, "I'm looking for the person in charge of your branch." The young man replied, "My name is Su Yuntao. The hall master is not here, but you can find me if you need something." Chenhao was shocked. Robot Su Yuntao. What a small world. He said anxiously, "My girlfriend has run away from home. Please help me find her." Su Yuntao almost laughed out loud. When did people start looking for girlfriends at the Spear Hall? Can't get a wife, and now you want to find one? But he still politely declined. "This is not within our scope. You should go to the city gate to report her missing." Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Chenhao decided to take a hard approach. Pay attention. Chenhao knew very well. All procedures are meaningless, as long as the gold soul coins are in place. Anything can be negotiated. He willed it, and a bag of gold soul coins thudded down at Su Yuntao's feet, judging by the size of the bag. It was at least several hundred gold soul coins. Su Yuntao was astonished. This kid is actually a rich 2nd generation, but he still held firm. Even if you have money, it doesn't matter. It doesn't comply with the process. Chenhao was instantly furious, wishing he could slash this Spirit Hall branch with a sword. His eyes sharpened, and a powerful aura swept across the entire place. Su Yuntao was stunned. He was a soul law, yet he felt immobilized under the pressure. Swish, swish, swish. 8 black shadows instantly surrounded him, trapping Chenhao completely. Sure enough, The Spirit Hall branch was well hidden. Chenhao was too lazy to waste words. 9 soul rings suddenly lit up around him. Su Yuntao and the 8 hidden guards immediately knelt down. "We pay our respects to your highness." Chenhao coldly asked, "Is it possible now?" Su Yuntao instantly turned respectful. "Please give your order, your highness. We will complete it as quickly as possible." Chenhao reported. Female, 13 years old, 165 centimeters tall. Stunningly beautiful, wearing leather pants, level 31 agility attack type. Martial soul, nether spirit cat. Su Yuntao quickly said, "Your highness, please wait in the VIP room. We will search the entire city within 2 hours." Su Yuntao turned to the hidden guards and shouted, "In the name of the branch master, I order you. Send information to all stations. Spare no effort to find her. We must see her alive." Chenhao shot a glance at him, and Su Yuntao quickly changed his words. "We must ensure her safety. Report immediately if there is any news." Understood. The 8 black shadows darted out like Naruto. Chenhao thought, "I also need to build this power." Chenhao had no time to rest. He leaped to the top of the Spirit Hall to overlook the entire city. He was extremely anxious. If he couldn't find Zhu Qing, he would have to go to the Star Luo Empire. In just a few months, his temperament had changed dramatically. Experiences indeed sharpen people. Su Yuntao climbed up, panting, "Your Highness, we have news." Chenhao instantly flashed in front of him, startling Su Yuntao so much that his liver trembled. Tidal Dolua's speed was explosive. "Where is she?" "Half an hour ago. Someone saw her near the soul fighting arena." As soon as he finished speaking, Chenhao leaped off the hundreds of meters high building. Su Yuntao looked down and felt dizzy. "When will I be that awesome?" Chenhao activated his 3rd soul skill, Flying Sword, attracting the attention of passers-by. Soon he arrived at the soul fighting arena, circled around the perimeter, but didn't see Zhu Qing. The sky darkened and neon lights flickered. Chenhao became even more anxious. Zhu Qing had no money. Where would she spend the night? Was she hungry? He cursed himself for straddling 2 boats. The consequences of capsizing were too severe. If Rongrong and Ning Fengji found out, they would definitely criticize him. After leaving the Li family, Zhu Qing wandered around Notting City and arrived near the soul fighting arena. Remembering the days spent with Chenhao, her heart warmed. But thinking of the words from the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples, her heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp sword, aching deeply. Men are all no good. Pay attention. Zhu Qing initially thought she could live without Chenhao, but after actually leaving the Li family, she realized she had nowhere to go. She was now a 3-ring soul master, strong enough to compare with her sister, Zhu Zhiyun, but still not strong enough. Returning would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Zhu Qing was hungry and cold. Even sitting at the entrance of Notting City got her chased away by the guards. She finally understood. Human hearts are treacherous. Without money, one can't move an inch. She walked into an alley, and 2 black shadows flashed by. Zhu Qing immediately became alert. There was danger. One figure blocked her path. With a face as ugly as a clown, grinning, "Little sister, it's late to be outside. Feeling lonely? Brother will take you home." Zhu Qing exuded killing intent. "If you don't want to die, get lost." This ugly creature was Baloo, out looking for targets at night, having harmed many girls around, but unexpectedly found a treasure tonight. Baloo stared at Zhu Qing, drooling. "A fierce personality is the best. Stop pretending. It's late, and you're not out to stargaze." "Are you?" Zhu Qing couldn't be bothered to waste words. Her eyes glowed purple as she dashed out, fingers slicing towards Baloo's neck. Baloo was startled and retreated. So vicious. "Just wait. You'll see how powerful I am." He unleashed 3 soul rings, and black gas surrounded his hands. He was also a 3-ring soul master. Baloo activated his 1st soul skill, Concealment, transforming into a black shadow and lunging at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing summoned the Phantom of the Nether Spirit Cat and countered with the Nether Strike, but missed. Baloo's martial soul was too strange. The shadow flashed behind Zhu Qing, reaching out to grab her leather pants. Zhu Qing leaped to dodge, furious, looking for death. She activated her 3rd soul skill, Nether Slash, clawing out a cross slash. Baloo retreated, but was still scratched on the face. The cross-shaped scar made him look even more like a clown. Baloo touched his face, wincing in pain. "The injury you gave me, I'll return it tenfold." He unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Heavenly Net Double Cover. The shadows flew, and black hands emerged from the ground to grab Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing was immobilized. Baloo threw out a powder that made her faint instantly. Baloo grinned wickedly. Heavenly Net double cover combined with sleeping powder, a perfect match. He had used this trick on many girls. He picked up Zhu Qing and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered the nightmare of being thrown by the little rabbit earlier. And his body couldn't help but tremble. Bulu stared at Zhu Qing's face and figure, swallowing hard. There was no one else like her in Nodding City. Just as he was about to step forward, a figure appeared in front of him. Pay attention. Bulu glanced at Chenhao and sneered. Little boy, hurry home and find your mommy. This is adult business. It's not suitable for children. Chenhao's eyes sharpened, his fists cracking as a murderous aura surged. Even the wind in the nearby alley stopped. Bulu panicked on the spot, stuttering, "Well, how about I give you this beauty?" Bulu was trembling under the pressure of the killing intent. Chenhao leaped up, delivering a flying kick with a whoosh. Bam! Not happy, like a broken sack flying out, crashing into the wall and collapsing into a heap. This force directly stunned me. Chenhao steadily caught Zhu Qing, his gaze cold enough to frighten. Those who bully Zhu Qing will die. He raised his sword to strike, when Su Yuntao rushed in with more than 10 soul masters. Your Majesty, please spare him. Chenhao's hand stopped in midair. This beast is yours? Su Yuntao shook his head. No, but killing him will attract the guard team. First save the girl. She has been drugged. Chenhao said, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot escape. The sword energy slashed down, and Not Happy fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering 3 feet. He hugged his severed arm and howled like a pig, while Su Yuntao and the others were dumbfounded. Tidal Delaw can gather energy into a blade even without using a martial soul. That is amazing. Su Yuntao urged, return to the martial soul hall. A level 38 healer is waiting. Chenhao picked up Zhu Qing and left. Thinking Not Happy had harmed so many girls, a severed hand was a light punishment. At the entrance of the martial soul hall, dozens of soul masters were waiting, and a healer was on standby with a crystal scepter. The healer came out and said, the little girl is fine. She'll wake up soon. Chenhao entered the room and grabbed Zhu Qing's hand. I will never leave you again. As night deepened, no one dared to rest, the food untouched. When Zhu Qing woke up, she exploded with killing intent, and Chenhao hugged her. I'm sorry. I want to leave you again. Zhu Qing pushed him away. Aren't you the son-in-law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Chenhao said anxiously. I want to give up either of you. I will protect you for life. Zhu Qing snorted lightly. Men are not good things. I don't need your protection. She attempted to leave. Chenhao pulled Zhu Qing back and immediately kissed her. Pay attention. In that moment, Zhu Qing looked like she was electrocuted, frozen in place. This was Chenhao's first kiss in 2 lives, inevitably a bit shy, both of their hearts racing. Chenhao said urgently, Zhu Qing, give me some time. I will definitely make you and Rong satisfied. Zhu Qing didn't speak, though it was hard to accept, as long as Chenhao treated her well. Why should she care who he liked? Chenhao's heart finally relaxed, his back already soaked with sweat. Being on 2 boats really requires skill. When they walked out of the VIP room, dozens of soul masters were still sitting in the hall. Su Yuntao quickly approached. Your Majesty, how is Miss Zhu Qing? Chenhao was moved and threw a soul bone to Su Yuntao. For you, a right leg bone of the 10,000-year Gale Wolf. Perfectly matches your martial soul. Su Yuntao was stunned. Soul bone. Priceless. Worth millions of gold soul coins. Chenhao then threw out a pouch of money. Here are nearly 10,000 gold soul coins. Distribute it to the brothers. Thank you for your help. The soul masters were shocked. Tidal Dolaw was actually so generous and approachable. Previous Tidal Dolaw were always aloof, never paying attention to these small figures. As Chenhao just left the main hall and turned back, his eyes exploded with killing intent. Remember, the soul bone belongs to Su Yuntao. Whoever dares to snatch it, I will kill them. The crowd trembled in fear. He was afraid the martial soul hall would take away the soul bone. In the early morning streets, there were few people, only the neon lights flashing. Zhu Qing asked curiously, how did you show up? Chenhao wrapped his arm around her shoulder and joked, I'm your savior. I come when you're in danger. Zhu Qing gave him a sideways glance. Be serious. Chenhao explained what had happened, and Zhu Qing was full of emotion. Without him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chenhao asked, do you know what your shortcomings are this time? Zhu Qing whispered, I was overconfident. Chenhao nodded. That guy's a 3-ring soul master. If you hadn't held back at the beginning, you would have crushed him early. He continued, I can kill all enemies for you, but I hope you can rely on yourself. If you determine they are enemies, don't hold back. Seeing Zhu Qing gloomy, Chenhao's eyes lit up. Zhu Qing, let me show you a treasure. You will definitely like it. Zhu Qing was curious. What? Chenhao shouted. Little guy, come out and work. With a thought, he took out the frost dragon hatchling. It was still sleeping. Zhu Qing exclaimed, how do you have a dead snake? The hatchling sensed the aura, stood on all fours, and looked up at Zhu Qing. Its white jay body was super cute. Just as Zhu Qing was puzzled, the hatchling suddenly perked up, jumped onto Zhu Qing, and scampered around, even leaping to her chest. Zhu Qing hurriedly caught it, and the little dragon peeked out its head, looking at Chenhao with big eyes. Looking at Zhu Qing's chest, Chenhao couldn't help but gulp. Wow, he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it yet, and this little guy had already stolen the spotlight. Pay attention. Zhu Qing gently stroked the little guy's head, joyfully saying, what kind of species is this little white snake? I've never heard of it. The frost dragon hatchling tilted its head and glared at her, looking very displeased. Chenhao chuckled. This isn't a snake. It's a frost dragon hatched from a 100,000-year embryo. Zhu Qing laughed. This is also called a dragon? The little guy was too lazy to protest. Rubbing against Zhu Qing's chest, Chenhao was envious. This isn't a frost dragon hatchling. It's clearly an ice-colored dragon. He told Zhu Qing about the incident at the Heaven Do auction house, and as Zhu Qing stroked the dragon while listening, her face was filled with shock. My future husband is too amazing. Zhu Qing asked, is this really a frost dragon hatchling? Chenhao nodded. I don't think so. This guy, besides eating and sleeping, doesn't do anything else. Probably hasn't developed well. When the two returned to the Power Clan, it was already bright. Titan and Talon saw Zhu Qing come back with him, knowing the two had reconciled. Talon was envious. Having strength is great. Before Talon could express his feelings, Chenhao called out, the month deadline is up. Are you ready? Talon was shocked. Are we really going to the Soul Arena to take a beating? Chenhao laughed. Whether we beat people or take a beating depends on you. If you win, there's a reward. If you lose, write a 10,000-word reflection. Talon made a. Writing 100 words is already hard for me. Chenhao said solemnly, no bargaining. Failure is not scary. You must become stronger from failure. Everyone reflected. Failure is the mother of success. No wonder he is a title Doloa. His words are so profound. The three rested for half a day, had dinner, and then headed to the Nodding City Soul Arena. The Soul Arena was jointly managed by the Empire and the Martial Soul Hall, a major source of income. It opened at 8 in the evening and ended at midnight. Soul Masters entered for free, while others had to pay. When the three entered, the Soul Arena was already packed. Martial souls are deeply ingrained in people's hearts. On the stage, 2 Soul Masters were competing, and the shouts from the audience surged like a tide, with people betting on the outcomes. Chenhao took the two to the counter, registered the team name as Miracles from Strength. Talon was unwilling, but couldn't beat Chenhao, so he had to accept. Zhu Qing didn't mind. Names are just codes. Winning is what matters. Not long after, the Soul Arena arranged the first match. The host shouted, next, Miracles from Strength versus Fierce Leopard Team. Miracles from Strength is a new team with Power Type and Agile Attack Soul Masters. Fierce Leopard is an old team with 2 Agile Attack Soul Masters, boasting an 11-win streak. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhu Qing and Talon stepped onto the stage under the gaze of thousands, inevitably a bit nervous. The audience shouted, this girl is so beautiful, so young and already a Soul Master. At this moment, 2 young men walked over, looking like twins. Lei Bao spoke. Lei Bao, 36-level Agile Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul, Fierce Leopard. Lei Guang followed. Lei Guang, 34-level Agile Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul, Fierce Leopard. Zhu Qing coldly reported her information. Zhu Qing, 36-level Agile Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Talon also loudly declared. Talon, 32-level Defensive Battle Soul Master. Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla. Pay attention. The 4 immediately summoned their martial souls. Lei Bao and Lei Guang's soul power was stronger than Zhu Qing and Talon, but their soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Zhu Qing and Talon had 2 yellow and 1 purple. This match's outcome was hard to predict. The audience shouted, betting is closed. Miracles from Strength pays 5-1. Fierce Leopard pays 2-1. The new team had high odds due to lack of experience, while Fierce Leopard had low odds with an 11-win streak. Chenhao decisively bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Miracles from Strength after training for so long. He still had some confidence. Zhu Qing had a soul bone, and Talon learned the Diamond Fist. It would be too embarrassing if they couldn't take down the 2 little leopards. Sure enough, They didn't disappoint. The first battle was a great victory, resolving the fight in half a minute. But next, they faced the fierce Rhino team, two defensive soul masters. Talon immediately got scared, and Chenhao asked, "Do you know them?" Tyrone nodded. His family runs a blacksmith shop, and his martial soul is a rhinoceros with explosive defensive power. I was once beaten by his brother, Crazy Iron. Chenhao said solemnly, "Just because you couldn't win before doesn't mean you can't now. In battle, you have to dare to win. If you're afraid before you fight, you might as well admit defeat." Tyrone lowered his head in shame. "I know I was wrong." Chenhao urged, "Get on the stage. If you don't want to be beaten, crush them." The host shouted in the air above the fighting arena. Next up, Strong Power Miracles versus Crazy Rhinoceros Team. The two teams took the stage, and the Crazy Rhinoceros brothers, Crazy Iron and Crazy Dragon, were even more muscular than Tyrone. Crazy Iron saw Tyrone and laughed. "Little gorilla, are you going to admit defeat, or should I send you down myself? I can't bear to lay a hand on this beauty." Tyrone puffed out his chest. Who sends him down is still uncertain. Crazy Iron moved his muscles and bones, cracking sounds coming from his joints. "You're tough-talking, kid. I'll teach you a lesson later." The host shouted. The match begins. Two beams of fire shot into the sky, and the audience erupted in cheers. Crazy Iron proudly declared, "Crazy Iron, level 36 power defense system, martial soul, rhinoceros." Crazy Dragon followed. "Crazy Dragon, level 34 power defense system, martial soul, rhinoceros." Zhu Qing's eyes glinted. "Less talk. Take my attack. Activate first soul skill, nether puncture." Tyrone also activated his first soul skill. Crazy Iron and Crazy Dragon were surrounded by the phantom of a rhinoceros, stepping forward and shaking the ground. Zhu Qing and Tyrone felt their bodies sink, their speed slowing down, but Zhu Qing's strike was still accurate. She lunged forward, activating Nether Claw, leaving 3 bloody marks on Crazy Iron's chest. Crazy Iron was shocked. His soul skill was actually broken. The two teams circled each other, evenly matched. Crazy Iron shouted, "Split up. You deal with that beauty. I'll handle the little gorilla." Crazy Dragon nodded excitedly. Crazy Iron yelled at Tyrone, "Admit defeat. Last time I made you roll off the stage. This time I'll do the same." Tyrone laughed. "Let's see who has the strength." The two did not activate their martial souls. Crazy Iron swung his fist. This was the punch that won last time. But this time Tyrone wasn't afraid. He activated the Diamond Demon Fist to meet it. A golden light surrounded him, forming a protective circle, making him look even more robust. The two fists clashed with a loud bang. Crazy Iron's body shook, his heart dropped, and he immediately took several steps back. "Pay attention." Crazy Iron felt unconvinced. This kid has improved a lot, but he's still my opponent. He transformed his fist into a palm and struck at Tyrone. Tyrone secretly rejoiced. This was just what I wanted. If he can't beat me with his martial soul, he will definitely lose without it. Tyrone's eyes narrowed, and he slammed down with a powerful Golden King palm. His palm radiated golden light, forming a giant palm print. Crazy Iron was shocked. What kind of palm technique is this? With a loud bang, the two palms collided, and Crazy Iron was directly sent flying off the stage, crashing into the audience. Tyrone let out a long sigh of relief. That was so satisfying. "Finally, I can hold my head high." Crazy Iron got up, his face filled with unwillingness, and had to admit defeat. Falling off the stage counts as losing. On the other side, Crazy Dragon activated 3 soul skills. But Zhu Qing broke his Crazy Rhinoceros shield with her speed, continuously attacking with Nether Slash, and also knocked Crazy Dragon off the stage. The host shouted loudly, "Strong Power Miracles wins." The audience erupted in cheers, and those who bet wrong were crying bitterly. Tyrone and Zhu Qing walked off the stage, and Tyrone looked very proud. Chenhao said coldly, "Don't get too pleased. Luck won't always be on your side. Your teamwork still has a long way to go." The two quickly nodded. At this moment, Crazy Iron and Crazy Dragon approached, both covered in injuries, and Tyrone stood tall. "Not convinced?" Crazy Iron, not angry, said calmly, "We admit defeat. We want to collaborate with you." Tyrone asked, "What collaboration?" Crazy Iron said, "Their SA 5v5 championship in the underground fighting arena in the Northwest. If we win, we can get 10,000 gold soul coins. We invite you to team up." The two looked at Chenhao, who thought, "This is just the right opportunity to practice real combat. With me around, what is there to be afraid of?" He spoke up, "No problem, but you 2 plus them only makes 4. Crazy Iron glanced at Chenhao. "You can fill in the numbers. The underground fighting arena has no rules. Winning is what matters. If it works out, you'll get 1,000. Chenhao countered. You're so sure you'll win? Crazy Iron patted his chest. The highest level inside is only 3 rings. If we cooperate well, we will definitely win. Zhu Qing and Tyrone stifled their laughter, daring to ask a title Doluo to fill in the numbers. Unexpectedly, Chenhao actually agreed. Deal. The 5 of them left the fighting arena for the northwest. That area was a slum, with extremely chaotic order, dominated by underground industries. The closer they got, the darker it became, with not even streetlights, just a few small shops lit up and the occasional dog barking. Zhu Qing was scared and moved closer to Chenhao, who tightly held her hand. Tyrone asked, "Where's the fighting arena?" Crazy Iron said, "We're almost there. The further in we go, the more desolate it gets. Where's the fighting arena?" Chenhao didn't say anything. He wanted to see what tricks they were up to. A dignified title de law, have nothing to fear. As the group just entered an alley, a bone-chilling cold wind swept by. A white flame lit up not far away, exuding a sinister atmosphere. Immediately after, that flame actually transformed into a young man with a white face, with white flames floating in the palm of his right hand. Pay attention. Tyrone was instantly shocked, his body shaking like a sieve. Is this a person or a ghost? The white-faced young man smiled sinisterly. You can think of me as either. Tyrone gasped in fear. Chenhao was a high school student from the 21st century. He would rather believe in a woman's words than believe there are ghosts in the world. He said coldly, "Stop pretending. Your martial soul is fire-based, right?" The white-faced young man grinned. Ghostly, level 41 control system soul master. Martial soul, ghost fire. Hand over something valuable. 4 soul rings appeared around him. 1 white, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Chenhao said blandly, "Just based on you? And me?" A chubby baby jumped down behind him, with a rosy complexion and a body like a giant infant. Blood baby, level 44 defense system, soul master. Martial soul blood baby. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought there was such an evil martial soul? Crazy Iron panicked on the spot. They're level 40 soul masters. 1 more soul ring. Even if we team up, we can't win. Hand over something. Saying this, he threw out a money pouch. Chenhao laughed. Your acting is superb. The Oscar should be awarded to you. You guys are in cahoots, right? Crazy Iron's brother was stunned. How did you know? Chenhao sneered. This little trick is meant to fool children. I grew up watching Hong Kong dramas. The two retreated. Since you know, hand over the hundreds of thousands won from the fighting arena. Otherwise, we won to be polite. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. This is unexpected. Crazy Iron looked up. Don't blame us. We bet all our savings and lost everything. So you colluded with them? Ghostly corrected. It's us teaming up with them. Chenhao waved his hand. Enough with the nonsense. I advise you to back off and not seek your own death. Ghostly laughed angrily. You little brat have quite the mouth. My 4th soul skill, Ghost Fire Burning, can incinerate soul masters below level 40. Chenhao replied calmly. It depends on whether you have the chance to use it. Ghostly shouted. Let me show you how powerful I am. First soul skill, Ghost Fire Entanglement. The eerie ghost fire transformed into a long snake that flew out, trapping Zhu Qing and Tyrone. Only when it reached Chenhao did it extinguish completely. Ghost Li and Blood Baby were stunned. Could it be that he is immune to ghost fire? Ghostly shook his head. Impossible. My ghost fire is refined from graveyard flames. Unless his soul power is far beyond mine. Blood Baby was shocked. Are you saying his soul power is higher than ours? Crazy Iron shouted. Impossible. He has no soul power fluctuations. Blood Baby said fiercely. What are you afraid of? Our evil martial souls can suppress most martial souls. We've teamed up to kill a level 50 soul king. What is this little brat? Blood Baby activated his 2nd soul skill, Blood Baby Rampage. His body enlarged dozens of times, glowing with blood light. He swung a slap at Chenhao. Ghostly activated his 2nd soul skill, Nether Ghost Fire, and a fireball came flying. Chenhao didn't team move at all, with a wind godleg. He kicked both of them away. Blood Baby and Ghost Fire were stunned. He was actually immune to the 2nd soul skill. The two rolled around, and Blood Baby activated his 3rd soul skill, Ghostly Howl. A low, eerie, crying sound echoed around, instilling fear, reducing soul power attacks by 50%. Ghostly activated his 3rd soul skill, Soul Shock. Tyrone and Zhu Qing were immediately frightened, their faces pale and their souls not in their bodies. In contrast, Chenhao remained completely still, showing not the slightest bit of fear. Pay attention. Crazy Iron was stunned. What is going on with this kid? Didn't you say his strength was weak? Crazy Dragon was also dumbfounded. We've never seen him use soul power. Ghostly snorted. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. His strength must be stronger than ours. Hurry up and act. Crazy Dragon hesitated. We only agreed to guide you. Gueli was furious. What nonsense. If we fight, there's still a chance to win. If we lose, I'll kill you first. The two gritted their teeth and activated their martial souls, charging towards Chenhao. Gueli unleashed his fourth soul skill, Ghost Fire Burning. Fireballs rained down. Blood Infant activated his fourth soul skill, Blood Infant Explosion, throwing a baby towards Chenhao. Chenhao tried to catch it, but the baby exploded with a bang. The power was tremendous, forcing him back a step. The blood reeked and was corrosive, instantly tearing Chenhao's clothes and penetrating his skin. Chenhao chuckled lightly. Interesting. You've killed quite a few people, haven't you? Gueli said coldly. Never left a living soul. Chenhao replied coldly. Very good. Now I know what to do. He raised his hand and activated his first soul skill, Sword Emergence, cutting through all. Gueli's Blood Infant exclaimed. Seven kills. Before he could finish, with a swoosh, their heads rolled to the ground. The Blood Infant's blood was purple, turning into a puddle of rotten flesh. Gueli transformed into a mass of white fire, reduced to ashes. Kong Tai and his brother were stunned. Paralyzed with fear, two soul masters were taken out by this kid with a single sword. Kong Tai, gritting his teeth, pleaded for mercy. Spare us. My dad injured the younger brother of the Elephant Armor Sect's leader, and we owe 30,000 gold soul coins. Or we'll have to use the blacksmith shop to pay off the debt. We just wanted to win some money at the Soul Arena. We didn't mean to harm anyone. Chenhao looked at their expressions, and they didn't seem to be lying. Chenhao spoke. I'll give you a chance to live. Use your real skills to fight against Zhu Qing Tai Long. If you win, I'll take care of your family's issue. If you lose, you'll meet the same fate as them. Kong Tai and his brother exchanged glances and nodded in agreement for the sake of their family. Chenhao turned to Zhu Qing Tai Long and said, giving them a chance is also giving you a chance. Don't forget the 10,000-word reflection. Zhu Qing Tai Long's face was still a bit pale, his soul power not fully recovered, but he nodded nonetheless. Kong Tai said to Tai Long, this time, for the family and our lives, I'm going all out. I hope you won't hold back. Tai Long responded, come on, let me see your true skills. Kong Tai stomped his right foot. First soul skill, Earthquake Shards. The earth shards flew towards Tai Long, slowing him down while causing damage. Tai Long activated his first soul skill to defend, and the shards hit the shield without injuring him. But they did slow him down. Taking this opportunity, Kong Tai charged in, activating his second soul skill, Thunder Strike. His right foot came down with the force of thunder. Tai Long met it with his great power diamond palm, and their palms clashed evenly. Tai Long held back, but Kong Tai fought like he was desperate, activating his first soul skill to control speed, and then his third soul skill, Unstoppable. His massive body charged towards Tai Long, instantly sending Tai Long flying. Pay attention. Kong Tai continuously unleashed his first and second soul skills, all skills crashing down on Tai Long. With a single palm strike, he sent Tai Long flying. Chenhao saw through a glance. He clearly had been hiding his strength, or else Tai Long would have to lie down for at least 3 months. On the other side, Kong Long gritted his teeth and got up, his body covered in scratches from the Nether Spirit Cat. Just as Kong Tai approached, he pushed him away. Get lost. We agreed on one each. I'll handle this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Qing kicked Kong Tai in the chest, sending him flying. Kong Tai, with a face full of unwillingness, at this time, you're still dividing it between us. We obviously lost. Kong Long got up, blood flowing from his chest, but stubbornly said, we accept the loss. Chenhao spoke. You performed well. 1 win and 1 loss. Kong Tai panicked. But we clearly lost. Chenhao waved his hand. It's a good thing for young people to keep their promises. 1 win and 1 loss counts as a tie. It doesn't count as a loss. I rely on my credibility in this world. This matter is settled. I won't kill you nor help you. The Kong Tai brothers were delighted and knelt down. Please save our blacksmith shop. My dad injured someone from the Elephant Armor Sect and owes 30,000 gold soul coins. Chenhao was moved by their determination. All right, your spirit has touched me. I'll take care of this matter. The 5 of them arrived at the blacksmith shop at dawn. Just as they ran into the debt collectors, Kong Tai said, the leader, Hu Yin Bao, is a level 68 soul emperor. He challenged my dad and lost. And now he's bullying us for compensation. Chenhao chuckled lightly. Let's go. Let's bully them back. Hu Yin Bao, bringing 5 soul masters and 2 soul kings into the shop, roared, Old Rhino, join the Elephant Armor Sect, transfer the blacksmith shop, or pay 30,000 gold soul coins. Kong Shi angrily shouted, Get lost. We have no money, but we have our lives. Hu Yanbao shouted angrily. Smash them. Just as the soul masters were about to make a move, Chenhao threw out a bag of gold soul coins. Want money? We have it. To see if you have your life, to take it. Hu Yanbao angrily retorted. Where did this brat come from? Don't meddle. We are the Elephant Armor sect. Chenhao pretended to be terrified, and Hu Yanbao coldly huffed. Are you scared? Chenhao suddenly shook his head. Never heard of it. Hu Yanbao exploded, looking for death. Hu Yanping, break his 5 legs. One of the 50-level soul kings beside Hu Yanbao immediately stood up. Pay attention. At this moment, Kong Shi walked over, wearing a vest, showing off his long, strong arms. His physique is sturdy as an iron tower. Years of blacksmithing had darkened his skin, making him look even more solid. Kong Shi slightly bowed, respectfully saying, Thank you, young friend, for your kindness. We will remember this favor. But the other side is the Elephant Armor sect. We can't afford to provoke them. I'll handle this myself. Seeing his honest and polite demeanor, Chenhao felt even more favorable towards him. Chenhao said, Don't worry. I told the Kong Tai brothers that your family's matter is my matter. Meanwhile, Hu Yanqing was stretching his muscles, his face full of arrogance. What kind of cats and dogs dare to boast? I'm a 4-ring soul master. What do you have to settle this? Without saying a word, Chenhao leaped up and kicked Hu Yanqing, knocking him out cold. The scene instantly fell silent. As if a needle could drop, the Kong Tai brothers were excited, but Kong Shi was more serious. This person was getting stronger, and their feud with the Elephant Armor sect was becoming deeper. Hu Yanbao was shocked. This kid didn't even activate his martial soul and knocked out a soul master with 1 kick. His strength was definitely beyond a soul master. But he was a soul emperor, so he wasn't afraid. What is there to be proud of for defeating a small soul master? Soul Daw, soul emperor. That's what strong is. Chenhao frowned. Why so much nonsense? He leaped again, delivering a wind god leg to kick Hu Yanbao flying. Hu Yanbao crashed heavily onto the furnace. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Level 68 Soul Emperor was killed in an instant. The law of the jungle. This is reality. Chenhao stood with his hands behind his back, his aura fully unleashed. No matter if you're the elephant sect or a small dog sect, first defense or first to take a beating. From today on, I will protect Kong Shi's blacksmith shop. If there are any issues, let Hu Yanjin come. The imposing aura swept across the scene, and the shouts shook the heavens. Hu Yanbao got up, truly worthy of the first defensive martial soul. He took the wind god leg and was actually fine. He roared unwillingly, revealing 6 soul rings around him. 5th soul skill, giant charge. A massive tusk pierced towards Chenhao. Chenhao turned around with a fierce look, looking for death. His right hand transformed into a blade and slashed down, instantly breaking through the martial soul's illusion. With a swoosh, Hu Yanbao's head rolled to the ground. The Elephant Armor sect soul masters were all dumbfounded. Diamond Mammoth's defense was so strong, yet he was slain barehanded. Kong Shi was also stunned. This was the younger brother of Hu Yanjun. He quickly pulled Chenhao. Little brother. Thank you. I'll handle the rest myself. You should leave. Chenhao smiled faintly, but Kong Shi panicked completely, urgently saying, You can still smile at this time. Do you know that you just killed the younger brother of Hu Yanjun, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect? He definitely won't let you go. You should leave quickly. Pay attention. Chenhao coldly snorted. A mere Elephant Armor sect. What is there to fear? This boast made even Kong Shi unable to listen. Truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Kong Shi was anxious. Little brother, I sincerely thank you for stepping in. But you can't provoke the Elephant Armor sect. Please leave quickly. Chenhao curiously asked. If I leave, what will you do? Kong Shi frowned. No matter. Water comes and earth covers. It's better to trade a life for a life. Chenhao was moved by his loyalty. Don't worry. I'm not boasting. I'm here waiting for Hu Yanjun. Let's see what he can do. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hu Yanjun led a group of hefty soul masters to kill. Level 89 Soul de Law, the first in defense. His aura caused everyone around to flee. Hu Yanjun saw Hu Yanbao in the blood-soaked ground and went mad on the spot. With a punch, he smashed a pillar, shaking the blacksmith shop. Who killed my brother? Chenhao turned around and laughed. Old man, you're doing well. Hu Yanjun was shocked. I don't have time to deal with you. Get lost, or I'll beat you up too. Chenhao chuckled. Sorry, I killed your brother. Hu Yanjun exploded with anger. Come at me. He threw a punch. Chenhao didn't dodge and met it with his own fist. With a loud bang, the force swept through, forcing everyone else back. Hu Yanjun was stunned. This kid actually caught it. He exerted all his strength to try to push Chenhao back. But no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Hu Yanjun howled to the sky, revealing the phantom of the diamond mammoth, like a small mountain. With 8 soul rings rotating, the pressure swept over. And Chenhao secretly marveled. This momentum is explosive. Chenhao snorted lightly. Is that useful? Looks impressive, but is useless. I can break you without using my martial soul. He leaped up and executed the first style of the wind godleg, capturing the wind and shadow, kicking Hu Yinjun. But Hu Yinjun only moved slightly, showing no reaction. Chenhao unleashed the wind middle strength and thunder swift techniques, a flurry of moves like a tiger, but in the end, he only forced Hu Yinjun back a few steps. He secretly sighed. The defense of the elephant armor sect is truly explosive. Any other martial soul would have collapsed by now. Hu Yinjun roared. Have you kicked enough? It's my turn. Third soul skill, press kill. He punched the ground, shaking it. And bricks flew everywhere. Chenhao was sent flying, then pressed back to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, struggling to even breathe. But it wasn't over. Hu Yinjun leaped up, fourth soul skill, meteor cannon. Chenhao was locked on and couldn't move. He thought to himself, I was careless. Hu Yinjun, known for his supreme defense, is indeed formidable. Hu Yinjun's massive body shot into the sky, using the downward momentum to form a meteor cannonball aimed at Chenhao. Meteor cannon, what a good name. If an ordinary soul master were to face this soul skill, they would either die or at least be severely injured. But pay attention. Who is Chenhao? A 99-level unparalleled Doluo. How could he be compared to these lowly opponents? You still want to lock on with skills? That's simply a dream. Chenhao's mind moved, his spiritual power instantaneously breaking the lock, and he teleported to dodge. Hu Yinjun's meteor cannon became a blank shot, creating a pit 2 zhang deep. Chenhao gasped. That was close. If I don't show him some color, you want to know why the flowers are red? Chenhao rose into the air with a sword, surrounded by 9 soul rings, holding the 7-kill sword. Hu Yinjun was stunned on the spot. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. The father and son of the crazy rhinoceros were dumbfounded. Is this the sword Doluo, Chen-Xin? Crazy rhinoceros shook his head. Doesn't look like it. Younger than sword Doluo, with a different style. Hu Yinjun immediately became timid, bowing. Greetings, your excellency. Chenhao teased. Come on. What happened to your bravado earlier? You made me hesitate to act. Hu Yinjun hurriedly admitted his mistake. I was blind. I offended your excellency. Please forgive me. Chenhao countered. But I killed your brother. Hu Yinjun stubbornly replied. That guy deserved to die. Chenhao laughed. You use 3 or 4 soul skills. I won't use more than these 2. Hu Yinjun felt bitter. Why was a titled Doluo pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? But relying on his supreme defense, he thought he could handle it. Unexpectedly, Chenhao roared. 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless swords, dense as stars, all pierced towards Hu Yinjun. Hu Yinjun was shocked. Didn't we agree on using 3 or 4 soul skills? The sword shadows instantly broke his martial soul, piercing him like a diamond mammoth porcupine. The last sword stopped above his head. Chenhao had no intention of killing him. Hu Yinjun spat out blood, as expected of the 7-kill sword. He leaned against the wall to stand up. Does your excellency have any further instructions? Chenhao pointed at the blacksmith shop. The shop? Hu Yinjun quickly said. It was a misunderstanding. My brother was ignorant. I apologize on his behalf. The crazy rhinoceros, being sincere, actually nodded to forgive him. Chenhao pointed at the surrounding ruins. But you destroyed this. I didn't touch a single brick. Hu Yinjun took out 1,000 gold soul coins. Is this enough for repairs? Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Not enough. There are also soul power loss fees, mental distress fees, and soul skill performance fees. Hu Yinjun almost spat blood. This was clearly extortion. But he didn't dare to bargain and could only painfully take out 10,000 gold soul coins from his storage ring to give to Chenhao, which was all his savings. Pay attention. Hu Yinjun walked away, feeling heartbroken. He, the dignified master of the elephant armor sect, known for his supreme defense. When had he ever suffered this silent loss? He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. After all, he was a titled Doluo. Moreover, he was from a 7-kill sword, not someone to provoke. Hu Yinjun left in embarrassment. The crazy rhinoceros trembled as he walked over, bowing. I am Crazy Rhinoceros, a 67-level defense-type battle soul emperor, greeting your excellency. Earlier I was blind. Chenhao smiled faintly. Indeed, you all should thank me properly. Otherwise, this blacksmith shop would have been gone long ago. The crazy rhinoceros nodded repeatedly, while the crazy Iron Brothers stood beside, feeling too insignificant in front of a titled Doluo. Not knowing what to say, Chenhao teased. I helped you so much, and you don't even offer me a cup of water? The crazy rhinoceros hurriedly said, "Please, Your Excellency, come inside." Chenhao waved his hand. "Don't call me Your Excellency. You're about the same age as my father. Just call me Chenhao or Xiaohao." The crazy rhinoceros was shocked. This title d'honneur was both young and approachable. The more than 20 blacksmiths around, each with robust physiques, stared in awe at Chenhao, clearly of similar height, yet he seemed dozens of times taller. Chenhao laughed. "Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Get back to work." The blacksmiths dispersed, their eyes filled with admiration. The crazy rhinoceros took off a black token and handed it over, engraved with a rhinoceros. "This is the token of the crazy rhinoceros clan. From now on, the blacksmith shop belongs to Your Excellency." Chenhao raised an eyebrow. "You're giving this to me?" The crazy rhinoceros nodded. "Our entire clan will follow your orders." He had long thought this through. If he didn't cling to this big thigh, Hu Yinjun would definitely come back for revenge. Chenhao was secretly delighted. Heaven sent sect. He acted grandly. Chenhao will protect you. In the future, if anyone touches you, they must get my approval." The crazy rhinoceros became anxious. "Does Your Excellency look down on us?" Chenhao quickly said, "Only a fool would reject that. But this is your inheritance. I can't be shameless and take it." The crazy rhinoceros was moved and shouted to his two sons, "Bring out the family treasure." Chenhao's eyes brightened. He loved treasures even more. Not long after, the crazy Iron brothers brought over a sandalwood box, and, as the crazy rhinoceros placed his palm on it, the box opened instantly. This was clearly a fingerprint unlock. The crazy rhinoceros introduced, "This is the war god's cloak. After absorption, it resists 20 of attacks and increases movement speed by 30, and you can also gain the storm wings, allowing you to fly for 3 seconds." Chenhao saw the cloak glowing with white light, looking grand and majestic. He immediately said, "I'll take this treasure." The crazy rhinoceros was delighted, nodding vigorously. Chenhao's mind moved, and the white light flew over, merging into his body. At the same time, a white cloak formed behind Chenhao, fluttering in the wind, making him look even more mysterious and aloof. Pay attention. The back of the cloak was engraved with a wind dragon, rumored to be crafted from the dragon soul of a wind dragon. Chenhao moved his body. As expected of the war god's cloak, it really is explosive. The crazy rhinoceros spoke. "I have a humble request." Chenhao nodded. "Speak directly. Don't be long-winded." The crazy rhinoceros said, "My son, Crazy Iron, Crazy Dragon, just turned 18. His aptitude is not top-notch, but decent. I want them to be your disciples." Chenhao thought, having a couple more helpers isn't bad. He immediately said, "All right, I agree." The crazy rhinoceros was shocked, and the crazy Iron brothers were both surprised and delighted, kneeling down and knocking their heads 18 times. Chenhao nodded. "Accepting you as disciples, you have to give some meeting gifts. Your martial soul, the rhinoceros, mainly focuses on defense, so I will teach you the golden bell cover." He handed over the leather-bound secret manual, which, when practiced to perfection, makes one impervious to knives and guns, perfectly matching defensive martial souls. The crazy rhinoceros smiled foolishly. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. The crazy rhinoceros added, "We also have the Storm Giant Sword, forged from heavenly fallen iron for 81 days, weighing 1,800 pounds. Even without a martial soul, it can slay soul sex." Chenhao's eyes lit up. "Bring it to me to take a look." The crazy rhinoceros frowned. "You have to personally go to the backyard to fetch it. Our ancestor was a general of the empire. This sword is a legacy." A group of people went to the backyard, and from a distance, they saw a pitch-black giant sword stuck in the ground, 6 feet long and 2 feet wide, larger than the Xian Tai heavy sword and the giant K. Chenhao rubbed his hands and easily pulled out the giant sword, lifting it effortlessly. Everyone looked dumbfounded. "This is a whopping 1,800 pounds. Chenhao swung his sword, and the sword energy swept across, exuding overwhelming power. His momentum was like turning the tide after fighting for 3,000 miles, as if one sword could take on 100,000 troops. He plunged the sword back into the ground, causing the bricks and stones to explode. Indeed, it's a good sword. Guangxi and the others were even more shocked. The title d'honneur is truly impressive. Chenhao said, "I've taken a cloak and giant sword. We value reciprocity. Besides the golden bell shield, I'll give you 3 stalks of vitality grass. It can strengthen the body and bones, and it's very useful for men." Guangxi took the grass, overly excited. What the title d'honneur gave is definitely not ordinary. After having dinner at Guangxi's house, Chenhao left the blacksmith shop with the 4 of them. From 2 to 4, Chenhao helplessly thought, I'm still a child myself. All I can do is pass on some techniques, give them a beating, talk about life lessons, and ensure their safety. He planned to throw the four into the Soul Arena. As long as they didn't die in battle, they should fight fiercely. Strength can work miracles. But the Soul Arena only has 1v1, 2v2, and 5v5. That's a problem. Do I need to take on another disciple? Chenhao couldn't help but frown. There must be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. So what is there to fear? Pay attention. Quantia spoke up, Master. The underground Soul Arena we talked about last time is real. The 5v5 champion gets 5,000 gold soul coins. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Last time we couldn't go. This time we'll take a look. Quantia added, get ready, Zhu. If you kill your opponent there, you get double the reward. Soul Masters use all their killing moves. It's bloody for real. The scale is not inferior to the Soul Arena in Nodding City. Chenhao's eyes lit up. Great. This is the place. Zhu remained calm. Having experienced life and death, killing is normal. Tai Long, however, felt a bit scared. Isn't it 5v5? We only have 4 people. Quang Long shouted. What are you afraid of? There are Soul Masters all around. We can find someone to team up with. The group followed Quang Tia to the underground Soul Arena. And this time there were no interruptions. They arrived quickly. It was very simple here, just a basement, the campfire lit it up like daytime, and the surrounding howls were deafening. Although rudimentary, it could stimulate the beastly nature, and more people loved this excitement. In the arena, a match was underway. The Phantom Wolf, a sensitive attack Soul Master, versus the Death Scythe, a strong attack Soul Master. As soon as the match started, they unleashed their killing moves with the Death Scythe hacking at the Phantom Wolf, blood already on the ground. Chenhao smiled wickedly. Wow. This place can temper one's will. Tai Long trembled. Your Highness, why are you so cruel? Aren't you afraid we might get killed? Chenhao replied, if you die, it can only be said that you are not as skilled. Only through bloodshed can you grow. But he thought to himself, if it really came to a life and death situation, he would have to offend the Soul Arena to save them. Quang Tia stood tall, Master. Rest assured, we won't let you down. Chenhao nodded. If you achieve 10 consecutive victories, I'll take you to a good place. Quang Long was delighted. Does the Master keep his word? Of course. First, find a Control-type Soul Master to team up. Quang Long immediately shouted, find a Control-type Soul Master to team up for 5v5. Someone asked, what about a defense type? Quang Long glanced at him. Do you see that we lack defense? The person looked at Quang Tia and Tai Long, and quietly backed away. At that moment, a cold-faced young man approached, his face carved with the word sand. Luo Feng. Level 39 Control-type Soul Master. Martial Soul. Sand Sculpture. I want half the prize. Tai Long couldn't help it. Sand Sculpture? You look like an idiot. How dare you ask for half? Chenhao almost burst out laughing. This martial soul is amazing. The young man had 3 soul rings shining around him, and in an instant, he turned into a sand statue. The 4 understood immediately. His martial soul is sand. Chenhao readily agreed. All right, I accept. Tai Long panicked. He wants half the prize. Chenhao said, if he dares to say it, he must have the strength. Why don't you? The match on stage ended. The Death Scythe beheaded the Phantom Wolf. It was truly bloody. The surrounding crowd erupted in a tidal wave of howls and cheers. Seeing the blood excited the audience even more. Pay attention. A rugged middle-aged man stepped up and shouted. Next up is the 5v5 soul battle. The champion gets 5,000 gold soul coins. Kill your opponent for double the reward. Is there anyone challenging? As soon as he finished speaking, 5 people jumped onto the stage. 4 men and 1 woman. The middle-aged man was excited. Indeed, there are many soul masters in Nodding City. Report your martial soul levels. Wang Sheng, level 33, strong attack, martial soul, 1000 strike spear. Xiang Rong, level 34 defense, martial soul, Pippi Elephant. Gu Tung, level 36 control, martial soul, Ghost Vine. Jiang Na, level 32 support, martial soul, Sunflower. Long Tongue, level 38 sensitive attack, martial soul, Electric Frenzy Leopard. Quang Long stretched his muscles. This team composition is explosive. They have strong attack, sensitive attack, control, support, and tanking. Be careful. Luo Feng remained silent, cold-faced, and directly stepped onto the stage. Quang Long mocked. Really not a team player? How can we coordinate without discussing tactics? Chenhao, however, was focused on Luo Feng, someone who is ruthless and speaks little. Whether in novels, on TV, or in reality, it's always like this. This Luo Feng is extraordinary. Tai Long, Zhu, Quang Tia, and Quang Long also followed him onto the stage. The referee shouted, the match begins. Wang Sheng and his team had just taken their stance and activated their martial souls when sand suddenly erupted from beneath their feet. Wang Sheng just shouted to be careful when the five were swallowed by the yellow sand, then flew out from another place. Luo Feng activated his second soul skill, Wall of the Forbidden Army. The yellow sand formed a shield that charged forward, sending the five flying. The match ended. Both on and off the stage were stunned. It was over in 3 seconds. 1v5. Chenhao was also shocked by this flashy operation. Although it was a sneak attack, a control-type Soul Master could take out 5 people in an instant, which was truly terrifying. The referee was stunned for a moment before shouting, "Match over." Wang Sheng's team got up, their faces full of unwillingness. Xiang Rong angrily shouted, "Where did this kid come from? Using despicable means." Wang Sheng waved his hand. "It's our fault for being careless and not noticing the sand on the ground." The referee called out again. "Is there anyone else challenging?" Another 5 people stepped onto the stage. Yang Bufan, level 34 strong attack. Martial Soul, Giant Palm Black Tiger. Shenjin, level 32 strong attack. Martial Soul, Iron Ho. Jiang Tao, level 36 control. Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Thorn. Diao Feng, level 32 defense. Martial Soul, Copper Bull. Gan Yin, level 34 defense. Martial Soul, Marble. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. There are indeed many soul masters in the underground soul arena. Each martial soul is more impressive than the last. But the Iron Ho is a bit underwhelming. The 5 had watched Luo Feng's tactics from below, and as soon as they stepped onto the stage, they were on high alert. A sneak attack would definitely not work now. Yang Bufan shouted, "Show your martial souls." The 5 activated their martial souls. 1 tiger, 1 bull, 1 stone, 1 hoe, and 1 thorn. Kuanglong laughed. "Brothers, show your martial souls. Don't let them underestimate us." The 5 revealed their martial souls. 2 rhinoceroses, a mighty gorilla, and a phantom spirit cat. Yang Bufan's group panicked on the spot. Their opponents were too strong. Only Luo Feng stood there without activating his martial soul. Kuanglong was dissatisfied. "Kid, team battles require coordination. How can you win like this?" Luo Feng spoke in a low voice. First soul skill, Devouring Sandstorm. The previous sand had directly swallowed the 5 from the ground, but this time it formed a gigantic encirclement, completely surrounding the opponents. Indeed, he was ruthless and spoke little. "Pay attention." The opponents did not back down. Shun Jin roared. First soul skill, Might of the Ho. The giant Ho swung down, creating a gap in Luo Feng's sandstorm. Jiang Tao simultaneously activated his first soul skill. Thorn Binding. Burning red thorns shot out, binding the feet of the 5. Yang Bufan growled, his body covered in the giant palm black tiger, lunging at Luo Feng. If they could take out the control type first, their chances of winning would increase significantly. But Luo Feng was not afraid. He activated his second soul skill, Wall of the Forbidden Army. The devouring sand formed a shield to block in front of him, and when Yang Bufan crashed into it, he was actually bounced back. This shield was indeed tough. Just as Kuang Tie's brothers were about to make a move, Luo Feng shouted again. Third soul skill, Sandstorm Assault. The surrounding devouring sand formed 5 long spears that pierced through. Shenjin broke one. Yang Bufan smashed another. And Diao Feng and Gan Yin activated their protective soul skills to block. Jiang Tao was the unlucky one. A spear pierced through him, taking him out on the spot. The other 4 were enraged. Yang Bufan howled to the sky. First soul skill, Black Tiger Roar. The sound wave came rushing, stunning the 5. Shenjin leaped into the air. Second soul skill, Mountain Splitter. The Iron Ho swung towards Luo Feng, but Luo Feng transformed into sand and disappeared, reappearing behind Shenjin, activating his third soul skill. 2 sand spears pierced into Shun Jin's body, taking out another one. The Tyrant brothers were shocked. Luo Feng was really ruthless. Before anyone else could act, Luo Feng activated his first soul skill, Sandstorm Devour. Yellow sand swept towards Yang Bufan, Diao Feng, and Gan Yin. Yang Bufan tried to disperse the sand, but it quickly replenished itself. Luo Feng then activated his third soul skill, 3 sand spears piercing into the sand circle. Screams erupted, and the ground was covered in blood. Yang Bufan panicked and unleashed his third soul skill, Black Tiger Destruction Palm. The massive palm dispersed the swirling sand, revealing the 3 of them. Only 3 out of the 5 remained. Gan Yin was scared. "Let's surrender. There are only 3 of us left." Yang Bufan furiously replied, "You kill my teammate, I will fight you to the end." He lunged at Luo Feng. Tyron laughed. Who doesn't have teammates? Great power diamond palm. With a punch, he struck Yang Bufon's back, sending him flying and leaving him without combat power. The remaining two defense-type Soul Masters were left with nothing but to take the hits. In the end, Luo Feng and his team won. Luo Feng's performance was explosive, and the audience erupted in cheers. Several battle teams were eager to try, but ultimately didn't dare to step up. Chenhao appreciated Luo Feng. If trained well, he would definitely become a great talent. Seeing Luo Feng come down from the stage with a cold face, Chenhao stepped forward. Kid, you have remarkable bones and extraordinary talent. Would you like to be my disciple? Luo Feng ignored him and directly walked away with his gold soul coins. The Mad Dragon was furious. This kid is too arrogant. He actually ignored the master. Tyron nodded slightly. Although this kid's martial soul name was quite peculiar, his abilities were indeed strong. In the previous two competitions, we basically won effortlessly. Pay attention. Crazy Iron interjected. Remove the word basically. We won effortlessly. Should the master teach him a lesson? Chenhao shook his head. No need. You can't beat him. It would be embarrassing to be defeated. This kid is a good seedling. Let us go see. A group of them followed Luo Feng out of the Soul Battle Arena, heading towards the slums. Just as they entered an alley, Luo Feng suddenly stopped. There was already a layer of sand on the ground. With a thought, the sand erupted, instantly engulfing the Mad Dragon, Crazy Iron, Tyren, and Zhu Qing. But when the sand reached Chenhao, it dispersed directly. Luo Feng's eyes glinted with killing intent. Taking advantage of the others being lifted into the air by the sand, he activated his third soul skill, Sandstorm Assault. The sand spears shot towards them without mercy. Zhu Qing's eyes glimmered with purple light as she leapt to dodge the sand spears. Chenhao stepped forward and cleaved through 3 sand spears with his sword. Luo Feng was shocked and looked at Chenhao with newfound respect. He activated his second soul skill, Wall of the Forbidden Army. The sand shield charged at Chenhao. Chenhao slashed down with his sword, and the sand shield split in half instantly. Luo Feng was even more astonished. He was a level 39 Soul Master, and no one at the same level could break his shield. The swirling yellow sand surrounded Chenhao again. Chenhao smiled and slashed through the first soul skill, pointing the sword tip at Luo Feng's throat. Luo Feng stood there unafraid, displaying an attitude that life and death were inconsequential. Chenhao asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Luo Feng coldly replied, "Death is just a head hitting the ground. If you want to kill, then kill." Chenhao sheathed his sword. "Why would I kill you? I want to take you as my little brother." Luo Feng said, "Help me kill someone, and my life is yours." Chenhao's eyes lit up. Who to kill? The Lord of Nodding City, Ji Wuye, a level 52 Battle Soul King, with a martial soul, Iron Arm Bear. Chenhao readily agreed. "All right, but you need to tell me why he should be killed. He deserves to die." Chenhao sensed a tremendous killing intent from him. There must be a great grudge. Moreover, Luo Feng didn't seem like someone who killed indiscriminately. He must have been provoked. Chenhao shouted, "Lead the way." Luo Feng was stunned. "Are you really going to help me kill him? A man keeps his word." Luo Feng shook his head. "You can't beat him." Chenhao shone with 9 soul rings. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. This young man was actually a title de law. Luo Feng regained his senses and bowed. "I pay my respects to the crown. It was my fault for not recognizing your status." Chenhao retracted his martial soul. "Speak. What grudge do you have with Ji Wuye?" Luo Feng gritted his teeth. "The grudge of my parents and siblings. He wanted to forcefully take my sister, and my parents were killed while protecting her. When I rushed back, my sister also died by hitting a wall." Chenhao furrowed his brow. "This grudge must be avenged. I love to uphold justice. This matter is on me." Luo Feng became anxious. "But Ji Wuye is from the Heavendo Empire. The Lord's residence has nearly 100 guards and dozens of soul masters. I'm afraid you will fall out with the Heavendo Empire. However, the Lord of Nodding City is affiliated with the Heavendo Empire. The Lord's residence has nearly 100 guards and dozens of soul masters. I'm worried that your highness will fall out with the Heavendo Empire." "Pay attention." Chenhao snorted coldly. "Under my 7 killing sword, all things tremble. What is there to fear from the Heavendo royal family? Let us go. After killing Ji Wuye, I'll take you to a good place. 10 steps to kill a person 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. What a powerful aura." The group arrived at the Lord's residence of Nodding City, shrouded in darkness, with only a few bonfires illuminating the surroundings. As they approached, 2 armored guards blocked their path. Lord's residence. No idle people are allowed to enter. Chenhao smiled. Announce my presence to Ji Wuye. Either he cuts off his own head and presents it, or I will kill my way in with a sword. The guards were furious. Where did this little thief come from? How dare you act recklessly here? Without saying a word, Tyron unleashed a powerful diamond fist, sending one guard flying into the wall, unconscious. The other guard panicked and ran back to report. Chenhao kicked open the massive bronze doors and swaggered inside. Not far in, dozens of attendants surrounded them. Then, over a dozen soul masters came over, led by Ji Wuye, a man as sturdy as a bear. With a face full of stubble, he roared, "Who is causing trouble in my lord's residence?" Chenhao smiled. "Ji Wuye, good and evil will eventually be repaid. You are devoid of conscience. It's time for your head to fall." Ji Wuye glanced over. A group of little kids. "Come and beg for food? I'll give you some dog food." When Luo Feng saw Ji Wuye, he immediately glared in anger, filled with killing intent. The ground was already laid with sand traps. Before Chenhao could act, he activated his first soul skill, Sandstorm Devour. The sand surged towards Ji Wuye. Ji Wuye stomped his feet, forcibly pushing the sand away. He grinned maliciously. "Little guy, I'll let you run twice before. This time, you won TB, so lucky." Luo Feng roared, "I want to kill you." He activated his first soul skill, and then his third soul skill, Sandstorm Assault. The yellow sand surrounded him, but was shattered by Ji Wuye's punch. The sand spears pierced forward, only to be smashed by another punch. Ji Wuye glowed with 5 soul rings, and the phantom of the Iron Arm Bear appeared. "I am a level 52 Battle Soul King. I advise you to leave. Otherwise, I won TB polite." Chenhao laughed. "I want to see how you won TB polite." Ji Wuye angrily shouted, seeking death. First soul skill, Earthquake. He punched the ground, causing everyone to sway, except for Chenhao, who stood still. Ji Wuye was shocked. This kid has some skills. He activated his second soul skill, Evil Bear Roar. The roar shook the heavens and sprayed saliva. Everyone else covered their ears, while Chenhao remained unfazed. Ji Wuye panicked even more. No Soul Emperor would dare to be this arrogant. He stepped forward, his iron arm smashing towards Chenhao. Chenhao chuckled lightly. "The King of Hell lets you die at 3 in the morning. You want to live to see 5. Die for me. Great power, Diamond Palm. Pay attention." Chenhao leaped into the air, fingers spread wide. A massive palm print descended towards Ji Wuye. Tyron's great power Diamond Palm was on a completely different level from his. Bang! Crack! Ji Wuye's right arm, known for its strength, shattered on spot. Screaming like a slaughtered pig, Luo Feng's eyes glinted with fierce light, stepping forward and roaring. Third soul skill, Sandstorm Assault. 2 sand spears pierced forward, filled with a bloodthirsty cold light. This hatred ran deep. But Ji Wuye was ultimately a 5-ring Battle Soul King. He shook his bare body and activated his 4th soul skill. Iron Wall. The sand spears hit and turned to sand, causing no damage. He leapt up, striking Luo Feng with a palm, sending blood flying into the air. Ji Wuye sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Tyron caught Luo Feng, but his face was pale and his whole body was broken. Being hit by a soul king nearly killed him. Chenhao's eyes glinted with killing intent. "Anyone who dares to injure my people in front of me, your time is up." Ji Wuye was about to speak when Chenhao stepped forward with the Hongmeng's sacred sword, slashing down. Swish! Ji Wuye's head rolled to the ground. The surrounding guards and soul masters panicked. The Lord has been killed. Over a dozen soul masters stood up, angrily shouting, "You dare to kill the Lord." Chenhao laughed. "He deserved to die. If you want to accompany him, I'll send you on your way." These soul masters were only soul zone at best. Upon hearing this, they all shrank back. He could slay a soul king without activating his martial soul. His power was too explosive. A middle-aged man said, "Forget it. We can't beat him. The Heavendo Empire will seek justice." The crowd nodded and prepared to flee. At this moment, Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, as if his lungs had exploded. Quang Tai shouted, "Master, he's not going to make it." Chenhao turned back and thought, how careless. If only he had struck Ji Wuye earlier with a sword. He leaped forward to block the soul masters. "Do you have any healing type soul masters?" Everyone shook their heads. Chenhao unleashed his pressure, making them gasp for breath. "Quick, find a healing soul master. If he dies, you all go with him." A soul master urgently said. "There's a soul master among the slaves captured by the city lord. Her martial spirit is a blood-red flower, and her healing abilities are amazing." Chenhao shouted, "Why aren't you bringing her here?" The soul master panicked. "She's locked in the basement. We can't open the huge lock." Chenhao used the 9 Yang divine art to protect Luo Feng's meridians and said to Talon, "Keep an eye on him." Then he shouted to the Soul Masters, "Lead the way." In the basement, there was a bronze giant door with a lock the size of a basin. Chenhao took out the storm giant sword from his treasure pouch, and the massive sword startled everyone. Chenhao's eyes flickered as he raised the storm giant sword and swung it down at the iron chain. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and sparks flew everywhere. Just imagine, if Kuang Shi knew Chenhao was using his family's ancestral storm giant sword to chop the lock, he would be furious and want to fight him. The sword didn't break it, but it left a crack in the iron chain, making it a bit loose. Chenhao furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and swung the sword with all his might again. Bang! His hands went numb from the shock, and the iron chain clanged to the ground. Everyone pushed open the bronze door. Inside were gold soul coins and rare treasures. In the center, a thin little girl was locked in an iron cage. The Soul Masters were all dumbfounded. Ji Wuye was indeed a corrupt official. The little girl crawled up, curling up with a weak voice. "Brother, is it you who saved me?" Chenhao felt a pang in his heart. Ji Wuye was truly inhuman. He wouldn't even spare such a small child. It would have been too merciful to just cut off his head. Chenhao walked over and yanked off the lock of the iron cage. The little girl looked up, her pale face appearing to be under 10 years old. Chenhao's heart trembled. He remembered his sister from his previous life, who used to cling to him like this. The little girl asked again, "Brother, is it really you?" Chenhao didn't speak, but carried her out. "Let us go. Brother will take you home." With a wave of his hand, he collected all the gold, soul coins, and treasures into his treasure pouch, leaving some for the Soul Masters. You could divide the rest. For now on, be good people and don't assist those who do evil. The little girl clung to Chenhao like an octopus, her thin arms tightly wrapping around him. She must have suffered so much before. Chenhao gently stroked her messy hair. "From now on, you are my sister. No one can bully you, not even the king." When he carried the little girl to the square, Luo Feng had already fallen unconscious. Chenhao asked softly, "Sister, can you use your martial spirit to help brother save him?" The little girl smiled. "Whoever brother wants to save, I will save." A blood-red flower blossomed in her palm, and 100-year soul ring glowed around her. First soul skill, healing. The crimson light enveloped Luo Feng, and his face regained some color. Chenhao was stunned. What kind of martial spirit is this? System prompt: 9 Hearts Blood Begonia. The 9 Hearts Begonia is a mutated version. Chenhao was shocked. What incredible luck. This is the #1 support martial spirit in Doluo. The 9 Hearts Begonia has no matter how many soul rings, just one soul skill. Area-wide healing. The higher the level, the stronger the healing. With Ning Rongrong and this little girl as support in the future, they could dominate Doluo. But the little girl was becoming weaker. Leaning against Chenhao, "Brother, I can only use my soul skill once." "Yes, better now. I'm so hungry and thirsty," Chenhao gently said. "Lean on brother's shoulder to rest, and later I'll take you to have a feast." The little girl smiled. Chenhao said to Talon, "Luo Feng will be fine. He'll wake up after some rest. We'll stay at the city lord's mansion for the night, and leave tomorrow." "Stay for a night?" Everyone was shocked. Kuang Tai hurriedly said, "Master, you just slaughtered the city lord. The news has spread. Staying at the city lord's mansion is like walking into a tiger's den." Chenhao said calmly, "My sister is hungry." After saying that, he walked straight towards the hall. Zhu Qing watched this and felt a bit jealous. But seeing the pitiful little girl, she didn't mind and was curious about how her martial spirit was so powerful. One skill saved the almost dead Luo Feng. It was simply incredible. In the city lord's mansion hall, Chenhao had the Soul Masters urge the kitchen to prepare food, personally feeding the little girl. He had already treated her like a real sister. He also had the kitchen prepare hot soup and new clothes, planning to give his sister a bath and let her rest well. Meanwhile, the news of the city lord's murder spread, and the commander of Nodding City led 1,000 armored soldiers charging towards them. After dinner, Chenhao initially wanted Zhu Qing to help with the bath, but the little girl clung to him and Wu Ti let go. Chenhao had no choice but to do it himself, treating her purely like a sister. Zhu Qing felt even more jealous. He had never helped her like this. Not long after, Talon rushed in a panic. "Not good. There are armies outside. They've surrounded us." Chenhao remained calm. "Xiaolong, what happened to the calm I taught you? The mountains can collapse before you, and you don't change color. Do they have 100,000? 10,000? Talon shook his head repeatedly. Chenhao smiled. "A bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. What's there to be afraid of? My sister just fell asleep, so be quiet. I'll go take a look." Saying this, he walked out, and Talon and the others followed closely behind. Chenhao stood at the front of the hall, scanning the 1,000 armored soldiers. Who's in charge? Coming to deliver your heads? A burly commander stepped out of the crowd, shouting in a rough voice. I'm the commander of the guards. You killed the city lord. I'm here to hunt you down. Chenhao smiled. Your city lord, a level 52 soul king, couldn't he beat me? What are you going to use to surround me? The commander shouted loudly. Prepare the strong crossbows. Hundreds of modified strong crossbows aimed at Chenhao. One alone was harmless, but hundreds could break through a soul king's defenses. The commander shouted, You killed the city lord and still want to be free? Today you'll surely die. Chenhao's eyes glinted with menace. If you want me to die, you have to die first. With a thought, 9 soul rings shone around him. The pressure swept out. The commander was stunned on the spot. No one said this was a title Doluo. Before he could give the order to retreat, Chenhao leaped up. The killing intent of the 7 kills sword revealed. I have a sword named 7 kills. First soul skill, long sword emergence. 4th soul skill, killing intent revealed. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring power. 3 soul skills were unleashed in succession, and the overwhelming killing intent enveloped the city lord's mansion. The sword light swept across, and nearly 1,000 guards fell in an instant. The blood light reflected against the moonlight. It was too brutal. Talon and the others were all stunned. The next day, when the little girl woke up, the group had already left the city lord's mansion. Chenhao didn't want her to see such a bloody scene. Chenhao also successfully became the #1 wanted criminal in the Tiando Empire, and there was only a wanted poster, not even a name. Chenhao also learned from the little girl's conversation that her name was Yi Lingling. Her parents had already passed away, and she had grown up with her brother. Pay attention. The group left Nodding City and entered the territory of Soto City. Talon exclaimed, Master, are you going to throw us into the Soto Soul Arena? Its scale is several times that of Nodding. Quan Long laughed. What is there to be afraid of? If we don't die, we'll be tempered to death. Our soul power will definitely increase. Talon thought too much. They didn't go to Soto City, but to a run-down little village. At the entrance of the village, it was written, Shrek Academy. Talon frowned. This garbage place dares to call itself an academy? Chenhao said, You'll know when you go in. You can't even beat the weakest student. Talon refused. Don't be boosting others' confidence. What good apprentices can this academy produce? A bird chirped as a middle-aged man in a green robe descended from the sky. It was the 4-eyed cat eagle, Flender. He shouted angrily, What a garbage academy. If it's garbage, don't come. Following him was the unmoving King Zhao Wujia, who saw Chenhao silently bow his head. Talon shouted, Opening in a place where not even a bird would poop, and it's run down, can it be a good academy? Flender revealed 8 soul rings. I'm an 83rd level agility attack, Soul Doluo. Talon immediately shrank back in fear. Flender was full of arrogance. You can leave now. You are not welcome. Chenhao embraced Lingling with a smile. Is the Dean's temper this small? Don't quarrel with a child. Flender angrily said, In my academy, I have the final say. Zhao Wujia chuckled beside him. Who told him to enjoy the show back then? Chenhao threw out 10,000 gold soul coins. Is this enough to get in? Flender's eyes lit up but pretended to be deep. That's enough money. That kid has to apologize. Talon reluctantly bowed. I'm sorry. Flender shouted. Not sincere enough. Louder. Talon raised his voice. I'm sorry. Shrek Academy is not a garbage school. Flender nodded, but found it harsh. He continued. You are admitted with special conditions. Age not exceeding 13 years, spirit power above level 21. And both spirit rings must be 100 years old. A 12-year-old with only level 20 is not allowed. That little girl in your arms is probably still drinking milk. No matter how talented she is, she can't get in. However, even with special conditions, there are requirements. First, age not exceeding 13 years, and spirit power must reach level 21 or above. Furthermore, both spirit rings must be a 100-year spirit ring. Even if a 12-year-old reaches level 20, they still can't enter Shrek Academy. Just like that little girl in your arms. She is probably still on milk. Even if she is talented, she cannot enter our Shrek Academy. Pay attention. Chenhao was furious upon hearing this and shouted loudly. Who wants to join your Shrek? Call you Xiaojiang and Tang San out. I have business with them. Flender, in a bad mood, replied. You think you could just call me to call them? Chenhao cursed in his heart. I'm giving you face because you are the principal. Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise, I will barge in. Flender laughed. A newborn calf is not afraid of tiger. I want to see how you barge in. Then he shouted, Wu Ji, someone is causing trouble. Zhao Wu Ji pretended to be sick. I twisted my waist during training yesterday. Solve it yourself. Flinder glared at him, showing off his 8 spirit rings to exert pressure. Chenhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. You want to seek death? I will help you. Flinder suddenly remembered what the master said about the prodigy, a young tidal Dua who drove away the Titan giant ape. Before he could react, Chenhao kicked him with a wind god kick, sealing his spirit power. Flinder was about to fly, but was kicked away 100 meters. Zhao Wuji laughed foolishly beside him, and Chenhao glanced at him. You're not a good thing either. He kicked him away again, truly caught in the crossfire. Inside, the master, Tang San, and others heard the commotion and rushed out. Rong saw Chenhao and ran over with loving eyes. Xiaohao, why are you here? Chenhao patted her head. I came specifically to see you. Oscar lowered his head. Compared to Chenhao, he fell too far behind. Rong only had eyes for him. Flinder and Zhao Wuji got up. Flinder, with a bruised face, bowed. Greetings, your highness. The master asked, what happened? Zhao Wuji complained. Ask this four-eyed one. He looking for trouble and dragged me into it. Flinder smiled apologetically. Truly, if you don't seek death, you won't die. The master said, Your Highness, please come in. Chenhao ignored Flinder and strode into the academy. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Qing and realized, there are beautiful flowers everywhere in the world. The group arrived at the shabby hall of Shrek, with the master and others following behind. The master respectfully asked, Your Highness visits, what is the matter? Chenhao sat upright. Master, you are the foremost authority on martial soul theory. I trust you. I have something, and I need your help to train these young talents. The master was flattered. Thank you for your esteem. But the academy's resources are limited. I'm afraid I won't be able to train them well. Chenhao pondered. How about letting them join Shrek? The master and Flinder exchanged glances. Joining is fine, but we have requirements. Before the master could finish, Chenhao laughed, stood up, and shouted, Release your martial souls. Zhu Qing, Quang Tai, Quang Long, Tai Long, and Luo Feng trembled, and 3 spirit rings lit up around them. Everyone was shocked. So they're all 3-ringed spirit ancestors. The master scanned left and right. The dark spirit cat. Pay attention. The master shouted, Rhinoceros, mighty gorilla. Then turned to ask, what is this child's martial soul? Luo Feng coldly replied, Luo Feng, 39th level control system spirit ancestor. Martial soul sand sculpture. Oscar and Ma Hongjun burst out laughing on the spot. The master frowned. There is actually such a martial soul. Chenhao shouted, Everyone report your name, martial soul, level, and age. Zhu Qing spoke first. 13 years old, 36th level agile attack spirit ancestor. Martial soul, dark spirit cat. The master, Dai Mubai, and others were shocked. 36th level at 13 years old. Dai Mubai was only this level at 16. Quang Tai said, 16 years old, 32nd level defense spirit ancestor. Martial soul, rhinoceros. Quang Long said, 16 years old, 31st level defense spirit ancestor. Martial soul, rhinoceros. Tai Long said, 14 years old, 32nd level defense spirit ancestor. Martial soul, mighty gorilla. Luo Feng said, 18 years old, 39th level control spirit ancestor. Martial soul sand sculpture. The master and others were stunned. Considering their own students' geniuses, this group was even more explosive. Except for Luo Feng being a bit older, all of them were fierce characters. Chenhao smiled. Do they meet your admission standards? The master frowned. Only Luo Feng does not meet. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Shrek only accepts monsters. Isn't a sand sculpture a monster martial soul? An 18-year-old with level 39 is not a genius, but no one under 18 can defeat him. Dai Mubai, already unhappy with Chenhao, shouted angrily, How do you know if you haven't fought? Chenhao smiled. Mubai, do you want to compete? Dai Mubai crossed his arms. Let us compete then. Chenhao asked the master. No objections, right? The master panicked. Losing would be too embarrassing, but still said, no objections. Chenhao patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. Xiao Feng, let us spar, don't hurt anyone. The two locked eyes and started fighting. Sand quietly appeared on the ground, and the master was shocked. This control martial soul is too fierce, impossible to guard against. Dai Mubai released the White Tiger Phantom, just about to shout the first spirit skill, White Tiger. Before he could finish, he was swallowed by the sand and spat out from another place. He steadied himself in midair, and the swirling yellow sand surrounded him again. Dai Mubai shouted, Second spirit skill, White Tiger Lightwave. Breaking through the sand encirclement, he punched towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng activated his second spirit skill wall of the Forbidden Army. Dai Mubai broke the shield with one punch. White Tiger Martial Soul is truly fierce. But Luo Feng silently appeared behind Dai Mubai and punched him away. The master was even more surprised. Each grain of sand from this martial soul is a clone. Too strange. Dai Mubai steadied himself and shouted, "Second spirit skill, White Tiger Light Wave." He punched Luo Feng away. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were excited, saying, "Ha, boss, you won." Pay attention. When Ma Hongjun and Oscar shouted that they won, the master, Tang San, and others all noticed. Luo Feng was clearly holding back. With his martial soul, dodging Dai Mubai's attacks or knocking him away would be easy. The master and Flinder understood Chenhao's intentions. They didn't want them to lose face in Shrek. Dai Mubai retracted his martial soul, having won but feeling uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. Luo Feng flew in front of Chenhao, spitting blood, his face pale. Chenhao shouted, "Rong Rong, quickly heal Luo Feng." The little girl in a new outfit, though thin, was cute. A blood-colored begonia flower emerged from her right hand, softly saying, "First spirit skill heal." Buzz. The begonia flower enlarged, and the blood-colored light enveloped Luo Feng. He wiped his mouth and stood up as if nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned. What kind of martial soul is this so powerful? The master was stunned on the spot. Eyes wide. Could this be the legendary first auxiliary martial soul, Nine Hearts Begonia? Chenhao calmly said, "That is only half right. This is a mutated Nine Hearts Blood Begonia, with healing effects even stronger than Nine Hearts Begonia." The master's heart raced. Having this martial soul, it would be hard for the team members to die. Rong Rong and she together would ensure an invincible battle team. Flinder was also excited. Chenhao asked, "Can they join Shrek?" The master was still in a daze, and Chenhao's thought moved, smashing a box that echoed in the hall. "I heard you are so poor you can't pay salaries. Here are 100,000 gold soul coins. Consider it a sponsorship." Flinder immediately opened the box, his eyes shining with gold soul coins. "Welcome to join." Chenhao turned to the master. "I heard you come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Your martial soul should be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, mutated into a Pippy Pig, with spirit power still stuck at level 29. The master's expression darkened, and he nodded. Everyone felt sorry for him. Chenhao said, "Don't be sad. There will be opportunities." The master smiled. "Your Highness, don't comfort me. I'm used to it." Chenhao's right hand produced a pill. This is a complete restoration pill. It can wash muscles and marrow, and soul masters below level 99 can unconditionally level up by 2 levels. The master stared at the pill, frowning. Washing muscles and marrow he could understand. But leveling up by 2 levels, where is there such a good thing? However, Chenhao is a title de law, there's no need to deceive. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Within the Golden Iron Triangle, Flinder is a soul Doluo, and the other 2 are soul sect. And he's just a great soul master. The master gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it melted, and the medicinal power flowed through his meridians. He felt a surge of heat throughout his body, as if a fire was burning inside him, and thick impurities flowed out his pores, making the students step back in disgust. After a long time, the master exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, feeling much lighter, and his soul power was significantly more abundant and solid than before. "Buzz, pay attention." The master's expression changed in shock. Within less than 15 minutes, his soul power skyrocketed from level 29 to level 30. Once he obtained the 3rd soul ring, his soul power could increase even further. He also discovered that his martial soul had changed, and its aura was countless times stronger than the previous Pai Pig. Chenhao blinked. "Master, how do you feel? I didn't lie to you, right?" The master, not caring about the impurities on his body, knelt down. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. My soul power hasn't changed in over 20 years and has always been considered useless. I just broke through to level 30, and my soul power is still quite abundant." Chenhao excitedly helped him up. "Congratulations. From now on, you'll be a soul master." The master nodded, his eyes moist. He had waited for this day for 20 years, dreaming of breaking through. Chenhao asked, "Has your martial soul changed?" With a thought, the master unleashed a dragon roar that shook the heavens. A massive pressure made it hard for people to breathe. A golden holy dragon hovered in the air, its golden light illuminating the entire room. The master was stunned. This is the ancestral dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? All dragons must worship it. He hugged Chenhao tightly. "Your Majesty, I will remember this kindness for a lifetime." Chenhao patted his shoulder. "I'll leave these kids to you for now. I have something to take care of and want to be back for a while. Zhu Qing and the others surrounded him. Master, are you abandoning us? Chenhao laughed. Abandoning you? Once a teacher, always a father. How can a father abandon his children? He added, I'll be back once I finish my tasks. During this time, listen to the master. Anyone who dares to disobey, I will deal with. Everyone nodded reluctantly, and Zhu Qing's eyes turned red. Wanted to say something, but stopping short. Yi Lingling clung to him. Brother, are you going to abandon me too? Chenhao helplessly replied, I'm just looking for Tang Yuehua. Why does it sound like I'm abandoning my wife and children? He patted Lung Lung's head. I'm just going out to handle some matters, and I'll be back soon. Lung Lung pouted. You said that last time too. Chenhao looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was playing with her fingers, afraid of her identity being revealed. He stepped forward. Xiao San, do you have a moment? Tang San was surprised. With me? The two walked to an open area, and Chenhao smiled. Little cousin, how have you been lately? Tang San was confused. Little cousin? My name is Tang San. Chenhao laughed heartily. You can't be wrong, because I have the same hammer as you. With that, he summoned the Haotian hammer in his left hand, exactly the same as Tang San's, but with nearly 100 times more power. Tang San's face showed a shocked expression. This. Pay attention, Chenhao said. Now do you believe it? My martial soul comes from my mother, and yours comes from your father. They both come from a super powerful Haotian sect. Tang San was astonished. The #1 sect. Haotian sect? He had heard of it at Shrek and knew that the Haotian hammer was the strongest attacking martial soul. He never expected his second martial soul to be it. Chenhao smiled. To put it simply, your father is my uncle, and my mother is your aunt. I'm older than you, so naturally, I'm your cousin. This information bombshell left Tang San momentarily stunned. Chenhao patted his shoulder. It's normal to not be able to accept it, but martial souls don't lie. Don't you want to know? Your father is a blacksmith. How could you have a twin martial soul? Tang San suddenly looked up. This was exactly what he had always wanted to know, but the teachers had kept it from him. Chenhao stated, martial souls look at bloodlines. Your left-hand hammer is the Haotian hammer inherited from your father. Your father, Tang Hao, is the Haotian Doluo, renowned throughout Doluo, one of the 3 great craftsmen, the most talented genius of the Haotian sect, and one of the youngest titled Doluo. During the battle in the Stardow Forest, he single-handedly crushed the former Pope Qiang Sunji and severely injured several titled Doluo from the Spirit Hall. Tang San's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. My dad is just a blacksmith. Every soul master knows the reputation of the Haotian Doluo. Chenhao replied, that's just the surface. Your father is called Tang Hao, and the Haotian Doluo is also called Tang Hao. Coincidence? When you were at Notting Academy, didn't Te teach you the chaotic wind hammer method? That's the ultimate skill of the Haotian sect. Tang San's heart trembled, right? How could a blacksmith have such an amazing hammer technique? Chenhao continued. When you joined Shrek, you were knocked out by Zhao Wujin for a day and a night. The next day, Zhao Wujin was bruised and battered. 10 times worse than you. Could an ordinary person beat him? That was your dad. The more Tang San thought about it, the more excited he became. Originally thinking he was just an ordinary person, suddenly he could rely on his father. How could he not be thrilled? He asked, then why did they hide it from me? Chenhao laughed. It starts with your right hand blue silvergrass. You think that's ordinary blue silvergrass? Wrong. The master taught you, right? Twin martial souls must be proportional. Both martial souls must be strong to avoid repulsion. For example, my 7 killing sword and Haotian hammer are both the strongest attacking martial souls. Your right hand is not garbage blue silvergrass. It's the blue silver emperor, comparable to the Haotian hammer. Chenhao continued. All blue silver are its descendants. They inherit from one generation to the next. The previous generation must die for the next to appear. When 2 blue-silver emperors coexist, the weaker one automatically becomes blue-silver king. The blue-silver emperor is the second awakening of blue-silver grass, a plant royal family that can suppress other plant soul beasts and martial souls. Tang San's expression darkened. He was no longer so excited. He extended his right hand, and with a thought, a blue little grass appeared in his palm. Surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to feel the royal aura, immediately becoming spirited, swaying left and right. Tang San asked, where's my mother? Chenhao paused. I'll tell you, but be prepared, so you don't get too excited and faint. Tang San looked curious. What kind of identity did his mother have that made Chenhao say that? Then he gently nodded. Pay attention. Chenhao said, are you ready? Your mother is called Ain, a 100,000 year old blue silvergrass. Tang San's eyes widened in shock. What? My dad could have a child with grass? Chenhao quickly added wrong. It's a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor that transformed into a human. Tang San let out a sigh of relief. After transforming, she is just like a human. That makes sense. Chenhao was about to romantically describe their meeting. On a bright moonlit night, in a valley. Tang San hurriedly said, "Get to the point." Chenhao laughed. "All right. It's that they met and had you. On the night you were born. The Spirit Hall discovered your mother. The former Pope, Qiang Sunji, led over a dozen title de law to surround and kill, wanting to seize the 100,000-year soul ring." Chenhao continued, "Your mother was weak after giving birth to you. That's when your father, my uncle, came in. He single-handedly crushed Qiang Sunji and severely injured several title Doluo from the Spirit Hall. This is the heroic tale renowned throughout Doluo." Tang San's bloodline ignited. Originally thinking he was just an ordinary traveler, this background could write a novel. He urged, "What happened next?" Chenhao teased, "I'm thirsty after talking for so long." Tang San quickly used the misty steps to fly back, pour a cup of hot tea, and returned without spilling a drop, looking at him with eager eyes. Chenhao said, "What happened next is a sad story. Prepare some tissues." The Spirit Hall had more than just Qiang Sunji. There were over a dozen title Doluo. Your father was only a 90-level soul Doluo at the time. Your mother, left with no choice, chose to sacrifice your father. The scene was earth-shattering, a wailing of ghosts and gods. All the soul masters who witnessed it were shocked. Tang San trembled. He knew about sacrifices. Soul beasts over 80,000 years old would burn their lives for soul rings, with a 100 match for soul bones. But the soul of the sacrificial person is eternally extinguished. Chenhao sighed. "Don't blame your father. He watched your mother die. Yet couldn't he do anything? If it weren't for you, he would have long fought the Spirit Hall." Tang San finally understood. His father worked as a blacksmith in Holy Soul Village, drinking to drown his sorrows. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fierce light. Spirit Hall. Sooner or later, blood debts will be repaid with blood. Chenhao said, "You're still a child, but a man must learn to face it." Tang San, having lived 2 lives, understood his father's even more. He didn't speak out of fear of burdening him. He looked determined. "Thank you for telling me." Chenhao laughed. "No need to be polite with family. Let us overthrow the Spirit Hall together." Tang San's eyes flickered. "You also have a grudge against the Spirit Hall. Pay attention." Chenhao said, "I have no grudge against the Spirit Hall. Overthrowing it is purely a personal interest. There is nothing more fulfilling in Doluo continent than this. Supplement. The main reason is to help you take revenge on your second uncle." Tang San was touched and acknowledged this cousin. "Thank you, Cousin Chenhao." Chenhao nodded. "The Spirit Hall is powerful. Just the 2 of us are not enough. We need to recruit people. Those I brought have strong backgrounds. Tai Long is the heir of the Li family. Quanglong Quangtia is from the Guangxi clan. While I'm not around, take good care of them." Tang San was surprised. "Cousin is really impressive." Chenhao asked, "I heard you were great with hidden weapons?" Tang San hesitated for a moment. His use of hidden weapons was no longer a secret. He nodded. "I have done quite a bit of research." Chenhao said, "My 7-killing sword was passed down from my grandfather, the Sword Law. He is a protecting elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. And I am the 3rd elder of the protection sect, and also the designated son-in-law of the Ning sect master. In the future, when we fight against the Spirit Hall, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will be our support. But they mostly have auxiliary powers, with no combat ability. I want to mass-produce hidden weapons for them." Tang San hesitated, leaking the Tang sect's secrets? But since his cousin was helping him, and said that his 7-treasure glazed tile school would assist, it would be too unreasonable to not agree. He furrowed his brow. "I will make each disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school a silent sleeve arrow." Chenhao laughed. "I need 500 of them. The sooner, the better." Tang San almost fell over. "At most, I can make 3 a day. 500 will kill me." Chenhao said, "Don't panic. I will find the Guangxi blacksmith shop and the Li family to make the parts. You keep the core technology and assemble them yourself. It will be fast and won't leak any secrets." Tang San nodded. "Cousin is really thoughtful." Tang San agreed. "I'll go back and draw the blueprints for you. I'll assemble the parts well." Chenhao was overjoyed, both improving strength and making money. What a great deal. He said, "Thank you. I will take you to a good place. In the Sunset Forest. Just in time for the master to get the 3rd spirit ring. Let's all go and see the world." Tang San nodded in excitement. The 2 returned to the hall as if nothing had happened. Chenhao said, Take Tang San to the Sunset Forest. The master also needs a spirit ring. How about a trip together? Everyone was excited. It's been a long time since we relaxed. The master was shocked. The Sunset Forest is a toxic forest. It is contracted by the poison Doluo Dugabo. Ordinary soul masters basically can't survive inside. Pay attention. Chenhao raised his head and asked, "Did you just say those are ordinary soul masters? Am I an ordinary soul master? What about Flander, Zhao Wuji? What about the Shrek students?" The master paused, fell silent. There's no guarantee that we will encounter Dugabo in the Sunset Forest, and even if we do, with a tidal Doluo around, what is there to fear? Chenhao shouted, "Prepare for half an hour. Bring tents, clothes, vegetables, cumin, sauce, and drinks. It's hot. Let's find a cold pool to bathe, have a barbecue. How pleasant." Everyone fantasized. Didn't expect a tidal Doluo to enjoy life so much. Chenhao said, "All day just training. How can one increase soul power if they become dull? Work and rest must be combined to reach the extreme." Everyone nodded. So true. Half an hour later, Flander drove the dragonhorn carriage, and the group laughed and chatted as they headed to the Sunset Forest, with the two teams growing closer. The Sunset Forest is near Heavendo City, rich in minerals and herbs, a paradise for blacksmiths and alchemists. But it is extremely dangerous, with many high-level soul beasts. Those without strength dare not come. Legend has it that the poisoned Dugabo lives here. The group arrived at the Sunset Forest. It was nothing like the rumored toxic forest. It was divided into the outskirts and the center. With low-level soul beasts in the outskirts and poisonous miasma and high-level soul beasts in the center. They wandered in the outskirts, trying to find a third spirit ring for the master. Chenhao asked, "Master, has your martial soul evolved and have your soul skills changed?" The master nodded. Now the first soul skill is Holy Dragon Roar, and the second is Holy Dragon Shockwave. Its power is dozens of times stronger, bringing dragon pressure to soul beasts. Chenhao asked, "What kind of third spirit ring do you want?" The master said, "I want one around 3,000 years, preferably containing dragon blood." Everyone was shocked. Dragon blood is extremely rare. The master quickly added, "It's also fine if it contains snake blood." Chenhao nodded. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find a suitable one. The soul beasts in the outskirts were too low level. The master said, "It seems we need to go into the center." He took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it, handing some to others. This can counteract the miasma. The group entered the center. Poison gas enveloped the area all year round, and the soul beasts were poisonous, with strange appearances and great strength. As soon as they entered, they encountered a 3,000-year-old poison dragon drill beast, similar to a rhinoceros, with tough skin and thick flesh, and a sharp horn on its head. Chenhao asked, "Master, how about this beast?" The master nodded. "The first two soul skills are strong attacks. The third needs to be defensive. This beast has strong power and high defense, and its age is just right." Chenhao urged, "If it's suitable, go for it. Wait for me to help you hunt it down." The master displayed the golden holy dragon's phantom, and the might spread out. The poison dragon drill beast was so pressured by the aura that it didn't dare to move. The master activated the first soul skill, Holy Dragon Roar. The golden holy dragon roared, and the dragon's might pressed the beast to the ground. The master took the opportunity to stab it with a blade, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spirit ring. Chenhao said, "Flander, Zhao Wuji, protect the master. I will take Tang San to a place, and I will be back soon." The others stayed in place. Don't run around. Pay attention. Everyone nodded. And Chenhao picked up Tang San and flew deep into the Sunset Forest. They charged into the belly of the forest, as if entering a no-man's land. The deeper they went, the thicker the poisonous gas became, and at the innermost part was Dugabo's by Lin's 7 absolute flower array. No 10,000-year soul beast could break in. Chenhao stepped lightly, skillfully avoiding the array and leaping over the layer of poison gas. As soon as he landed, Tang San shouted in surprise, "Ice Fire 2 Element I?" Chenhao was confused. What is the story of this place? Tang San scanned excitedly and said, "Ice Fire 2 Element I, formed by a volcano in an ice mountain. A twin birth in one glance. It's extremely rare, hard to find in 10 million years." He continued, "This is one of the 3 great treasure troves for medicine. Ordinary plants can't survive, but rare plants can grow at 10 times the speed. A 10-year-old Ganoderma can have a 100-year effect. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers here." Tang San approached and saw a large pink flower by the spring. Its petals looked like crystal, and the flower's center was purple like a diamond. Tang San was shocked. This is the immortal fragrant Chiloa celestial product, the nemesis of all poisons. Within the range of its fragrance, No poison works. Chenhao smirked. This place is amazing, right? Tang San completely ignored him and shouted, octagonal ice grass, fire, apricot, heavenly mushroom, chrysanthemum, and Chihuahua tulip. He trembled with excitement. These celestial herbs are hard to find, and now there are dozens of them all here. He had only seen them in the Xiantian treasure record. Chenhao chuckled inwardly. When the old monster comes back and sees the celestial herbs are gone, he will surely be furious. He urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. Tang San said, the octagonal ice grass is a cold poison celestial product, and the fire apricot is a fire poison celestial product. I want to eat them both at the same time. Using the ice-fire 2 element to temper my body. Cousin, help me protect. Chenhao patted his chest. With me here, not even a fly can get through. Tang San went to pick the octagonal ice grass, and as soon as he touched it, he was frozen, forcing himself to endure the pain to pick it. He then used a Xian Jade hand to pick the fire apricot. Though the Xian Jade hand is impervious to swords and guns, he was still burned, with skin broken and flesh lacerated. The two herbs combined formed a small ice-fire 2 element eye, and Tang San jumped in to temper his body. At this moment, a loud roar came from afar. Who dares to trespass into my territory? Chenhao couldn't help but frown. What bad luck encountering the old monster Dugabo here. Stealing his celestial herbs quietly would be so satisfying. But what do Chenhao, have to fear? Pay attention. 2 figures rushed over. The old monster Dugabo was followed by a girl about 13 or 14 years old. She had a superb figure, pale complexion, and eyes glowing green with ferocity. Indeed, his granddaughter Duguyen. Dugabo was shocked to see Chenhao. His by Lin's 7 absolute flower array couldn't even be breached by 10,000-year soul beasts. How did this kid get in? He hadn't broken the array and wasn't even poisoned. He looked up to see Tang San in the ice-fire 2 element eye, as well as the missing celestial herbs, and exploded. You little brat dare to touch my celestial herbs. Dugabo raised his hand to strike at Chenhao. Chenhao smiled and, still looking at Duguyen, raised his hand to meet the attack. Dugabo snorted coldly, seeking death. Bang! The 2 palms collided. Level 92 control system Sol de Law was actually sent flying by a single palm, retreating 2 steps before stabilizing, his blood boiling. Chenhao laughed. Old poisoner. With me here, you can't get within half a step of the ice-fire 2 element eye. Dugabo stared fiercely at him. He was the one who had grabbed the 10,000-year soul beast embryo at the Heavendo auction. His figure and voice matched. He angrily asked, that embryo was taken by you? Chenhao boldly replied, that's what this young master did. What can you do about it? Dugabo was both shocked and angry. When he went to chase, he couldn't even catch a glimpse. But seeing Tang San absorb the immortal herb, he couldn't accept it. That was the immortal herb I had nurtured for decades. Dugabo stepped forward, revealing 9 soul rings. The phantom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King spread out, exerting pressure that crushed all serpents. Chenhao was not afraid at all. The aura was a bit intimidating, though. Dugabo activated his 3rd soul skill, Emerald Phosphor Purple Poison, and the poisonous mist sprayed towards Chenhao. He thought Chenhao would dodge, but instead, Chenhao just stood there, coughed twice, and waved his hand to fan away the poison mist. His whole body was enveloped in golden light, impervious to all poisons due to the 9 Yang divine skill. Dugabo and his grandson were dumbfounded. You actually resisted my 3rd soul skill? Chenhao said, your poison is just garbage. Dugabo exploded with rage. I have dominated Doluo for many years. No one dares to call my poison garbage. He directly unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true form of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, transforming into a 30-meter-long, water-barrel-thick emerald green giant snake. Exuding the pressure of a dragon, Chenhao was a bit flustered. He couldn't act cool anymore. He had to get serious. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent King roared, and a hurricane swept towards Chenhao. Chenhao wielded his giant sword and slashed down, dispersing the hurricane directly. The giant snake's head lunged at him, and with a loud bang, Chenhao's sword struck the snake's head. Was the head really this hard? Chenhao spoke. Old man, I advise you not to waste your effort. I only used a few of your immortal herbs. If I lose my life because of this, that would be a terrible loss. Pay attention. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent King roared again. Dugabo was infuriated. He had ruled Doluo for decades, and even the Pope had to give him face. Yet he was being toyed with by this brat. He shouted in anger, 8th soul skill, time freeze. Chenhao already knew how terrifying this soul skill was. It could pair with a 9th soul skill to destroy cities, locking time in a radius of several thousand square meters. But this skill required charging, and would Chenhao give him a chance? He stepped on the wavelength steps, activated the wind god leg, and leaped into the air, kicking the snake's head. The 30-meter-long snake body flew out, crashing down and crushing a pile of immortal herbs. Chenhao seized the opportunity and aimed his storm giant sword at the snake's head. Dugabo panicked. If that sword hit, he would either die or be severely injured. He hurriedly dispersed his martial soul and fell to the ground, wiping the blood. Dugyin exclaimed, "Grandpa!" She lunged to kick Chenhao. Chenhao showed no mercy, kicking her away. Chenhao sheathed his sword, and Dugabo got up. Chenhao said, "At your age, what do you need with immortal herbs? Your poisonous gas won't let you live for many more years. We're just helping out." Dugyin was furious. "You won't live many more years either." Chenhao laughed. "This little girl has a stubborn temper. If your grandfather dies, you will be the pitiful one, full of poison, and you won't be able to get married in the future. Whoever sleeps with you will die." Dugyin was about to make a move, but was stopped by Dugabo. He said solemnly, "Yes, right. Our Emerald Phosphor Serpent King martial soul awakens as a poison body. Your future husband must either share the martial soul or be immune to poison. Otherwise, the wedding night would be fatal." Dugyan's face turned red. Thankfully, she hadn't done anything with you, Tianheng. Dugubo's eyes sparkled, and he looked up to ask, "Little brother, since you know so much, do you have a way to save her?" Chenhao looked up. "If I can see through it, there must be a way. Let's see if you have sincerity." Dugubo asked, "What sincerity do you want?" Chenhao said, "If I say it, would it still be sincerity?" Dugubo replied, "I will give you endless wealth." Chenhao's eyes lit up. "That's barely enough, but money is just an external thing." Dugubo stroked his beard. "I view life and death lightly. I'm just afraid Yenner will suffer. As long as you save her, I will agree to any conditions." Chenhao was pleased. "Will you let your granddaughter marry me?" Dugubo's eyes lit up. "Sure. You're immune to poison and strong. Just right to take care of Yenner." Dugyan's head turned red with shame. Chenhao was stunned. He was just joking, thinking he would explode. He quickly said, "I was joking. Don't take it seriously." The poison Doloa's face darkened. "As a man, one should keep his word. Since you've spoken, how can you go back on it?" "Pay attention," Dugabo said. "I think you're amazing. Much stronger than you, Tianheng, of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. I can rest assured with Yenner with you. At least you won't die on the wedding night." Chenhao quickly changed the subject. He had already jumped into the detoxification plot and had no impression of it. Chenhao cleared his throat. "On rainy days, do your ribs feel itchy? It must last more than an hour. In the dead of night, does your head and chest hurt like being pricked with needles, and your whole body spasms for half an hour? That pain is worse than death." Dugabo was dumbfounded. This was spot on. He had doubted before, but now he believed 100% that he could detoxify. Chenhao stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be calm, while he was actually panicking. He couldn't keep this up any longer. Dugabo hurriedly said, "That's right. I have practiced poison arts for decades. The poison has long spread throughout my body." He urgently asked, "Is there a way to save me?" Chenhao acted proud. "Why the rush? Decades of poison can't be treated quickly. My cousin is absorbing the immortal herbs. I have to protect him. You all wait." Dugabo nodded repeatedly. In fact, Chenhao quite admired Dugabo. He was both righteous and wicked, but kept his promises. Not a bad person. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the afterlife long ago. Dugabo leaned closer to ask, "Who is this little brother? He dares to directly absorb immortal herbs without fear of exploding?" Chenhao said, "Don't worry. He is 100% sure. Don't speak. Just quietly protect him. I'll think about detoxifying after he comes out." Dugabo nodded again. Brother Chenhao truly values loyalty. Half an hour later, Tang Sen shouted as he jumped out from the ice, and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. His body shone with white and red light, and his soul power was overwhelming. He excitedly said, "Cousin, I succeeded." Chenhao was stunned. "You successfully absorbed the immortal herb? Congratulations." Tang Sen shook his head. "Not just that. I have cultivated the ice and fire golden body, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to all poisons." Dugabo was furious. "You little brat swallowed my immortal herbs and still dare to show off." Tang Sen bowed. "I'm sorry, senior. I didn't know this was your territory." Chenhao said, "Why bother being polite with him? The ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye is a natural treasure. It doesn't have his name on it." Dugabo didn't dare to refute. He still needed Chenhao to detoxify. He hurriedly asked, "Now that your cousin is fine?" About detoxifying, Chenhao quickly shifted the blame. "This little matter doesn't need me to act. Little San, Help see how to detoxify this old poison and little poison. Tang San immediately agreed. After taking a glance, he said, Senior, your martial soul must contain deadly poison. After decades of cultivation, the poison has long spread throughout your body. Duga Bo's heart trembled. He didn't expect this kid to be extraordinary as well. Pay attention, Duga Bo said. Little friend Tang San is right. My martial soul is indeed the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. Tang San frowned. This martial soul is considered top tier, but the toxicity is too overwhelming. You have practiced poison arts for decades. The poison is already integrated into your body, and detoxification won't be easy. But this little girl has shallow poisoning. I can definitely save her. Duga Bo's withered face brightened. Thank you, little friend Tang San. If you save my granddaughter, I will be eternally grateful. Chenhao jumped out. No need to be grateful. You agree to 3 conditions, and I'll let little San save her. Duga Bo immediately agreed. Brother Chenhao, just say it. Chenhao said, the first condition, I have my eye on this ice and fire yin yang eye. Duga Bo frowned. You are taking advantage of the situation. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Not agreeing? Duga Bo gritted his teeth. I have a condition. I swore that whoever marries Yinner will get the ice and fire yin yang eye. If you marry her, this place will belong to you. Chenhao swallowed hard. Looking at Duga Yin, though cold, she had an alternative beauty. But thinking of the sect Master Ning, he hurriedly said, Forget it. I don't want the ice and fire yin yang eye. The poison Deloa instantly exploded with rage. You little brat. What do you mean? The attack is not strong. But the insult is extreme. Chenhao panicked. It's nothing. I already have someone I like. The poison Deloa roared. What girl is better looking than Yinner? Chenhao glanced at Yinner for a second. Yinner is the most beautiful in the world. But a man must take responsibility. We are fated, but not meant to be. The poison Deloa's face darkened. Then the ice and fire yin yang, I cannot be given to you. But you can pick immortal herbs as you wish. Chenhao's eyes brightened. That is fine too. Duga Bo hurriedly asked, How to save my granddaughter? Tang San said, The Emerald Phosphor Serpent martial soul carries poison. The more one practices poison, the stronger it gets. There are 2 methods for detoxification. The first is to use immortal herbs to neutralize and expel the poison. I can definitely do it. Duga Bo was overjoyed. Hurry up. Whatever you need, I will prepare. Tang San changed the subject. But the martial soul and poison complement each other. If the poison is cleared, your cultivation will be gone. Duga Bo's eyes widened. Without soul power, can you still be called a soul master? Tang San said, Don't worry. For the second method, find a soul bone and compress the poison into it as a container. It can both detoxify and preserve your cultivation. Duga Bo was shocked. Is it that simple? Tang San nodded. Duga Bo was stunned. He had practiced for a lifetime, but had never thought of this. He was still skeptical. Can it really work? After a moment of hesitation, Tang San's back sprouted 8 external soul bones. Duga Bo was astonished. These are external soul bones? Tang San waved the 8 spider lances. These were obtained from a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. It has poison itself, but I wasn't affected. Because I stored the venom in the soul bone, it had no impact on me. Pay attention. Duga Bo nodded thoughtfully. What's going on with today's kids? Each one is more explosive than the last. The new generation is pushing the old generation to the beach, while the old generation is being wiped out. Chenhao spoke. I've told you the method. How to operate it is up to you. Duga Bo bowed. Thank you both for your guidance. Chenhao ignored him and looked at the ice and fire yin yang eye with a smile. Extreme cold and extreme heat. It must be refreshing to soak in. He asked, Xiao San, how's this hot spring? Tang San smiled bitterly. This isn't a hot spring at all. Ordinary people would turn to ash in seconds. Before Chenhao could react, the frost young dragon from the Rui Bao bag crawled out, splashed into the ice and fire yin yang eye, flipped onto its back, and floated there, looking utterly delighted. Tang San and the poisoned Deloa shouted in unison. What is this? Chenhao helplessly replied. It's a 100,000-year soul, beast embryo, snatched from the Tiando auction house, and it has hatched. The poisoned Deloa frowned. This is a 100,000-year soul beast? Clearly, it's a long-horned, 4-legged lizard. Upon hearing this, the frost young dragon flicked its tail and sent a blast of icy water crashing towards him. The poisoned Deloa laughed. It has spirit. It could be used as a soul ring in the future. The young dragon was even angrier, opened its mouth, and spewed freezing dragon flames. The poisoned Deloa didn't dodge and was instantly frozen. He shattered the ice, breathing out cold air and shivering. No wonder it's a 100,000-year soul beast. truly ferocious. While the young dragon soaked, Chenhao was also busy. He filled the baobao bag with soil and flowers, stuffing in the Chihuahua tulip. This flower can absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Rong Rong will definitely evolve into a 9 treasure after eating it. Dugabo felt the pain but didn't dare to speak. He had promised. Chenhao took a glance and, disregarding everything, stuffed in 6 immortal herbs. Unlike Tang San, he had no idea what these flowers were called or what they were used for. Dugabo was anxious and stepped forward. Chenhao, brother, these immortal herbs are all there. Leave some for me. Chenhao stopped and brushed off the dust. All right. It's not easy for you to cultivate. Just come back if you need more. Dugabo almost stumbled. He had to set up a stronger formation. Otherwise, this place would be emptied. Tang Sin spoke. Senior, I have already eaten 2 immortal herbs from you to cultivate the ice and fire golden body. I should be content. But this heartbreaking red suit is suitable for my friend. Could you give it to me? Dugabo nodded. After all, it had caused quite a bit of trouble. So it was no loss to give away this flower. Tang San joyfully bowed and put the flower away. Dugabo stared at Tang San, thinking, though this kid isn't as strong as Chenhao, he's stable and decent. I can entrust Yinner to him. He asked, Xiao San, do you have a girlfriend? Tang San frowned. Thank you, senior, but my heart belongs to someone else. Dugabo nodded. Good cabbage has been pushed by pigs. Yu Qianheng isn't that great. It seems I'll have to lower my standards. Seeing that it was getting late, Master and the others must be waiting anxiously. Chenhao grabbed the frost young dragon and left with Dugabo and Dugiyan from the ice and fire in Yang'ai. The 4 of them traversed through the forest, and as they got closer, they heard the sounds of fighting in the woods. Pay attention. Chenhao's expression changed, and he quickened his pace, leaping onto a towering giant tree. Below, Flender and Zhao Wujin were battling a 10,000-year soul beast. Zhu Qing, Talon, and the others were all lying on the ground, and Rong Rong's face was pale as she gasped for breath. Her soul power had been exhausted. This soul beast is too fierce. Dugabo said solemnly. It's a 60,000-year earth double-headed lion-tiger beast. Chenhao asked, do you recognize this beast? Dugabo nodded. It's the overlord of this area. The ice and fire yin yang, I used to be its territory, but I drove it away. Although it's 60,000 years old, it has dual attributes from absorbing the ice and fire aura, and its strength is at least 70,000 years. I'll keep it for Yinner as the 8th soul ring. Chenhao grinned. Then you'll be disappointed. It will soon become my soul ring. Dugabo was shocked. You don't have a 9th soul ring? How will you defeat it? Chenhao replied, wrong. It's my 2nd martial soul. Before Dugabo could speak, Chenhao jumped down and shouted, everyone, don't be afraid. I'm here. Zhao Wujin was forced back several steps. This beast is too strong. It has extreme ice and fire attributes, and is immune to all ordinary attacks. Chenhao laughed. Let be strong. Let the breeze brush the mountain ridge. He stepped in front of the lion-tiger beast. Beast, become my soul ring. The earth double-headed lion-tiger beast was dozens of meters long. Its dual heads raised high and roaring with the pressure of a king spreading out. One lion head opened its mouth, and a huge fireball smashed towards Chenhao. Chenhao dodged with a flash. The fireball exploded, and the shock wave swept through. Anyone hit would be turned to dust. Chenhao angrily said, you still want to burn me with fire? Taste my sword. With a thought, he gripped the 7-killing sword, and 9 soul rings lit up. Dugabo was shocked again. Title Doluo, 7-killing, sword, martial soul. Tang San said, my cousin's grandfather is the sword path elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Xin. Dugabo's heart trembled. Thank goodness he didn't beat him. Otherwise, the sword Doluo would chase him down and kill him. Chenhao swung his sword. Beast. Kill. The 4th soul skill unleashed a killing aura. The lion-tiger beast lunged at him, its claws striking the 7-killing sword. Chenhao said, I can't let you off without showing you some color. The 5th soul skill shook the surroundings. The sword light surged. He was about to exert force when the frost young dragon crawled out of the baobao bag and let out a roar. Flender frowned. What is this 4-legged lizard? The young dragon turned back and glared at him, its movements incredibly comical. It shook its small body, and a powerful pressure swept out. Master exclaimed, such strong dragon might. Chenhao said, this is the 100,000-year soul beast embryo I snatched from the Tiando auction house. It hatched like this. Everyone was shocked again. It's a 100,000-year soul beast cub. Once it grows up, what will happen? The ground around them instantly froze, with the young dragon as the center freezing 100 miles. An extreme icy aura spread out. The others were shivering from the cold. The originally fierce lion-tiger beast was actually lying on the ground, trembling. The frost young dragon jumped onto the lion-tiger beast's head, gently patting its tiger head, as if communicating. Suddenly, the earth double-headed lion-tiger beast's eyes shot out fierce light, glaring fiercely, and it suddenly stood up and roared to the sky. It once again released a powerful aura. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing why this beast had suddenly gone mad. Pay attention, Chenhao guessed. It's definitely because the frost young dragon made an excessive demand. Either it wants the earth double-headed lion-tiger beast to be its pet, or it wants it to sacrifice itself. That's why it suddenly went berserk. The frost young dragon was also fearless, roaring at the lion-tiger beast. But while the former roared like a tiger, the latter sounded like a chick. Both soul beasts simultaneously unleashed massive icy balls. The lion-tiger beast ball was instantly swallowed by the young dragon's freezing dragon flames and smashed back onto itself, instantly freezing it into an ice block. The frost young dragon jumped over and kicked the ice block in front of Chenhao. It grinned, showing its little white teeth in a wicked smile, as if showing off its achievement. Not only Flinder and the others. Even Chenhao was stunned. This old beast has become intelligent. Chenhao swung his sword down, cleaving the lion-tiger beast in half. With a buzzing sound, the 10,000-year soul ring appeared, along with a piece of icy skull. Everyone was bewildered. Chenhao's become a title de law. Why kill this beast? Can he still absorb a 10th soul ring? Chenhao put away the 7-killing sword, and with a thought, a hammer crackling with lightning appeared in his right hand. Twin martial souls. 7-killing sword plus Hao-Yin hammer. The scene erupted. 2 major assault martial souls of Doluo appeared in one person. This is terrifying. Chenhao didn't explain, sat cross-legged, and used his mind to attract the soul ring. The lion-tiger beast initially resisted, but soon submitted. He easily added the first soul ring to the Hao-Yin hammer, obtaining the soul skill ice and fire dual heaven. The poison Doluo was shaking. What kind of monster is this kid? At a young age, he has already achieved the title of Doluo and possesses dual martial souls, both of which are powerful attack types. How much virtue must one accumulate in their past life to have such fortune? Compared to Yu Qianheng, he is simply incomparable. If I had known, I would have worked harder. Perhaps I could have taken him as my son-in-law. Flinder said cautiously. Why is the poison Doluo here? The poison Doluo asked. Are these 2 kids from Shrek? Flinder replied. Tang-san is. As for my young friend Chenhao, we dare not accept him, nor are we worthy. The poison Doluo nodded. He didn't expect that little Shrek had so many excellent students. Chenhao jumped over to support Rongrong. His right hand pressed against her back. Rongrong's clothes were already soaked with sweat, exuding a fragrant scent. Chenhao infused her with Jiang True Qi to help her regain her soul power and then took out a Chilua tulip. Its fragrance was enticing. Rongrong blushed. This flower is so beautiful. Chenhao said, this is a celestial herb. It can identify the spirit materials of heaven and earth, and its fragrance can change one's aura. Hurry and eat it. Tangsen nodded. This herb is the most suitable for Rongrong. Rongrong exclaimed. How can something so beautiful be eaten? Chenhao replied. Eating it will bring a surprise. Maybe your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can evolve into the 9-treasure. Isn't that your and Uncle Ning's dream? Rongrong was astonished. Previously, Chenhao helped her open her meridians, and the transformation from 7-treasure to 8-treasure was already a miracle. Now it could actually evolve. She plucked a petal and put it in her mouth. It was slightly sweet, leaving a fragrant taste. Then she also plucked the flower stamens and put them in her mouth. Look, Rongrong was enveloped in a magnificent glow, radiating nobility. The 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda spun continuously. The poison Doluo was shocked again, surprisingly. Even the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda appeared. Shrek is truly extraordinary. Crack. A crisp sound. The 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda on Rongrong's body cracked, and layers of crystal fragments fell off. People nearby exclaimed, it's evolved. Chenhao counted. Indeed, it had evolved. The saying, if you're not good-looking, you must study more, is indeed not wrong. Rongrong collected her soul power, and her whole appearance changed dramatically. Her nobility was undeniable. She clenched her small hands in excitement. Turning the 7-treasure into the 9-treasure was the dream of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. It actually happened with Chenhao's help. Her soul power also skyrocketed from level 33 to level 38. Mom and Dad, as well as Grandfather Jian, would definitely be super happy. Rongrong couldn't help but take a step forward and kiss Chenhao on the cheek. Thank you. Chenhao's heart trembled. It was as sweet as eating honey, and he wished he could kiss her back on the spot. Everyone lowered their heads. This dog food was unexpected. Chenhao suddenly thought of Zhu Qing, turned around to give her the celestial herb, but shouted, "Where's Zhu Qing?" Everyone had just looked at Rong Rong, and no one noticed Zhu Qing had left. Luo Feng pointed, "She was just here, went that way." Chenhao was anxious. Zhu Qing must be jealous. That place was the poison formation of Dugu Bo. Ordinary people would be eliminated in an instant. Chenhao dashed out, and everyone hurriedly followed. He searched for a long time, but didn't see anyone. Right in front of him was the poison formation. He rushed in and saw Zhu Qing was lying inside, her face purple, with no trace of vitality. Chenhao panicked, quickly carried her out, and pressed his back against hers to infuse her with Juyang True Qi. But as soon as the True Qi entered, it scattered. Nothing worked. Tang San and the others arrived. "Cousin, let me see." Chenhao nodded. When it comes to detoxification, no one understands it better than Tang San. Tang San examined Zhu Qing's face, frowned, and took her pulse. "Cousin, help her up." He crossed his legs to circulate Xiantian Gong to infuse it. Although Juyang True Qi was strong, it couldn't compare to Xiantian Gong for detoxification. After a long time, Tang San's face turned pale as he withdrew his hands, weakly saying, "It's no use. Zhu Qing is poisoned too deeply. I can protect her heart pulse for now, but the poison has spread throughout her body." Chenhao was frantic. It's all my fault for not considering Zhu Qing's feelings. He had promised to take Zhu Qing back to the Star Luo Empire. With a thought, celestial herbs fell to the ground, and he grabbed Tang San's shoulder, urgently shouting, "Xiao San, think again. Can't these celestial herbs save her?" Tang San shook his head. "These herbs are precious, but only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Using them forcefully might damage her meridians. There's a way. We need the 10,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng, which can wash the meridians and change the blood, allowing her to be reborn." The 10,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng. Everyone was shocked. Where can we find such a spirit item? Even Dugu Bo hasn't seen one. Chenhao's eyes lit up. He remembered that this ginseng appeared in the storyline with the Min family. Tang San's grandmother is the younger sister of the White Crane. So that means he has to call the White Crane uncle. He should be able to get the 10,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng. Look, Chenhao made up his mind. If it really doesn't work, I'll just forcefully take it. No matter how precious the 10,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng is, it can't compare to Zhu Qing's life. Someone shouted. The Min family, known for their single attribute, has the clan leader by he who possesses this ginseng. The master said, the Min family is in Shanghai City, 1,000 miles away. Even if we fly with a sword, it will take at least a day. Tang San's face darkened. With me here, I can protect her from the poison for 3 days. After 3 days, even the gods can't save her. Chenhao patted Tang San's shoulder. "Cousin, for now, I leave Zhu Qing to you. You all go back to Shrek first. I will return in 3 days." Tang San nodded. "Cousin, don't worry." Chenhao turned to the Poison Dolois. "Old Poison, I have a request." The Poison Dolois was surprised. "Just say it." Chenhao said, "It's still a distance from here to Shrek. No mishaps can happen. Please escort them back. The 3 requests I made earlier are nullified." The Poison Dolois replied, "Even if you didn't say it, I would still do it. I dug a bow, keep my word. How could I use this matter to cancel it?" Chenhao was moved. This old poison master knows the big picture. He bowed. "Thank you all. I'll be back soon." Rong Rong lowered her head and said nothing. Chenhao walked over. "Rong Rong, you have to understand me. I like you, and I also like Zhu Qing. I would be willing to risk my life for both of you. Once this matter is settled, I will explain everything to you." He also gently touched Zhu Qing's face, filled with guilt. Dai Mubai watched this unfold. This master of romance, compared to Chenhao, is still far behind. Chenhao suddenly turned and unleashed his 3rd soul skill, flying towards Shanghai City on his sword. The others returned to Shrek under the protection of the Poison Dolois, Flinder, and Zhao Wujin. Chenhao flew all the way without stopping. When his soul power was exhausted, he sat cross-legged to recover using Jiuyang divine skill. After passing through countless cities, he finally arrived near Shanghai City. This city was pitifully small. With a population of less than 50,000, its walls low and houses dilapidated, the Min family really lived poorly. Chenhao had already drained his soul power, and even forcing the Jiuyang divine skill wouldn't help him recover. He regretted slapping his thigh. If he had known, he would have gotten some Oscar recovery sausages. With a thud, he fell to the ground, just smashing in the middle of Shanghai City. Passers-by were startled and jumped. No one dared to help, just took a glance and walked away. At that moment, a carriage arrived, its body painted with a fire phoenix, and the curtains embroidered with flames. The coachman shouted, "Stinky kid, get lost if you're begging. Don't block the road." The curtain opened, and a fiery figure said, "This kid is dressed unusually. He doesn't look like a beggar. Give him 10 silver soul coins." The coachman reluctantly took out money and threw it. This was half a year's salary for him. Chenhao was dumbfounded. Did they really think he was begging? He lay on the ground, just wanting to recover some soul power, and with a movement of his right hand, he picked up a silver soul coin and threw it back hard. With a loud smack, it hit the horse's back. The dragon-horned horse reared up, throwing off the carriage and the people inside. The fiery figure leaped gracefully and landed lightly. It turned out to be a beautiful woman. Her skin was glowing white. Her whole body was fiery red. Even her hair looked like it was on fire. Her beauty was stunning, and her figure was graceful. Any male, seeing her, would instantly ignite a fire in their hearts. "Look!" Chenhao's eyes widened. "Is that Shiranui Mai?" Her outfit and appearance were almost identical to Shiranui Mai from Honor of Kings. The girl turned around fiercely and glared at him, her eyes shining with fierce light. "Stinky kid, I kindly gave you money. Why did you scare away my horse?" Chenhao ignored her completely. No matter if she was a heavenly firewoman, saving Zhu Qing was the top priority right now. He closed his eyes and circulated Zhuyang divine skill to regain his soul power. The beauty, seeing him ignore her, exploded with anger. She kicked the ground, sending the silver soul coins flying towards Chenhao like hidden weapons. Her temper was as fiery as her outfit. Although Chenhao had his eyes closed, he sensed all the movements within a mile. His right hand quickly reached out to catch the silver coin, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw it back. The force was so strong that it whistled through the air. The beauty was shocked. What incredible strength! She reached out to catch it, but though she caught it, she was knocked back several steps. The girl frowned. This kid must be a soul master. 3 soul rings shine around him. Fire dance. Level 33 control system, soul master. Martial soul, fire shadow. Chenhao was stunned. How could his luck be so good? Even in this backward Shanghai city, he could encounter fire dance from the Blaze Academy. He suppressed his excitement. "You can go now. I don't have time to play with you." Fire Dance angrily said, "I was kind first, and you hurt the horse later. Don't think about leaving without an explanation." Chenhao felt a headache. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please hurry and leave." Fire Dance snorted, "Apologies are useless. If you defeat me, I'll let you go." Chenhao helplessly stood up and brushed off the dust. Only then did Fire Dance see him clearly. He was extremely handsome, and his clothes were worth several gold soul coins, so he must not be short on money. She realized she had misjudged him. Chenhao's face was still a bit pale, but much better than before. He glanced at Fire Dance and turned to leave. Rescuing Zhu Qing was a priority. Fire Dance, being the daughter of the Blaze Academy's dean, was very proud. How could she be ignored? She stepped forward to block his way. Chenhao, with his mind full of Zhu Qing, walked quickly and unexpectedly bumped into her with a thud. Chenhao felt a softness against his chest. Fire Dance's face turned red as she took a few steps back, her whole person igniting with more fury. Chenhao hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I really don't have time. Let's talk when I have a chance. Everyone goes home to find their own mothers." Saying this, he used the light wave step and disappeared in an instant. Fire Dance stood there, heart racing. This kid is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could he run so fast? After inquiring for a long time, Chenhao finally found the territory of the Minzi clan, a dilapidated castle in the southwest of Shanghai City. Compared to the castle of the Lizi clan, it was worlds apart. The broken city gate showed signs of age, and the crumbling city walls indicated that the Minzi clan was living in dire conditions. But their vigilance was extremely high. As soon as Chenhao approached the entrance, 2 figures jumped down from the city wall to block his way, respectfully saying, "This is the Minzi clan. Do you have business here?" Chenhao raised his head. "I'm looking for your clan leader, Bai He." The guards were shocked. How could this kid be so disrespectful? At the very least, he should address him as clan leader Bai He. They asked, "What do you want with a clan leader?" Chenhao frowned and raised his voice. "Stop wasting time. Hurry and let Elder Bai He come out." At this moment, 3 people walked out from the entrance, led by a girl. Pay attention. The girl was tall and slender, extremely beautiful. Although she was a bit thin, she was only slightly less attractive than Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. She spoke proudly, "Kid, what are you? How dare you call my grandfather by his name?" Chenhao recognized her at a glance. This was Bai Qinxiang. She indeed had beauty. He impatiently said, "Isn't a name meant to be called? Hurry and call Elder Bai He out." Bai Qinxiang crossed her arms. My grandfather is not here. If you have business, talk to me. Chenhao exploded. What nonsense. Hurry and call someone. Otherwise, I'm breaking in. Bai Qinxiang puffed up in anger. It's one thing for others to bully us, but you, a little brat, dare to? She instantly transformed into a feathered swallow and flew over, moving incredibly fast. First soul skill, wing blade. Her wings transformed into sharp blades and sliced towards Chenhao. The Minzi clan originally had no attacking power, but Bai Qinxiang, to prove herself, forcibly absorbed an attacking soul ring and overdrawn her talent. Even cross-dressing as a male to join the Imperial fighting team, only to be expelled later and change her soul ring. She was the only aggressive soul master in the Minzi clan, but this attack was like throwing an egg against a stone in Chenhao's eyes, a display of incompetence. With a single palm, he sent her flying, and Bai Qinxiang landed, leaping again. Second soul skill, telekinetic barrier. Mental energy rolled towards Chenhao. Chenhao was helpless. He didn't want to hurt a flower, but he couldn't just stand there and take a beating. His eyes flashed, and his mental energy crushed forward. Bai Qinxiang was backfired, screaming in pain as she fell. Chenhao stepped forward and caught her around the waist, a fragrant scent wafting. Bai Qinxiang pushed him away as she landed. All of this had long been seen by Bai He. He was stunned on the rooftop. This kid was young, but his strength was at least that of a soul emperor. He transformed into a stream of light and landed in front of Chenhao. Young friend, what brings you here? Chenhao excitedly said. Chenhao greets the elder. Bai stroked his beard. Speak directly if you have business. Chenhao pondered. Asking for help directly would surely be difficult. Being overly forceful was not polite, and they were all relatives, so he shouldn't make things awkward. He brewed his emotions, calling out affectionately. Young man has come to see you, uncle. Bai He was stunned. The Minzi clan had long since cut ties with the Haoyin sect and no longer interacted with relatives. Chenhao stepped forward. Uncle, my mother is Tang Yuehua. Tang Xiao is my eldest uncle, and Tang Hao is my second uncle. Everyone was shocked, and Bai Qinxiang was dumbfounded. Bai He supported him. Child, get up. You are the son of Yuehua. Back then, she had interactions with the Sword Dolua's son, Chenfeng. Chenhao nodded. My grandfather is indeed the Sword Path, Chen-Xin. Everyone was shocked again. Who didn't know the name of the Sword Dolua? No wonder this kid was so outstanding. He was born winning against most soul masters. Bai He assisted him with a smile. Let us go. Let us talk inside. Chenhao held tightly onto his hand, his face full of tenderness. Uncle, besides coming to see you, I also have a request. I hope you can agree. Pay attention. Bai He readily said. You speak. Although the Minzi clan has fallen after leaving the Haoyin sect, Yuehua is someone I watched grow up. We will not hesitate to help if we can. Chenhao finally felt reassured. He hurriedly said, Uncle, my girlfriend Zhu Qing accidentally entered the sunset forest, and the poisonous gas is attacking her heart. She's about to die. We need the 10,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng to save her. The crystal blood dragon ginseng. Bai He and Bai Qinxiang were instantly shocked. This was the heirloom of the Minzi clan. It could bring the dead back to life, more precious than external soul bones. Bai He frowned. How do you know I have this ginseng? Chenhao said. I heard it from Elder Titan. He added, Uncle, I know this ginseng is precious. I have gold soul coins, soul bones, and immortal herbs. Take whatever you want. Even all of it is fine. I must save Zhu Qing. Saying this, he waved his right hand, and several large boxes appeared on the ground, filled with hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. A dozen soul bones shone with colorful lights. There were also rare herbs like the heavenly mushroom chrysanthemum, 8-petal orchid, and Chihuahua tulip. Bai He's eyes nearly popped out. Kid, did you move the entire storage of the 7 treasures, glazed sect here? Chenhao shook his head. These are all mine, unrelated to the sect. Bai He frowned. Xiaohao, I understand you're eager to save someone, but lying is not good. At your young age, where did you get so many treasures? Any single one is a priceless treasure. He felt ashamed at his heart. His own sect couldn't even produce one. Chenhao was helpless. It seemed he had to lay it all out. With a thought, 10 soul rings lit up around him. 10 rings. Why, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Chenhao explained, Uncle, don't get too excited. I have twin martial souls. The left hand is the 7 killing sword, and the right hand is the Haoyin hammer. The first 9 rings are from the 7 killing sword, and the last ring is the first soul ring of the Haoyin hammer. Bai He nearly fainted. Twin martial souls. 7 killing sword plus Haoyin hammer. And he was a title Dolua. Oh my god. He calmed his excitement and grabbed Chenhao's hand. Xiaohao, how did you cultivate to become a title Dolua at such a young age? Chenhao was anxious. Uncle, this is a long story. I need to quickly get the ginseng back to Shrek, or Zhu Qing won't survive. Bai He nodded solemnly. This ginseng is precious, but if it can help you, it is also its fate. He took out a sandalwood box, opened it, and inside was a blood-red ginseng, crystal clear, with a surface that had a dragon-shaped pattern. Chenhao excitedly reached out to take it. Bai Qinxiang stepped forward. Grandfather, this is our clan's heirloom. Bai He sighed. Alas, the Minzi clan has long fallen. After I die, the clan will probably be finished. Chenhao was puzzled. What does uncle mean by this? Bai He sighed again. Our Minzi clan's martial soul is known for its speed. In terms of speed, we are second to none. But the martial soul has a flaw. Only speed and no attacking power. Years ago, Chenxiang, to prove her worth, forcibly absorbed an attacking soul ring, overdrawn her talent. She even cross-dressed as a boy named Yufeng, lying about being 18 to join the Imperial fighting team. Pay attention. Bai He said, it was precisely because of overdrawn talent that her soul power got stuck at level 38 and she couldn't progress, leading to her expulsion from the Imperial fighting team. Now her martial soul is stuck at level 38 and cannot advance anymore. That is why I said after I die, the Minzi clan will probably be finished. Chenhao's eyes sparkled. Uncle, perhaps I can help you. Bai He was excited. How can you help? I took her to find famous doctors all over the world, but it was useless. Chenhao laughed. Just because those mediocre doctors can't help doesn't mean I can't. It's worth a try. Bai He was super excited. What could be more important for a soul master than improving soul power? He hurriedly asked. How do we try? Chenhao said. The situation is urgent. There's no time to explain. Come with me to Shrek Academy. Once we get there, I'll definitely help Chenxiang heal her old ailments and restore the glory of the Min family. Bai He, what glory? It's good enough to keep the inheritance. Chenhao urged. Then let's go. We'll talk while walking. Bai He didn't hesitate. This concerns his granddaughter's soul power. If it can help Chenxiang level up again, losing the crystal blood dragon ginseng would be worth it. He asked, You've been running all day. Do you want to rest? Chenhao licked his lips. No need. I can hold on a bit longer. The three of them immediately set off. The Min family's sharp-tailed swift spirit was indeed impressive. Its flying speed far exceeded Chenhao's sword technique, leaving him far behind several times. After flying for half a day, Chenhao exhausted his soul power and landed on the ground to recover his energy using the Nine Suns' divine skill. At this moment, a dragon horn carriage came from a distance. Its flame emblem was very eye-catching. Chenhao frowned. You can't escape fate, no matter how hard you try. The carriage indeed stopped in front of him, and Huowu jumped down. Her fiery figure made people think wildly. She glared angrily. Kid, are you following us? Chenhao helplessly replied. If it weren't for my soul power being exhausted, I would have left you guys far behind. He couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Seeing him silent, Huowu became even angrier. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being rude. Saying this, she got back in the carriage to leave. The carriage had barely moved a few steps when the sound of horses neighing rang out. A huge net was pulled up from the ground, capturing Huowu and the coachman along with the horse. A sinister laugh came from the forest. The 5 thieves of Mongshan are here. One shouted, Take feathers from a passing goose. Another, Leave wealth for men. The third, Leave people for women. The fourth, Leave corpses for the androgynous. 5 people of varying heights and weights, dressed oddly and looking ugly, jumped out. There were actually robbers in Dolua continent. Huowu, trapped in the net, shouted angrily, How dare you? Let me go. Do you know who I am? The leading bandit, covered in coarse hair, grinned wickedly. There's nothing valuable here. But this little girl is quite pretty, all in fiery red. She's quite a catch. Saying this, he revealed a lewd smile. Huowu's eyes blazed with fire, flames igniting around her. In an instant, she broke free from the net and jumped to the ground. The tall bandit grinned. I didn't expect this little girl to be a soul master. A burly man next to him swallowed hard. Great. I love young, female, soul masters. Huowu cursed. Like your mother. Flames flickered around her as she leaped and kicked towards the fat bandit. The fat bandit grinned and punched her foot, instantly sending her flying. Next, the 5 revealed their soul rings. 2 soul sects, 4 rings. 3 soul masters, 3 rings. Huowu felt a hint of fear in her heart. She didn't expect the robbers to have such high cultivation. Pay attention. Huowu forced herself to appear calm and shouted, I am from the Tiando Academy of Blazing Fire. I advise you to back off. You can't afford the consequences. The scar-faced leader grinned wickedly. The 5 thieves of Mongshan have been robbing for decades. We are used to stealing wealth and women. Don't mention the Blazing Fire Academy. We aren't afraid of the Hao-Ian sect or to the Wuhuan temple either. The thin one leaned in with a lewd smile. Not long ago, we even robbed a female disciple from the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Her figure and taste were amazing. Huo Wu's eyes glinted with ferocity. Without help in the wild, she could only rely on herself. The bandits had long disregarded life and death. The names of their sects couldn't intimidate them. She focused her thoughts and activated her 3 soul rings. Just as she was about to condense a fireball, a figure suddenly rushed in like lightning. Swish! With one sword strike, the fat bandit and the short one were instantly silenced. The other 3 were shocked and were about to unleash their soul techniques when swish, 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 3 swords flashed and blood splattered everywhere. In martial arts, speed is the key. Huo Wu was dumbfounded. This young man took out 2 soul sects and 3 soul masters in an instant without even using his martial soul. His strength was incredible. Chenhao elegantly sheathed his sword and raised an eyebrow. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. With a flash of sword light under his feet, he turned and chased after Bai He. Saving Zhu Qing was the priority. Huo Wu stared at his retreating figure in a daze, remembering his graceful sword draw and elegant sheathing. Who could this fierce character be from a major sect? The 3 returned to Shrek in 2 days, and as soon as Chenhao stepped through the door, he swayed, completely exhausted. Lung rushed over, concerned. Brother, are you okay? She raised her hand to cast a healing technique, but he had only overdrawn his soul power, so it was useless. Rong stood there, twisting her fingers in her clothes, troubled. Chenhao's words, I like you, and I like Zhu Qing, have been spinning in my head for 2 days. Oscar leaned against the side, his face flushed. Though he was unhappy that Chenhao stole Rong, in terms of looks, strength, and background, he was far behind. He gritted his teeth and recited a spell. I have a big sausage. Bai Qinxiang blushed and grabbed her little braid. Looking down, Oscar handed over the sausage, and Chenhao swallowed hard. This thing looked exactly like a $4 hot dog from his past life. He took a few bites, and pure soul power instantly surged throughout his body. Chenhao's eyes lit up, and he patted Oscar's shoulder. This hot dog is amazing. Oscar was confused. Hot dog? Chenhao quickly corrected himself. Slip of the tongue. This recovery sausage is fantastic. I'm instantly revitalized. He called out, Grandpa, Qinxiang want one? The soul power recovers really fast. Qinxiang, with a face full of shyness, retreated behind Bai He. Pay attention. Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Quang Tai, and Quang Long all stared at Bai Qinxiang with their eyes wide open, almost glowing green. Bai raised his hand and said solemnly, No need. The Min family has secret methods. The soul power consumption is not great. Min family? Flinder, the master, and the others were all shocked. Flinder jumped up. Could it be that the elder is Bai He, the leader of the Min family? Bai nodded. Chenhao became anxious. Don't make connections here. Saving Zhu Qing is the priority. He looked at Tang San. Xiao San, how is Zhu Qing doing now? Tang San nodded. Just like before. I didn't expect my cousin to return in 2 days. Chenhao licked his cracked lips. I ran all the way without drinking any water. I almost died of exhaustion. No more talk. Save Zhu Qing. A group of people followed to the door. Tang San spoke. The room needs to be quiet and ventilated. Others should not go in. Flinder said, all right, we'll wait outside. Tang San, Chenhao, Bai He, and Bai Qinxiang entered the room. Zhu Qing's complexion was purple, showing no signs of life. Thankfully, Tang San had been infusing internal power to protect her heart vein every day. Otherwise, she would have been gone long ago. Chenhao introduced, Uncle, this is Tang San. My second uncle Tang Hao's son. Bai He was surprised. You are Tang Hao's son? Tang San was stunned. Chenhao explained, Xiao San, this is Elder Bai He from the Min family. Your grandmother is his younger sister. You should call him uncle. Tang San was shocked. This family relationship network is so deep. Just as the two were about to reminisce, Chenhao interjected, Save Zhu Qing first. Then the family can chat properly. The two nodded. Tang San asked, What about the crystal blood dragon ginseng? Bai He took out a sandalwood box, and inside was the ginseng. Tang San's eyes lit up. He had only seen this divine herb in books. The crystal blood dragon ginseng is naturally an 8th grade herb, and after 1,000 years, it becomes a 9th grade. This one is a 9th grade divine herb. Chenhao urged, Xiao San, hurry and save Zhu Qing. Waiting even one more second is unbearable. Tang San nodded. Uncle, Zhu Qing only has 1 breath left. The operation must be precise. You all go outside. Bai He nodded. This young man is too impressive. He can save her like this. Tang San said to Chenhao, Cousin, I asked you to stay because Zhu Qing needs to undress for the needles to work. Otherwise, the poison won't seep out, and it will fail. Chenhao was stunned. Not leaving a single piece? Wouldn't my wife be seen by you? Tang San said. If you're concerned, I can blindfold myself. Chenhao questioned. Does a blindfold work? Tang San replied resolutely. Don't worry. I can manage it well. It doesn't matter whether my eyes are open or closed. Saying this, he took out a blue cloth strip and skillfully blindfolded his eyes. Chenhao was secretly amazed. So impressive? I definitely need to help you more in the future. Chenhao, trembling with fear, carefully removed Zhu Qing's clothes. Tang San stretched out 5 fingers, taking a root of the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Chenhao frowned. Is this enough? Tang San nodded. This is a 9th grade divine herb. More precious than the herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. 1 root is enough. More would be counterproductive. He handed the root to Chenhao. Ginseng is best chewed and eaten. Zhu Qing was unconscious, and it was up to you to help. Chenhao was stunned. He had done this before. He stretched out his index finger and thumb to take the tiny ginseng root and gently chewed it in his mouth. Then, he handed it to Zhu Qing for her to consume. Pay attention. Tang San shouted, all right. The next step is crucial. Help Zhu Qing up. Chenhao followed the instructions and carefully helped Zhu Qing to her feet. Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong, placing his hands on her back. Pure internal energy was poured in, urging the medicinal effect of the crystal blood dragon ginseng to spread throughout her body. Zhu Qing was enveloped in 2 swirling auras, 1 red and 1 purple. As if she were fighting, cold sweat dripped from Tang San's forehead. His back was soaked. This task tested his skills tremendously. He had to be proficient in the meridians, slowly urging the medicinal effect to neutralize the poison. Being too fast or too slow would not work. After more than an hour of effort, the poison in Zhu Qing gathered in her limbs. Her hands and feet turned from purple to black, but her face and body regained a milky white color, finally showing signs of life, like ashes coming back to life. Tang San withdrew his hands, feeling exhausted. His true energy was completely depleted. Chenhao held Zhu Qing with one arm and pressed his other hand on Tang San's back, pouring in pure Juyang true qi. Tang San was shocked. This true energy was 100 times purer than Xiantian Gong. The recovery speed skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, all his true energy was restored. He secretly wondered, is my cousin also from another world? He didn't dare to ask without evidence. Tang San spoke. Thank you, cousin. I contained the poison in her limbs. Use a silver needle to prick her fingertip to expel the toxins. The blood will turn red. He took out a silver needle and pricked the poison out of Zhu Qing's fingers and toes. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Chenhao watched in pain, but felt helpless. After waiting a while, he helped Zhu Qing get dressed while Tang San bandaged her wounds. Seeing Zhu Qing's complexion return to normal, the stone in Chenhao's heart finally fell to the ground, and he let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Thank you, cousin. Tang San smiled. Cousin, you're too polite. We're all family. Chenhao was moved. You treat me as family, so I can't let you down. Xiao San, I have a technique given to me by a master that will be useful for your cultivation. I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he took out a handwritten copy of Juyang Divine Skill from his treasure pouch and handed it over. Tang San declined. Cousin, you're being too formal. Chenhao pressed the book into his hands. That's one thing, and this is another. Zhu Qing is your sister-in-law. Saving her is the right thing to do. I'm your cousin, and good things should be shared. Tang San happily accepted it, but when he opened it, his face turned red. Cousin, is this really a good thing? Chenhao looked at the cover, dumbfounded. He had accidentally taken Juyang Divine Skill for the Emperor's Palace techniques. He quickly snatched it back. Sorry, I took the wrong one. He handed over the real one. Let's go. We need to go out. Zhu Qing needs to rest, and will wake up after a while. As the two of them just exited the wooden house, Tai Long, Quang Tai, and others surrounded them and anxiously asked, How is Sister Zhu Qing? Chenhao nodded. She's fine. Just needs to rest, and she'll wake up. Everyone, please rest. I'll stay here. Thank you. Flinder was delighted. It's an honor for the Academy to serve a title Dolois. Chenhao smiled. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Stop flattering. Take the students down to rest. At this moment, Poison Law and Dugu Yin came over and bowed. Little friend Chenhao, if Zhu Qing is fine, we'll take our leave. Chenhao nodded. Thank you, senior. I will visit you another day. Poison Dolois nodded and took Dugu Yin away, still somewhat reluctant to part. Pay attention. Poison Law secretly mused. Since you already have 2 girlfriends, why not take my granddaughter too? Bai He, standing nearby, asked. Was that just now the famed Poison Dolois? Chenhao replied, indeed. Bai He stroked his beard in surprise. Poison Doluo actually treats his grandson as a brother. That's a huge age difference. This grandson is really explosive. Tang San handed a sandalwood box to Bai He. Uncle, I only used one ginseng root. The rest is for you. Bai He was stunned. Just one? I thought you needed the whole plant. Tang San said, this ginseng is extremely precious. One root's medicinal effect is already potent enough. If you use the whole plant, an ordinary person can't absorb it. The meridians would be broken, and it would be counterproductive. Bai nodded. Chenhao shouted, Flender, does your academy have no chairs? Let Elder Bai stand for so long. Flender was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. Elder Bai, I've heard your name for a long time. It's a great honor to meet you today. This way, please. Chenhao continued. Grandpa Bai, you catch up with Xiao San first and talk about Chun Xiang's matter with him. He has a way. I need to watch over Zhu Qing, sorry. Bai He replied, no problem. Just take good care of Zhu Qing. In the Shrek side hall, Tang San respectfully said, Tang San greets uncle. Bai He patted his head happily. I've heard for a long time that Tang Hao has a child. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Tang San was surprised. Uncle knows my dad? Bai He said solemnly, not just knowing. Back then, he was our master. Tang San became anxious. Chenhao had only told him part of it, and he had many questions. Then why did? Bai He sighed. It's a long story. The Haotian sect went into seclusion and left us to bear the burden of the spirit hall. We've suffered greatly. But you help me tell him that we never blamed him. He had his reasons. Tang San was even more curious. Why did the Haotian sect abandon the 4 major clans to go into seclusion? Bai He shook his head. I understand your father's character. Not telling you was for a reason. Saying it now would only hinder his affairs. Tang San nodded. He then asked, Uncle, cousin said to have you talk about Chun Xiang's matter. What happened to her? Bai He glanced at Chun Xiang and recounted how she had forcibly absorbed an attacking soul ring, overdrawn her talent, and was stuck with her soul power. Tang San pondered for a long time, staring at Chun Xiang a few times. Chun Xiang, is it convenient for me to take your pulse? Chun Xiang blushed, extending her fair little hand. Tang San took her pulse. She has overdrawn her martial soul, and her meridians are blocked. Her soul power can't rise. Bai He was delighted, right? I've taken her to see many famous doctors, and they all said the same. We need to clear the meridians. Tang San said. She had excellent talent in her early years. Ordinary methods to clear the meridians would ruin her talent. She needs to consume Jiupin Ziji. This is the top-grade spirit herb, extremely effective for restoring the foundation. Bai He was shocked. Jiupin Ziji? That's a 9-grade celestial herb. Tang San nodded. Bai He frowned. 8-grade celestial herbs are already hard to find. 9-grade is even more so. Tang San said, Uncle, don't worry. I saw that my cousin has one. He is generous. And you saved Zhu Qing with the crystal blood dragon ginseng. So he will definitely give it to you. Bai He nodded, recalling the scene of Chenhao asking him for the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Pay attention. Gold soul coins, soul bones, and celestial herbs were scattered everywhere. Bai He gritted his teeth. All right, for Chun Xiang's sake for the Min family. I will go try later. In front of Zhu Qing's bed, Chenhao sat cross-legged to recover his soul power. His stomach was growling with hunger, but he didn't leave even half a step. After a few hours, Zhu Qing lightly coughed a few times. Chenhao suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her hand. Zhu Qing, you're awake. Zhu Qing opened her eyes in a daze, seeing a familiar face as if in a dream. She weakly touched Chenhao's face, parched. Chenhao, I don't want to leave you. Chenhao was moved. I don't want to either. Not in this life or the next. When you get better, I will take you back to the Star Luo Empire to fulfill your wishes. Zhu Qing blinked, recalling the incident of entering the poison forest when she closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with him. She thought she would leave forever, but unexpectedly, it was him who saved her. You've been asleep for so long. I'll go make some millet porridge. As Chenhao just got up, Zhu Qing grabbed his hand and shook her head. Don't leave me. Chenhao sat down and kissed her forehead, quietly accompanying her. Only after she fell asleep did he quietly leave the room and went to the kitchen to get busy. All of this was seen by Rong Rong. Chenhao hadn't rested, and she hadn't closed her eyes either. At first, she felt jealous. But then she thought, if it were her who was poisoned, Chenhao would do the same. Both she and Zhu Qing were his beloved, and to love him meant to be accommodating. Her father had married many wives. Why couldn't she? Thinking of this, Rong Rong's tears fell. After 2 days of care, along with Chenhao's meticulous nursing, Zhu Qing was almost fully recovered. Chenhao then remembered by Chun Xiang. Xiao San, can Chun Xiang's martial soul be improved? Bai He replied, Xiao San is checked. It's due to her martial soul being overdrawn, blocking her meridians. Chenhao asked, is there a remedy? Bai He replied. Xiao San said she needs a Jiopin Ziji, which can clear the meridians. Chenhao nodded. That's easy. I have some fairy grass here. Let's see if there's any. If not, I'll go grab. Oh no, I'll go find it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and 5 or 6 stalks of fairy grass appeared on the ground. Like a wishful treasure bag that can store living things, the fairy grass grew exceptionally well. Everyone was astonished and envious. This is fairy grass. Who would dare to take it? Tang Xin glanced over. That purple mushroom is the 9th grade purple mushroom. Chenhao didn't even blink, waved his hand, and handed the purple mushroom to Bai He. Bai He's hands trembled. This is the 9th grade purple mushroom. Chenhao is surprisingly generous. He recalled how he hesitated when Chenhao asked for ginseng back then, and Chen Xiang even stopped him. His mindset was too small. Bai He took the purple mushroom and then took out a crystal blood dragon ginseng to hand to Chenhao. I'll give you this ginseng in exchange for your purple mushroom. Chenhao smiled. Uncle, you're being polite. We are family. No need for formalities. You saved Zhu Qing. How could I take your ginseng? Bai He, being proud, wouldn't want the fairy grass for free. Seeing Chenhao not accepting it, he handed the purple mushroom back. If you don't take the ginseng, I won't take the purple mushroom. Chenhao had no choice but to accept the ginseng. Keep it for now. It might be useful for Xiao San later. Outside Shrek Academy. Pay attention. 2 figures walked one in front of the other. It was Zhu Qing and Rong Rong. Rong Rong spoke first. Do you need something from me? Zhu Qing lowered her head and clenched her hands, gently saying, I want to talk to you. Rong Rong didn't say anything. Her mind was in turmoil. One part didn't want Chenhao to be good with Zhu Qing. The other part agreed to take care of him together. Zhu Qing continued. After this incident, I realized I've already fallen for Chenhao. He is my savior. But I know you two grew up together and are even engaged. I wanted to leave before, but he came to find me back. And he even took down the rogue for me. I've thought it through. As long as he loves me, that's enough. Today I ask you, if you're willing to take care of him together, I will stay. If not, I will return to Xing Luo. This made Rong Rong more resolute. If she could be so forgiving, why is she so petty? To love him means to make him happy. With Chenhao's personality, if Zhu Qing leaves, he will definitely search all over Doluo for her. How could she bear to see him sad? Rong Rong firmly said, I agree to take care of him with you. The two fell silent for a moment and returned to Shrek. When Chenhao saw them come back together, his heart raced. He thought they were coming to settle scores with him. But instead, they didn't argue. They were even more concerned about him, making Chenhao feel uncomfortable. Could it be that I'm too cheap? Later, he learned from Zhu Qing about the night talk. In hall, everyone was discussing the trends of martial souls, and Chenhao spoke. Zhu Qing, last time I found Rong Rong a Chihuahua tulip, which helped her upgrade the 8 treasure glaze tile to the 9 treasure, increasing her soul power by 5 levels. I've also prepared a Narcissus jade skin bone for you, which can help you undergo a transformation, making your martial soul light and swift. Hurry and eat it. Zhu Qing felt warm. He really didn't forget about her. Under Chenhao's guidance, she consumed the fairy grass, enveloped in mist as she sat cross-legged to absorb it. She had previously taken the 9 orifices golden pill, and with Chenhao helping her to open her meridians, the absorption was exceptionally smooth. Everyone was envious. Fairy grass is hard to find in the world. It can also increase soul power. Everyone wanted to be Chenhao's girlfriend, not knowing whether he liked men. After a moment, Zhu Qing's body became calm. Her skin was as white as jade. She was so excited she couldn't speak. My soul power actually increased by 6 levels. Everyone was shocked, even more envious of the two of them. Having a good boyfriend is so beneficial. Soul power increases without training. Chenhao was pleased. This was expected. Zhu Qing was only 14. Absorbing the 4th soul ring would mean she could join the Battle Soul sect. She might be the youngest in the Battle Soul sect besides himself in the entire Doluo. He patted Zhu Qing's head. In a few days, I'll take you to the Star Do Great Forest to get your 4th soul ring. Zhu Qing nodded. At this moment, the master spoke. Just in time, my soul power has reached level 40. I need to get my 4th soul ring. Flinder looked surprised and exclaimed, Xiao Gang, your soul power actually reached level 40 so quickly. Pay attention. The master bowed to Chenhao. This is all thanks to you. The pills you gave me helped me open my meridians, improve my physique, and my martial soul has returned to normal. Chenhao waved his hand. Master, you're being polite. This is what you deserve. Others consume fairy pills without effect. The soul power you had previously accumulated was just waiting to be released. And once it burst forth like a flood. The master bowed again. Regardless, I must thank you for the pills. Otherwise, my life would have been ruined. Chenhao said. Then let us go to the Star-Do Great Forest tomorrow afternoon to get the fourth soul ring. The others were unhappy. They thought they could go play. The last time they brought the cumin vegetables, there was no place to use them. The next day, Chenhao set off with Flinder, the master, and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing secretly vowed, I must train hard to catch up with Chenhao. This time it went smoothly, without a hitch. Zhu Qing hunted a 1,000-year-old ghost tiger and obtained the fourth soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone, which allows her to transform into multiple copies of herself to fight. The master hunted a golden snake and obtained the soul skill, Golden Divine Dragon Tail. 3 figures returned to Shrek and not far away. Sounds of fighting could be heard. The giant trees shook and birds chirped. From a distance, a dragon's roar could be heard. And the master paused. It should be from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Chenhao smiled just in time. Let those who look down on you see that your martial soul is not trash, but the golden sacred dragon that surpasses the blue lightning tyrant dragon. As they got closer, a few children were attacking a giant ironback rhinoceros. Their clothes bore the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. The leading middle-aged instructor didn't intervene, allowing the students to fight. Truly a prestigious family. Each student had a dragon martial soul and their soul skills. Dragon Roar and Tiger Roar were extremely imposing. The middle-aged instructor walked over with a grin. Oh, Xiao Gang. Long time no see. I thought you would jump into the river after being expelled from the sect. The master, steady in temperament, didn't want to create conflict. After all, they were direct descendants. And tearing faces would be inappropriate. He turned and said, let us go. But the middle-aged man wooed and let them leave, blocking their path. It's been so long. Why not catch up? The master's face darkened. I have nothing to say to you. The middle-aged man laughed. How about a spar? After all these years, has your pig-like martial soul broken through 30 levels? The master replied, Yushan, that's enough. Don't bully me too much. Yushan pretended to smile. I just missed you. How could I bully you? Chenhao exploded. There are limits to patience. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush up and smash him when the master stopped him. For my sake, let him go. Yushan was stunned. Has Yu Xiaojing not only mutated his martial soul, but also lost his mind? Asking a little kid to let me go? Ridiculous. The master said, this is the end. Go back and send my regards to third uncle. Just as he was about to leave, Chenhao felt dissatisfied. Being afraid to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. How could he let him take advantage of him? At this moment, several figures appeared nearby. Their clothes marked with the Blue Tyrant Academy. A figure flew over and shouted angrily, Yushan, don't bully others too much. The newcomer's voice was explosive, and their figure was even more explosive. Pay attention. A black bodysuit wrapped around their entire body, and long hair flowed in the wind. But the fair, beautiful face was fierce and intimidating, exuding a murderous aura that made people tremble. As soon as this beauty landed, both Yu Xiaojing and Yushan were shocked. Xiao Gang was surprised, while Yushan was terrified, losing all his previous arrogance. Yushan exclaimed in fear, Lu Erlong. Chenhao was stunned. This is the brutal dragon Lu Erlong from the Golden Iron Triangle of Slaughter. No wonder Yushan was so scared. Yushan swallowed hard. We have something to do. We'll leave first. Let us talk another day. He turned and shouted to his disciples. Let us go. Change places, a disciple asked. Fourth uncle, we haven't killed the ironback rhinoceros yet. Yushan roared. Kill what? This is a 6,000-year-old crazy back iron rhinoceros. Can you kill it? Hurry and change soul beasts. Don't waste time here. Everyone was dumbfounded and immediately stopped. Lu Erlong turned around and looked deeply at the master. The master, however, looked like he had done something wrong, blushing and lowering his head, just like a defeated rooster, lacking any masculinity. He truly couldn't understand what Lu Erlong liked about him. Not far away, the ironback rhinoceros was provoked and snorted angrily, its eyes red. As soon as the blue lightning disciples retreated, it charged at Lu Erlong and the master. Chenhao was about to intervene when Lu Erlong leaped and kicked. One kick struck the crazy rhinoceros on the chin. It was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing to the ground, completely out of breath. Chenhao swallowed. Wow, the female Tyrannosaurus is indeed fierce. The master lowered his head to leave. But Lu Erlong shouted, Xiao Gang, how long will you avoid me? The master remained silent, standing with his back to her. Erlong, I'm sorry. Lu Erlong exploded. Sorry. What's the use of that? You only know how to say this. Chenhao sighed, alas. Life is just a few decades long. Even if you become a title de law, it would only be 100 years. Cherish the people in front of you. Saying this, he hugged Zhu Qing. This caught Lu Erlong's attention, and she looked at Chenhao. Even a child understands his principle. How have you lived for decades like a dog? The master said solemnly, in this life, I owe you in the next life. I will take good care of you. Lu Erlong angrily replied, who knows if you will be a human or a dog in the next life? I only want this life. The master frowned, his shoulders trembling. But you are my cousin. Lu Erlong said, I don't care. I didn't know when I fell in love with you. Chenhao hugged Zhu Qing tighter. Thankfully, his father was devoted. The master couldn't take it anymore. If you don't like her, just say it directly. Don't waste her time. There are plenty of good men in the world. The master hesitated, and Chenhao continued to argue. If you like someone, be together. Who cares about what others say or moral constraints? To love someone, you must have the courage to go against the whole world. These words deeply moved Zhu Qing, who leaned tightly against his chest. Lu Erlong looked at Chenhao again. This is what a man should be. Who needs you, Xiaojiang, that blockhead? When you could be 20 years younger. The master was stunned. Chenhao's words woke him up. He said, Erlong, give me a little more time. Lu Erlong nodded. Okay, don't let me down. She waved and took the students of Blue Electric Academy away. The master stood there, looking down with a dark expression. Chenhao gently patted the master's shoulder. What's there to be conflicted about? You need to show the spirit of once being a two-timer. Look closely. Chenhao said, moreover, your martial soul is the golden sacred dragon, level 41 battle soul sect. Your soul power will still increase. Who dares to gossip? Hit them until they don't dare to speak. Rumors stop with the strong. The master stood still. His heart was restless for a long time. He was surprised. Chenhao not only had high soul power and explosive talent, but he was also a master in love. No wonder he could win over both Zhu Qing and Rongrong. The three continued walking towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest, and Chenhao asked, Master, who was that arrogant middle-aged man just now? The master frowned. His name is Yushan, and he is my third uncle Yu Yuanquan's son, with a martial soul blue electric Tyrannosaurus. When I was expelled from the family, he was already a level 54 battle soul king, and now he is probably a battle soul emperor. Chenhao nodded. You two are cousins. You should have a good relationship. Why is he mocking you? The master sighed. The bigger the sect, the deeper the water. Although the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is one of the top 3 sects, the internal competition is extremely fierce. My father and my second and third uncles don't get along, and there are conflicts over resource and power distribution, which is why Yushan has this attitude towards me. Chenhao nodded. Since ancient times, sects have been deep as the sea, and larger sects are even harder to manage. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed through the sky, deafening. The master's face changed. That's the two-headed silver wolf king. Where there is a wolf king, there is a pack of wolves. The sound was coming from the direction Yushan and the others went. Chenhao laughed. Yushan was so arrogant just now. Who cares if he lives or dies? The master said, That's true, but he is my third uncle's eldest son, and those disciples also have blood ties. As soon as he finished speaking, the master rushed into the forest. Zhu Qing said, Let us go. Let's take a look. Maybe we can help the master. Chenhao nodded, and the two held hands and followed. From a distance, they saw nearly 100 wolves attacking Yushan and 5 blue electric disciples. Leading them was the 3,000-year-old two-headed silver wolf king, accompanied by 2 tall, iron-backed silver wolves. Yushan displayed the phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus around him and activated his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, striking down 2 gray wolves with a bolt of lightning. Extremely domineering, the other disciples revealed their soul rings. 3 soul sages, 2 great soul masters. Yushan roared, Kids, don't be afraid. Just treat this as an overtime practical lesson. Remember, our martial soul is the most powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Kill. He activated his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, sending dozens of gray wolves flying. These century-old little wolves were nothing in his eyes. The two-headed silver wolf king suddenly howled, and the 2 iron-backed silver wolves lunged at Yushan like lightning. Yushan was unafraid, activating his 4th soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Speed, sending one flying with a punch. The other lunged at him, but he kicked it away. He howled to the sky like a frenzied blue electric Tyrannosaurus. But the 2 iron-backed silver wolves got back up as if nothing happened. The master arrived and shouted, These 2 wolves are over 8,000 years old. Their backs and heads are as hard as iron. Hitting their backs is useless. Yushan arrogantly said, Oh, Xiaojiang actually knows to come back? What can your pippy pig martial soul do? It can only cause trouble. Hurry up and get lost. Look closely. The master was not angry, calmly saying, Yushan, don't underestimate the enemy. End this quickly. This two-headed silver wolf king is the ruler of the wolf pack, extremely ferocious. Even if you deal with the surrounding wolves, it won't leave. There must be a large group of wolves rushing here. Yushan scoffed in disdain. Stop showing off your little martial soul knowledge. Others call you master, and you really take yourself seriously. The two iron-backed silver wolves lunged again, only to be sent flying by Yushan. Yet they still got back up, as if nothing happened. The master continued. The iron-backed silver wolves also have strong waists. If you want to hit, aim for their abdomen. That's their soft spot. Yushan still scoffed, while the nearby disciples shouted in fear. Third uncle. So many wolves. Yushan shook violently. Hundreds of wolves emerged from the grass, their green eyes fixated on them, and they became more ferocious at the sight of blood. The disciples shouted again, We are out of soul power. Yushan was sweating profusely. He could run, but the disciples had no soul power and couldn't protect themselves. He lowered his head and said, Xiaojiang, these are all disciples of the sect. I'll block the wolves. Please take them away. The master exhaled. I will block the wolves. You activate your fourth soul skill and take them away. Yushan was shocked. How can your pippy pig martial soul block them? Are you seeking death? The master focused his mind, roaring. The phantom of the golden sacred dragon emerged. A powerful aura sweeping out. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up. Yushan was dumbfounded, and the disciples cried out, It's the legendary golden sacred dragon. Yushan couldn't close his mouth. Your martial soul was a pippy pig? It evolved. Quick, take them away. The master roared again, and the pressure of the golden sacred dragon spread. When the golden sacred dragon comes out, all dragons worship. Everyone was pressed down, unable to straighten their backs, and the wolf pack was forced back. But the two-headed silver wolf king was a 30,000-year soul beast, bearing a silver moonlight halo. How could it fear a soul sect? It howled to the sky, and hundreds of wolves charged at the master under its urging. The master shouted, First soul skill. Sacred dragon roar. The dragon body trembled, and the dragon head spewed golden light and dragon roar. Every wolf charging was pressed down to the ground. Yushan was shocked. Xiaojing's martial soul is too explosive. The first soul skill of the golden sacred dragon is almost on par with my 5th soul skill. The 2 iron-backed silver wolves charged first, lunging at the master. Zhu Qing asked, Do you need help? Chenhao tightened his embrace. Don't rush. If the golden sacred dragon can't handle a few little wolves, it's better to call it the golden sacred snake. The master was extremely confident in his martial soul, his heart excited. He never expected that the pippy pig could evolve into the golden sacred dragon. If his father Yu Yunjin saw this, he would definitely be happy. Just as the 2 iron-backed silver wolves lunged at him, the master swung his massive dragon claw down, smashing the 2 wolves to the ground. The dragon might cover 10 miles. The two-headed silver wolf king howled to the sky, and the pressure of the 30,000-year soul beast was not inferior to the master's golden sacred dragon. Look closely. After all, the master was only a 4-ring battle soul sect. The two-headed silver wolf king, having long absorbed moonlight, radiated a white light, its fur bristling, becoming even larger. With a swoosh, it charged at the master like a bolt of lightning. The master had just released the 2 iron-backed silver wolves and wanted to block it. But it was too fast, bang. The 2 wolf heads sent the master flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The silver wolf king did not stop, lunging at him, opening its bloody maw to bite the master's neck. The master was shocked and rolled on the ground, delivering a powerful kick to the silver wolf king, quickly rising to confront it. The golden sacred dragon was strong, but the silver wolf king was also fast. He could not be careless. The silver wolf king glared fiercely, its 4 red eyes exuding murderous intent, circling around the master to find an opportunity. The master struck first. 3rd soul skill, Golden Dragon Tornado Break. This was a soul skill learned from slaying the poison dragon, with explosive attack power. The 2 golden wings flapped, creating a tornado, sucking in all the surrounding gray wolves and vegetation, forming a massive golden iron cone. The tornado's pulling force ensnared the silver wolf king, while the golden spear pierced directly into its abdomen. Chenhao couldn't help but exclaim, This soul skill is incredible. Roar. The silver wolf king was heavily struck on its back, its iron-like hide splitting open. It clumsily retreated, trying to escape, but the master did not pursue. The silver wolf king turned back with a resentful glare and dashed into the forest. Chenhao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he lunged. After showing off, You want to run? Die for me. Holding the storm greatsword, he slashed down, directly chopping off the two heads of the Silver Wolf King. The master initially wanted to advise Chenhao against randomly killing soul beasts, but then noticed two glowing orbs emerging from the wolf's head. The master was astonished. This Silver Wolf King actually condensed an inner core after swallowing moonlight. Chenhao was confused. Inner core? The master explained. Generally, only soul beasts over 100,000 years old can condense an inner core. This is its lifetime cultivation. It would be extremely useful for soul masters. However, soul beasts will self-destruct their inner cores to perish together, making them extremely rare. Chenhao picked up the inner core. Playing with it, it was smooth and round like a moonlight pearl, and he could feel the soul power. He laughed. Luck has come, and it can't be stopped. He handed one to Zhu Qing. You and Rong Rong each take one. The master hurriedly said, No, this inner core is cold in nature. It will be harmful for females to consume. It's best for pure young martial soul masters to eat it. Chenhao replied, The master must be talking about you, right? The golden sacred dragon is a pure young martial soul. The master shyly said, That could be considered. But the best is Ma Hongjuan's fire phoenix, which complements both yin and yang. Chenhao weighed the inner core. He wasn't familiar with Ma Hongjuan, so why should he give it to him? At that moment, a frost young dragon crawled out from the Rui Hunter treasure bag and swallowed the two inner cores in one gulp. Crunching and chewing, it jumped into Zhu Qing's arms and closed its eyes to enjoy. The master said, Soul beasts eating inner cores is even better. Soul masters need to suppress their beastly nature, while soul beasts can absorb it directly. Before long, the young dragon jumped to the ground, its mini body starting to expand. Its scales shone like silver-white jade. There was a row of sharp dorsal ridges on its back, not deep, but as sharp as razors. Look closely. The tip of the frost young dragon's tail was a fine arrowhead. Its eyes were sharp and bright purple, and it sprouted two wings, fluttering gently. Its small body grew to several meters before stopping. It looked like a young calf. Although it wasn't as majestic as the Chinese divine dragon, it was still a dragon. Roar. It let out a roar towards the sky. Its voice mixed with dragon chants, comparable to the master's golden sacred dragon. The master stared at the young dragon. 1,000 years ago, there were many dragon-type soul beasts on the Doluo continent. The 9 great dragon kings. The golden and silver dragon gods were all incredibly powerful. This little guy is a descendant of the frost giant dragon king. Chenhao was moved. Dragons were the totem of his previous life in China. Although the young dragon had grown, it was not violent and was still very well behaved. It walked up to Chenhao and rubbed against his leg, and Chenhao patted its head. Little guy, grow up quickly. Brother will train you to be a mount. As the group left the Stardow forest, a child asked, Daddy, who is he? His martial soul is the legendary golden sacred dragon. Yushan patted the child's head. He no longer held any hostility towards a master, only gratitude. Without the master, the children would have suffered long ago. Yushan gently said, Tianlin, he is your uncle, the most outstanding martial soul theory expert in Doluo. He then said to the master, This is my son Yu Tianlin, who just obtained his second spirit ring at 11 years old and became a great soul master. The master nodded kindly. Yu Tianlin was surprised. Huh? He is my uncle? Brother Tianheng said his martial soul mutated into a little pig, and his soul power is under 29, so he was expelled from the sect by my granduncle. The master smiled and patted his head. Congratulations. You have good talent. You will surely become a main force in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the future. Yushan felt guilty. When will you return to the sect? The sect will be thrilled to see your martial soul evolve into the golden sacred dragon. The master shook his head. I'm doing quite well outside. I have a sect, disciples, and companions. I won't return for now. Please send my regards to my father and uncles. Yushan understood the master's temperament and did not press further. The master said to the 5 children loudly, You are the future of the Blue Lightning. Go back and practice hard. You will all become great soul masters in the future. The children nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Chenhao thought to himself, Why didn't I encounter such a good mentor in my previous life? Otherwise, I would have enrolled in college long ago. The group parted ways at the intersection. The master took Chenhao, while Zhu Qing returned to Shrek. After resting for 2 days, Chenhao followed the plan to take the blueprints given by Tang San back to Nodding City. To have the family and the crazy Rhino blacksmith shop work together to create silent sleeve arrows. Chenhao first found the crazy Rhino and took him to the Leaf family territory. Titan was excited to personally welcome Chenhao upon hearing he had come, laughing from afar. Haha, little friend Chenhao, long time no see. The crazy rhino looked around in awe. He looked like someone who had never seen the world. Wow, the Li family's territory is too magnificent. Titan said generously. What do you think, little brother? Not bad, right? The crazy rhino nodded repeatedly. Titan continued. Looking at your physique, you must also be a blacksmith, right? The crazy rhino nodded. He was a 67th level defense type battle soul emperor with a martial soul of a rhinoceros. He usually liked blacksmithing, and the crazy rhino blacksmith shop in the south of the city was run by his family. Look closely. Titan nodded and laughed. Haha, the crazy rhino blacksmith shop is yours. I've heard a lot about you. The crazy rhino said, Senior, you flatter me. The Li family is truly impressive. Chenhao interjected. How about we have a banquet, eat, and chat? The smiles of both men instantly froze. They forgot about the title Dolo next to them. Titan quickly turned. Brother Chenhao, how come you're back? Where are Zhu Qing and my grandson? Chenhao replied. The men are not worth much. I won't sell them. Let us talk inside. Entering the Li family's hall, the crazy rhino was astonished. This hall is too big, too luxurious. Chenhao said, Don't rush. It gets even more explosive behind. He pulled out a stack of accessory blueprints, and Titan took a look, his expression changing drastically. What is this? The casting process is so top-notch. Chenhao asked, Can you make it? Titan patted his chest. Apart from artifacts, we can make anything. You want 500 sets? We could get it done in a month. Titan was shocked. A month is impossible. The process is too strict. Ordinary blacksmiths can't handle it. Chenhao glanced at the crazy rhino. I found you some help. Titan looked at the crazy rhino, who was a battle soul emperor, and still said, It's still not feasible. How long will it take? 3 months. Chenhao replied, 2 months. I'll come to collect the goods. Titan felt wronged. You're putting me in a difficult position. Chenhao patted his shoulder. Stop pretending. I understand your strength. 2 months is enough. Titan chuckled. You're clever. What is this? Silent sleeve arrow. Chenhao raised his hand and shot a sleeve arrow, and Titan caught it. Shocked, it's poisonous. Chenhao laughed. It can break through a 30-level soul master S defense. Silent as a whisper, Titan asked, Selling to the Empire? Selling to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Who is richer than Sect Master Ning? Titan understood immediately. The 7-treasure school lacks attack power. Ning Fengji is sure to buy. How much? Chenhao held up 5 fingers. 50? 500. Titan exclaimed. That is too greedy. You're specifically targeting my father-in-law. Chenhao replied. They have money. I eat meat, and you drink soup. After leaving the Li family, Chenhao went to visit his grandfather at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Just recently, he had gained several good items from daily sign-ins, which he could teach to his grandfather to enhance his combat power. As soon as he returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, 2 disciples immediately bowed with excitement. Welcome back, Elder Protector. Look closely. Chenhao smiled proudly, raising his head. This feeling was so exhilarating. He swaggered into the 7-treasure glazed tile school and saw his grandfather, Sect Master Ning, and Grandfather Gu coming out to greet him. The Sword Deloa looked at the silver-haired young man, who was actually over 100 years old. He approached first and patted Chenhao's head. Little Hao, you finally decided to come back. Chenhao bowed. Greetings, Uncle Ning, Grandfather Gu. Ning Fengji kindly asked, Why didn't T Rong Rong come back with you? Chenhao replied, Rong Rong is at Shrek increasing her soul power. I returned to see Grandfather and to complete the transaction with Uncle Ning. Transaction? The 3 were puzzled. Chenhao used his old trick. If you want people to know how sweet the watermelon is, you must first let them taste it. He slightly moved his right hand, and a silent sleeve arrow shot straight at Ning Fengji's face. Ning Fengji was caught off guard, watching the arrow fly towards him helplessly. The Sword Deloa and Bone Deloa were shocked. This little brat. Bone Deloa stepped in front, bang. The sleeve arrow hit him like it was hitting an iron plate. Falling to the ground, Bone Deloa picked up the arrow, and as soon as he touched the arrowhead, his finger turned black. He exclaimed, This thing is actually poisonous? You little brat, do you want to harm Fengji? Chenhao laughed. With Grandfather Gu here, what hidden weapon could hurt Uncle Ning? Ning Fengji said to Chenhao, The previous trade didn't disappoint you, did it? Jian Doluo and Gu Doluo were even more confused. Ning Fengji nodded in shock. He didn't even see how the arrow was shot, yet the lethality was explosive. He wasn't prepared and got hit. Can you show me? Uncle Ning is the buyer. If he pays, he can see it. Chenhao took out a set of silent sleeve arrows and handed them over. This is called a silent sleeve arrow. Hidden in the sleeve, it shoots poison needles when the mechanism is triggered. Silent and undetectable. It can break through defenses below soul respect. Ning Fengji tried pressing the mechanism, and whoosh. The sleeve arrows all shot into a distant ancient tree. The lethality is incredible. Ning Fengji was excited. Xiao, sell me the installation method. You decide the price in gold soul coins. Chenhao shook his head. No way. This was invented by someone else. It's their livelihood. How could I sell it? Ning Fengji understood. Who would sell their skills for making a living? When will the 500 sets be delivered? I've already prepared the gold soul coins. Chenhao said, the process is complex, but I'll have the Li family and the crazy Rhino blacksmith shop work overnight, and they'll deliver within 3 months. Ning Fengji nodded. The Li family's work is reliable. With a thought, he took out a diamond card and handed it to Chenhao. This is a diamond card unique to the 7 treasures. There are only 3 in the entire continent. It has 2.5 million gold soul coins inside. Chenhao was shocked. It's too easy for middlemen to make a profit. He suppressed his excitement. But I haven't delivered yet. How can I take the money first? Ning Fengji smiled. I really like these sleeve arrows. Besides, even if I don't trust anyone, I have to trust my future son-in-law. Chenhao felt ashamed. Pay attention. If I had money in my pocket, who would cheat their future father-in-law? But this doesn't count as cheating. At least I did something real. Just the price is a bit steep. Chenhao licked his lips. All right. Since Uncle Ning said so, I want to be polite. These things are indeed expensive. The processing fee is quite high. Ning Feng Ti noted. Making money is too thrilling. Chenhao's eyes turned. Uncle Ning, I'm close with the inventor of the hidden weapons. He only gave me the parts diagram for mass production. This time I found out he also has the sand shadow. This hidden weapon is much more explosive than the silent sleeve arrows. During tests, the poison needles can penetrate several centimeters of steel plates and release paralyzing poison mist. Soul masters below level 40 can't withstand it. Ordinary people can use it. Jian Doluo and Gu Doluo were shocked. There's such a powerful hidden weapon. Chenhao continued. There's also the Zhuge crossbow. The mechanism hidden weapon is even more powerful. Soul masters below level 50 can't withstand it. It's comparable to a level 40 soul master-s strike. Ning Fengji's expression fluctuated. The 7 treasures glazed sect is all about support type. Lacking offensive power has always been a concern. Buying these hidden weapons in bulk directly fills the gap. Ning Fengji grabbed Chenhao's shoulder. Xiao, help me introduce this expert. I'll pay whatever it takes. Chenhao frowned. If I introduce Tang San, what is left for me? No way, Uncle Ning. My friend has a strange personality and doesn't meet strangers. If it weren't for my favor, I wouldn't even be able to get the silent sleeve arrows. Ning Fengji didn't doubt it. It's normal for experts to have strange personalities. He calmed his excitement. Xiao, help me get a batch of these hidden weapons you mentioned. Price is not an issue. Chenhao said, I'll talk to him again. It should be fine, but the latter 2 processes are difficult. The quantity will definitely be small. Ning Fengji understood. As long as you can get them, that's good. I'll load another 2 million onto your card. If it's not enough, we can talk. Chenhao was shocked. Having money really allows one to do as they please. He said, by the way, I have good news. Ning Fengji guessed. Rongrong's soul power has increased by a level? Chenhao laughed. Uncle Ning, why do you have no confidence in your daughter? How could it only increase by 1 level after such a long time? It's not about soul power. The 3 were curious. What is it then? Chenhao looked up at the 7 treasures glazed sect sign, and the 3 were even more confused. Chenhao said, Uncle Ning can change the 7 treasures glazed sect to the 9 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji, Gu Doluo, and Jian Doluo were all stunned. Ning Fengji seemed to realize something, stepped forward, and grabbed Chenhao's shoulder. Xiao, what do you mean? Quickly explain, clearly. You're killing me with suspense. Chenhao's mouth revealed a sly smile. I discovered a 9th grade immortal herb in the sunset forest before, the Chilua tulip. 9th grade? Pay attention. Chenhao said. The Chilua tulip can distinguish between heavenly and earthly spiritual objects and command spiritual creatures. After Rongrong eats it, her martial soul evolves from the 8 treasure glazed pagoda to the 9 treasure. Her soul power skyrocketed from level 33 to 38. Ning Fengji's legs went weak, nearly falling over. The 8 treasure glazed pagoda is the strongest support, but it comes at a cost. One can never become an 8-ring soul Doluo. Every generation of sect masters has dreamed of this, yet happened to Rongrong. This is all thanks to Chenhao. No matter how composed he is, he couldn't contain his excitement at this moment. The three of them didn't regain their composure for a long time. After Gu Doluo and Ning Fengji left, Chenhao returned to the side hall with Jian Doluo. Jian Doluo calmed down, looking at the sky. Xiaohao, you have too many opportunities constantly shocking us. At such a young age, you're already a titled Doluo. You'll definitely be even more impressive in the future. I'm already 120 years old, with a limited lifespan. Even if I'm not around, you must continue to cultivate and seek the strongest path for your martial soul. Chenhao said, Grandpa is a titled Doluo. You're still young. Jian Doluo laughed and stroked his head. Titled Doluo's lifespan depends on soul power. The stronger the soul power, the longer you live. Chenhao's eyes were resolute. Don't worry. Grandpa, I will definitely make sure you can always be with me. Jian Doluo didn't say much, quietly sitting and enjoying the moment. After a long time, he said, Come, let's practice swordsmanship together. Chenhao's eyes lit up. Grandpa, watch my two sword techniques. They can definitely crush Gu Doluo. Jian Doluo was super excited. Quickly show me. Chenhao's eyes flashed with sword light, and a 7-kill sword appeared in his right hand. This technique is called Cross the 8 Directions. With a swing of the sword, a powerful sword aura swept out, incredibly domineering. Then he leaped up, quickly slashing with the sword. This technique is called 100 Steps Flying Sword. One sword split a giant tree in the distance. Jian Doluo exclaimed excitedly. The 7-kill sword comes with sword techniques. The first sword is a heavy sword without a sharp edge. The second sword is 7 emotions and 7 injuries. Cultivation requires both external skills and 7 emotions. Both must be cultivated to reach a higher realm. The third sword is skillfully unskillful, able to tear apart space. Your two swords, although not the strongest, have a unique sword intent and consume little soul power. The lethality varies with different levels. Jian Doluo leaped up, swinging his sword in response. 2 7-kill swords tore through the sky, and the strong sword aura filled the heavens, attracting a crowd of 7 treasures disciples to watch. Jian Doluo shouted, Xiaohao, pay attention. Grandpa will pass on the Lingyun will to you. Sui Feng sword technique. Shooting stars chasing the moon. In an instant, 19 continents. 10,000 swords hidden in the edge. Don't disturb the mortal world. Sword energy across the sky. Cold light for thousands of miles. Angry slashing of gods and demons. Iron sword invincible. Xianming protection. Iron sword invincible. 1,000 swords hidden for decades, never drawn. When I turn back, shooting stars chase the moon. In an instant, 19 continents. Slay demons and gods. 1,000 worlds for the sake of the marsh. The giant sword reconciles. Resigning to a corner. Let be free. Don't disturb the mortal world. Now turning around. Sword energy across the sky. Cold light for 30,000 miles. Just ask the world, who can match? The strong sword aura of the 7-kill sword filled the sky, and the blood-red sword body stained the clouds. Gu Doluo and Ning Fengji stood in front of the main hall, looking up at the sky. Pay attention. Gu Doluo sighed, alas. This old guy's soul power has increased again. Recently, competing with him, I feel more and more powerless. If he hadn't let me, I would have lost long ago. Ning Fengji smiled without speaking. He had already known this. Gu Doluo continued. After all, he has such an impressive grandson. If I had this grandson, I wouldn't necessarily lose to him. Ning Fengji said, what if we throw Gu Feng out for training? Maybe he'll have a chance encounter. Gu Doluo's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Gu Feng stays in the sect every day, thinking he's very impressive. He should go out and suffer. With a sword retracted, the strong sword aura still enveloped the 7 treasures glazed sect. That night, Gu Feng was thrown out of the sect by Gu Doluo without a penny. He even left a message. Don't come back until you reach Soul Emperor. Poor Gu Feng slept at the gate of the sect that night. The 2 female disciples guarding the gate felt sorry for him. But Gu Doluo had given the order. Whoever helps him will be expelled from the sect. Chenhao stayed at the 7 treasures for 2 days before heading to the Tiando Empire. His mother, Tang Yuehua, is the head of the Imperial Etiquette Academy. Although there are no feelings, she is still his mother in this world. So he needs to go see her. He wandered around Tiando City, spent over 100 gold soul coins to buy a few stylish outfits, and got a haircut that instantly made him look more spirited. After eating something, just as he was about to head to the Moon Pavilion, he heard a commotion not far away. The voice sounded quite familiar. I am from the Battle Soul sect. Do you still owe me for a meal? I'll pay you back 10 times over if I have the money. The restaurant owner was gripping a young man's collar tightly, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Little brother, this is a small business for me. If everyone is like you, I wouldn't be able to run my restaurant. Chenhao looked over and saw it was indeed Gu Feng. What a disgrace to Qibao. The owner squeezed Gu Feng's clothes. This fabric is nice. If you don't have money, you can use your clothes to pay off your debt. Gu Feng angrily replied, this is a custom outfit from a sect. It cost me 10 gold soul coins. Upon hearing sect, the owner was startled. It wasn't worth offending a sect over a meal. He quickly smiled and asked, which sect are you from, little brother? Gu Feng raised his head, trying to look cool. I'm afraid saying it would scare you to death. The owner laughed. Then go ahead and say it. I come from. Before he could finish, a gold soul coin was flicked at Gu Feng's face, landing in front of the owner. Chenhao laughed from a distance. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass the sect. The owner, seeing the money, ignored Gu Feng and picked it up. Gu Feng looked at Chenhao, feeling both jealous and hateful. Umph. What do you care? Chenhao retorted. Stop whining like a girl. If your grandpa knew you were using the sect's name to eat and drink, he would strangle you. Gu Feng's body trembled. It was indeed possible. His grandpa had warned him before to not mention the sect when going out, otherwise someone would deal with him. He recalled his grandpa's whippings and could only harden his face and walk with Chenhao. After walking a few steps, Gu Feng said, Chenhao brother, you're well informed. How can I quickly make some money? My grandpa is so ruthless. He actually threw me out with no money. Chenhao laughed. It's simple. Find a broken bowl and sit by the roadside. You'll have income every day. If you sweet talk a bit, maybe you can get a few gold soul coins daily. Gu Feng's eyes lit up. Was there really such a good thing? But then his expression changed as he immediately realized, aren't you suggesting I beg for alms? Watch closely. Chenhao said, there's nothing faster than this to make money, and it doesn't cost anything. Gu Feng snorted lightly, angry and wanting to leave. Chenhao shook his head. After all, he was his grandpa's grandson, so he would help if he could. Bang! Just as Gu Feng turned around, he bumped into a young man. Beside him stood a beauty in a fiery red robe. It was none other than Huo Wu. Chenhao was surprised. What a small world. I actually ran into you here. Huo Wu's eyes lit up when she saw Chenhao, and she stepped forward to softly say, what are you doing here? The young man, with silvery hair and a black mask, dressed in dark green, stood tall. It was the genius Feng Xiaotian. Feeling threatened, he looked up and tried to act cool. Is this the person you said would save you? Huo Wu nodded. Feng Xiaotian bowed. Sister Huo Wu has mentioned you. Thank you for saving her. Chenhao laughed. I saved her, not you. Why should you thank me? Feng Xiaotian's face darkened. Since Huo Wu didn't agree to date him, he indeed had no qualifications. He said, Huo Wu is shy, and I'm afraid she would feel embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Wu stepped forward. Thank you for saving my life. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to handle the 5 thieves of Mongshan. Chenhao raised his head proudly. What are you being polite for? Heroes should save beautiful women. What's your name? Chenhao. And you? Huo Wu from the Fire Academy. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Huo Wu felt even more favorable towards Chenhao. Feng Xiaotian stood beside them like air. After pursuing Huo Wu for so long, he actually felt inferior to someone he just met. He had to crush this kid to let Huo Wu know he was the best. He said, I heard that brother Chenhao is amazing. He defeated the 5 thieves of Mongshan with 1 sword. How about we spar? Chenhao had already guessed. Young people are full of vigor. How could they not fight to vent their energy? He looked at Gu Feng. Little Feng, I have a way for you to make money quickly. Do you want to take it? Gu Feng was confused. What kind of job? Chenhao pointed at Feng Xiaotian. Fight him. If you win, you get 20 gold soul coins. If you lose, you still get 5. It's a guaranteed profit. Gu Feng's eyes brightened. To survive, he needed money. He immediately shouted, Kid, come on, I'll fight you. Feng Xiaotian looked down on him. Get lost. I only want to compete with Chenhao. Gu Feng retorted. You garbage. Do you even deserve to fight him? Go take a piss and look at yourself. Feng Xiaotian got angry. I'll crush you first, then deal with that kid. Let Huo Wu see I'm the best. Gu Feng exuded 4 soul rings. Gu Feng. Level 44 Defense, System, Battle, Soul Sect. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon? Both Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian were shocked. It turned out to be the number 1 defense and the most bizarre martial soul in Doluo. Feng Xiaotian asked, what is your relationship with the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect? Gu Feng impatiently replied, what does it matter? Are you going to fight or not? If not, admit defeat so I can collect my money. Feng Xiaotian paused. Feng Xiaotian. Level 44 Speed Attack, System Battle Soul Sect. Martial Soul, Double-Headed Gale, Demon Wolf. Gu Feng laughed. The soul power is the same. It's not considered bullying you. Before Chenhao arrived, Gu Feng had long dominated the battle ranking of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, so he naturally had some pride. Watch closely. Gu Feng's eyes exploded with fierce light. his sturdy body towering. A phantom of the bone dragon appeared around him, huge and eerie, exuding a chilling aura. Feng Xiaotian was enveloped by the phantom of the double-headed Gale demon wolf. This was a mutated martial soul, with attack, defense, and speed all stronger than ordinary ones. He was the best among the younger generation in Shunfeng City. Gu Feng didn't hesitate and activated his first soul skill, Bone Dragon Charge. His feet moved, and countless sharp fangs burst from the ground. Feng Xiaotian smirked, wrapping himself in a whirlwind, dodging the first soul skill in a split second. He didn't stop there. His eyes filled with fierce light. First soul skill, Gale Slash. The gale split into several wind blades, slashing at Gu Feng, sharp as blades, with explosive lethality. But the Bone Dragon was the #1 defense and bizarre martial soul. It wasn't just for show. Gu Feng activated his second soul skill, Bone Transformation. A white dragon bone appeared around him, blocking the front. The wind blades hit and were directly immune, unable to break through the defense. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon Dread. Gu Feng unleashed his powerful dragon might to sweep Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian's body moved with the wind, his speed as fast as a shadow. He spun around and transformed into a small whirlwind, activating his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Attachment, instantly transforming into the double-headed Gale Demon Wolf. He unleashed 2 wind blades and a cross slash at Gu Feng. This was the upgraded version of the first soul skill, with several times the lethality. Swish! Still unable to break through Gu Feng's defense. The two were evenly matched. The first 2 soul skills had not gained any advantage, only consuming some soul power. It seemed they would have to rely on their 3rd and 4th soul skills to determine the winner. Gu Feng activated his 3rd soul skill, Bone Dragon Dread. It looked like a chicken rib, but in reality, it could reduce the opponent's attack, impose mental pressure, and also increase his own attack power. Feng Xiaotian's 2 wolf heads howled, shaking hearts. His eyes glowed blue, enveloped by a huge Gale Demon Wolf Phantom. 3rd soul skill, Gale Double Wings. Wings sprouted from his back, flying into the air, doubling his speed. Relying on speed advantage, he attacked Gu Feng again. The wind blades tearing Gu Feng's clothes and leaving red marks on his skin. Seeing he couldn't win, Feng Xiaotian activated his 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Phantom. Instantly transforming into 2 figures, the Phantom could take damage and could separate from the body, having 50% of the main body's attack power. The 2 figures intertwined and pounced at Gu Feng, sharp claws aiming straight for him. Gu Feng was stunned. The 2 wolf phantoms looked identical, making it impossible to distinguish the real body from the phantom. Just as he was about to be caught, Gu Feng's body instantly vanished into thin air, appearing behind Feng Xiaotian the next second. At the same time, one of the wolf phantoms lunged with sharp fangs. He quickly shifted his real body to the other phantom. This had long been part of Gu Feng's plan. With only 2 phantoms, the one that wasn't the real body had to be the other. 4th soul skill, Bone Dragon Devour. Gu Feng was enveloped by a gigantic ancient dragon phantom, its terrifying dragon bones intimidating. He opened his gaping mouth and swallowed Feng Xiaotian whole. Once swallowed by this soul skill, very few could break free from the bones, except for Chenhao. Moreover, within the bone dragon's body, there was 100% dread. Feng Xiaotian looked around inside, struggling to breathe under the overwhelming pressure. But how could he admit defeat? He used the Gale Demon Wolf claws to viciously slash at the inner wall of the bone dragon. But it was like being swallowed. It was utterly ineffective. Feng Xiaotian struggled for a long time, his physical and soul power depleting rapidly. No wonder it was the #1 defense and bizarre martial soul in Doluo. It was indeed formidable. Watch closely. Feng Xiaotian pondered for a long time and decided to unleash his trump card, a self-created soul skill. This was his trump card for the national elite competition. Guo Wu was watching outside. He absolutely could not lose. Feng Xiaotian's eyes burst with fierce light as he shouted with the last bit of soul power. 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Gritting his teeth, he flapped his wings. 1st slash, 2nd slash, 3rd slash. The speed of the slashes increased and the attack power doubled. Gu Feng felt his martial soul being forcefully attacked and quickly poured in soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more explosive the martial soul. 4th slash, 5th slash. The attacks were still increasing. Gu Feng was panicking. This kid had already used up his 4 soul skills. Why was he suddenly becoming so fierce? 8th slash, 9th slash. Gu Feng's soul power was nearly exhausted, and the bone dragon's shadow was about to be cut open. He gritted his teeth. I am the first defensive martial soul. I can't lose face. He activated the Bone Dragon's intimidating mental shock, but the consecutive slashes just wouldn't stop. Chenhao's eyes were fixed. Feng Xiaoyan's move was incredibly explosive. Back in the day, during the Soul Master competition, Tang San had a headache over it. And only after the Shrek 7 monsters used their fusion technique plus Tang San's cheat did they manage to win. Gu Feng couldn't win. That was normal. He shouted, Xiaofeng, if you can't win, admit defeat. Don't get hurt. But Gu Feng refused and endured it stubbornly. Feng Xiaoyan continued his slashes up to the 20th, all aiming at 1 point. 10,000 crits. He was astonished. The Bone Dragon's defense is really impressive. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed long ago. He then shouted, break for me. The 21st slash directly broke open the Bone Dragon, and Feng Xiaoyan dashed out. Gu Feng's martial soul shattered, and he fell to the ground, spitting blood. Chenhao went over to take a look. Fortunately, it was just exhaustion, just like his grandfather, too stubborn. Feng Xiaoyan landed on 1 foot, drenched in sweat and exhausted. Chenhao clapped his hands. Not bad. The Gale Demon Wolf is really explosive. Feng Xiaoyan weakly said. The Bone Dragon is also strong. Chenhao picked up Gu Feng and left. Just consider a spar. If fate allows, we will meet again. Huowu wanted to say something, but Chenhao had already slipped away. Feng Xiaoyan wanted to shout a challenge, but as he stood up, he coughed up blood and his face turned pale. Everyone watching was shocked, and the Soul Masters felt ashamed and lowered their heads. How come the young Soul Masters are so powerful now? A small Soul Zone's strength was astonishing. Chenhao found it boring. He had even beaten Title Delaw. A match between 2 small Soul Zones was meaningless. The next day, Gu Feng woke up, and Chenhao was long gone. Next to him lay a beautiful woman, scaring him into the corner. Chenhao had already used the 9 Yang Divine skill to help him heal. The beauty softly said, How was your night, little brother? Gu Feng blushed. Where's Chenhao? He left last night. This is what he asked me to give you. Saying that, she took out a heavy bag and handed it to Gu Feng. Take a good look. Gu Feng opened the bag. It was filled to the brim with gold soul coins, nearly 100 of them. His eyes instantly lit up with this money. At least he wouldn't have to chew on hard, cold buns and suffer from hunger anymore. The beauty's voice was sweetly seductive. It's been a whole day, little brother. Are you going to do something? Don't worry. The other little brother already gave money. He's very generous. Gu Feng shook his head like a rattle drum, his cheeks turning red to the root of his ears. The beauty giggled, stretched out her fair, delicate hand, seductively sliding past his back, then quickly put on her clothes. Barefoot, twisting her waist as she walked out the door. Gu Feng sat on the bed, his throat moving heavily. This was the first time in his life that he saw a woman at such close range. Chenhao dressed handsomely and headed straight to the Moon Pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the first floor of the Moon Pavilion, a faint fragrance wafted over. The shadow wall was carved from fine boxwood, exuding a woody aroma. In front of the shadow wall were 2 3-meter-tall exotic orchids, also emitting a faint fragrance. As soon as he entered the Moon Pavilion, the outside noise was completely blocked out. Every brick and tile was elegant, and the whole Moon Pavilion was filled with a refreshing fragrance, making one feel refreshed. The guests were either rich or noble, all dressed in splendid garments that dazzled the eyes. Passing the shadow wall was a wide hall, with a 1-meter gray brick floor, surrounded by precious wooden furnishings. Behind a central table, several young girls in plain clothes stood. One girl quickly walked over. Do you have an appointment, distinguished guest? Chenhao wanted to understand the Moon Pavilion before looking for his mom. No, just browsing. The girl replied with a smile. The first floor has an art exhibition. The second floor has a Qin room, and the third floor has a VIP room. If you need help, just call. Chenhao nodded and scanned the first floor. It was all ink paintings, mostly landscapes, with some paintings of cats and tigers. Scholars and elegant gentlemen gathered to appreciate them, and the decorations were extremely elegant. He recalled the paintings Spring Trees and Autumn Frost by Tang Bohu that he had signed in anger, wondering if the people here recognized it. After a circle, he thought that the paintings weren't as substantial as a hot meal, and told the maid, I have a painting I want to sell. Do you accept? The girl smiled. We do, but it needs to be evaluated by a master appraiser. Chenhao had already seen an old man with white hair wielding a brush, his strokes vigorous and infused with soul power. He was definitely a soul master. He thought for a moment and took out the painting. Could you please find a master to appraise it? The girl carefully took the painting and went to find Master Wu. Master Wu, we have a customer selling a painting. Please help with the appraisal. Master Wu glanced at Chenhao. What does a kid know about painting? But when he saw the rice paper, He was shocked. This paper is too fine. The craftsmanship is superb. He carefully set down his brush and opened the painting. As the scroll unfolded, his expression changed more and more, and finally, his eyes widened. Chenhao felt secretly pleased. Indeed, gold shines wherever it is. Master Wu completely opened the painting and took a magnifying glass from the side to examine it bit by bit. This lasted for nearly half an hour, and Chenhao was starting to get impatient. "Old man, are you going to accept this painting or not? If not, then forget it. Don't waste my time." Master Wu's deep-set eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but show some dissatisfaction. He was not only proficient in ink painting, but he was also a level 71 soul saint with a martial soul, a brush. Who is the master behind this painting? Pay attention. Chenhao directly confronted Master Wu. What does it matter who the master is? Just say whether you accept this painting or not. Master Wu paused for a moment, shaking his head and sighing. This masterpiece in your hands is simply a waste of talent. Name your price. Chenhao's heart leaped with joy. The thing that had been in storage could finally be sold. He tentatively said, 100 gold soul coins? Master Wu instantly exploded. 100 gold soul coins? You're insulting this painting. Chenhao was directly dumbfounded. He had seen haggling before, but he had never seen someone complain about a low offer from the seller. Was this old man out of his mind? He waved his hand. Fine. You name the price. Whatever you say, I won't haggle. The two of them arguing attracted several ink painting enthusiasts who gathered to look at spring trees and autumn frost. All nodding in approval. A lean, middle-aged man suddenly interjected. Little brother, I'll buy this painting. I'll offer 10,000 gold soul coins. Chenhao's eyes widened. Had Tang Bohu become famous on Doluo continent? A mere painting could actually sell for 10,000. He immediately agreed. Deal. Master Wu slammed the table and shouted angrily, wait. This painting is first to be appraised at the Moon Pavilion. It's not your turn to snatch it. The middle-aged man turned pale, daring neither to get angry nor to speak. It seemed this old man was truly authoritative. Master Wu turned to Chenhao and said, this painting depicts spring mountains and lush greenery, scholars conversing, withering trees sprouting new buds, and hanging springs flowing into streams. Every grass and tree comes to life. It can be considered the ancestor of ink painting. I have painted for decades and can't produce such a piece. 100,000 gold soul coins. The Moon Pavilion will buy it. Chenhao nodded directly. Okay, you say how much, and I'll take it. Everyone watching was shocked. A painting selling for 100,000 gold soul coins. This was astonishing. After all, those who could cultivate martial souls. Who would study this kind of thing? In the end, Chenhao sold the painting to the Moon Pavilion and headed straight to the second floor with the money. The second floor was even more elegant, with many young people practicing in the private rooms. In a pavilion, a girl was playing the guqin, the sound soothing and pleasant. Chenhao learned from the maid that this music contained soul power and could accelerate cultivation, but it cost 1 gold soul coin per hour. He stayed for a while, feeling it was not as lively as the popular music from his previous life, and directly shouted, I want to see your pavilion master. The maid was startled and shivered. The pavilion master was from the Tiando Palace Etiquette Academy, not someone you could just meet. She hurriedly said, please wait a moment. I'll go inform. Not long after, a person in purple came with the maid, and Chenhao's heart raced. Is this my mom? But the person in purple respectfully said, hello, I am the steward. How may I assist you? Chenhao frowned. He had prepared a speech, but unexpectedly, it was a steward who came. He said in a deep voice, I already said I want to see your pavilion master. The steward replied with a smile. Sorry, the pavilion master does not meet with outsiders, only teaches students from the Royal Etiquette Academy. Chenhao felt unhappy. After all, he was her son, and who knows, Yuxian might be mine in the future, so how can I be considered an outsider? But he couldn't ruin his mother's reputation. So he had to ask, how can I meet the Xian master? Unless you can pass the assessment and become a student of the Royal Court Etiquette Academy. You can meet our Xian master every month and receive her guidance. Chenhao pondered, since there's plenty of time, why not see what the Royal Court Etiquette Academy is like? I heard it's filled with princesses and noble young ladies. He directly asked, how can I get into this academy? The person in purple chuckled. First, you need a noble guarantee, and secondly, you have to pay 1,000 gold soul coins as tuition. Chenhao frowned. This academy is too greedy. Money isn't a problem. But who can guarantee for me? Then he thought, Ning Fengji is considered a noble, right? Suddenly, a young man walked over and said gently, I will guarantee for him. The person in purple and the maidens were instantly shocked and quickly bowed. We meet your highness Shueqinghe. Chenhao squinted. Shueqinghe? ISNT, that just Qianren Xue. Her disguise is incredible. You can't even tell her voice and appearance. Xueqing smiled. I just saw him selling paintings to you, Xian, and want to be friends with him. The person in purple quickly said, with your highness's guarantee. There's no problem. What about the 1,000 gold soul coins tuition? Just as Xueqing was about to take out the money, Chenhao grabbed his hand. Your highness's guarantee is enough. I'll pay for the tuition myself. When the two shook hands, Xueqing's face actually turned red. If they were two boys, it would be nothing, but unfortunately, she was disguised as a boy. The person in purple took the money and respectfully said, please follow me. The group walked towards the backyard, unexpectedly finding that the backyard was the Royal Court Etiquette Academy, which had an enormous space, decorated even more splendidly than the outside. Many wealthy young masters were learning instruments from their tutors. At this moment, a woman in white came over, both graceful and dignified, and bowed. We meet your highness Xueqing. Xueqing pointed to Chenhao. My friend wants to enter the academy. The woman replied calmly. No problem. Xueqing introduced. This is Vice Dean Su Cheng. Chenhao bowed. We meet Teacher Su. Su Cheng smiled and asked, what instruments have you learned or liked before? Chenhao thought. He learned the piano in his previous life. But there isn't one in this world. He answered directly. None. Su Cheng nodded. Then I will teach you how to play, as I happen to be teaching a few students. The first day ended, and Chenhao's head was spinning. His family hadn't engaged in the arts for 18 generations. He could fight, but he really had no talent for playing the piano. He was considering quitting, but to see his mother, he could only endure. Next came the high-energy part. Just as Chenhao was about to give up, the system directly exploded. Ding. Sign-In rewarded with the piano Saint acceleration card. Ding. Obtain the FacesWuhun Tranquility Melody Sheet Music. Ding. Obtain the Drywood Dragon Chant Piano. Chenhao instantly woke up. This system is too powerful. He immediately used the piano Saint acceleration card, and in the next second his hands moved automatically. All the Guqin techniques flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced for decades. He took out the Drywood Dragon Chant Guqin, and with a strum, the sound was like a dragon's roar. He played the FacesWuhun Tranquility Melody overnight, and as the sound of the Guqin fell, his whole body felt so comfortable that he could float. On the second day, Chenhao excitedly went to the academy. In addition to instruments, he also learned complicated etiquette, but he didn't see the Xian master all day. Fortunately, it was his mother's territory. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have smashed the place. As evening approached, teacher Su Cheng, with a peaceful expression, said, just like every other day, a student would share their insights from today's learning. Pay attention. Teacher Su Cheng called out. Who is willing to come up and share their insight from today? The surrounding students were all fidgeting, most of them girls, and a faint fragrance floated in the air. Chenhao even spotted a few girls whose looks were on par with Rong Rong and Zhu Qing, but he didn't dare to flirt. Su Cheng scanned around and saw no one moving, smiled, and said, if no one takes the initiative, then I'll call names. As soon as she finished speaking, Chenhao stood up abruptly. I'll do it. Everyone turned to look at him, and even the tutors were shocked. This was the one who entered with Xueqing's guarantee, who couldn't even remember the sheet music yesterday. And today, he dared to go on stage? Su Cheng forced a smile. Chenhao, you just enrolled yesterday. You should listen and observe more. Chenhao shot back. Teacher, is this looking down on me? Su Cheng hurriedly explained. No, I hope for you to do better. Without saying another word, Chenhao walked straight to the front of the stage, scanned the classmates. Today, I will play a piece for everyone. A little girl next to him mocked. Can you even play? Yesterday, you couldn't even tell the sheet music apart. Don't ruin the academy, Guqin. Chenhao smiled. Don't worry, I brought my own Guqin. Another person chimed in. Don't hurt our eardrums. Chenhao thought, and the Guqin appeared on the table with a bang. The other students didn't recognize it, but Su Cheng was shocked. This Guqin was exquisitely made. 100 times better than the academy's, even more elegant than the Xian Master's collection. This kid's background is not simple. Chenhao sat cross-legged, his right hand brushing over the strings, and with a buzzing sound, it was like a wooden dragon's long chant, making everyone's hearts tremble. Then, his hands quickly plucked the strings, his movements so professional that it blew everyone away. As the elegant sound of the Guqin emerged, the entire class was dumbfounded. He couldn't do anything yesterday, so how could he be so amazing today? The music became more and more extraordinary. First like a clear stream flowing in a deep valley, refreshing to the ears. Then like mountain spring water gushing, relieving a day's fatigue. Next like butterflies spreading their wings, bright and clear. and finally like the vast sky outside the Great Wall, pure and distant. The entire backyard was enveloped by the sound of the guqin, and students from other classes were all attracted over. Suddenly someone shouted, "My soul power actually increased." Then a chorus of exclamations followed. Mine too. Many students saw their soul power increase after listening to the music, which had never happened before. Su Chung was completely stunned. This kid was actually playing dumb yesterday on purpose. Next came the high-energy part. A dignified and beautiful woman descended the stairs, followed by two beauties. Chenhao was shocked. She looked ageless, at first glance seeming to be in her late 20s, yet her gaze could see through the world. Her silver palace dress was perfectly fitted, and her temperament could rival Bibi Dong, but without Bibi Dong's oppressive aura. Everyone immediately bowed. "We meet the Xian master." Chenhao's heart raced. "Is this my mom? No wonder I'm so handsome. The genes are too good." The Xian master gently asked, "Who just played the guqin?" Chenhao suppressed the impulse to rush up and recognize her, stood up and bowed. "It was me who played." The Xian master nodded kindly. "Can I see your guqin?" Chenhao did not hesitate at all. This was of course no problem. "Don't say, just looking at it. Even if you want to take it, that's fine. Pay attention." Tang Yuehua took the guqin, her fingertips touching the body of the instrument, lightly plucking the strings. With her eyes slightly closed, she felt the music. Every frown and smile was elegant and stunning. She asked, "Are you really giving it to me?" Chenhao, of course. You should know she loves collecting guqins, and this good one must be taken. Tang Yuehua smiled. "Little kid is generous. I really like the guqin, but I can't take it for free. You name your price." Chenhao looked at his mother, his throat choked. "There's really no need for money. I'm giving it to you." She touched Chenhao's head, contemplating. "My Hauer is here. You should be this tall." Next came the high-energy part. Chenhao jumped into her arms and shouted, "Mom." The two maidens were filled with killing intent, and Tang Yuehua raised her hand to signal them to retreat. "You've mistaken the person." Chenhao hugged tighter. "You are my mom." Tang Yuehua was stunned, staring at his face. "What is your name?" "Chenhao, Mom. I'm Chenhao." She trembled, pressing his shoulder. "Xiao Hao, is it really you?" Chenhao nodded. "I came specifically to find you." Tang Yuehua called for the maidens. "Cancel today as compulsory class. Take Chenhao to the Moon Palace." Inside, it looked like a crystal palace, extremely exquisite. She hugged Chenhao and cried, "You're still alive." "Chenhao, I'm very lucky." Tang Yuehua asked, "Where's your father?" Chenhao frowned. "I haven't seen him since waking up in the starry forest." She nodded. "Perhaps he has gone to that place." "How have you been?" "Chenhao, very well." Tang Yuehua felt guilty. "I had to abandon you back then. And later, I couldn't find you." "Chenhao, Mom, there's no need to apologize, I understand." She wiped her tears. "Who taught you the guqin? Your skills are beyond the tutor's level. The music made the soul masters break through, and I couldn't even do that." Chenhao scratched his head. "The stars met an old man who taught me and even gave me a zither and chess score. And then he left." Tang Yuehua, "This is your home. Feel free to roam around the Moon Palace." "Chenhao, thank you, Mom." Tang Yuehua touched his soul power. "Why is there no fluctuation? How's your martial soul training going?" Chenhao patted his chest. "Unmatched in the world. Whoever bullies you, I'll crush him." Tang Yuehua gently pinched his nose. "Silly child. It's okay to be a bit spoiled with Mom, but don't speak like that outside. You need to be honest. Pay attention." Tang Yuehua pulled Chenhao and said, "From now on, train while here with me. I'll take care of you." Chenhao nodded. "Thank you, Mom." The two chatted all night, and Tang Yuehua arranged a residence for him. Chenhao settled in the Moon Pavilion. Being served by stunning beauties every day was simply exhilarating. The next day, Tang Yuehua personally took him to the academy, and everyone was dumbfounded. This fairy, the pavilion master, actually has such a big son. At that moment, a group of people surrounded a young girl who walked over, around 14 years old, with golden hair and a golden dress, her looks rivaling Rongrong and Zhuqing, exuding an air of nobility. She respectfully said to Tang Yuehua, "Hello, teacher." Tang Yuehua smiled. "This is Princess Xueka of Tiando, my most prized disciple. This is my son, Chenhao." The two exchanged nods, and Xueka suddenly said, "Thank you." Chenhao was confused. "Thank me for what on our first meeting?" Xueka smiled. "Your zither playing yesterday raised my soul power by 2 levels." Chenhao suddenly understood. No need to be polite. Xueka continued to ask, "Can you play for me again?" Chenhao boldly said, "Of course." The noble girls nearby all gathered around, sweetly saying, "We want to listen too." Each one was a beauty, and Chenhao swallowed. His luck with women was off the charts. Tang Yuehua laughed. "Little Hao will surpass me in no time." Chenhao scratched his head. "I just started, still far off." Tang Yuehua decided. Today, learn court etiquette first, then learn instrument. But court etiquette was complicated and tedious. Chenhao, used to freedom, couldn't bear it and found an excuse to sneak away. He wandered around the moon pavilion and saw the spring tree and autumn frost painting he sold yesterday prominently displayed on the first floor, surrounded by dozens of elegant middle-aged men praising it. Master Wu spotted Chenhao, his eyes brightening as he quickly approached. "Little brother, do you still have this painting? The price is negotiable." Chenhao smiled. Master Wu must have made a fortune, right? Master Wu laughed. "Thanks to you. This painting has skyrocketed to 300,000 gold soul coins." Chenhao was shocked. Losing 200,000 in a day. "If I had known, I would have auctioned it," he said irritably. "I'll show it to you when I have it." He went to the third floor for snacks, timing himself to return to the academy. Next came the high-energy part. Just as Chenhao returned, he saw a flamboyant young man talking to Tang Yuehua, with 2 guards beside him. He asked the maid, "Who's that kid? Not from the academy, right?" The maid replied, "That's Xueshan, the eldest son of Prince Xuexing, who has been pursuing the pavilion master." Chenhao instantly felt a surge of anger. "Trying to put a green hat on my dad? Tired of living." He strode over, and from a distance, he heard Xueshan gently say, "Yuehua, this is the 106th time I've invited you to dinner. Don't refuse." Tang Yuehua politely declined. "I have something to do." Xueshan was persistent. "I've reserved a spot at the imperial kitchen with vegetarian dishes, roasted meat, and fine wine." Tang Yuehua still refused, but Xueshan wouldn't give up. Chenhao could no longer hold back and shouted, "Kid, my mom has made it very clear. What are you still lingering for? Pay attention." Chenhao directly confronted Xueshan. "She said she has something to do, which means she doesn't want to go with you. Do I need to say it any clearer?" Xueshan was shocked. "Mom? You're Yuehua's son." Looking at Chenhao, who was bigger than himself, he was astonished, then smirked. No wonder Tang Yuehua has such charm. Her son is already this big. Chenhao was furious. "Doesn't he look like me? If you don't want to get beaten, hurry up and roll. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly your mom won't recognize you." The 2 guards shouted, "Kid, this is Prince Xueshan." Chenhao scoffed. "Don't talk about branch princes. I wouldn't be intimidated even if the Emperor of Snowy Night came. Hurry up and roll before I get angry." Tang Yuehua wasn't angry, but rather pleased. Chenhao was just like his father when he was young, wild and full of masculinity. With the strength of the Moon Pavilion, she wasn't afraid of offending a prince like Xueshan. Xueshan still wanted to play the gentle card. If Yuehua is willing, she can take her son along to the dinner. Chenhao was annoyed, thick-skinned, just like chasing a girl. "I'll say it again, my mom isn't going. If you keep lingering, I'll have my dad deal with you." Xueshan was furious. His father was the brother of the Emperor of Snowy Night, and he was being confronted by this young brat. He signaled the guards to take action, and the 2 guards immediately revealed 4 soul rings, their soul master pressure bearing down on Chenhao. Tang Yuehua shouted angrily, "Enough!" 2 soul masters immediately jumped out to protect him. Chenhao laughed. Just 2 soul masters dare to exert pressure? How ridiculous! Xueshan was in a difficult position, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you're a soul master, let us compete." To entertain the students, Tang Yuehua shot back, "You, a battle soul emperor, bullying a child? If this gets out, it'll be a laughingstock. If you want to compete, find someone else to accompany you." Chenhao didn't care. "I thought you were a soul king or soul saint. Just a trashy soul king acting so arrogant." The surrounding students were dumbfounded. This kid was too arrogant. Tang Yuehua was also alarmed. She needed to teach him to be calm. Next came the high-energy part. Xueshan growled, "You're too arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today." With a thought, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, appeared, and a golden light-coiled dragon staff formed in his right hand. Xueshan, 51 Battle Soul King. Martial Soul, coiling dragon staff. Chenhao spat out 2 words, "Trash." Then he jumped and kicked Xueshan into the pond. Water splashed everywhere, and he didn't even use his martial soul. The move was so fast, it was explosive. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. Even Tang Yuehua was completely stunned. She didn't expect her son to have become so powerful. Upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. Chenhao was the grandson of the Sword de Law of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, the son of the youngest soul de Law, Chenfeng. Xueshan crawled out of the pond like a drenched chicken, soaked and looking extremely disheveled, with a face full of anger and unwillingness. Chenhao confronted him. "This is my mom's territory. I was being merciful because I didn't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't just be beaten. You'd be stripped of your skin." "Not convinced. Your dad is Prince Xuexing, right?" Go back and tell him. He'll definitely slap you. Or ask Prince Xuebeng what it feels like to be beaten. Xueshan instantly panicked. This kid was not simple. Trembling all over, he ran away in disgrace. This scene was witnessed by Princess Xueka, who admired Chenhao even more, truly the son of the master, playing the guqin explosively, and his soul power was so formidable. She stepped forward and asked, "The class is almost over. Can I hear you play the guqin?" Chenhao smiled. "Of course, no problem." He played the Pei Yuan, Jing, Xi, and Chu again, this time with even more students listening, and even Tang Yuehua was immersed in the sound of the zither. After finishing the piece, everyone felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze, and then applause surged like a tide. Countless girls threw flirtatious glances at Chenhao. Even the boys were shocked. This kid was too handsome. After the students gradually left, Princess Xueka came over and politely said, "It was such an honor to hear you play again. It was too beautiful." Chenhao scratched his head. "Thank you for the compliment." Xueka blushed and said, "Tonight is my father's 60th birthday. The palace is holding a banquet. Can I invite you to join?" Chenhao's heart stirred. He could just see the imperial majesty. Tang Yuehua also said, "I received an invitation too. Let's go take a look." Chenhao nodded. "Sure, let's go take a look." Xueka instantly beamed with joy. As night fell, Chenhao changed into the evening dress custom-made by Tang Yuehua, looking even more dashing. He rode in the royal golden dragon horn carriage with Xueka to the palace. Approaching the palace, there were guards every 5 steps and every 10 steps, wearing golden armor and holding golden dragon halberds, exuding great authority. But the royal carriage passed smoothly without obstruction. As soon as they entered the palace, the white jade floor shone, the sandalwood flying eaves were carved with phoenixes, and the red walls and yellow tiles were dazzling, more impressive than the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, the styles were different. The palace was filled with tall, golden buildings, each adorned with swan totems, and at the top was a swan spreading its wings, lifelike. Xueka smiled and asked, "Our home is nice, right?" Chenhao nodded. "Not bad. Why are there swans everywhere? Is the Qindo totem a swan?" Xueka frowned. "It's not a totem. The swan is the royal martial spirit. That's how the name of the Heavendo Empire came about." Chenhao thought of the fat swan and almost laughed out loud. Xueka was secretly amazed. He was so calm. He must have seen a lot of the world. After getting off the carriage, Xueka took Chenhao into the palace and happened to see Chenhao welcoming nobles at the palace gate. Xueka excitedly ran over and shouted, "Brother!" The two looked extremely close. Chenhao smiled and patted her head. Two girls being so affectionate. Chenhao secretly laughed. Qianrenqiue's acting is amazing. It's a pity she doesn't play a disguise. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chenhao's mouth as he gently stroked Xueka's head. The two girls were so intimate. I have to say, Qianrenqiue's acting is truly excellent, with no flaws at all. It's a pity she isn't part of the disguise. Just pay attention. You absolutely wouldn't expect. If Princess Xueka knew her brother was a girl, she would be heartbroken. This is simply the saddest story of the year. Chenhao walked over slowly. Xueka glanced at him as a greeting, and Xueka shouted, "Let's go in." Chenhao followed Xueka into the palace, and Chenhao watched his strong figure, secretly nodding. This guy is indeed extraordinary. The palace was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, already crowded with nobles chatting. Like a large party. Chenhao regretted it. He hated these pretentious gatherings. But then he thought this is also a good place to build connections in high society. He picked up a piece of pastry and tasted it. It was pretty good. Xueka handed him some wine. "This is a court secret recipe, super delicious." Chenhao held the cup, shook it, and the aroma of the wine wafted over. After tasting it, he frowned. It's not as smooth as red wine mixed with Sprite. He shouted directly, "Not bad. Give me a few tons to drink slowly another day." Xueka was shocked. "Only 100 bottles are produced in a year." Chenhao changed his words. "Then let's start with 100 bottles." Xueka could only nod. "I'll ask my father later." Next, it got exciting. The Snow Knight Emperor made his appearance, dressed in a golden robe, crown, and holding a scepter, exuding nobility. The Empress, Xueqinghe, the two princes Xuebong, and Prince Xuexing, along with Dream Machine and Jilin, the two guardians, followed closely behind. With a wave of his hand, the entire venue fell silent, and he began a lengthy speech, followed by applause like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Chenhao spotted the Snow Mountain Prince. What a coincidence. The Snow Mountain Prince saw him too, his eyes wide with anger. Chenhao curiously asked Xueka, "You said the royal martial spirit is the swan, but why is the Snow Mountain Prince using the Panlong staff?" Could it be that Prince Xing has been cheated on? Shueke frowned. Don't talk nonsense. He inherited his mother's martial spirit, which is also considered a high-level martial spirit. Chenhao cursed inwardly. Trash. Suddenly, Chenhao noticed two familiar faces, and they saw him too. He greeted Shueku and rushed over. Uncle Ning. Grandpa Gu. Why are you here too? Ning Fengji smiled. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has had dealings with the royal family for a long time. Chenhao nodded. These two had a solid relationship in the Doluo storyline. After chatting for a bit, he returned to Shueku's side. Shueku, blushing, smiled. Let us go. I'll take you to meet my father. Chenhao was confused. Why do I have to meet him? Shueku blushed even more. Today is his 60th birthday. You have to say some blessings. Chenhao thought for a moment, right? Not bringing a gift and not saying blessings would be very impolite. He immediately replied, okay. Chenhao followed Princess Shueku toward the Snow Knight Emperor. Princess Shueku affectionately leaned against the Snow Knight Emperor's embrace, sweetly saying, I wish my father prosperity as vast as the Eastern Sea and good health. The Snow Knight Emperor gently stroked Princess Shueku's head, doting on his only daughter. He was both the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire and a father who loved his daughter dearly. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Princess Shueku stood up from the Snow Knight Emperor's embrace, her little face slightly red as she said, Father, this is my classmate Chenhao. I specially invited him to celebrate your birthday. He plays the guqin beautifully. Pay attention. The Snow Knight Emperor stared intently at Chenhao. This is the first time Shueku brought a boy home. She must be interested in him. Shuebing noticed Chenhao and almost fell off the steps, with Xue Qinghe quickly helping him. Dream Machine was shocked. This is the titled Doluo from Nodding City. Bringing him in a Heaven Do would take off. Chenhao felt uncomfortable under their gaze and bowed, expressing his blessings. I wish the Emperor and Heaven Do prosperity as vast as the Eastern Sea, longevity like the Southern Mountain, and may everything go smoothly. His voice was powerful, and all the nobles looked at him. The Snow Knight Emperor beamed, young and articulate. You're the first boy Shueku has brought home. Chenhao nodded, thinking to himself, surely it's because I'm too outstanding. Suddenly, the Snow Knight Emperor asked, what is your spirit power like? You can't have low spirit power if you want to be my son-in-law. Shueku blushed and acted cute. Father. Chenhao was confused. What? Son-in-law of Heaven Do? I never said I wanted to be. The Snow Knight Emperor's face darkened. Are you feeling wronged? It's an honor that Kuer likes you. Your spirit power and identity are almost nothing. Chenhao rolled his eyes. It's not a matter of feeling wronged. I just don't fancy it. He said to Shueku, sorry, we're not suitable. I'm leaving. Ning Fengji laughed. This kid has good luck with women, just like his father. It's good that he didn't agree. Otherwise, we'd have to break his third leg. Gu Doluo joked. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If you break him, Rong will fight you. Excitement ensued. Chenhao turned to leave, and Shueku started to cry. The Snow Knight Emperor shouted angrily. Seize him. 5 golden armored guards raised their spears to block his way. Chenhao laughed. Forced marriage? The Snow Knight Emperor's scepter slammed to the ground. Ungrateful. Seize him. Dream Machine rushed forward. Your Majesty. We can't afford to offend him. Why? He is a titled Doluo. The crowd exploded. Everyone stared in shock. Shueku looked up sharply. Impossible. He is so young? Dream Machine urgently said. Ask Prince Xing. We saw him defeat Yuguan and Gue Mei with our own eyes. Prince Xing quickly nodded. We can't afford to offend him. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand to let the guards retreat. Chenhao did not hesitate and quickly walked out of the main hall. Now that his identity had been revealed, staying would only lead to more trouble. Pay attention. Chenhao said to Shueku, I'm sorry. You look good, but we're not suitable. Tang Yuehua in the crowd was stunned. Her husband Chenfeng was already a genius, and their son became a titled Doluo at 17? This is probably the youngest titled Doluo in Doluo. Chenhao pondered for a moment and chased after him through the side door. Chenhao walked out of the palace, looking at the dim lights and complaining. Really boring. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I almost got forced into marriage. Chenhao quickly caught up, warmly saying, Brother Chenhao, wait. Chenhao thought, either she asks after my good looks or she wants to recruit me. Let us play along. Chenhao bowed apologetically. My father offended you earlier. Please forgive us. Chenhao waved his hand. It's fine. I didn't make it clear and let down Shueku's feelings. Chenhao advised. My sister is simple and truly likes you. Consider it. My father said you're the first person she brought back. Chenhao replied frankly. Shueku is great, but I already have someone I like. Chenhao nodded. Feelings can't be forced. Chenhao scoffed. Are you teaching me how to date? Chenhao changed the subject. You haven't eaten much. Want to find a place to eat? Chenhao rubbed his stomach. He was indeed hungry. The two went to a hotel to book a room, ordered some small dishes and white wine, and Chenhao directly devoured everything. Chenhao raised her glass. Cheers to you. Chenhao secretly laughed, still daring to drink. Let us see how long you can pretend. Next, it got exciting. The two drank several cups. Chenhao's face was red, and he was dizzy. But Chenhao only had a flushed face and showed no signs of being drunk. Chenhao was shocked. This little girl can hold her liquor. After eating and drinking enough, Chenhao swayed to his feet. I'm leaving. Chenhao paid the bill and supported him out the door, and Chenhao, feeling weak, fell into her arms. Chenhao's body trembled. Her face flushed to her ears. This was her first close contact with the opposite sex. She could only find a hotel to let Chenhao stay. Exhaling. Finally, it's over. The next day, Chenhao woke up, and Chenhao was already gone. After washing up, he smacked his forehead. My drinking capacity is terrible. I need to practice. I couldn't even outdrink a little girl. Back at the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua had not slept all night in the Moon Palace. Upon seeing him return, she immediately hugged him. You little rascal. Where have you been? You didn't come back all night. Chenhao felt guilty. I'm sorry, Mom. I was drinking with Chenhao. Tang Yuehua scolded. You're still a child. Why are you drinking? Chenhao stuck out his tongue. Children never grow up in their parents' eyes. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua became serious. Xiaohao, tell me honestly, have you really become a title Doluo? Chenhao nodded seriously, and with a thought, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, 1 red, appeared. Tang Yuehua was shocked and covered her mouth. You actually have a 100,000-year soul ring. Your talent is too extraordinary. She then asked, your martial soul must be inherited from your father's 7 killing sword, right? Chenhao gently shook his head. Look closely. Tang Yuehua's heart trembled. Could it be the Haoyan hammer from the Haoyan sect? Chenhao shook his head again. Mom, you're only half right. I have a twin martial soul. With a shake of his hands, the Haoyan hammer appeared in his left hand, and the 7 killing sword in his right. 2 top-tier attack martial souls from Doluo appeared simultaneously. Tang Yuehua was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, and she hugged Chenhao tightly, so tightly that he couldn't breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Chenhao asked, Mom, what is your martial soul? Tang Yuehua sighed. I come from the Haoyan sect, but my martial soul has mutated, and my soul power is only level 9. Chenhao had already known this and secretly resolved to help his mother. She was the closest person to him in Doluo. He glanced at the treasure pouch, which contained rare herbs like the strange ear heavenly chrysanthemum, rooster crest phoenix sunflower, and the most potent dragon heart 9-leaf mushroom. With a thought, a 9-petal spirit mushroom appeared in his hand, shimmering with golden patterns and exuding a fragrant aroma. Tang Yuehua curiously asked, what is this? Chenhao replied, this is the 9th grade celestial herb, dragon heart 9-leaf mushroom. It's extremely beneficial for your health. Tang Yuehua was instantly astonished. 9th grade celestial herb? Last time at the Tiando auction, an 8th grade celestial herb sold for 8 million. This must be worth over 10 million. Chenhao nodded. It's priceless. Hurry and eat. He broke off a piece and handed it over. It's precious, so it's only for the most important person. Tang Yuehua was deeply moved, took it, and slowly ate it. Though it was slightly bitter, her heart felt sweeter than honey. Next came the high-energy moment. A golden light enveloped Tang Yuehua as she sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the medicinal power. Chenhao watched expectantly, hoping his mother would break through to level 10. Not long after, Tang Yuehua's soul power surged violently, and she excitedly shouted, I've broken through to level 10. Chenhao was overjoyed. The 9th grade celestial herb really made a difference. Mom, what is your martial soul? Tang Yuehua's soul power condensed into an ancient zither, which was simple yet profound. It has mutated again. It looks very much like the 9 heavens ringing zither you gave me, so I'll call it that. Chenhao was astonished. Martial souls could manifest like this? He quickly praised. This zither is made of phoenix wood for the top and cedar for the base, with precious purple lacquer. It must be amazing. Tang Yuehua nodded. It's an auxiliary type, similar to the 9-heart begonia, but it can only heal. My zither can enhance strength. Chenhao's eyes widened. Could this not stack strength buffs for him? The Haoyan hammer relies on strength. If it doubled, wouldn't that be incredible? He urged, Mom, I'll take you to the Stardew Forest to get your first soul ring. Your soul power will definitely soar. Tang Yuehua nodded. Let's not rush. I'll wait until I arrange things at the academy before we go. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua asked, what is going on between you and Shueku? I've known her since she was little. She's gentle and sweet. Do you really have no feelings for her? Chenhao swallowed hard. I definitely have feelings, but I feel guilty. Tang Yuehua frowned. Why are you becoming so shy? You're just like your father. Be a man and do what you want. Chenhao fell silent. If he brought Shueku into his harem, would Rong Rong and Zhu Qing agree? He confessed. I've already been engaged to Ning Rong Rong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang Yuehua nodded. Rong Rong is the only heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You two are a good match, and if you could be devoted to her. Mom supports you. Chenhao then added. Also, I've made a lifelong commitment with Zhu Qing, the daughter of Duke Xing Luo, and Rong Rong agrees too. Tang Yuehua was both shocked and angry. Men are all the same. Just like your father, they eat from one bowl while looking at another. Chenhao was energized. Does my dad have other women besides you? Tang Yuehua shook her head. Not at all. If he dared, your uncles would have broken his legs long ago. But he does have a bit of a crush on BB Dawn, but it's just a crush. He doesn't have the guts to act out. Chenhao's eyes brightened. So being a playboy is hereditary. No wonder he also had feelings for BB Dawn. Tang Yuehua sighed. You should go rest. It's not easy for women in their lives. Take good care of them. Chenhao nodded firmly. Don't worry. I will take good care of them. And you too. Tang Yuehua smiled and pinched his nose. What bad thoughts could child have? He just wanted to take care of more girls. Chenhao took a nap and then went to the Royal Academy of Etiquette, wanting to see if his mom had arranged everything at the academy, so he could take her to get her first soul ring and relax. As soon as he entered, a group of noble girls surrounded him, eager to hear him play the zither. Handsome and skilled, plus listening to the zither could also increase soul power. Just as Chenhao was feeling elated, the girls suddenly parted. Shueku walked by with her head down, looking dejected. She must still be upset after being publicly rejected yesterday. It would be hard for anyone. Chenhao left the girls behind and chased after her, calling out, Shueku, I want to talk to you. Shueku ignored him and walked straight toward the main hall. Chenhao leaped in front of her. I was wrong yesterday. Please don't be upset. Shueku looked down. You're not wrong. I'm not angry. Move aside. Chenhao insisted. Can we talk? Shueku looked up, her eyes bloodshot and swollen. She must have cried a lot last night. Coldly, she said, if you have something to say, please say it, Your Highness. Next came the high-energy moment. Chenhao grabbed Shueku's arm with one hand and leaped directly to the top of the hundreds of feet high main hall. The girls below were all stunned, even more in awe of Chenhao. Shueku's body also trembled, standing at the top, with a cool breeze blowing. The moon pavilion and surrounding buildings were all beneath her feet, standing at the top of the main hall, with the cool wind brushing against his face. Chenhao could see the entire moon pavilion and surrounding buildings in sight. Suddenly, Shueku, seeing such a beautiful view for the first time, couldn't help but look around. Chenhao spoke. Shueku, no matter what, I need to clarify. Thank you for bringing me home. I know how you feel. You're the princess of Tiando. And so beautiful. Who wouldn't like you? But I already have someone I like. I can't be with you. Shueku nodded. I understand. Is that all you have to say? The air fell silent, and Chenhao held back for a long time. That's all. Shueku asked again. My father said that when the time is right, the person you like will appear. Can you tell me their names? Chenhao replied. Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Qing. Hearing their names, Shueku felt both angry and sour inside. If you can like two, why can't you like one more? But she didn't say it. She just asked. Oh, is it Sister Ning Rong Rong? Chenhao was surprised. You know her? Shueku smiled. We used to play together a lot when we were kids. She is a few months older than me. I learned yesterday that you were the grandson of the Sword de Law and grew up with her. Congratulations to you both. Chenhao nodded. It's normal to know each other since the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the royal family are familiar. The two chatted for a while, and the distance between them lessened, but Chenhao could still feel Shueku's admiration. Shueku suddenly asked, I heard from the dean that you're going to take her to get her first soul ring? Chenhao replied, yes. Mom took the 9th grade celestial herb and broke through to level 10. I'm taking her to the Stardow Forest. Shueku lowered her head and was silent for a moment, then mustered up her courage to say, Thank you for helping my soul power rise to level 30. Can you take me to get my 3rd soul ring? Chenhao nodded, of course. Doesn't your royal family have a special team to escort you? Shueku complained. Every time they just half-kill the soul bees for us to absorb. It's like being useless. I want to go with you to practice real combat. Chenhao pat his chest. No problem. Let us meet here tomorrow. With me around, no soul beast can hurt you. Shueku agreed. And Chenhao wrapped his arm around her waist, leaping down from hundreds of feet high. The feeling of riding the wind made Shueku extremely happy. The next day, Chenhao took Tang Yuehua and Shueku to the Stardow Forest. In the treasure bag, there's everything. Even the cumin chili powder hasn't been touched. The magnificent horned horse-drawn carriage runs on the main road, and soon the coachman knocks on the door. We've arrived at the Stardow outer area. You'll have to walk in yourself. Chenhao gets up from Tang Yuehua's arms, rubs his eyes, yawns, and gets out of the carriage. Surrounding them are parked horse-drawn carriages, most of which are here to collect soul rings, along with many mercenary teams. As soon as Chenhao gets off the carriage, several teams gather around. Hire us? All soul emperors, strong offense and defense support available. 20 gold soul coins a day. Chenhao waves his hand. No need. Tang Yuehua and Shui could get off the carriage. Their exquisite attire and stunning looks instantly attract everyone's attention. Another team surrounds them, and a burly man jokes, "The Stardow is dangerous. Hire us, the Gale Battle Team. All above level 40 soul masters. 30 gold soul coins a day." 30 gold coins a day is already quite expensive. However, for soul masters, it's not too costly. If they can obtain a good soul ring, even more gold soul coins would be worth it. Pay attention. Chenhao impatiently shouts, "I already said no. Hurry and step aside." A nearby uncle sincerely advises, "Little brother, your clothes are luxurious. You're not short on money. The soul beasts inside the Stardow are extremely fierce. Hiring a team is safer. Money is just an external thing. If something goes wrong, the loss will be huge." Chenhao nods. Hiring is fine, but the soul masters are too weak. Is there a team made up of soul kings? The surrounding mercenaries immediately scoff. Soul kings have long since joined major sects, who would still be mercenaries. Suddenly, a deep voice comes from afar. "No teams, just me alone. 200 gold soul coins a day. Pay first, then we set off." 200 gold soul coins. All the mercenaries are shocked, with faces full of envy. Chenhao looks over. Under a big tree lies a burly man, dressed in rags like a beggar. The mercenaries discuss. "This guy has been lying here for months. Could he be a scammer?" The big man glares, releasing a pressure, causing the person who just spoke to be unable to move. Chenhao immediately becomes interested. This is a tough character. He focuses his mind, throwing 200 gold soul coins over. Not a cent less. Surrounding mercenaries cry out in envy. Rich people are just extravagant. The big man weighs the money bag and puts it away, standing up. His clothes are tattered, but his physique is incredibly strong, with stubble and a scar by his eye. Looking just like a hero from a martial arts drama. He says, "Wait until I'm full before leaving." He turns and heads to the tavern. The mercenaries mutter again. He won't take the money and run. Will he? Chenhao isn't worried at all. His intuition tells him this person is reliable. He says to Tang Yuehua and Shueku, "Let us go eat something too. Who knows when we'll be able to come out after entering the Stardow?" The three follow the big man into a small tavern, which is packed, leaving only 2 empty tables. The big man slaps 2 gold soul coins on the counter. "Boss, bring the best dishes to this table, and 2 gin of good wine." The short and stout boss's eyes light up at the sight of money, immediately welcoming him. "Soul Master, this way please. It'll be ready soon." Chenhao and the others occupy the last table and order a few side dishes. Having a tavern in the wilderness is already good enough. Don't expect luxurious meals. Chenhao sits next to the big man and smells the sweat on him from afar. He probably hasn't bathed in half a year. The big man drinks alone. Bowl after bowl, his alcohol tolerance explosive. Not long after, 7 people arrive outside, wearing brownish-yellow school uniforms, with Sanhui Academy written on their backs. Chenhao can't help but laugh, and Shueku asks curiously, "Do you know them?" Chenhao quickly shakes his head. "No, I don't." But in his heart, he thinks Sanhui is a tragedy in the original work. Every time they show up, they get crushed, and they really love to court disaster. The Sanhui team leader scans the room, locks onto the big man's table, and swaggeringly walks over. "Hey, go share a table with others. This table is ours." The big man ignores him and continues drinking. The leader gets angry. "Didn't you hear? Get lost and share a table. We are from Sanhui Academy." Next comes the high-energy moment. The big man squints his eyes, shooting out a sharp and fierce glare, and with a wave of his right hand, splashes a cup of wine directly at that leader. The middle-aged man's eyes slightly shift, immediately shooting out a sharp and fierce light. With a wave of his right hand, he splashes a cup of wine at that leader. "Pay attention." The big man coldly shouts, "Stay where it's cool." The voice frightens the student, making him shiver and retreat repeatedly. But there are teammates watching behind him. He scans the room again and locks on to Chenhao. Kid, there are only 3 of you. Go share table. This table is for our Songhui Academy. Chenhao laughs. Sure enough, if you don't court disaster, you 1T die. It's really not unfair for Songhui to be bullied every time. He leans back and says to the big man, Brother, you've taken their money. You can't let the kids bully us, right? As soon as he finishes speaking, the big man stands up. Little Songhui dares to embarrass themselves. Hurry and get lost. The powerful aura immediately stuns the leading student, and the group hastily retreats. At this moment, a middle-aged man walks in, slightly older than the big man, wearing glasses and having a tuft of messy hair. This is Yi Zhiqiu, the director of Songhui's Foreign Affairs Department. Chenhao suddenly shouts, Boss, add a plate of peanuts. Yi Zhiqiu's face darkens, fierce light exposing. What are you? Dare to not regard Songhui? The big man, however, is very calm, drinking his wine without paying him any mind. The surrounding students all look at Yi Zhiqiu. He hesitates for a long time, stubbornly says, Forget it. Don't cause trouble when going out. He concedes, sparing his life. Chenhao can't help it. This is it? You've already taken off your pants, and this is all you do? Yi Zhiqiu takes his students to sit outside, and Chenhao confronts the big man. You, a big man, are bullied right in front of you and still back down. Why don't you dare to fight him? The big man replies in a deep voice. If I make a move, someone will die. Chenhao nods. This guy knows how to act tough. He directly picks up his chopsticks and eats his food, and the big man doesn't say anything, looking quite generous. While eating, Chenhao asks, I'm your employer. I should at least know your name, right? Huolin. Chenhao laughs. This name is quite imposing, but I don't know about his strength. Not long after, Huolin stands up. Let us go. 200 gold soul coins cover a day. If we go past today, we need to renew. Chenhao pats his chest. Don't worry. I'm not short on money. The 4 head towards the Star Do Great Forest, and as they leave, Yi Zhiqiu glares at Huolin in anger, but Huolin doesn't pay him any mind. His mindset is in place, too lazy to argue with a stinky fish. But Chenhao has a feeling that they will fight sooner or later. Just as they enter the outer area of the Star Do, Huolin asks, What are your martial spirits? What kind of soul rings do you want? Shueike speaks first. I'm Shueike, a 30th level healing type soul master. My martial spirit is a swan. I need a healing type soul ring around 1,000 years. Huolin's expression changes slightly upon hearing the swan, and he looks back at her, even more puzzled. Chenhao continues, My mother needs her first soul ring. Hunting a 300 to 400 year power type soul beast will do. Huolin is stunned. Strange things happen every year, but this year is especially abundant. This woman looks to be in her 20s, and her son is already this big, and she is still getting her first soul ring? The 4 continue walking forward, and Huolin suddenly stops in front of a bamboo, reaches out to touch the bamboo pole, his mouth moving slightly, seemingly counting the nodes. The 4 continue to push forward, and at this moment, Huolin stops in front of bamboo, gently caressing the bamboo pole with his right hand. His mouth moves slightly, seemingly counting the branches of the bamboo. Pay attention. Huolin points at the bamboo and shouts, This is a 1,300-year fortune bamboo. Perfect for healing-type soul masters. It has no offensive power and absorbs easily. Shueike is struggling with whether to pick it or not, when suddenly a glowing deer bursts out of the forest, covered in blood, with wounds still oozing blood, clearly severely injured. Huolin's eyes sharpen, and he kicks the deer, which crashes into a tree with a bang, knocking it out cold. Huolin turns to Shueike and smiles. Your luck is truly explosive. This 1,600-year glowing deer matches your swan martial spirit even better than the fortune bamboo. It can increase soul power and has a glowing effect. And the deer's blood can replenish the body, making the healing effect maximized. Chenhao nods. This 200 gold soul coins was worth it. I didn't expect this rough big man to be so knowledgeable about soul beasts and martial spirits. Shueike looks at Chenhao, and Chenhao says, Meeting soul beasts is fate. You're fated with it. Hurry and take action. Shueike responds and pulls out a silver dagger inlaid with a thumb-sized red diamond. The dagger alone is ridiculously expensive. However, she feels unhappy in her heart, originally wanting to hunt and practice in real combat. But again, it's someone else feeding her. Suddenly, several figures rushed out of the forest, shouting, Stop. It was indeed the Songhui Academy. Yi Zhiqiu raised his voice. This deer was injured by us after we surrounded and attacked it for half a day. Huolin's face turned cold. There are soul beasts everywhere in the Star Do forest. Why should you say this one is yours? Shueike urged, Stop wasting time. Let's get to it. Just as Shueike raised her dagger, The Chenhao student became anxious. This is my prey. He rushed forward and pushed Shueka back a few steps with a palm. Chenhao reacted quickly and caught her, instantly getting furious. Who dares to touch my people is asking for death. Huolin was even more excited, his eyes blazing with fury, looking for death. He clenched his fists, flames erupting around him, and a punch transformed into a shadow to smash Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu countered with a punch, getting knocked back a few steps, then stomped his right foot hard, causing a green turtle shell to emerge, and 5 soul rings lit up. He was actually a soul king. Yi Zhiqiu, level 52 defense type. Martial soul, black tortoise. Huolin, level 53 attack type. Martial soul, Qilin. Next, things got intense. Huolin ignited flames, revealing the shadow of Qilin, his roar shaking the arena. Chenhao stepped back to munch on seeds. Water and fire were about to have a showdown. Yi Zhiqiu launched his attack. 3rd soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Foam. Huolin breathed fire to break the skill. Yi Zhiqiu retracted into his turtle shell and spun forward. 4th soul skill, Xian Bing Ji Dong. Huolin activated his protective body. 3rd soul skill, Puling Shan. He transformed into a Qilin claw and smashed the turtle shell with a loud bang. Yi Zhiqiu unleashed a big move. 5th soul skill, Xian Gui Bing Feng Zhan. He threw the turtle shell like a sharp blade, chilling Huolin's flames. Huolin roared and leaped up, using Puling Shan again. Then unleashed 4th soul skill, Luo Lei Hongjia. Fireballs charged with electricity smashed down towards Yi Zhiqiu. Huolin let out a roar, leaping into the air, and once again unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Puling Shan. Then he executed his 4th soul skill, Luo Lei Hongjia. The powerful fireballs gathered in the air, flashing with electric light as they descended towards Yi Zhiqiu. Watch closely. Yi Zhiqiu felt the terror of Huolin's 4th soul skill. Fireballs came one after another, leaving him no place to hide. He immediately activated his 3rd soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Foam. This time he didn't freeze Huolin but sealed himself inside, with his head and feet all tucked into the turtle shell, looking just like a timid turtle. I must say, the black tortoise martial soul's defense is truly explosive. Countless fireballs with lightning struck the turtle shell, yet they didn't cause Yi Zhiqiu any harm at all. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Zhiqiu activated Xian Shui Bing Foam again, wanting to freeze Huolin and then follow up with his 5th soul skill to finish him off. But Huolin wouldn't just stand there, transforming into a fire shadow. He quickly jumped aside to dodge. Chenhao saw that the two couldn't decide a winner for the moment and turned to shout, "Shueka, don't mind them. Quickly absorb the soul ring. I'll protect you." Shueka nodded obediently, feeling a bit reluctant but still raised her dagger to stab at the fluorescent deer. The Chenhao student who had acted earlier became anxious, shouting, "If I can't have it, no one else can." His eyes glinted with ferocity as he lunged toward Shueka. This time, Chenhao didn't hold back. His eyes trembled, and a wave of mental pressure rushed over. The student had just jumped up when he screamed and fell from the air with a loud thud, completely incapacitated in an instant. Chenhao's move immediately attracted the attention of Huolin and Yi Zhiqiu, leaving Huolin shocked. He had thought Chenhao was a useless sect disciple. But this mental power fluctuation was too intense. Could he be the strongest here? Spending 200 gold soul coins to hire me. Was it just to deal with these weaklings? Huolin didn't care about that. Flames surged around him, and he said solemnly, "Old turtle, it's time to end this." 5th soul skill, Songmeng Yong Qi Ju. Suddenly, scales fell off his body, floating in the air ablaze with red fire, like little swords of fire. With a thought, countless fire swords shot towards Yi Zhiqiu. This scene was reminiscent of the sword law's 10,000 swords returned to one. Yi Zhiqiu felt the scorching air and panicked. He quickly activated his 5th soul skill, Xian Gui Bing Feng Zhan, as the turtle shell spun rapidly to strike. The collision erupted in a sky full of flames. But there were too many and too fierce fire swords from Huolin, all smashing towards one spot on the turtle shell. No matter how tough the turtle shell was, it couldn't withstand this high-frequency, critical strike. With a crack, the turtle shell split open and then exploded into pieces. Yi Zhiqiu's face was filled with terror. His martial soul had actually been shattered. If Huolin made another move, he would undoubtedly die. But Huolin didn't go for the kill. Instead, he silently walked to Shueka's side to protect her, a rarity in Dolua continent. Yi Zhiqiu's soul power backlash caused him to spit out blood, and he bowed to Huolin before leading his students away in defeat. Shueka was busy absorbing the fluorescent deer soul ring, surrounded by glowing light, exuding an air of nobility. This deer had no attack power, making the absorption super smooth, and it was done in half an hour. Shueka smiled with excitement, shouting, "I finally became a soul master." Chenhao asked, "What is your third soul skill as a swan martial soul?" Princess Shueka revealed a sweet smile, saying, "The third soul skill, fluorescent healing, is a group healing skill. Watch closely." The swan flew past, dropping specks of fluorescence, allowing everyone within the range to simultaneously receive a 30% healing effect. This ratio may not seem high, but it is already extremely powerful among group healing skills. Huolin spoke up, "Got one. The remaining 100-year soul rings will be easier. We can get it done before dark. Let's move forward and hunt suitable soul beasts." The four continued onward, but today was strange. Normally, power-type soul beasts were as numerous as dogs, but now they hadn't seen a single one. Tang Yuehua couldn't help but ask, "Do we still need to go further? It's more dangerous deep in the Stardow." Chenhao laughed. "What are we afraid of? Big Brother Huolin is a battle soul king. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Huolin could only grit his teeth and lead the three deeper into the forest. The further they went, the fewer soul beasts there were, but the stronger they became. The four arrived at an open area with rugged stones and few trees. Huolin became anxious. "It's getting late. We need to go back the way we came. Staying here at night is unsafe." But Chenhao was already captivated by a massive cave that was 5 zhang wide. "Don't rush. That cave might have treasures. Let's go take a look." Huolin trembled. This kid really was a fearless rookie. He wanted to advise, but Chenhao had already headed toward the cave, with Shueka and Tang Yuehua following closely behind. Huolin glanced around and noticed huge footprints and white bones, realizing that there were large soul beasts nearby, and gritted his teeth to follow. At the cave entrance, Chenhao frowned. "It's too dark. Big Brother Huolin, use your first soul skill to light the way. Luckily you are a fire Qilin. If it were a water and soil Qilin, it wouldn't have this function." Huolin nearly spat blood, but still compromised, activating his first soul skill, Qilin Possession, transforming into a fire Qilin to lead the way, illuminating the surroundings with red flames, looking just like a moving fireball. A cool breeze blew inside the cave, clearly indicating there was a hidden world within. After walking a short distance, it indeed opened up to a vast space, large enough to hold nearly 1,000 people. In the center stood a spirit grass, glowing and illuminating the surroundings. Huolin exclaimed, "This is a 10,000-year jade rui. There should be high-level soul beasts guarding the spirit grass. Why is there none?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huolin shouted in alarm. Not far away, on a giant rock, lay a massive Tyrannosaurus rex. Its skin resembled stone too closely, and he hadn't seen it clearly before. The Tyrannosaurus rex slowly opened its eyes, red light shining like 2 lanterns. Huolin's face turned pale with fear. "Run. I'll hold off." But Chenhao calmly said, "What are you afraid of? We can't miss the treasure we stumbled upon. Let me pick the spirit grass first." Huolin shouted angrily, "Kid, you are looking for death. This is an 80,000-year tyrant beast. One slap could turn you into a meat pie." The Tyrannosaurus rex was awakened by the noise, shaking its mountain-like body to stand up, throwing its head back to let out a roar that shook the heavens and deafened the ears. Chenhao rubbed his ears, looking at the Tyrannosaurus rex with delight. This creature is not bad. If I take it as my second soul ring, its power will definitely be fierce. Huolin thought Chenhao had been scared silly and reached out to pull him away. Chenhao's gaze sharpened. "Protect my mom and Shueka. This beast is mine." With that, he leaped towards the spirit grass to snatch it. Huolin was instantly dumbfounded. "Watch closely." Huolin was stunned. This kid can't be insane, can he? This is an 80,000-year soul beast. But seeing Chenhao's movements, his expression changed dramatically. Chenhao was using the Lingbo Weibu coupled with a wind god leg, moving as fast as the wind and as swift as lightning. This speed left Huolin completely stunned. This tyrant beast, being just 2,000 years short of 10,000 years, already possessed human intelligence and guarded the spirit grass. The aura of Chenhao surged, and with a roar, the air currents swept towards Huolin and the others, forcing them back dozens of steps. This aura was too explosive. Chenhao rushed towards Yurui in an instant. Reaching out to pluck it, the giant foot of the overlord beast stomped down with a bang, shaking the cave and causing stones to fall. Chenhao dodged to the side, performing a flip and laughing. "Don't be anxious, beast. After I pick the grass, I'll use you as a soul ring." Chenhao circled around the overlord beast to grab its attention. The Overlord beast stomped and swung its tail, all of which Chenhao avoided. The cave was too small for it to exert its full strength, leaving it dizzy from the spinning. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chenhao plucked the grass and stuffed it into his treasure pouch. The Overlord beast, seeing the spiritual grass was gone, roared in fury and charged at Chenhao. Huolin was dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation does this kid have? Playing with an 80,000-year-soul beast. Chenhao shouted, Huolin, take them out. This cave will collapse during the fight. Huolin hurriedly led the others out of the cave, curious about his cultivation, and someone answered, Title Doluo? Huolin was stunned on the spot. Inside the cave, Chenhao grinned wickedly. Everyone, become my soul ring. If you actively sacrifice, I won't have to do anything. And when I become a god, I'll revive you. The Overlord beast charged at him with a roar, and Chenhao jumped to dodge, causing it to crash into the cave and smash down large stones. Chenhao's eyes gleamed dangerously. Not sacrificing? I'll crush you. With a thought, 10 soul rings lit up around him, and he gripped the 7 killing sword, exuding killing intent. The Overlord beast froze. Speaking human words, how do you have 10 soul rings? Have you become a god? Chenhao was delighted. Haven't you heard of twin martial souls? This is the first soul ring of my second martial soul. The Overlord beast responded, Twin martial souls? I've never heard of it. But your sword is the 7 killing sword, right? Chenhao was shocked. How do you know? The Overlord beast nodded. My master has this martial soul. 10 years ago, he saved me from the dark, evil god tiger, and I recognized him as my master. Chenhao's expression darkened. It's Grandpa? The Overlord beast added. You look like my master. You must be his son. What does that person look like? The Overlord beast paused for a moment. He looks a lot like you, especially your martial souls. They are identical. Pay attention. The Overlord beast said, You're not as good-looking as your master, but you have a few more small circles on you. Chenhao instantly understood. This must be my dad. Is there a third 7-killing sword martial soul on Doluo? Chenhao asked. Where's your master? The Overlord beast shook its head. After saving me from the dark evil god tiger, he left, saying he was going to the city of slaughter. Chenhao was even more certain it was his dad Chenfeng. How could he hunt it for a soul ring with such a connection? Chenhao said, I'll spare your life. That was my mom just now. If you tell her about my dad, she'll definitely be happy. The Overlord beast replied, Thank you, young master. If you want a soul ring, I'm willing to sacrifice. Chenhao's eyes lit up but waved his hand. Forget it. I'm so powerful. Killing other soul beasts is the same. Let's go. The Overlord beast walked towards the cave entrance, and Chenhao jumped onto its back. With each step, the cave shook. The 3 at the entrance panicked, and Huolin shouted, Quick, retreat. The Overlord beast is out. Would Chenhao be swallowed? Tang Yuehua and Shueke's faces turned pale. The Overlord beast approached, its massive body visible at the cave entrance. And surprisingly, there was someone on it. As it walked out, the 3 stared wide-eyed. Chenhao leisurely sat on its back, sliding down and jumping to the ground. What's going on? Chenhao patted the Overlord beast's head. This giant actually behaved obediently. The 3 were stunned, and Chenhao laughed. I didn't kill it, and I got important news. Huolin asked, What news? Chenhao looked at Tang Yuehua, Mom. You'll definitely be happy to hear this. He waved for the Overlord beast to come over. And it spoke. Master said there is a beautiful wife at home. It must be you? The 3 were frozen in place. Soul beast can talk. Upon reflection, it was normal for an 80,000-year soul beast to have intelligence. Tang Yuehua trembled. Your master is. The Overlord beast said. The young master looks like him. And their martial souls are identical. Tang Yuehua's emotions surged, urgently asking, When did you see him? 10 years ago. He said he was going to where? The city of slaughter. Tang Yuehua's tears streamed down her face. She believed even more. Chenfeng had said before that he was going to the city of slaughter to train and become the strongest on Doluo, to elevate the 7-killing sword above the Haotian hammer. Pay attention. Chenhao shouted, Mom, don't be sad. The Overlord beast saw Dad 10 years ago, which at least confirms he has been there. Once I finish my business, I'll break into the city of slaughter and find him. Shueke quickly handed over a golden silk handkerchief, and Tang Yuehua wiped her tears and nodded. The Overlord beast spoke. Young master, where are you going next? I'll pave the way for you. This area is my territory. Any invading soul beasts will become my food. Chenhao instantly understood. No wonder there were no soul beasts around. After I get my mom her first soul ring, we will leave the Star Do Great Forest. The Overlord beast drooped its head, appearing dejected. Then let me escort you out. Chenhao nodded. Okay, it's just that your body is too big. Otherwise, I would take you back to the sect. The Overlord Beast shook its head. I'm a soul beast. If I go to the human world, I would definitely be surrounded and killed for my soul rings. Chenhao laughed. My soul beast, who dares to touch? The Overlord Beast blinked shyly. Young master, I have a request. Can I have back the 20,000 year Yurui? It was given to me by my master to guard. Taking it will allow me to evolve to 100,000 years and not fear the dark evil god tiger. Chenhao laughed. I thought you were going to ask for a mother dragon. This grass originally belongs to you. I don't mind it. He took out the Yurui from his treasure pouch, frowning in thought. The Overlord Beast was startled, thinking he was going back on his word. Chenhao said, this herb is mild in nature, suitable for Shueke's swan martial soul to absorb. The Overlord Beast instantly looked disappointed and lowered its head. Evolving to 100,000 years was its dream. It could wait for its master and still protect itself. Chenhao patted its head. Why the long face? I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. This herb is suitable for Shueku. I'll give you a 100,000 year celestial grade herb, the rare Rui flower. 100,000 years. The Overlord Beast raised its head sharply, shocked and dumbfounded. Young master, you're not joking, right? Chenhao grinned wickedly. Do I look like I'm joking? Huolin stood by, dumbfounded the whole time. Within a day, a tidal daw, an 80,000 year soul beast recognizing its master, and a 100,000 year spiritual herb. The shock was more than in his entire life. Chenhao's thought moved, and a rare Rui flower appeared in his hand. A large purple chrysanthemum, its petals fluffy, and the flower's center sparkling with golden light. This is a neutral celestial grade herb. Consuming it will enhance luck, strengthen blood flow through the 8 meridians, and cultivate an indestructible body. Eat it now. I'll protect you. Chenhao tossed it, and the Overlord Beast opened its massive mouth to swallow it, lying on the ground to begin absorbing the herb's effects. Chenhao then handed the Yurui to Shueku. Shueku, this herb is only 20,000 years old, but precious. It's specially suited for your swan martial soul. Shueku carefully cupped the spiritual herb in her hands, as if holding a fresh flower. Feeling very happy. Pay attention, Shueku asked while holding the spiritual herb. Can I not eat it? I want to be careful with it. Chenhao laughed. This is a spiritual herb. If you hold it for 3 days, it will wither and become useless. Hurry and eat it. We'll protect you. Shueku hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly put the Yurui in her mouth, frowning tightly. It's too bitter. She then sat cross-legged and began absorbing the effects of the spiritual herb. The Overlord Beast lay on the ground, golden light emanating from its body, lowly growling with each breath, its massive form still growing. Shueku was enveloped in a swan illusion, her snow-white wings spread wide, as if about to fly. Crystalline light enveloping her, exuding nobility. Huolin, unable to contain himself, asked, This must be the swan martial soul of the Tindo royal family, right? Chenhao laughed. The truth is out. This is Princess Shueku, the only daughter of the Snow Knight Emperor. Huolin had already guessed and wasn't too shocked, asking again, Then your identities must be extraordinary too, right? Chenhao raised an eyebrow. I've told you Shueku's secret. Shouldn't you share your true identity? Huolin's expression changed, and he bitterly smiled. What identity could I have? I'm just trying to make a living. Chenhao retorted. We've known each other for a while. Stop pretending. Huolin clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Have you heard of the city of Divine Wind? Tang Yuehua answered. I've heard of it. There are the Blazing Fire, Divine Wind Academy, and the Qilin clan. Are you from the Qilin clan? Huolin nodded. Yes. I am the young clan leader of the Qilin clan. Chenhao was stunned. How did you, the young clan leader, end up like this? Don't tell me it's for the experience of life or to escape the family fortune. Huolin sighed bitterly. If only it were that simple. It's all the fault of the Spirit Hall. The Qilin clan was wiped out in one night, and only a few managed to escape. Chenhao's eyes glinted dangerously. Again, it's the Spirit Hall. How can the 3 forces of Shunfeng City just wipe you out? Are you a soft persimmon? Huolin sighed. My father has a terrible temper. Chihua, the Shunfeng Academy neither agreed nor refused to recruit us, but my father directly rejected them and even scolded Bibi Dong. That same night, the clan was gone. Chenhao nodded in understanding and patted his shoulder. Since you are sincere, I'll be straight with you. I'm an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the intended son-in-law of the Ning clan leader. Huolin was taken aback, and Chenhao added, Have you heard of the sword Saint Chenhao? The sword Doluo is my grandfather. Huolin's expression changed drastically, and Chenhao continued to drop bombs. My mother is the younger sister of the Haotian School's leader. The Shaotian Doluo is my uncle, and the Haotian Doluo is my second uncle. Huolin was overwhelmed. Your background is too explosive. Chenhao laughed. I didn't want it either. It was arranged by heaven. If you're willing, I can take you back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And we can also bring your clan members with us. Our school is in need of talents like you. We need people like you in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Pay attention. Huolin's expression changed wildly. Brother Chenhao, are you serious? Taking us in is tantamount to declaring war on the Spirit Hall. We have nowhere to go because of this. Chenhao snorted lightly. If it's a declaration of war, then let it be. Who is afraid of who? Huolin was instantly overjoyed. If that's true, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. They are worse off than me, and many are still being hunted by the Spirit Hall. Chenhao nodded. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the second among the top 3 sections. Even if the Spirit Hall is crazy, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Don't worry. Huolin was both surprised and delighted. Finally, a place for his brothers to settle down. The 3 turned around and were dumbfounded. Xueku's swan spirit was changing, with white wings slowly turning into a crystal color, resembling a piece of art. Xueku shouted excitedly, "My spirit has evolved. This is the emerald swan spirit of my ancestors." Chenhao was confused. What is the emerald swan? Xueku was ecstatic. The first emperor of the Tiando royal family had this spirit. It has only appeared once in the Doluo continent. It condenses pure life force, with healing effects 10 times stronger than an ordinary swan. She retracted her spirit and hugged Chenhao tightly. Thank you. Without you, my spirit wouldn't have evolved. Chenhao's heart raced. It was just a small effort. Now that your healing is stronger, you can treat me better. Xueku nodded firmly. Chenhao then noticed. The Overlord beast, after consuming the 10,000-year miracle mushroom, had also changed. It first swelled several times, then shrank back. But its power had increased dozens of times, with scales protruding from its body. It opened its eyes and knelt in front of Chenhao. Thank you, young master. I have evolved for 10,000 years. I'm no longer afraid of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Chenhao patted its head. It's about time. Let us go. Stay here properly. The Overlord dragon drooped its head. Young master, take care. Remember to come back. I'm so bored. Chenhao suddenly had a bold idea. To send it to the ends of the Star Doe Forest to accompany the Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python, which could also prevent the Spirit Hall from hunting. Chenhao smiled. I'm truly talented. Overlord Beast, shall I take you to a good place? What place? The deepest part of the Star Doe Forest. The Overlord dragon was instantly dumbfounded, shaking its head repeatedly. I want to go. There are the Forest King, Titan giant ape, and the Emperor heavenly blue bull python. Going to steal territory is seeking death. Chenhao grinned. Don't worry. I have a way, let us go. The 4 of them took the Overlord dragon towards the ends of the Star Doe Forest. Rumor has it that the scenery there is stunning. However, apart from Old Jack, everyone else who has seen it has died. During this time, Chenhao helped Tang Yuehua hunt down 380-year-old thousand gene ants, obtaining the first soul ring. Her soul power skyrocketed 10 levels, reaching level 20. Tang Yuehua shouted excitedly, I just got the first soul ring, and I can soon get the second soul ring to become a great soul master. Chenhao spoke. Mom, although your soul power is increasing rapidly, pay attention. Chenhao shouted, Mom, you just got your first soul ring, and your soul power is still unstable. First, rest and absorb the 1,000 gene ant's soul power. Then get the second soul ring. Tang Yuehua nodded happily. Mom will listen to you. The group continued towards the ends of the Star Doe Forest. And the deeper they went, the denser the trees became, with 10,000-year soul beasts everywhere. The Overlord dragon suddenly stopped. Are we really going in? I've seen it before. It's super dangerous inside. Chenhao retorted. How can a 10,000-year soul beast be so afraid of death? We're all 10,000 year. What is there to fear? The Overlord dragon felt wronged. Can I not be afraid? The Titan giant ape is the king of the forest, and the heavenly blue bull python is the emperor. They were famous when I was still a little cub. I evolved relying on spiritual herbs. My combat power is simply not comparable. Chenhao nodded. That is true. The Forest King ISNT called that for nothing. The ends of the Star Doe Forest formed a paradise, with a circular small island in the middle and a lake. The water of the lake shimmered, reflecting light towards the opposite cliff, beautiful like a fairyland. Xueku and Tang Yuehua took a deep breath. This place is too amazing. As soon as the words fell, a huge shadow rushed out from the forest. A titan giant ape taller than the Overlord dragon, glaring at them with fierce eyes. At the same time, the lake rolled, and a gigantic bull head emerged, mooing, resembling both a cow and a dragon. Shueku and Tang Yuehua were instantly dumbfounded, while Huolin and the Overlord dragon were shaking. The titan giant ape roared and pounded its chest without saying a word. It swung a fist the size of a water bucket. This punch would turn them to dust. Chenhao's eyes narrowed, and he used the diamond Vajra fist to meet it. The two fists collided. The size difference was enormous, but Chenhao surprisingly took it head-on. His feet sank deep into the ground. The titan giant ape was slightly shaken and spoke. "Human kid, taking one of my punches counts as strong. But if you trespass into Star Lake, you will surely die." Chenhao withdrew his foot and laughed. "Daming, Erming, I specifically came to see you. Is this your attitude?" The titan giant ape froze. "How do you know my name is Erming? Did Sister Xiao Wu tell you?" Chenhao teased it. "Knowing and still daring to make a move? Do you believe I'll make Xiao Wu into a roasted rabbit?" As soon as these words came out, the titan giant ape's killing intent surged, and a pressure descended. Tang Yuehua and Shueku fainted directly, while Huolin struggled to support himself with his spirit. This pressure was too overwhelming. Chenhao hurriedly shouted, "Erming, don't panic. I'm Xiao Wu's savior. How could I harm her? I learned about you from her, and came specifically." The titan giant ape snorted. "You can't trust the words of deceitful humans." Chenhao helplessly replied, "If I were lying, how would I know your names? You brought a 10,000-year soul beast here, clearly wanting to seize territory and treasures." Just as Chenhao was about to explain, the heavenly blue bull python spoke. "Little kid, do you know Xiao Wu? Do you know her true identity? This goes without saying. She is just a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. If it weren't for my protection, she would have long become someone else's soul ring." The heavenly blue bull python said solemnly, "Thank you, little brother, for taking care of Xiao Wu." Chenhao nodded. "Good to know. This is a 10,000-year Overlord dragon. I brought it to accompany you. With three 10,000-year soul beasts looking out for each other, no one would dare to covet you." The titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python stared at the Overlord dragon in front of them. "Pay attention." The heavenly blue bull python spoke. "This place was once where Xiao Wu lived. If it is willing, then there is no problem." The Overlord dragon was instantly overjoyed, stammering, "Thank you, Forest Emperor, for taking me in." The heavenly blue bull python then asked, "Where is Sister Xiao Wu now? How is she doing?" Chenhao nodded. "Don't worry. I have my little cousin taking care of her. Xiao Wu is doing well, just has a bad temper, and always beats people up." The heavenly blue bull python was puzzled. "Aren't humans usually greedy? Why do you know Xiao Wu's identity and still take care of her?" Chenhao laughed. "I'm a good friend of soul beasts. Even if I know, I will still protect her well." The heavenly blue bull python nodded, half believing. Chenhao took a deep breath. "The environment here is incredible. Can we stay for a few days?" The titan giant ape had a fierce look on its face, while the heavenly blue bull python said solemnly, "For Xiao Wu's sake, we want to make things difficult for you. Take good care of her in the future." Chenhao patted his chest. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can harm her." The heavenly blue bull python mooed. "Once her identity is exposed, even if you don't kill her, there will be others who want to kill her. If you have the chance, persuade her to come back. And I and Erming will protect her." Her mother was killed by a human soul master, and by the time we arrived, she had already become a soul ring. The human world is too dangerous. Chenhao nodded. "My cousin and I will protect her." Xiao Wu brought a 10,000-year immortal herb, the Heartbreak Red, which can conceal her aura. As long as the herb is not separated from her, even a tidal Deloa won't be able to track her. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were shocked, giving such a precious herb to Xiao Wu. This young man is sincere. The sky blue bull python asked again, "You treat Xiao Wu so well, why is this girl beside you instead of her?" Chenhao explained, "Only these two are here for soul rings this time. I brought them out. Next time, I will bring Xiao Wu to see you." The two soul beasts nodded. "You are Xiao Wu's friends. Then you are our friends. Welcome to Star Lake. Feel free to walk around and cultivate. The soul power here is abundant, and the training speed is much faster." Chenhao took Shueku, Tang Yuehua, and Huolin around the small island, and the night slowly darkened. The night sky was like a deep blue curtain, dotted with stars, and the surrounding crystal grass added to the beauty, making one feel intoxicated. Not far away, under the ancient tree that had stood for 10,000 years, There was a pile of firewood with a 1,000-year-old sword hero boar roasting to a golden crisp, dripping with oil, sprinkled with cumin and fine salt. The aroma of the meat filled the air, making mouths water. Chenhao took the dagger that Shui had used before, cut off the best meat from the back, wrapped it in leaves, and handed it to the two of them, then threw a front leg to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Huolin had been hungry all day, his eyes fixed on the roasted meat waiting to be fed. Chenhao retorted, "Big man, if you want to eat, do it yourself. Haven't you heard that if you want to be well fed, you must do it yourself?" Huolin quickly took out the dagger and started to gnaw on a front leg. Not far away, the Titan giant ape sat angrily, unhappy that Chenhao and the others hunted soul beasts, but seeing them eat so happily, it couldn't help but be tempted. It really wanted to try the taste, to see if it was really that extraordinary. Its two eyes involuntarily glanced this way. The Titan giant ape usually ate meat, but it felt that roasting soul beasts over fire was too cruel. The Titan giant ape usually had a meat-based diet. It just felt that putting soul beasts on fire to roast was quite cruel. "Pay attention." Chenhao cut off a large piece of hind leg meat and shouted, "Erming, are you really not eating?" Erming was greedy in his heart, but he shook his head vigorously, drooling down his mouth. Chenhao laughed and threw the meat over. Erming couldn't resist catching it, sniffed it, and immediately became intoxicated, devouring it wildly. Chenhao cut another piece of meat and threw it towards the center of the lake. Deming catch. A huge bull's head poked out and swallowed the meat in one bite. With this appetite, even roasting a few more cows wouldn't be enough. Turning back, he saw Erming and the Tyrannosaurus Rex already with greasy mouths, staring at the meat on the fire with wide eyes. Chenhao's head was spinning. If he had known, he wouldn't have roasted it. This was too wasteful of meat. If you want to eat, can't you prepare soul beast meat yourself? Even if you can't roast it, you should at least find some meat. Hearing this, the two 10,000-year soul beasts immediately rushed into the forest. Before long, the Titan giant ape threw out a 10,000-year wind demon wolf and a 2,000-year copper bull. Looking at the two massive creatures, Chenhao felt even more headache. In the deep of night, Chenhao and Huolin were still busy, the fire growing stronger, the aroma of meat filling Star Lake. Huolin smacked his lips. If only there were wine, this would be a divine day. Chenhao slapped his forehead. There were 100 bottles of Royal Imperial grape wine from Shui in his treasure bag. He had casually asked for it back then, but didn't he expect it to actually arrive at his doorstep via the Dragonhorn horse carriage? With a thought, a box of wine appeared on the ground. Huolin was so excited that he opened a bottle and chugged it down. "Good wine. This wine is amazing." Chenhao laughed. "Of course. It's from the Tiando royal family, and only 100 bottles are produced each year." Huolin laughed heartily. "This trip was worth it." Chenhao retorted, "Worth what? First, return me the 200 gold soul coins." Huolin joked, "This counts as meal money. 200 gold soul coins for this meal. You're making a killing. Let us drink." The two clinked their bottles, red wine spilling down their corners, the aroma of wine mixed with the scent of meat, exhilarating. The Titan giant ape swallowed. "Is this really that good?" Chenhao opened a bottle and handed it over. "You'll know once you try." Opening another bottle, he shouted, "Deming, it's time to drink." The soul power controlled the wine, pouring it down from the sky like the waters of a yellow river. Deming poked his head out and drank greedily, mooing nonstop. The night grew deeper. The Stardoe forest fell silent, but laughter continued on the Star Lake side. Later, Erming and the Tyrannosaurus Rex leaned against the ancient tree and fell asleep, while Shui and Tang Yuehua went into the tent. And Chenhao and Huolin cleaned up the battlefield, extinguishing the fire, burying what could be buried, and storing what couldn't be buried in the treasure bag. They stayed at Star Lake for a few days, and both Huolin and Shui were astonished. There was so much soul power here. The cultivation speed skyrocketed. In just 2 days, their soul power increased significantly. Only Chenhao, at level 99, couldn't level up, and Tang Yuehua at level 20 had to wait for her second soul ring. Not far away, Chenhao's voice shouted, "Erming, why are you so stupid? You've been studying the Diamond Fist for half a day and still can't learn it." Erming frowned. "I'm a 10,000-year soul beast, strong enough. Why do I still need to practice this fist?" Chenhao said earnestly, "Strong? Do you really think you're strong? You need to know that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Even the strongest opponent will encounter someone even stronger. Pay attention." Chenhao shouted, "Don't you want to protect Xiao Wu? Only by becoming stronger can you protect her. Xiao Wu's mother is strong enough, right? In the end, she even became a soul ring. Don't be arrogant. Be humble and learn." The Titan giant ape looked like a child who had done something wrong. drooping its head and nodding. Chenhao glared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was watching the fun. What are you laughing at? How is that dragon tail whip I told you to practice? Do you want Ming to practice with you? The Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly swung its tail to strike the ancient tree, and with each hit, the tree trembled. Seeing Ming unable to learn the diamond fist after a long time, Chenhao pondered. It's not that Ming is stupid, but the method is wrong. Ming is a Titan giant ape, an enhanced version of a monkey, and monkeys are best at using sticks. He spoke up. No more practicing fists. I'll teach you stick techniques. With a suitable weapon, the power is several times stronger than fists. With your strength, one strike could kill a tidal Doluo. The only problem is that you're too big. Where can we find a stick? Should I chop down a tree for you? Next comes the high-energy part. The lake suddenly rippled, and a stone stick dozens of meters long and a meter thick came crashing down, its entire body milky white with stalactite patterns. The sky blue bull python poked its head out. This is a natural stalactite that has been around for thousands of years, as hard as iron. Can it be used? Chenhao touched the stick with a wicked smile. 10,000-year-old beasts are not scary. What is scary is if they know techniques. With the stick, even the gates of hell would be closed. He collected his smile and said solemnly, "It will do. Ming, this will be your weapon." Ming scratched his head, picked up the stone stick, and stood it up like a pillar. Chenhao said, "Let us call it the sky pillar." Standing tall and firm. Wield it a few times and see how it feels. Ming swung the stick horizontally. The air pressure almost swept Chenhao and Huolin into the lake. Another strike hit the ground, causing the earth to shake like an earthquake. Chenhao's heart trembled. This power is much greater than fists. He continued, "I'll teach you the mountain-suppressing stick technique. Once you master it with the sky pillar, no one will dare to claim second place in Stardew. Holding the stick to guard Star Lake, no one shall trespass." Ming frowned. In the past, no one dared to trespass. Chenhao almost jumped up to kick him. Where did this nonsense come from? This is for your own good. Only by becoming stronger can you protect Xiao Wu and guard Star Lake. As soon as Ming heard Xiao Wu's name, he immediately became motivated. Following Chenhao's instructions, he swung the stick. At first, he was clumsy and almost hit Chenhao several times. Thankfully, Chenhao was agile. Otherwise, he would have become the first soul beast to be crushed to death by a soul master. However, monkeys are naturally suited for stick techniques, and in just 1 hour, he started to show some skill. Chenhao shouted, "Strike a wide area with the stick. Be fast. Smash it down with the speed of thunder. Smash him to pieces. Darken the sky." When Ming struck the ground again, the ground shook, and Huolin, who was cultivating in the distance, was directly blown away. Chenhao was extremely happy, not bad. You've grasped the essence. Come on, let us spar a bit. The Titan giant ape was stunned when it saw Chenhao standing still. Pay attention. Chenhao was confused. Come on. What are you afraid of? Don't worry. I won't hurt you. The Titan giant ape stammered. You should activate your martial soul. I'm afraid one strike will kill you. Wow, this ape is quite arrogant. With a thought, Chenhao's body instantly lit up with 10 soul rings, and a murderous aura swept out. The sky blue bull python and Ming froze on the spot. A human soul master can have a maximum of 9 rings. How do you have 10? Have you become a god? Chenhao sighed. Not a god yet. This is a twin martial soul. The 10th ring is the first soul ring of the second martial soul. The 2 soul beasts nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Chenhao flew up on his sword and laughed. Come on, let's have some fun. Ming nodded. Then you be careful. I'm going to make a move. Chenhao retorted. Where's the nonsense? Just go for it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Titan giant ape smashed down. Chenhao flipped in the air to dodge. This power is really explosive. Ming's eyes widened as the giant pillar swept over again. Chenhao looked at the overwhelming stick power, and the 7-kill sword in his hand suddenly felt inadequate. He no longer held back. Ming, be careful. 4th soul skill, killing intent revealed. The 7-kill sword slashed out a red blade, clanging against the Titan giant ape, leaving a mark. Ming was pushed back half a step. Ming smiled. This stick is amazing. It can attack and defend. Chenhao glared. Fight with me seriously. Self-created skill. Transverse 8 directions. A powerful sword energy swept out. Huolin had long lost the mind to cultivate, staring wide-eyed. This is the power of a tidal Doluo with the 7-kill sword, actually matching 100,000-year soul beast. 6th soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Thousands of swords gathered around Chenhao, forming a giant sword, striking towards Ming with immense attacking power. Ming was momentarily stunned. Without that stick, he couldn't possibly block it with just his fists. He grabbed the Titan giant ape and swung it towards the giant's sword. When the sword and stick collided, the air surged like a sharp blade. The surrounding vegetation was all cut in half. Huolin was so scared that he quickly lay down, narrowly avoiding this wave of attack. Erming's huge body retreated several steps, the ground shaking, his arms trembling. Chenhao noticed, though he was still at level 99, his strength had surged. He used to be unable to defeat Golden Crocodile, Doluo, and Yueguan. But now if he fought them again, he would definitely beat them to a pulp. Erming planted the Titan giant ape into the ground. Sat down panting. I'm not fighting anymore. What level are you? Too explosive. I could kill with my fist when I was a 9-ring title Doluo. After practicing the stick technique, I became stronger, but how can I still not beat you? Chenhao laughed. Don't worry about my level. Now you know there are heavens beyond the heavens, right? I just used my 6th soul skill. The 7th to 9th soul skills can create a new world. Want to try again? Erming shook his head vigorously. No more. Go find a Ming to practice. De Ming let out a mooing sound, as if to refuse. Just then, a loud voice came from the high cliff. Who dares to trespass Star Lake? The person leaped down from the high cliff, and after a few jumps, rushed towards Chenhao. Seeing the Titan giant ape panting heavily on the ground, he thought Chenhao wanted to hunt the soul beast. A hammer emanating with lightning appeared in his right hand, smashing down towards Chenhao. Watch out! Chenhao's expression changed drastically. Why is that hammer exactly the same as the one in his left hand? No, it's completely identical. Haotian hammer. Is this person also from Haotian sect? Moreover, his hammer's power is dozens of times stronger than his own. Chenhao did not dare to underestimate him, immediately using his first soul skill to meet him with a long sword. The middle-aged man saw the 7-kill sword in his hand, and his expression shifted slightly, his power suddenly decreasing. When hammer met sword, the blood energy surged within Chenhao, the air swirling, directly sending Huolin flying. This Haotian hammer is too explosive. The newcomer landed, around 50 years old, tall and robust, wearing a tattered robe with no patches, revealing his bronze skin, tightly gripping the Haotian hammer in his left hand. He shouted angrily, "You little brat don't know how to die. Dare to come to Star Lake to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast?" Chenhao quickly explained, "You misunderstood. We're not here to hunt. I was just competing with Erming." The middle-aged man sized up Chenhao, both surprised and doubtful. This kid is young yet dared to enter Star Lake, and can even take on his hammer strikes? What shocked him even more was that his martial soul was actually the top-tier attacking type, the 7-kill sword. Chenhao excitedly asked, "Uncle, are you also from Haotian sect?" The Titan giant ape, seeing the newcomer, stood up in shock. "Haotian Doluo? Why are you here? Haotian Doluo?" Chenhao was stunned. "Second uncle?" Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. "You little brat, don't claim kin. Who is your second uncle? I see your martial soul is the 7-kill sword. Who is Jiandao Chun Xin to you?" Chenhao was even more excited. Stepping forward, "Jiandao Chun Xin is my grandfather. Didn't expect to meet my second uncle here." Tang Hao's forehead twitched. His sister once had feelings for the son of Jiandao Chun Feng, but the 3 sects couldn't intermarry, and they ended up separating. Could this kid be their son? Before Tang Hao could react, Chenhao said, "If you don't believe it, my mom can testify. She's in the tent ahead training." Tang Hao asked, "Your mom is?" Chenhao retorted, "Second uncle, are you silly? I call you second uncle. So my mom must be your sister. Do you have other sisters?" Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. This recognition of kin came too suddenly. "You really are Yuehua's son?" "No doubt about it." Tang Hao put away the Haotian hammer. Huolin got up, and upon hearing the conversation, was in a state of excitement. Back in the Battle of Stardo, Hao Qiandao single-handedly faced the former pope and 4 platinum bishops, becoming a god in one battle. He is Huolin's idol. Meeting the real deal, he was over the moon. "Wait a moment. I'll go call them." Huolin dashed off to get Tang Yuehua. Tang Hao asked Erming, "What's going on? How did they end up in Star Lake?" Erming replied, "They're friends like you. He even saved Xiao Wu." Chenhao also asked, "Second uncle, how are you here? Shouldn't you be secretly protecting Xiao San?" Tang Hao was shocked. "You've met Xiao San?" "Tang San is my little cousin. I've helped him increase his soul power quite a bit." "Second brother." An excited shout came from a distance. Tang Hao's heart surged. "It's been a long time. Yuehua." Tang Yuehua hurried over, and upon seeing Tang Hao, tears instantly filled her eyes. Tang Yuehua rushed over. Looking at Tang Hao, her eyes already wet with tears. "Look," Tang Yuehua cried out. "Second brother, you used to be so spirited. How did you end up like this?" Mom and Dad would be heartbroken seeing this. Tang Hao stretched out his rough big hand to wipe her tears. Yuehua, don't cry, I'm doing just fine, right? Tang Yuehua pulled Chenhao over. Second brother, this is my and Chun Feng's son, Chenhao. I hope he could be as strong as you. Tang Hao nodded in approval. No wonder he is your child, truly outstanding. I'll help you train him in the future. If he doesn't listen, I'll take care of him. Tang Hao then asked, how did you come to Star Lake? Xiao Hao brought me to Stardo to get the first soul ring. And I don't know how we ended up here. Tang Hao was delighted. Yuehua, your soul power has finally broken level 10. All thanks to Xiao Hao. He gave me 100,000-year celestial herb. My body changed a lot, and my martial soul mutated into the 9 heavens ringing kun. Tang Yuehua continued. This Qin is support type, similar to Jiuxin Haidang, but Jiuxin Haidang only heals. Mine increases strength. Now my soul power is at level 20, and Xiao Hao advised me to solidify the first soul ring first, not to rush for the second. Tang Hao nodded. Xiao Hao is right. Just got the soul ring. It's indeed important to stabilize. The group chatted for a while, instantly becoming closer. Next comes the high-energy part. Tang Hao suddenly asked, Xiao Hao, you could take my strike just now. Your 7-kill sword S soul power, level ISNT low, right? Chenhao scratched his head. This question is really sensitive. Not saying it might seem arrogant, but saying it might discourage someone. He paused. Not too high, about the same as second uncle. Tang Hao was slightly surprised. Then thought, without title Delua's strength, one wouldn't be able to take a strike. But he suddenly pressed on. Xiao Hao, how old are you this year? Chenhao was about to refuse, but Tang Yuehua spoke first. 18 in real years, 19 in nominal years, and will be 20 after the new year. 18? Tang Hao's eyes lit up. His face was shocked to the point of distortion. 18-year-old, title Dolua? My God. He grabbed Chenhao's shoulder. Quickly release your soul power, so second uncle can take a look. Chenhao thought for a moment. Then 10 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, 1 red. Tang Hao was instantly stunned. You actually have a twin martial soul, and also a 100,000-year soul ring. Chenhao frowned. Second uncle, calm down. You're going to crush my shoulder. Tang Hao quickly loosened his grip. Sorry, I was too excited. Yuehua, you raised a monstrous genius. I thought Xiao San was impressive, but compared to Xiao Hao, he has nothing. In your generation, the 7-killing sword is more explosive than the Haoyan hammer. Tang Hao asked again, Xiao Hao, what is your second martial soul? The first one is a strong attack type, so the second should be a control type or a beast martial soul, right? Chenhao grinned wickedly. Neither. Could be a food type, a healing type. Watch closely. With a thought, Chenhao instantly conjured a Haoyan hammer in his left hand. With the 7-killing sword in his right hand and the Haoyan hammer in his left, he single-handedly possessed the 2 top-ranking strong attack martial souls of Dolua continent. Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating. He had the aura of the Haoyan hammer etched in his bones. Huolin was even more excited. Bouncing up from the ground, shouting, it's one thing to have a powerful background, but to even possess the 2 top strong attack martial souls is just too infuriating. Tang Hao said nothing more, gently stroking the Haoyan hammer martial soul, his shock gradually fading, leaving only a deep expression. The 7-killing sword paired with the Haoyan hammer. That Chen Feng truly raised a good son. Xiao Hao, show me the first soul skill of the Haoyan hammer. Chenhao nodded, releasing his soul power. The Haoyan hammer in his left hand suddenly grew larger. Haoyan hammer's first soul skill, ice and fire duality. With one swing, a dual-colored light enveloped the space, resembling a mini version of the ice and fire 2-element eye. Tang Hao immediately shook his head. Weak. Too weak. The first strong attack martial soul, and you use it like an old man chopping stones. Not a bit of dominance. Chenhao scratched his head. Indeed, although this Haoyan hammer had a 10,000-year spirit ring, its power was far from that of the 7-killing sword. Tang Hao said solemnly, Chenhao, do you want to become super strong and crush the Dolua continent? Chenhao nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't want that? I dream of dominating the entire arena. Take me as your disciple. I'll teach you all the skills of the Haoyan sect, and let your Haoyan hammer explode. Chenhao was dumbfounded. But you're my second uncle. It feels awkward to become your disciple. The Haoyan sect's techniques are not meant to be passed down. You come from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Only by becoming my disciple can I justifiably teach you and help you unleash 100% of the Haoyan hammer's power. Chenhao pondered. It's a good deal. A master plus a second uncle. That's even closer. He imitated what he saw in TV dramas, knelt down, and knocked his head 3 times. I pay my respects to my master. Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Good. From now on, I will teach you without reservation. Get up. I have something to ask you. You can agree or refuse. Chenhao's heart skipped a beat, but he replied, Master, please speak. If one day I go to war against the Spirit Hall alone, will you help me? You can refuse. Chenhao didn't think twice. Don't worry, Master. You're my second uncle. If you fight the Spirit Hall, I'll stand by your side. Gods will be killed if they block, and Buddhas will be killed if they block. Tang Hao clenched his fist, his face icy. Spirit Hall, I want you to repay your blood debts with blood. Chenhao advised, Master, don't always harbor hatred. It's not good for your health or soul power. Tang Hao's voice was cold. How can I not avenge the hatred of my wife? Listen closely. Chenhao spoke up. The one who led the Spirit Hall to kill my aunt back then was Qian not Bibi Dong. Qian was already crushed to death by you. When will this grudge end? Moreover, did you know? A 10,000-year soul beast sacrifice can revive. Tang Hao looked up at the sky, his face solemn. I've heard of it, but a person cannot be brought back to life. It's not easy for mortals to reverse fate. This is an adult matter. Children should not meddle. From today on, I will teach you to practice the Hao-Yin hammer. Without my consent, you are not allowed to add spirit rings. Chenhao pouted and nodded. If I don't show you some hard facts, you want to know how explosive I can be. He cleared his throat. Second uncle. Master, when the blue-silver emperor was sacrificed, did she leave behind a seed of blue-silver grass? Tang Hao's tall body trembled, and his steps shrank by half. This was something only he knew. A token from Yin, which he carried with him at all times. Tang Hao paused, his heart suddenly stirring. This nephew turning 18 to become a title might indeed have a way to revive Yin. He tentatively asked, How do you know this? Chenhao looked up and raised his voice. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Tang Hao almost slapped him. Chenhao quickly smiled. Master, don't be angry. I was just joking. My 10,000-year spirit ring is from a soul beast sacrifice. She told me that soul beasts over 80,000 years can be sacrificed, using life force to give soul rings to soul masters, completely ignoring levels, and guaranteed to drop spirit bones. Tang Hao became anxious. Get to the point. Chenhao laughed. Don't rush. Animal-type soul beast sacrifices have their souls in the spirit bones. Plant-type ones are in the seeds dropped during the sacrifice. If you plant the seed and train for 10,000 years, it can take human form and be revived. 10,000 years? Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. His face blank. 10,000 years is too long. He would be long gone. The longest-lived soul master in Doluo is only a few hundred years old. Seeing Tang Hao in despair, Chenhao quickly said, Master, don't be anxious. My cousin's first martial soul isn't the trash blue-silver grass. It's the top-tier blue-silver emperor. The royal plant can suppress other plant types. The ultimate secret of the blue-silver emperor is immortality, and the seventh soul skill wildfire cannot burn out. Spring breeze brings new life. When my cousin becomes a soul sage, he can revive the blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao was stunned in place, his frozen heart reigniting. He tightened his grip on Chenhao's shoulder and excitedly asked, Is what you said true? Chenhao cried out in pain, Master, be gentle. My bones are going to break. Tang Hao quickly loosened his grip, and Chenhao blinked. Novels might not match reality, but logically it should work. The soul beast I sacrificed said so. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Tang Hao nodded. Even if it's uncertain, at least there is hope. Chenhao added, Master, the sunset forest has the ice and fire two-element eye. Plants cultivate there at 10 times the normal speed. If we plant the blue-silver emperor's seed there, it will accelerate its growth. Tang Hao looked up. What is the ice and fire two-element eye? The ice and fire two-element eye is one of the 3 major treasure troves for medicinal materials. It may take millions of years to form one. Listen closely. Chenhao spoke. The ice and fire two-element eye is one of the 3 major treasure troves for medicinal materials. It is unique, gathering the spirit energy of heaven and earth. It is incredibly rare. Tang Hao closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, then spoke. Xiao Hao, thank you for telling me this. Regardless of whether it works or not, I must give it a try. Chenhao scratched his head. We're all family, Master. There's no need to be polite. Tang Hao said, Let us go. Where to? You just said you wanted to teach me to practice the Hao-Yin hammer. I have something more important to do first. Let's go to the sunset forest, and I'll teach you when we come back. Chenhao had black lines on his forehead. Men are indeed unreliable. The moment they hear about women, they instantly change. Tang Hao added, Before I leave, let me teach you the chaotic wind hammering method. This is the foundation of the Hao-Yin hammer and also a forging technique. Using force to exert force can unleash all your power and expel metal impurities most effectively. Practicing to the extreme can unleash 81 strikes, each strike stronger than the last, and can even break domains. He continued, I'll give you a 2,000-pound hammer. No need for soul power. Hit it 10,000 times a day for 3 months. Don't slack off. If you want to dominate the Doluo continent, you have to endure 10 times or 100 times more hardship than others. Tang Hao's thought moved, and a silver forging hammer flew out from his wrist, smashing down on the ground with a bang. This wristband is a storage soul guide. You don't need soul power. Just lift the hammer. Chenhao bent down, gripping the handle with both hands, easily lifting it, and even struck it once. Tang Hao frowned and raised his voice. I said not to use soul power. Chenhao was confused. I didn't use soul power. Tang Hao was both surprised and delighted. This nephew has innate divine strength. His body is tailored for the Haotian hammer. If taught from a young age, he would definitely become the best with the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao said, 2,000 pounds is too easy for you. Let's change to a bigger one. Boom. A half-human tall, silver, giant hammer came crashing down, shaking the ground. This one weighs 10,000 pounds. I only started using this at 30. You will practice with it from now on. Chenhao swallowed and touched the hammer's body. Master, you're not joking, are you? I'm not joking. Grip the hammer. I'll teach you the chaotic wind hammering method. Chenhao gripped the handle with both hands and exerted force. Without using soul power, the 10,000-pound hammer didn't budge. Tang Hao said, you have to build up your strength gradually. First, gather strength, then exert it. Chenhao nodded, took a deep breath, and exerted force. But the hammer still didn't move. Tang Hao lightly coughed. 18 years old, and not using soul power to lift a 10,000-pound hammer is indeed too difficult. But Chenhao was not disheartened, spitting and rubbing his hands. Shueke frowned in disgust, but Tang Hao said nothing. Without anti-slip, saliva is indeed useful. Chenhao focused his eyes, spread his feet, and tightly gripped the hammer handle. Tang Hao only said not to use soul power, but did not say not to use internal power. He initially wanted to circulate the 9 Yang divine skill, but then gave it up. His strength is his own. There's no need to cheat. The increased strength is all his own. There's no need to cheat. Pay attention. Chenhao shouted in his heart. A wolf travels thousands of miles to eat meat. I must eat meat. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with both hands, gritted his teeth, and his arms trembled, but he still couldn't lift the 10,000-pound hammer. Tang Hao nodded, a bit gloating. The foundation is too weak. Before, it all relied on innate soul power. First, switch to 5,000 pounds, and I'll give you special training later. He didn't use soul power. Single-handedly lifted the 10,000-pound hammer and stuffed it into his storage bracelet. Chenhao was envious. There must be plenty of treasures in there. Tang Hao moved his mind, and a little more than half of the iron hammer smashed to the ground. This time, Chenhao easily lifted it and smashed it to the ground, creating a deep pit. Tang Hao said, the soil is too loose. Go practice on that stone pile. Smash it as much as you want. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the sound of smashing stones came from a distance, and each hit made Chenhao's hands ache. Tang Hao shouted, if you smash like this, you'll never learn the essence. I'll teach you the chaotic wind hammer method. Chenhao nodded excitedly. Tang Hao asked, when swinging the hammer, which part of the body exerts force first? Chenhao secretly rejoiced. Can the knowledge from Doluo be difficult for me? The waist. The waist drives the back, which then drives the arms to swing the hammer. Besides the brain, what is most important in a person? The heart. Chenhao answered immediately. Tang Hao asked again, how many hearts does a person have? Chenhao blurted out, 3. Tang Hao was shocked. Indeed a prodigy. Which 3? Chenhao was confused. There was no such question in Doluo. Tang Hao urged, hurry up and say. Chenhao quickly thought of something. The calf muscles are the 2nd and the 3rd hearts. To exert full strength, all 3 hearts must work together. The force doesn't start from the waist, but is transmitted from the legs through the thighs, waist, back, and arms before being released. The waist is the axis. Tang Hao was stunned. This is what I wanted to teach him. How does he know everything? Has someone taught you before? Chenhao shook his head, no. If there was, I wouldn't be so weak with the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao nodded. This is definitely talent. I'll teach you the chaotic wind hammer method. Watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate once. Chenhao hurriedly said, once is not enough. At least 10 or 8 times. Tang Hao frowned. It depends on your luck. He took the 5,000-pound hammer, jumped onto a giant rock, and loudly said, this hammer method was originally used by mortal blacksmiths. Later, a disciple with the surname Tang from the Haotian sect became an apprentice blacksmith, and the master craftsman saw his unique bone structure and passed on this hammer method. This is a forging technique of continuous hammering, using force to borrow strength, which can fully exert power. When practiced to perfection, it can unleash 81 hammers without interruption. Pay attention. Chenhao shouted loudly. The chaotic wind hammer method gets stronger with each swing. Each hammer affects the domain, and the attack power stacks. After swinging the 81 hammers, even the strongest domain can be broken. Break! Chenhao let out a low roar, and a boulder the size of a small mountain was smashed into pieces with one hammer. Chenhao asked, "Did you see clearly?" Chenhao's eyes widened. He had been too focused on listening to the story and missed the whole process. "Is that it?" Chenhao was speechless. "Stupid kid, pay attention. Don't just stare at the hammer. Watch how I exert force with my calves, waist, and arms." Chenhao quickly nodded. Chenhao demonstrated the hammer method again. Each swing stronger than the last, and all the surrounding loose stones were smashed to powder. After demonstrating 10 times, Chenhao finally vaguely grasped the essence. Chenhao frowned. He was far worse than Xiao San in this regard. It's probably because he was used to practicing the 7-kill sword. Switching to hammer techniques is not easy. After all, habits are hard to change. Under Chenhao's guidance, Chenhao finally managed to initially grasp the chaotic wind hammer method. The next day, Chenhao bid farewell to everyone and headed to the Sunset Forest. Chenhao and the others had been out for almost 5 days. If they didn't return to Tiando, the Snow Knight Emperor will be going crazy. The group said goodbye to Deming and Ming and hurried towards Tiando. Huolin drew abstract Qila markings on the trees along the way, which Chenhao couldn't understand at all. Huolin said, "When the clan members see the markings, they will come." After running for a day to the outskirts of Stardo, there were still dozens of mercenary teams coming and going, and no one remembered them. Chenhao led everyone into the only small restaurant, ordering a full table of dishes to show off. Not long after, a wave of soul power surged, causing all the nearby soul masters to flee. Even the owner ran away. Chenhao frowned. "Who dares to disturb my meal? Those who eat must eat in peace. Disturbing a meal is purely seeking death." Just as he was about to explode, more than a dozen black shadows rushed in, bowing and shouting, "Greetings, young master." Chenhao was stunned. "Who are they? I have never seen them. Could it be that they came for my talent?" Just as he cleared his throat, Huolin joyfully stood up and rushed over to support the elder at the forefront. "Uncle Feng, you all came." Chenhao quickly hunched over. Thank goodness he didn't stand up. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. The elder lifted his black robe. His thin face solemnly said, "We came as soon as we saw the young master's mark. These are the remaining 23 soul masters of the Qilin clan. The young master must avenge us." Huolin nodded. "I understand the urgency for revenge, but with just this few people, looking for the spirit hall is simply sending heads. The top priority is to find a place to settle down. We need to band together to avoid being hunted by the spirit hall." Everyone nodded in agreement. The elder sighed. "The spirit hall is too ruthless. They not only exterminated us, but also pursued us relentlessly. Their methods are truly cruel." Everyone nodded with hatred on their faces. The elder asked again, "Young master summoned us. Have you found a place to settle? Anyone who dares to harbor us is declaring war against the spirit hall." Chenhao put down the chicken leg and wiped his fingers. He originally thought they were just a bunch of small fry coming to deliver heads, but it turned out they were survivors of the Qilin clan. He initially thought they were a group of reckless small fry, specifically coming over to deliver heads. It turns out these are the remaining members of the Qilin clan. "Pay attention." Chenhao stood up and shouted, "Don't worry. From now on, follow me. If I have meat to eat, I'll leave you soup." The Qilin clan members were stunned. Who is this young brat daring to meddle in our affairs? The elder signaled, and 2 young men in black robes stepped forward. "This place has been requisitioned by us. You must leave." Chenhao laughed. "You've been exterminated, and you're still so arrogant?" The elder glared. "Stupid brat, don't seek death. Hurry up and roll." Huolin got anxious. "Uncle Feng, be low-key. This is my brother Chun, who will take us in. He is the elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the son-in-law of sect Master Ning." Everyone was shocked. Having the protection of the top 3 sects, the spirit hall really wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The elder scrutinized Chenhao. "The 7-treasure glazed tile school belongs to Ning Fengji. Even if this kid is the son-in-law, he can't make decisions, right?" Chenhao was annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense. I have the final say in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Can't I bring a few people in?" Huolin quickly pulled the elder aside, afraid of offending a titled Doluo. Chenhao's mouth twitched, and the Qilin clan members were instantly shocked. Kneeling on one knee, "We pay our respects to the master." Thank you for taking us in. From now on, we will follow your orders. Chenhao was stunned. How quick to change their attitude. Just now they were questioning me, and now they recognize me as their master. He cleared his throat. Following me is definitely your best choice. I want to interfere with the past extermination. But if the Spirit Hall dares to make things difficult for you in the future, it's equivalent to opposing me. God's block, kill gods. Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. Everyone was awed by his dominance, but still puzzled. How could someone so young possibly be a title Doluo? Next came the high-energy moment. A murderous aura suddenly erupted from the surroundings and the rooftop, surrounding the restaurant tightly. 3 individuals bearing the Spirit Hall emblem rushed in at the entrance. The leading middle-aged man grinning maliciously. After searching high and low, I finally found the remnants of the Qilin clan all here. Bang! More than 20 black-clad soul masters broke through the windows and roof, surrounding Chenhao and the others. The elder panicked. Lu Zhengnan, don't go too far. Lu Zhengnan laughed. Those who follow the Spirit Hall will prosper, and those who oppose it will perish. Commit suicide on the spot to avoid us taking action. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid of golden crocodile Delaw. Do you think a little minion like you can threaten me? Without saying a word, he leaped and delivered a flying kick. A wind god leg kicked out. Boom! Lu Zhengnan flew directly out of the window, and he could forget about using soul power for the rest of his life. The surrounding soul masters were all dumbfounded. Luo Zhengnan was a level 60 battle soul emperor. He actually couldn't withstand a kick. Huolin's uncle was also shocked. The 2 leaders of the Spirit Hall were so scared that they trembled and stammered. You kid. The Spirit Hall is not to be trifled with. I advise you not to meddle, or you'll be our enemy, and you'll bear the consequences. Pay attention. Chenhao snorted lightly. So what if I'm against the Spirit Hall? They're my people now. If you want to touch them, you have to ask me if I agree. Then, with a sweeping kick, he sent the other 2 leaders of the Spirit Hall flying. He didn't even use his martial spirit or release soul power the whole time. The other small fry were dumbfounded. No fight had even started, and the leaders were all down. Chenhao shouted, "What? Are you waiting for me to send you out?" More than 20 soul masters scrambled to get out, just like they came in. The Qilin clan was completely convinced, and Huafeng was the first to bow. Huafeng pays respects to the master. Thank you for saving us. The others followed suit, shouting, "We pay respects to the master." Chenhao smiled. Since you call me master, of course I will help you. But next time you run into small fry, don't make me do it. It makes you look too weak. Huafeng and the others lowered their heads. Rest assured, master, we will definitely practice hard. Take off your masks. Report your names and soul power from high to low. Chenhao glanced around, and his pupils suddenly constricted. There was actually a beauty hidden among them, dressed in a black robe that wrapped around her graceful figure. Her face was sweet and delicate, and the girl blushed. Huolin leaned over and whispered, "Isn't my sister Sienna beautiful? Stop staring, she'll get shy." Chenhao swallowed and looked away. Start reporting. Huafeng, level 66 battle, soul emperor, martial spirit, fire Qilin. Huayun, level 48 battle soul master, martial spirit, fire Qilin. Huasiener, level 46 battle soul master, martial spirit, water Qilin. Chenhao was stunned. Aren't you all from the fire Qilin clan? Why is there a water Qilin? Huolin explained, Siener's mother is from the Heavenly Water Academy. Chenhao nodded. No wonder she was so gentle. Among the 22 soul masters, the lowest was a battle soul master, all young people. Huolin mentioned that their parents were soul saints and soul kings, and they risked their lives to protect them. Chenhao said cheerfully, "You've been hiding for so long. You must be starving. Let's eat first, and I'll take you home." Huiyin said. The boss scared the other one away. Chenhao helplessly replied, "Do it yourself to be self-sufficient. If you don't want to eat, then starve." Huolin looked at his clan members, who were all pale and thin, sighed, and went into the kitchen. Everyone started to get busy. The small tavern was filled with a lively atmosphere. The next day, Chenhao spent a lot of money to buy 5 dragonhorn carriages and set off for Tiando City. Huafeng was scared. Isn't it too ostentatious to go back so openly? Chenhao was full of pride. What is there to be afraid of? 1 comes, I take 1 down. 2 come, I take 2 down. Go. The 5 carriages lined up and sped down the road. After a day of travel to Tiando City, as soon as they entered the city, they were surrounded by hundreds of royal guards. Chenhao was stunned. What is going on? Snow-Ku shouted angrily. You're being unreasonable. I am Princess Snow-Ku of Tiando. The guards dispersed, and Snow-Chinga rode out, dismounting with a worried expression. Sister, are you okay? Princess Snow-Ku saw Snow-Chinga and joyfully ran up. Big brother, why are you here? Pay attention. Snow Chenhao playfully pinched Snow Ku's nose, both angry and amused. How can you say that? You've been away from home for so long without sending word. Father thought you were kidnapped by Chenhao and issued a warrant for his arrest. Snow Ku was scared. Big brother. I asked him to take me to get my third spirit ring. I'll show you the spirit ring. With a thought, Snow Ku summoned her crystal-clear emerald swan martial spirit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding guards and citizens all knelt down. The emerald swan was the totem of Tiando, like the emperor himself had come. Snow Chenhao was astonished. Snow Ku, your martial spirit has actually evolved. Snow Ku nodded. Thanks to Chenhao. He didn't kidnap me and help my martial spirit evolve. Snow Chenhao looked at Chenhao. Don't worry. Lord Ning guarantees it. The warrant will be revoked, but the imperial city is under martial law. As soon as there is news, I will take you both back. Snow Ku retracted her martial spirit and jumped into Snow Chenhao's arms. Acting cute. I knew Big Brother was the best. Chenhao frowned. This scene was too harmonious. Snow Chenhao approached Chenhao. Brother Chenhao, long time no see. Chenhao nodded. Yeah. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. To his surprise, Snow Chenhao's face turned red, and he continued, It's fine. I'll take Snow Ku back. Come visit the palace when you have time. Chenhao smiled. Even if you don't look for me, I will find you. Snow Chenhao's face turned even redder, but he pretended to be calm. Snow Ku watched the two of them, feeling sour inside. Chenhao was closer to Big Brother than to her, but then she thought, what could 2 big men have? She must be overthinking it. Snow Ku returned to the palace with Snow Chenhao, and the Emerald Swan martial spirit caused a stir in Tiando City. The Emerald Swan was a symbol of royal authority, and Snow Chenhao had always concealed his soul power, afraid to reveal his identity. Rumors began to spread in the palace. Snow Ku was the legitimate heir. She should be made the empress. Emperor Snow Knight was also moved. The Emerald Swan was too rare. It could be a sign from the gods. Emperor Snow Knight had long known that Snow Chenhao was ruthless. The deaths of the first prince and the third prince were suspicious, and although there was no evidence, it was definitely related to him. Now he favored Snow Ku even more, and the atmosphere in the palace began to shift. Snow Chenhao was developing murderous intent towards Snow Ku. He wanted to take the throne for himself and help the Spirit Hall unify the world. Anyone who got in his way had to die. Snow Ku also sensed the change in her status. Officials treated her with respect. Although she had heard rumors of making her empress, she had no desire to inherit the throne. A few days later, Chenhao was in the back mountain of the Moon Pavilion, swinging a giant hammer, sweat dripping to the ground, his back soaked, revealing his strong physique. The 888th strike. The 889th strike. He didn't use soul power, striking continuously with a 5,000-pound hammer. Without a moment's pause, this was a promise to Tang Hao and a promise to himself. At this moment, Tang Yuehua hurriedly walked towards the back mountain. Pay attention. Upon seeing Tang Yuehua, Chenhao immediately threw down the hammer, causing the ground to shake, and joked, Mom, why are you here? Are you stewing nourishing soup again? I'm strong enough, I don't need it. Tang Yuehua said seriously, Snow Ku is in trouble. Chenhao was stunned. She is a princess. How could anything happen to her? No wonder I haven't seen her for several days. Tang Yuehua handed over an imperial notice, and when Chenhao opened it, he instantly exploded with anger. What 1,000 rin snow! How ruthless! To actually target Snow Ku. He clenched the notice into a ball and jumped towards the Tiando Imperial Palace. Chenhao avoided the sentries and rushed to Snow Ku's palace. Defenses were tight all around. Not even Sparrow could fly in. As he got closer, he was surrounded by golden armor guards, their an assassin. Nearly 100 guards surged in, blocking all exits. Chenhao shouted, Get out of the way. I'm here to save Snow Ku. The head guard blocked him. You need a pass. Chenhao was irritated. Stop wasting time. If you want to save Snow Ku, get out of the way. His eyes erupted with fierce light, and with a stomp of his right foot, a powerful aura sent all the guards flying. As the other guards prepared to rush in, Snow Chenhao shouted, Stop. Chenhao, even angrier, leaped forward and punched Snow Chenhao, sending him flying. 1,000 rin snow. You really are despicable. Snow Ku is so good to you. Snow Chenhao got up, and Chenhao kicked him away again for dozens of meters. The guards charged with long spears, and Chenhao turned and roared, Get the hell away from me. The 1,000-pound hammer smashed the ground, shattering bricks and stones and forcing back nearly 100 guards. Wait until I save Snow Ku, then I'll deal with you. He rushed towards the palace. Snow Ku lay on the bed, her face purple, surrounded by black mist. Chenhao cursed inwardly. He should have exposed 1,000 rin snow earlier. He used the 9 Yang divine skill to probe in, and a mass of black mist resisted like a black snake. His internal power transformed into a furious dragon, swallowing part of the poison. The two forces clashed within Snow Ku's body, and after a long time, Chenhao still couldn't detoxify her. So he could only use his internal power to protect her heart. He would have to find Tang San, worried that Snow Chenhao would strike again. He set up a 7-kill sword array in the palace. Anyone who dared to break the formation would be executed. He stepped out of the palace and grabbed Snow Chenhao by the collar, shouting angrily, "I don't care whether you are a man or a woman. I don't care about the throne. If you touch Snow Ku again, I will definitely kill you." As Chenhao descended the steps, the surrounding golden-armored guards retreated in fear. "Pay attention." Emperor Snow Knight rushed over, meeting Chenhao with a concerned expression. "You're Chenhao, right? How is Snow Ku now?" Chenhao frowned. "I used my internal power to protect her heart pulse. She is fine for now, but to detoxify her, I need to find my cousin. I set up a sword formation. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed." The Snow Knight Emperor was pleased. "Thank you, little friend Chenhao. There will definitely be heavy rewards after this. We'll discuss the rewards later. Make sure to keep an eye on Snow Ku. No one is allowed to approach her, especially certain princes. I'll be back shortly." Chenhao focused his mind and flew towards Shrek Academy on his sword. Chenhao sought out Tang San overnight. Previously, Tang San had been able to save Zhu Qing from the poison, so no matter how peculiar Snow Ku's poison was, it should be easy for him. Outside Snow Ku's palace, a crowd had gathered, including the Snow Knight Emperor. Chenhao hurriedly asked, "Little San, how is Snow Ku?" Tang San nodded. "Cousin, don't worry. It's not a big problem. You protected her heart vein, and I still have a 100,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng. I can definitely cure her, but it has to be done the same way as before." Chenhao was confused. "You mean there can't be anyone nearby?" Tang San shook his head. "If when administering the needle that Snow Ku can't wear any clothes, I can cover my eyes." Chenhao glanced at Snow Ku. Zhu Qing was his future wife and was fine, but Snow Ku was a princess. How could he be tempted after rejecting her? "All right, I'll find a maid to help her undress." Tang San was shocked. This wasn't like his cousin's style at all. A maid helped Snow Ku undress while Tang San covered his eyes. Outside the palace, a group of people waited anxiously. The Snow Knight Emperor wore a crown and held a scepter, his hands clasped tightly with a serious expression. He was not only worried about Snow Ku, but also troubled. The first prince and the third prince had also died from the same peculiar poison, just like Snow Ku. The palace had just announced Snow Ku as the crown princess, and with Chenhao beating up Snow Chenhao, all suspicions pointed towards Snow Chenhao. But even if he was guilty, the Tiando Empire was weak on the outside. The fourth prince was unreliable, and they couldn't just hand the throne to an outsider. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. After 2 hours, Tang San slowly walked out of the palace. Chenhao hurried over. "How is Snow Ku?" Tang San nodded. "She's fine now. Just needs to rest well." The Snow Knight Emperor also approached and bowed to Tang San. This was the highest respect from the Tiando royal family. Tang San was taken aback. "Your Majesty, you're too polite," the Snow Knight Emperor said. "As long as you save Snow Ku, feel free to ask for a heavy reward." Chenhao pondered. He lacked nothing. Tang San bowed. "If your Majesty insists on rewarding us, we cannot be too humble. I've heard that Tiando has a treasury. Let's pick 1 or 2 treasures." Chenhao was stunned. "There's a treasury in Tiando? How come he didn't know about it?" The Snow Knight Emperor laughed heartily. "I keep my promises. I'll send someone to take you there." Chenhao's eyes instantly lit up. He loved treasures. Chenhao's eyes moved slightly, and a bright light shot out. He liked treasures very much. Pay attention. Chenhao not only loved treasures, but also adored the thrilling excitement of searching for them. The Snow Knight Emperor turned and shouted, "Chenhao, take the 2 esteemed guests to the Tiando treasury." Snow Chenhao stepped out respectfully. "Please, both of you." Chenhao saw him getting angry again and almost exposed his identity on the spot. But he had no evidence. Before leaving, he turned back and reminded, "Snow Knight Emperor, I saved Snow Ku. If she is poisoned again, there will truly be no hope." The Snow Knight Emperor nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I will personally set up a formation and send elite golden armored guards to monitor her day and night. Not even a fly will get in." Chenhao nodded. "As a father, you should pay more attention." Then he followed Tang San and Snow Chenhao to the treasury. On the way, Chenhao quietly asked, "Little San, what treasures are in the Tiando treasury?" "How do you know?" Tang San replied calmly. "I've just heard about it. Tiando has nearly 10,000 years of history. There must be priceless treasures inside. Let us take the opportunity to try our luck." Chenhao nodded. "That makes sense." The 3 of them walked for half an hour to the treasury. The entire treasury was built against the mountain, right in the center of it. At the entrance, 20 golden armored guards stood watch, and the bronze gate weighing several thousand pounds was quite imposing. Snow Chingha shouted, "Open." The 20 guards struggled to push the gate open. They thought they were done once they entered, but after walking a few hundred meters, there was actually a hidden door. Snow Chingha took out a key to unlock it, and inside was like a grand palace, filled with rare treasures. Chenhao was stunned. Wow. After thousands of years of collection, it was enough to fill hundreds of carts. Snow Chingha asked, "What type of treasure do you want? I can point out the direction." Chenhao suddenly turned around, pressed his elbow against the wall. Tang Sen was shocked. "Cousin, are you trying to rob the treasury?" Chenhao ignored him and leaned close to Snow Chingha's ear. He smelled a fragrance, just like the maiden scent from Rong Rong and Zhu Qing. Snow Chingha did not resist, and the close contact made her heart race. Chenhao coldly shouted, "Qianren Snow." Snow Chingha's body trembled, her eyes wide with shock. Tang Sen stood there completely dumbfounded. Chenhao continued, "Whatever you do is none of my business. If you dare to poison Snow Ku again, I will cripple you." He released Snow Chingha and patted Tang Sen on the shoulder. "Let's go. We're looking for treasures." Tang Sen was puzzled. Who was this Qianren Snow? Was the poison done by the second prince? Chenhao and Tang Sen wandered around the treasury. Inside were all kinds of pearls, agate, weapons, armor, and martial arts manuals. Chenhao casually picked up a long sword and waved it. Made of fine steel, it was a good sword for others, but it was garbage to him. Tang Sen carefully selected and could only choose 2 items, needing to find the most useful ones. Chenhao crossed his arms and swayed. What was this Tiano treasury? It was all junk. "Pay attention." Chenhao shouted, "Little San, have you found any treasures?" Tang Sen shook his head. "Not yet, but I saw a piece of muscovite iron, which is of good quality and rare." Chenhao mocked. "What is so great about a piece of stone? You came to pick treasures, not stones." Tang Sen remained silent and continued searching. Chenhao pulled Snow Chingha's shoulder and joked, "One thing at a time. If you don't harm Snow Ku, we're still good friends." Snow Chingha's face turned red, her heart feeling like it was pricked by a steel needle. Was she jealous? Chenhao asked again, "You're familiar with the treasury. Point us towards the real treasures." Snow Chingha replied, "Most are rare items collected. The real treasures are with my father. But on the 3rd row of weapon racks, there are weapons from ancient battlefields. Perhaps we can find something." Chenhao's eyes brightened, and he rushed over to take a look. Most of the weapons were rusty, looking like a pile of scrap metal. "Is this what you call a treasure?" "These are fragments of ancient weapons," Snow Chingha explained. Chenhao disdainfully fiddled with the scraps. "Forget it. A pile of scrap iron. Let's melt it down and remake it." Just as he turned around, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. A treasure has been discovered 5 meters ahead. Chenhao turned back sharply. Aside from broken copper and rotten iron, there was nothing else. Could the system be wrong? Just as he was puzzled, his gaze fixed on a rusty, broken sword. The sword didn't look as good as the Shura sword, but through the rust, he could sense a powerful force. The day the broken sword is reforged will be the day of miracles returning. Chenhao excitedly picked up the sword. His right hand trembled, and his whole body shook. A cold, bone-chilling aura pierced through him. The sword had ancient patterns, and the hilt had a flame symbol. Chenhao asked the system, "What is this?" Ding. Obtained a fragment of a divine weapon. Communicating with it through spiritual power allows one to feel the will of the ancient battlefield, aiding in the improvement of cultivation. Chenhao infused his spiritual power, and images of the ancient battlefield appeared in his mind. Demonic energy surged, corpses everywhere. A 6-winged divine being wielded a sword, soaring through the skies, while colossal beasts swallowed the heavens. The sky had a black vortex resembling a fierce face. A sword light split the heavens, clang, and the sword broke. Chenhao suddenly awakened, covered in sweat. Snow Chingha worriedly asked, "What happened to you just now? You were like a soul leaving your body." Chenhao stared blankly at the sword. "Is this the power of the gods? Even I, at level 99, the unparalleled law, couldn't withstand that sword." The rusty sword cut his hand, and blood flowed onto the flame symbol on the hilt. Instantly, the flame blazed in his eyes. In just a moment, that flame actually began to burn fiercely in Chenhao's eyes. "Pay attention." The sword trembled slightly as the flames burned the rust away slowly. Chenhao's eyes widened. This is too explosive. Seeing Snow Chingha's shocked face beside him, he forced himself to act calm. "This broken sword is a bit interesting. I'll take it." Saying this, he hurriedly stuffed it into his treasure pouch. Chenhao continued to browse, his heart still racing. Tang San approached. Cousin, did you find any treasures? Chenhao shook his head vigorously. What can this broken place have? I only found a broken sword. Let us keep looking. He turned around, his gaze stopping at a bookshelf, all covered in dust with old books. Swan Martial Spirit Cultivation Guide, Imperial Techniques, Dragon Control Heart Sutra. Chenhao lost interest and tossed them back. Little San, have you picked well? Let us go. Tang San nodded. I want this piece of mica, iron, and the golden inner armor. Shuqing said, no problem. Father said to choose whatever you like. The two left the treasury, and Chenhao took Tang San back to the Moon Pavilion, closed the room, and took out the broken sword. It was free of rust, only deep and ancient. But when soul power was injected, the sword hilt burst into flames, turning the broken sword into a fire sword, its power extremely fierce. Chenhao smiled. What the system chose must be good stuff. I'll find a title de loi to practice with another day, and I'll call it the War God Flame Sword. Chenhao walked out of the room, and Tang San was sitting in the hall listening to the piano. Seeing him radiant, Tang San asked, Cousin, did you find a treasure? Chenhao leaned in and whispered, I really did get a treasure. Not stingy. I just figured it out. Tang San was curious. Can I take a look? Of course. With a thought, Chenhao summoned the War God Flame sword into his hand. Tang San took the broken sword and examined it. I can't tell what material it is. It's not sharp, just broken, and most a defective product. What kind of treasure is this? Chenhao smirked. The less eye-catching, the more valuable. Haven't you heard of the day the broken sword is reforged, the night returns? Come on, I'll take you to see my aunt. Saying this, he snatched the sword and stuffed it into his treasure bag. Aunt? Tang San was confused. What did I get an aunt? Chenhao knocked on his head. Silly. I call your dad second uncle, and my mom is your aunt. Tang San nodded. I can't blame me. My dad didn't say anything. By the way, we saw second uncle when we went to the Star Dough. Tang San was instantly excited. You saw my dad? He hasn't seen his father in a long time, and others say he's powerful. But in his impression, his father is just a useless blacksmith. The more I think about it, the more I miss him. Chenhao nodded. Don't worry. Second uncle is doing well. He'll look for you when he is done. Tang San nodded. The two walked out of the Moon Palace towards the Royal Etiquette Academy. As they walked, Tang San was amazed by the elegance of the academy. Just as they entered the Royal Etiquette Academy, pay attention. A group of noble girls saw Chenhao and immediately surrounded him with starry-eyed admiration, whining and acting cute, leaving Tang San on the side. Tang San smiled at this scene. His cousin was truly a charming figure. Passing through a sea of flowers, not a leaf touched him. Chenhao quickly pushed them away. Ladies, I really have something to do today. I'll definitely play a piece for you another day. The girls looked disappointed and reluctantly moved aside. A dignified woman approached from a distance, radiating elegance. Tang San was stunned on the spot. The woman spoke. Xiaohao, don't always be surrounded by flowers. Since you arrived, the girls in the Moon Pavilion have lost their focus on practicing the piano. Chenhao scratched his head and laughed. Who told you my son is handsome? Tang Yuehua kindly asked. Who is this? Tang San paused, then opened his mouth awkwardly. Aunt? Tang Yuehua was also surprised. You are? Chenhao quickly said, Mom. He is second uncle's son, Tang San. He is the one who cured Shui Ku's poison. Tang Yuehua's eyes immediately lit up with affection as she touched Tang San's head, caring for him even more than for Chenhao. I didn't expect second brother's child to be so grown up. Tang San, who was an orphan in his previous life and had never experienced maternal love in this life, was instantly warmed to the core. Tang Yuehua gently said, Xiao San, go to the Moon Palace. I want to take a good look at you. You're so thin you're just skin and bones. Saying this, she took Tang San away, leaving Chenhao behind. Chenhao frowned and could only helplessly follow. Tang Yuehua personally cooked a feast for Tang San, constantly serving him dishes. Xiao San, don't be polite. Just treat it like your own home. Tang San nodded. Thank you, Aunt. Chenhao shouted, Mom. I want to eat too. Tang Yuehua glared at him. Go away. Have you finished the soup I usually make for you? Chenhao pouted and started eating. At this moment, a maid entered. Pavilion Master. Someone from the Heaven Do Empire has come to see the young master. Chenhao frowned. What did they say? Could it be that someone poisoned Shui Ku again? The maid shook her head. The guards didn't say. Chenhao hurriedly ran out, cursing in his heart. Qianren Shui really can't change her nature. At the entrance of the Moon Pavilion, 5 golden armored guards stood, and the leader bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Chenhao hurriedly asked. What is the matter? Speak quickly. The captain of the guards was startled. The Snow Knight Emperor invites you to the palace for a banquet. The reason? It should be to thank you for saving Princess Shueko. Chenhao's heart, which was hanging in the balance, relaxed. What is the point of a meal? The imperial cuisine isn't as good as what my mom makes. I'm going back. The guards were anxious. Your Highness must go. Otherwise, we will be punished. Is it really necessary to go? Is it a feast of hegemony? Chenhao was puzzled. The captain quickly said, there is also the National Soul Master Elite competition starting soon. The Emperor wants you to represent the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the competition and win the championship to bring glory to Heaven Do. Chenhao was instantly excited. This was a famous scene from his previous life. Competing would allow him to crush the elites of various academies. How exhilarating. He shouted excitedly. Then let us go. Pay attention. Chenhao followed the 5 golden armor guards, riding the Heaven Do Royal Dragon-Horned carriage towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, the Snow Knight Emperor actually came to greet him in person, showing how much he valued this Soul Master competition. The Snow Knight Emperor respectfully said, welcome, Your Highness. Chenhao frowned. Cut the formalities. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. The Snow Knight Emperor made a gesture of invitation, and Chenhao walked straight into the hall, where a feast of delicacies and rare fruits was laid out, looking exquisite. He casually found a seat, picked up a crystal grape to eat, and took a sip from a wine jug. Its flavor was exquisite. While eating, he said, Snow Knight Emperor, feel free to speak. Don't delay my meal. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled kindly, looking at the 3 heads of the Royal Academy. The Continental Soul Master competition is about to begin. The Heaven Do Royal Academy has lost 4 times in a row, not even making it into the top 3. We want to invite Your Highness to compete, stepping on the proud ones to win the championship and bring glory to Heaven Do. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Are you sure I can compete? I'm a titled Doluo. Isn't that just bullying little kids? The Snow Knight Emperor said, anyone under 25 can participate, and there is no soul power restriction. The strongest in previous years was only Soul King, not even a Soul Sage. Chenhao nodded. After all, he had an advantage. Otherwise, becoming a Soul King by 25 would be monstrous. He thought for a moment. I'm not even from the Royal Academy. Why should I represent you in the competition? The Snow Knight Emperor was stunned. Nobody in Heaven Do dared to speak to him like that. You are from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You are also considered a Heaven Do person. Isn't it your responsibility to bring glory to the nation? Chenhao said seriously. That is a good argument. But I have the right not to participate. If there are no benefits and it's just a waste of time, only a fool would agree. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled. The champion will receive 3 soul bones from the Spear Hall. Heaven Do will also give you 1 more. And you can choose any 3 things within Heaven Do. Chenhao's eyes lit up. This condition was too tempting. He shouted excitedly, deal? The Snow Knight Emperor was thrilled. If I can see Heaven Do win the championship in my lifetime, I'll die content. Chenhao bit into a roasted pig. The championship is mine. Prepare the soul bones first. I'll think about the 3 things before saying. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded. As the ruler of a nation, I will never go back on my word. Chenhao tore off a chicken leg. I know you wouldn't dare. Chenhao feasted in the palace, trying nearly 100 imperial dishes. The Snow Knight Emperor and the 3 heads of the academy were dumbfounded. Truly impressive people eat more than others. The head of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Meng Shinji, spoke. Young friend Chenhao, the competition starts in 12 days. Only academy students can participate, and we need a team of 7. I've already picked a good team for you. Come to the academy when you have time to meet your teammates and register. Chenhao remembered that in the original story, the Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy was led by Captain Yu Qianheng and Vice Captain Dug Yan. When they went into battle, Yu Qianheng was already a level 43 Battle Soul Master. Pay attention, Chenhao muttered quietly. If I lead the team, wouldn't that mean Yu Qianheng has no part? He burped, full and satisfied. I have time now. Let us go now. I might be busy later. Meng Shinji said, no problem. The Royal Academy is always waiting for Your Highness. Chenhao followed Meng Shinji and Ji Lin to the academy, and along the way, Bai Baoshan kept sizing him up. Shinji, is this the title Doluo you were talking about? I don't see anything impressive besides being able to eat and drink. Meng Shinji laughed. Why don't you go test his strength? Bai Baoshan quickly shook his head. Forget it. My old bones can't take a beating. The Royal Academy is located 10 miles southwest of the Imperial Palace and is the most luxurious in the Heaven Do Empire. However, there are few students, mostly nobles, and without a titled law to oversee it, the strength is average. As a group entered the academy, someone approached them. At the forefront was a young man with a defined expression. Why was I removed as team captain? Jilin replied, you, Chenhao, obey the arrangement. We found someone more suitable to be captain. Dugwian was also present and was shocked to see Chenhao. Why is he at our academy? Yu Tianheng was even more defiant. I don't believe it. No one in the academy is more suitable to be captain than me. Jilin said sternly. Don't be arrogant. You weren't kicked out of the team, and you can still participate. Yu Tianheng sneered. I want to accept it. Bring that person out to fight me. If I lose, I'll step down. If I win, the captaincy is still mine. He had just promised Dugwian to lead the team to victory, so he had to be the captain. Dream Machine looked at Yu Tianheng's stubbornness and said to Chenhao, sorry to trouble you, brother Chenhao. Chenhao stretched, his bones cracking. He wanted to see if the blue lightning tyrant dragon could withstand a punch from him. Dugwian was shocked. Is the person the teacher mentioned really Chenhao? He is way stronger than Tianheng. If they fight, Tianheng will be beaten badly. Yu Tianheng didn't wait for them to speak and glared at Chenhao. Kid, the person the teacher mentioned is you, right? You don't look that impressive. If you beat my captain, I'll let you. If you lose, get lost. Chenhao frowned. He had initially wanted to crush him with one punch, but then thought, being captain means dealing with tactical arrangements, too troublesome. Killing him would only cause trouble. Chenhao turned to the three chief students and said, all right, if you want to be captain, let him. Just arrange any position for me. After all, they're all supporting roles. Even if they lose badly, I can still turn the tide alone. The three chief students were shocked. Strong people really don't play by the rules. Dugwian was bewildered, but Yu Tianheng was ecstatic. See, he directly conceded. What a loser. The three chief students frowned, and Dugwian stepped forward. Tianheng, don't underestimate him. That person is really powerful. Hearing Dugwian boosting another person at his expense, Yu Tianheng felt a twinge of jealousy. Watch closely. Yu Tianheng shouted, if he is really that strong, why did he concede as soon as he saw me? Dugwian's forehead was covered in black lines. Could it be that Chenhao looked down on him? This reason made sense. After all, Chenhao was so explosive, it wouldn't be interesting to fight Tianheng. Yu Tianheng suddenly reacted, feeling jealous. Do you know that kid? Dugwian nodded. He is Chenhao. My grandfather wanted me to marry him before. Yu Tianheng's eyes blazed with fury. How could his beloved be coveted by others? Dugwian quickly added, but I didn't agree. Yet in her heart, she was conflicted, and Chenhao's image kept appearing in her mind. Seeing her blush when mentioning Chenhao, Yu Tianheng became angrier. He must defeat Chenhao to let Dugwian know he is the strongest. He got excited and shouted, hey, that kid, stop. Chenhao was puzzled. Did this kid take some stimulants? He couldn't be bothered. It was no fun bullying someone so naive. Chenhao wanted to go back and communicate with Tang San, letting Shrek concede directly upon encountering him to avoid injuries. But the more he tried to escape, the more arrogant Yu Tianheng became. Thinking he was scared, Yu Tianheng flashed and blocked his path. Don't be afraid. Let us communicate a bit. It'll help our cooperation in the competition. Chenhao smiled faintly. What is there to communicate about? You guys fight your own fight. If you win, that's great. Even if all 6 of you fall, I can still take down the entire scene alone. Besides the 3 chief students and Dugwian, everyone was shocked. Then started mocking. I've seen people show off, but never so brazenly. Want to take on 7 and take down the whole scene? Are you out of your mind? Everyone burst into laughter, and Yu Tianheng also laughed. Brother, don't take jokes too far. Chenhao's face turned cold. Who is your brother? I'm not joking. You guys go first. If you all fall, then I'll come. Yu Tianheng wanted to punch him more. This kid stole his limelight. Yu Tianheng's body was surrounded by the phantom of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and he shouted, first, I'll smash you. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw and slammed towards Chenhao. Chenhao stood still, showing no fluctuation of soul power. Dugwian closed her eyes, and the 3 chief students sighed. Yu Tianheng was too arrogant. He needed to learn a lesson. Boom! Chenhao extended his right hand, grabbing Yu Tianheng by the neck and slammed him into the ground. He smashed a pit. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened. Unable to move at all, his soul power was completely sealed. Only then did he understand how strong Chenhao was. Remembering what Chenhao said about taking down the whole scene alone, it turned out he really had the capital to be arrogant. Compared to him, he was just a little brother. Yu Tianheng felt as if he had suddenly fallen to the bottom, and the little sense of existence in his heart had long disappeared. Watch closely. Only then did Yu Tianheng understand why the 3 teachers wanted to change the captain, why that old poison wanted to marry Dugwian off to Chenhao. Being young, why were they so excellent? As Chenhao was about to leave, Dream Machine hurriedly called out, Brother Chenhao, the competition is about to start. It's rare for you to come. Why not get to know your teammates? Chenhao replied, all right, since I'm here, I'll take a look. Dream Machine was delighted. Then what about the captaincy? Chenhao blurted out, of course it's you, Tianheng. They're the main force. I'm just a substitute. Yu Tianheng got up from the ground, dejected. I'll give up the captaincy. I'm not worthy. Chenhao cleared his throat. Win without arrogance. Lose without discouragement. It's just one loss. Don't act like a stray dog. Yu Tianheng lowered his head. I really can't compare to you. The captaincy should be yours. Chenhao raised his voice. Stop wasting words. You may not be as strong or as handsome as me, but our goal is the same, to win the championship in the competition and bring glory to the Heavendo Empire. Fight for the Empire, unless you don't want to compete for glory. Yu Tianheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes firm. I want to, even if you don't come. Our goal is still the championship. Chenhao smiled. It's good for young people to have passion, but you need to be pragmatic. It's easy to say, but ask yourself, if I don't participate, can you really win the championship? Just talking about your family's Thunder Academy. How confident are you in defeating Yu Tianxin? Once these words were spoken, Yu Tianheng's remaining confidence vanished. He knew the strength of Thunder Academy very well. Chenhao continued to drop bombshells. The Wind God Academy's Feng Xiaotian is level 40 and created the Wind Wolf's 36 slashes. The 6 of you combined can't even beat him. The Fire Dance from the Blaze Academy is also level 40. And their the Heavenly Water, Elephant Armor, Sanghui, Shrek, and the strongest is the Spirit Hall. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you can't beat any of these academies. Don't even talk about the championship. Getting into the top 10 is a stretch. The Pope's 3 soul bones are that easy to obtain? The group fell silent, and the 3 chief students looked grave. Though the Royal Academy was hailed as the Empire's pride, it had no title de law and had repeatedly suffered defeats, never even reaching the top 3 in competitions. Yu Tianheng was silent for a long time before speaking. We have no confidence against Thunder, Wind God, or Spirit Hall. But what about Sanghui and Shrek? What do they count as? Do they even deserve to compete with us? Chenhao laughed. Don't be so narrow-minded. Sanghui may not be famous, but they have a 7-person fusion skill that can wipe out the entire scene. More than enough to handle you. 7-person fusion skill? Everyone was shocked. Yu Tianheng said, there are few martial soul fusion skills. How could there be 7-person ones? Chenhao snorted lightly. Your ignorance doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Dream Machine said, 7-person fusion skills do exist. They just require high compatibility and are rarely seen in competitions. Yu Tianheng was even more reluctant. Even if Sanghui has that skill, what about Shrek? I've never heard of them. He felt increasingly unwilling. Even if Sanghui Academy has a 7-person fusion skill, what is Shrek Academy? I've never heard of them. I don't believe they are stronger than our Heaven-Do Royal Soul Master Academy. Watch closely. Chenhao retorted. You're still panting after being told you're fat. Shrek may not be famous, but their mentors are well known. The Golden Iron Triangle of Wisdom and the Flying Wing. Yu Tianheng was stunned. The Wisdom Wing is my uncle. Yu Xiaojiang? Chenhao nodded. The Shrek's 7 monsters are explosive. Captain Dai Mubai has the White Tiger Martial Soul, not inferior to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, with soul power above level 45. The Control Type Tang San is my cousin. I'm so fierce, he can easily beat all of you. The Agile Attack Type is my first wife, level 43 Ghost Cat. The Support Type is my second wife, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile evolving in a 9 Treasure. The Pinnacle of Support, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Everyone's face changed dramatically. Who would have thought that little Shrek was so powerful? Chenhao retorted, with just these few people, do you still dare to underestimate us? The group was stunned. They had been thinking about competing for the championship, but now they had lost all desire to participate. Going would just be a humiliation. Chenhao quickly encouraged them. But if I join, it will be different. We can turn the situation around and crush all the colleges to take the championship. Yet everyone still looked like defeated roosters with no fighting spirit. Yu Tianheng said, just because you can punch me doesn't mean you can take on 7 at once. Chenhao laughed. Sorry, but I really have that strength. Osro said, you are strong, but don't brag. A well-coordinated team can defeat a Soul Emperor or even a Soul King. How can you take on 7 by yourself? Just like that. Chenhao stepped lightly with his right foot, a powerful pressure sweeping over the entire area. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was knocked down. Even breathing was difficult. Chenhao withdrew his pressure. It's that simple. Do you still doubt me? The group exchanged glances and fell silent. The 3 chiefs, however, were secretly pleased. Who would have thought Chenhao understood his opponents so well? Dream Machine said, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. We have information on the opponents, and we will get to you later. Chenhao shook his head. No need. Knowing or not knowing is the same. We have only one goal, the championship. I have secured by Dong's 3 spirit bones. If you want to work hard, then break through. If you don't hold us back. Everything is on me. Yu Qianheng was silent for a long time before exploding. If you can take on 7, what do we need to do? Be cannon fodder? Chenhao replied confidently. The competition requires 7 participants. Otherwise, you really won't have anything to do with it. Yu Qianheng got angry. Then I quit. Osro and Yi Lingling echoed. We quit too. The Shimo brothers stood up. Whoever can lead us to the championship, we will follow. The Shimo brothers stood up, their dark skin making them look even more robust, muscles bulging all over their bodies, full of strength. The Shimo brothers stood up first, their dark skin making them look even more robust, muscles bulging all over their bodies, full of strength. Pay attention. The Shimo brothers' bodies trembled, and green turtle shells enveloped them. Water mist rippling. Shimo. Level 37 Defense System Battle Soul Sovereign. Martial Soul Black Tortoise. Shimo. Level 36 Defense System Battle Soul Sovereign. Martial Soul Black Tortoise. Chenhao knocked on their turtle shells, the sound echoing like the real thing. He thought to himself, these 2 brothers are indeed defense experts. It's a pity Yu Qianheng is too arrogant. He ran off after a few words, unable to withstand this little pressure. What growth can he talk about? Yi Lingling. Level 38 Support System Soul Sovereign. Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia. Chenhao was shocked. Wasn't 9 Heart Begonia said to surpass the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and was a direct descendant? What about Yi Lung, whom I saved before? With the 9 Heart Blood Begonia and Martial Soul? Chenhao tentatively asked. Are there other 9 Heart Begonias in Doluo continent? Yi Lingling shook her head. A direct descendant. Each generation has only one successor, and at most 2 can live at the same time. One must die before the next can appear. Chenhao pondered. What about martial soul mutations? For example, turning into 9 Heart Blood Begonia? Yi Lingling frowned, not understanding his meaning. Chenhao slapped his head and directly asked, does your family have any brothers or sisters besides you? Yi Lingling said sadly, I had a younger sister named Yi Lung, but she was kidnapped when she was little, and my parents searched for a long time without news. Chenhao slapped his hands excitedly. Let your parents prepare a big gift. I have news about your sister and a huge surprise. Yi Lingling's eyes lit up, and she no longer rejected Chenhao, stepping forward. Really? Chenhao smiled. I never lie. When the gift arrives, your sister will come back. Yi Lingling turned around and ran off excitedly, probably to get her parents to prepare a thick gift. Chenhao smiled at the corner of his mouth, his heart full of anticipation. Next, Duguyan clenched her small hands and lowered her head. Duguyan, Level 41 Control System Battle Soul Sect. Martial Soul, Green-Scaled Snake. Chenhao looked her up and down. After not seeing her for a while, her figure had become fuller. Not bad. She has been cultivating quickly and has become a soul sect. Duguyan blushed. Thank you for detoxifying me before. That's why my cultivation has improved so fast. Chenhao waved his hand. No need to thank me. It was a small effort. Mainly, it was my cousin's credit. Next, Osro. Level 36 Agility Attack. System Battle Soul Sovereign. Martial Soul, Nether Ghost Leopard. Chenhao contemplated. Osro and Oscar, could they be brothers? He asked, do you know Oscar? Osro looked confused. I don't know. Chenhao quickly said, if you don't know, then forget it. You can rest assured, even though I can take on 7. I will let you showcase your strength and train in the competition. The 5 no longer rejected Chenhao. Only respect remained. The 3 chiefs also nodded in appreciation. It's a pity this great god is an outsider. If only he were from the academy. Chenhao continued. We still need a strong attack system, Soul Master. I'll take care of this. I will definitely find someone explosive. We will practice our coordination in real combat another day. Everyone nodded. Shimo spoke up. Didn't you say to understand each other? We've all introduced ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourself? Chenhao smiled lightly. All right, it's rare that I'm very happy today, so I will introduce myself. Pay attention. Chenhao spoke. My name is Chenhao, and I just turned 18 this year. I usually love to sleep. Besides sleeping, I just sleep. He continued. I come from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although I'm handsome, my heart is already taken. So single beauties, don't get your hopes up. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Are strong people all this narcissistic? Chenhao added. My motto is don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. My martial soul is the 7 killing sword, and my soul power, well, I'm super strong. You don't need to know. 7 killing sword? The 5 people were stunned on the spot, their faces filled with astonishment. No wonder it was such a showstopper. It turned out to be the immortal battle soul 7-kill sword. They excitedly asked, "So, who is the sword Doluo to you?" Chenhao smiled faintly. "We all share the surname Chun, and our martial souls are the same, so he is naturally my grandfather." The others looked at him with even more awe. Chenhao said, "It's rare to be happy. Today, I'll treat everyone to a gathering." "Great, great." Everyone was super happy. Shirmoshishi boldly said, "Thank you, Brother Chenhao." Meng Shinji quickly added, "You are our honor guest. Don't spend too much. The academy has funds." Chenhao nodded, "All right, just give me the money. You don't need to go." "What would an old man do at a young people's gathering?" "I'll go home and rest." Meng Shinji stroked his white beard and asked, "How much funding do you need?" Chenhao replied, 50 gold soul coins for snacks and drinks, 100 for fun, at least 200 to fully enjoy." The 3 chief students widened their eyes. This wasn't tea, just spending funds. It was making money. Chenhao said, "Is it available or not? If not, then forget it. I can afford 200 gold." Everyone looked at him with renewed respect, casually taking out 200 gold for fun. Only the 7-treasure glazed tile school could afford to do that. Meng Shinji gritted his teeth and took out 200 gold. Chenhao waited and led the 6 people straight to the largest royal hotel in Tiando. They didn't return to the Moon Palace until the early morning. Tang San and his mother had already gone to bed. Under the moonlight, the Moon Palace looked like a fairy palace. Chenhao sat atop his sword, missing Rongrong and Zhuqing. It's been a long time since he had held them to admire the moon. He shook his head to dismiss those thoughts and pondered about the strong assault-type soul master that the royal battle team was lacking. Talon could fight and endure. Luo Feng's silly martial soul could both attack and defend, but they already had a control type. Suddenly, he remembered the soul master summoning card he had obtained from signing in a while ago, nearly forgetting about it. Never mind. Let us summon and take a look. With a thought, Chenhao rummaged through his item inventory and finally found the summoning card, directly clicking to use it. The system chimed, "Ding. Usage successful. Obtained a 4-ring battle soul master Xiangyu." Information popped up. Name Xiangyu, 14 years old, level 43, martial soul breaking array, overlord spear. Identity implanted as a student of Tiando Academy. Self-recommendation to join the battle team. Chenhao smiled. What incredible luck. He actually summoned the overlord of Western Shu. He thought to himself, Xiangyu is brutal and headstrong, starting strong but ending poorly. He will need proper training in Doluo. The breaking array overlord spear sounds intimidating. He was looking forward to it. The next day, when Chenhao got up, Tang San was already sitting quietly in the courtyard practicing. Chenhao rubbed his eyes and asked, "Little San, why are you up so early?" Chenhao rubbed his eyes again. "Little San, why are you up so early? Pay attention." Tang San nodded gently. "A rope saw can cut through wood, and water drops can wear away stone. My talent is poor, so I have to work 10-fold or 100-fold harder to catch up to my cousin." Chenhao nodded. "This child is teachable. What are your plans next?" Tang San stood up. "I plan to say goodbye to my aunt shortly. I received a letter from my teacher last night, saying there's an important matter that I need to return for." Chenhao said, "That's normal. The Soul Master competition is about to start. It must be about that. At that time, Shrek will definitely steal the show and be extraordinary." Tang San nodded. "My teacher mentioned this to me before." Chenhao said, "If nothing unexpected happens, Shrek can achieve good results. But I have to say in advance, I promised the Snow Knight Emperor that I would represent the Royal Academy in the competition. If we meet, remember to admit defeat in advance, so as not to get hurt." Tang San was shocked. "Cousin, you're already a title Doluo. Can you still participate in this competition?" Chenhao raised an eyebrow. "Isn't your cousin an elite?" Tang San shook his head. "Cousin is the elite among elites. If you participate,
the championship must be the Royal Academies." Chenhao said, "My goal is a championship. You, Shrek, need to work harder to strive for the runner-up."
Tang San nodded. "I understand." Afterward, Tang San bid farewell to Tang Yuehua and hurried away. Chenhao, filled with anticipation, rushed to the Royal Academy, but was stopped by a young man at the entrance. The young man was handsome, with eyes like lightning, tall and majestic with an air of arrogance. Dressed in luxurious clothes with a jade belt. He looked just like Xiang Xiaoyu from Qin Shi Mingwei. Chenhao was excited. "The system is really powerful. You are Xiangyu, right?" The young man was surprised. "How do you know my name?" He got straight to the point. "Xiangyu, level 43 strong assault type soul master. Martial soul breaking array, overlord spear. I heard you're lacking strong assaults. I'm here to sign up." Chenhao smiled. "Show me your martial soul." Xiangyu's body shook, and 4 soul rings, two yellow and two purple, appeared around him. A long spear appeared in his right hand, and with a wave, it was full of dominance. Chenhao said, "The royal battle team represents Tiando in the competition. Not everyone can join. You must rely on your strength." Xiang Yu's eyes trembled. Without saying a word, he swung his spear towards Chenhao. Chenhao smiled faintly, extending two fingers to block it. His fingers trembled slightly with pain. Xiang Yu was even more shocked. How is this kid so fierce? His eyes widened, bursting with ferocity. He shouted, "First soul skill. Breaking array, Overlord strike." The spear blade pierced the air, and soul power surged. Interesting. Chenhao used a wind god leg to break the attack, and then swept towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was unafraid. Second soul skill. Strength that can lift mountains and cover the world. His body trembled. A powerful aura swept over, rebounding all external forces. Chenhao did not break this soul skill. After all, it was too cruel for a peerless Dolois to bully a soul master. He leaped back a few steps. Xiang Yu was shaken. He had only heard that the new captain was powerful, but he didn't expect to receive two of his soul skills unarmed without opening his martial soul. He glared angrily. "I don't believe I can't force out your martial soul." Third soul skill. Fearless charge. Xiang Yu held the spear, pointing it straight at Chenhao, and charged forward. The spear blade's impact creating a trench on the ground, surrounded by a faint golden light. Xiang Yu, holding the breaking array Overlord spear, charged directly at Chenhao, the spear blade's powerful impact forming a trench on the ground, surrounded by a faint golden light. Chenhao wanted to test the power of Xiang Yu's third soul skill, and didn't he resist? The spear blade instantly knocked him flying, then swept horizontally to slash, but Xiang Yu stopped, fearing he would kill Chenhao with one strike. He retracted his spear and laughed. "Ha! You can't even block my third soul skill, and you dare to be team captain? Let me take your place." Chenhao smiled faintly. Suddenly his face tightened, and a strong killing intent erupted around him. Xiang Yu was shocked. 1,000-pound force pressed down on him. He hurriedly activated his second soul skill, strength that can lift mountains and cover the world, barely standing straight. Chenhao leaped up and kicked him flying. "With this little skill, you still dare to mock me?" Xiang Yu flipped up, increasingly unwilling. "What a strong pressure. Then let you try my fourth soul skill." Chenhao beckoned. "If you have the ability, use everything. Don't hold back." Xiang Yu roared, his voice deafening, attracting a crowd of students. He angrily shouted, "Fourth soul skill. Overlord slash." Xiang Yu was enveloped in red light, as if his blood was burning. His eyes were scarlet, his hair standing on end. The breaking array Overlord spear trembled, and its dominance enveloped the surroundings like a small domain. With one slash, a giant blade cut towards Chenhao, the spear blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. Xiang Yu was secretly pleased. "Let us see how you block this." The surrounding students all widened their eyes, wanting to know how Chenhao would take this blow. However, Chenhao was completely unconcerned, his eyes suddenly flashing with sword light. A long sword appeared in his right hand in an instant, and with one slash, he forcefully split the Overlord slash into two segments. The crowd exclaimed, "This sword is too fierce." Xiang Yu's expression shook. No wonder he was the captain. He truly was a showstopper. He hesitated. "Then am I qualified to join the battle team now?" Chenhao nodded, "Of course. It's normal not to be able to beat me. Your breaking array Overlord spear is truly domineering." At that moment, a young man walked over from a distance, sternly saying, "Xiang Yu, are you causing trouble again?" He bowed to Chenhao, Royal Academy, Mentor Qinming, level 62 strong assault type, Soul Emperor. Martial Soul, Fire Wolf. Chenhao frowned. "So you were Mentor Qin who graduated from Shrek?" Qinming nodded. "I'm sorry, my student has caused you trouble." Chenhao happily said, "No trouble at all. I wanted to compete with him. This kid has a good martial soul and strong strength. He has just what we need for a strong assault type." Qinming said, "Chief Ming has mentioned this. Yu Qianheng was supposed to be suitable, but he withdrew. Xiang Yu is not inferior to him." Chenhao laughed. "I think so too." Chenhao raised his head, exuding authority, and loudly asked, "Xiang Yu, do you have the ability to be the captain of the royal battle team?" Xiang Yu was bewildered. "Aren't you the captain?" Chenhao shook his head. "I don't want to. I just love to play the pig to eat the tiger. From today on, you are the captain. The match starts with you all going first. If you can't defeat me, I'll step in." Xiang Yu pondered for a moment, feeling confused yet extremely happy being the captain. Replacing Yu Tianheng and winning over Duge Yin, this was his dream. Qinming walked over to Chenhao and whispered, "Do you know Xiang Yu's identity?" Chenhao was taken aback. What identity could he have? Qinming replied, He is the son of the marshal of the Tiando Empire. Chenhao almost fell to the ground in shock, but after a moment's thought, it did match his background. Pay attention, Chenhao said. All right, I get it. Even if he is the son of the Empire's marshal, it makes no difference to me. Qi Ming nodded and said no more. At that moment, Yi Lingling hurried over with a noble-looking woman, who bore some resemblance to her. Though showing signs of age, she still had an air of elegance. Definitely a beauty in her youth. Yi Lingling exclaimed, Mom, this is Chenhao. Chenhao understood immediately. She must have come for Yi Lung Lung. Lung Lung had been bullied since childhood, and although there were people taking care of her at Shrek, she still needed to return home for family love. Yi Haidang gently said, Hello, I am Yi Haidang. Lingling told me you know about Lung Lung. Chenhao could feel her longing, and his eyes became misty. He was also a bit moved and didn't mention any rewards. Auntie Yi, don't worry. Lung Lung is doing well now, and someone is taking care of her. However, she is at Shrek, which is a day's journey from here. Yi Haitong's tears fell instantly. Thank you for saving her. The Jiuxin Haidang sect will repay you in any way possible. Can you take me to see her? My poor child. Chenhao said, Don't mention it. I already regard her as my sister. Even if she doesn't come home, I will protect her. It would be best if she can return home to enjoy her mother's love. Chenhao turned to Qi Ming and said, Teacher Qin, help prepare the fastest carriage. I'm going to Shrek. Qi Ming nodded. You all wait at the entrance. The carriage will be here soon. Yi Haitang was deeply moved. She initially thought her daughter was gone, but unexpectedly found out she was alive and had met a good person. Chenhao let Xiang Yu go back first, and the group boarded the Longjiao carriage, racing forward. On the way, he recounted how he saved Lung Lung from Ji Wuye, causing Yi Haidang to cry again. Chenhao understood this maternal love and didn't mind. Yi Lingling also found Chenhao strong, handsome, and just increasing her fondness for him. The carriage jolted, and their bodies often bumped into each other. Previously, Yi Lingling would have found this annoying, but now her heart raced. Suddenly, Chenhao asked, Auntie Yi, isn't Jiuxin Haidang a single lineage? At most, there can only be two. Is there ever a case where three can coexist? Yi Haidang furrowed her brows. Nothing is absolute. There is mention of it in ancient texts. It's just that it has rarely appeared in later generations, which is why everyone thinks there can only be two. She suddenly exclaimed, Could it be? Chenhao nodded and continued, to be precise. Lung Lung's martial soul has mutated. It's called Jiuxin Xuetong. Jiuxin Xuetong? Yi Haidang was stunned. After a long pause, she said, The ancient texts record that Jiuxin Xuetong surpasses Jiuxin Haidang, while it also has healing properties. Its blood can double the healing effect. It is said that the ninth soul skill can bring someone back to life. Chenhao was also taken aback. So powerful? Yi Haidang said solemnly. This is just recorded in ancient texts. It has never appeared before. For an auxiliary system to reach the ninth soul ring is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Heaven is fair, the higher the martial soul, the harder it is to cultivate. The Longjiao carriage sped along without stopping for a moment. The bloodline of the Longjiao horse, arranged by Qin Ming, was pure, with explosive endurance and speed. The carriage passed through the Yiling Tunnel. On one side was a sheer cliff, and on the other, a steep wall. The mountain road was so narrow that only one carriage could pass. Just as Chenhao and the others reached the middle of the road, three carriages came head-on, blocking the way. The leading one was exceptionally luxurious, engraved with the three characters of the Spirit Hall. Surrounding them were black armored guards, as if they were escorting something. As the carriage approached, the guard shouted, The Spirit Hall is conducting business. Quickly back off. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Why should he give way? He imitated the guard's accent and shouted, The Royal Soul Master Academy is conducting business. Quickly back off. The black armored guards looked down on the Royal Academy, their eyes blazing with fury. 4 of them with long spears came forward. We have urgent matters. Hurry and retreat. We have urgent matters too. Why should we retreat? The leading guard angrily shouted, You brat, don't be ungrateful. Do you know who is in the carriage? Chenhao was curious. Oh, who is it? Let me hear. Another guard said, If we tell you, it will scare you to death. Chenhao laughed. Then hurry up and say it. If you scare me to death, I'll let you pass. Yi Haidang advised. Why don't we let them pass? But Chenhao raised his hand to signal her not to worry. Qin Ming remained silent. Chenhao urged, Hurry up and say it. If you scare me to death, I'll let you pass. The 4 guards sensed he was looking for trouble and said fiercely, Inside is the saintess of the Spirit Hall. Her status is second only to the 7 offerings. Chenhao laughed. This was getting interesting. He could bully the Spirit Hall Saintess in advance, and also see the beauty of Hulaina. Before he could speak, the Spirit Hall carriage opened, and a man and a woman stepped out, looking alike, definitely the Hulaina and Xiaoyu siblings. Hulaina had golden hair, a perfect figure, and looked like a poised wolf. At first glance, she didn't seem exceptionally beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she had a different charm. She said domineeringly, "Not resolved yet?" Her tone was extremely arrogant, befitting Bibi Dawn's disciple. The guards grew anxious and shouted at Chenhao, "Don't be ungrateful. Offending the Saintess will yield no good fruit." Chenhao laughed. "I can let you pass, but the Saintess has to come plead with me." The guard's eyes blazed. "You don't know your place. Don't blame us for taking action." Push their carriage off the cliff. Chenhao was shocked. How audacious was the Spirit Hall, trying to kill someone in broad daylight. He leapt up, delivering a series of kicks, sending 10 black-armored guards flying. Some fell off the cliff, while others flew right in front of Hulaina. As the guards rushed over, Hulaina raised her hand to stop them, glanced at Chenhao, and walked over. "Hello, I am Hulaina. We have urgent business to attend to in Tiando City. Please let us pass." It seemed like they were trying to be polite before resorting to violence. Chenhao looked Hulaina up and down without a hint of fear. Hulaina felt uncomfortable. No one had ever dared to treat her this way. Xiaoyu exploded with fury, shouting, "You're asking for death." Xiaoyu's eyes revealed a fierce light, and he angrily shouted, "You're asking for death." A moon blade appeared in Xiaoyu's right hand, emanating a chilling, killing intent, slicing towards Chenhao's neck. Hulaina and Xiaoyu didn't take it seriously, thinking that this clueless kid would be crushed by Xiaoyu's attack. Hulaina even turned to leave. She believed that once her brother made a move, this matter would be over. Internally, she was still furious. This brat actually looked at her with that kind of gaze. But just as she took a step, a figure flew over, surprisingly. It was Xiaoyu who was kicked away, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaoyu had blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. So strong. Hulaina hurriedly helped him up. "Brother, are you all right?" Xiaoyu wiped the blood away, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "I'm fine. I just underestimated him." He stood up, and 5 soul rings suddenly appeared around him. He was actually a soul king above level 50. Chenhao thought, with this strength, does the Royal Academy really think they can win a championship? Dream on. Xiaoyu unleashed his killing intent, and under the enhancement of his martial soul, his speed was ghostly fast, instantly appearing before Chenhao, the moon blade slicing towards his neck. But Chenhao miraculously slid back, dodging the attack effortlessly. Everything under his control. Xiaoyu was unwilling to accept this. First soul skill. Slash. The silver blade energy cut towards Chenhao. Chenhao dodged, but the carriage was sliced in half. He landed on the ground and leapt up with a wind god kick, sending Xiaoyu flying again. Chenhao taunted, "What golden generation? This is all your level." Xiaoyu and Hulaina's faces were filled with unwillingness. Xiaoyu said solemnly, "His soul power must be stronger than ours. My attacks were all seen through." Hulaina frowned. "Let's go together." The two immediately used their martial soul fusion technique. This was supposed to be their trump card for the competition, but they used it early. In their view, it wouldn't matter if someone died after witnessing it. Hulaina and Xiaoyu fused into a mesmerizing figure, long hair flowing, making it hard to distinguish between male and female. This fusion technique was led by Xiaoyu, with the soul power being their total combined strength. But Hulaina was the key. The mesmerizing figure could release red mist, reducing the enemy's senses, soul power, and actions by 50%, and only they could see through it. Chenhao stood still, unfazed. Let them be strong, he would remain unbothered like a gentle breeze on the mountain ridge. The two of them were at most soul emperor level, yet in front of him, it was like an egg hitting a rock. The Xiyu siblings, however, were quite pleased with themselves. This fusion technique had never lost, and they had even defeated a soul emperor before. Against opponents of the same level, they were guaranteed to win. But what they faced was Chenhao. Hulaina immediately activated her charm skill. Chenhao felt dizzy, and Hulaina's stunning beauty appeared in his mind, accompanied by alluring moans. Though it was a soul skill, it used her real appearance, making it even more enticing. Although Chenhao was a 99th level super Dolaw, his heart was still that of an 18-year-old youth, easily captivated by beautiful things. Hulaina revealed a soft smile at the corner of her mouth, secretly feeling proud. Take a good look. Hulaina thought, very few can withstand my charm skill. All men are the same. Xiyu grew anxious, waving his right hand as the evil blade silently cut through the red mist toward Chenhao. This was their ultimate technique. One person charms, the other harvests. They had never lost, but in the next second, the two were completely stunned. They had underestimated Chenhao too much. Shiyue's evil blade was actually caught and played with by Chenhao, who even grinned wickedly. Then, Chenhao's eyes erupted with fierce light, and with a single movement of his right hand, he crushed the evil blade. Poof! The evil blade was condensed from Shiyue's soul power, and with one squeeze, he spat out reverse blood on the spot, causing their martial soul fusion skill to disintegrate. Chenhao grinned wickedly. The esteemed saintess of the spirit hall has this little power? But your charm skill is indeed impressive. I wouldn't mind if you used it a few more times. Hulaina was both furious and astonished. What kind of power did this person possess? He was actually immune to charm. This was outrageous. But she wouldn't just have this little ability. Hulaina swiftly activated her first soul skill. Fox Spirit Possession. Her graceful figure exuded charm, and 9 soft tails swayed behind her, making one dizzy. Then she unleashed her second soul skill, Ethereal Foxfire, sending 3 streams of foxfire crashing toward Chenhao. Chenhao stood still, summoning a soul power protective barrier around him. The foxfire struck without causing any damage. Completely immune, Hulaina was both angry and shocked, unwilling to give up as she activated her third soul skill, Nine-Tailed Binding. 9 tails extended, binding Chenhao from 9 directions. Chenhao did not dodge, allowing the tails to wrap around him. Hulaina poured her soul power into tightening the bindings, but Chenhao activated his protective barrier again. No matter how hard she tried, she could only restrain him without causing any harm. Hulaina furrowed her brows and activated her 5th soul skill, Spirit Assault. This move could impact the soul, making one dizzy for 3 to 5 seconds at best, or turning them into an idiot at worst. Chenhao laughed. Want to compare mental powers? I'll play along. His eyes moved, and his mental power, several times stronger than Hulaina's, rebounded back at her. Hulaina screamed and fell off the cliff. Shiyue was shocked and leaped to grab her, but missed. Chenhao was also surprised. He had only intended to compare mental powers, not to hurt her. He stepped forward and jumped off the cliff, using his 3rd soul skill to glide like flowing water, flying with his sword and not dying from a fall. Shiyue was dumbfounded. Is this person insane? Yi Haidang and her daughter also panicked. Qi Ming remained calm. Don't worry. His martial soul is the 7-killing sword. He can fly on his sword. Chenhao chased after her for a long time, finally catching Hulaina, who was continuously sinking. This cliff was indeed deep. Falling would definitely result in a shattered body. Hulaina regained consciousness, looking at Chenhao holding her. Her eyes filled with fury as she tried to break free. No man had ever held her this close. Chenhao was distracted, and they swayed in the air. Chenhao shouted angrily, "Are you trying to die? I saved you out of kindness." Hulaina didn't care. She had just been fighting him, and now he was saying he saved her? Only a fool would believe that. She struggled and kicked Chenhao in the lower body with her knee. Chenhao was startled and quickly let her go. However, as soon as he released her, Hulaina began to sink again. Take note. Chenhao, intending to help, reached out to grab her, but this little girl unexpectedly grabbed his hand and used his strength to climb onto him. She kicked off hard, sending Chenhao crashing down to the ground. Chenhao's body fell like a kite with a broken string, smashing straight down. Hulaina also fell. She really wanted to die and drag him down with her. Boom! Bang! The two landed one after the other, with Chenhao's body nearly falling apart, while Hulaina landed on him, slightly better off but unable to move. Chenhao cursed. The more beautiful the woman, the more poisonous. Recovering some strength, he no longer felt pity, pushing her away. Vicious woman, you almost took my life. After resting for a while, they managed to get up, having no energy left to fight after the life and death struggle. The sky darkened, thick clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled. They needed to find shelter, otherwise, they would get drenched like drowned rats. Fortunately, there was a cave not far away. In an instant, thunder exploded, and heavy rain poured down, turning them into drenched rats. They hurried into the cave, where the wind and rain grew even fiercer. Chenhao brushed off the rain from his head and walked in. The entrance was small, but the inside was spacious. Surrounding them were pink flowers glowing softly, emitting a faint fragrance. Hulaina was soaked through, and her figure was fully revealed. Chenhao recalled her charm skill, and his heart stirred. He could have used his soul power to evaporate the rainwater, but instead, he searched for dry wood to start a fire. He even took off his clothes in front of Hulaina to dry off. Hulaina's face turned red as she turned away. Chenhao called out, "It's so cold. Come over and warm yourself by the fire. We'll leave once the rain stops." At first, Hulaina ignored him, but unable to resist his repeated invitations, she cautiously sat opposite him, maintaining her vigilance. Under the firelight, Hulaina looked even more alluring. Chenhao grinned. A lonely man and a woman, with dry wood and blazing fire. Don't use your charm skill on me. I'm afraid I can't withstand it. Hulaina glared at him without speaking. Chenhao teased again. You're so beautiful. Don't be so fierce. Being gentler would be more feminine. Is the Pope's bed big? Are you afraid of sleeping alone at night? Hulaina ignored him the whole time, wanting to know his identity and strength. Chenhao, talking to himself, eventually found it boring and leaned against the side to sleep. The sky grew darker, and the rain showed no signs of stopping as the two sat in silence. Neither of them noticed the pink flowers blooming, releasing pink gas that enveloped the cave. This was a rare love flower, growing in the dry cave. Hulaina felt dry and dizzy, her mind filled with thoughts of Chenhao. Chenhao was also astonished. He had a miraculous dream. The next day, when he woke up, Hulaina was nowhere to be found. He had several claw marks on his chest, as if scratched by a beast. His whole body ached, likely from yesterday's fall. There were bloodstains on the ground. Chenhao was confused. I didn't kill anyone yesterday. Did Hulaina carry me to eat barbecue? That's really ungrateful. After all, I saved her. He checked his clothes, which were already dry, and quickly dressed before leaving the cave. He thought Qi Ming and Yi Haidang must be worried sick. As soon as Chenhao stepped out of the cave, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Take note. The system prompt rang ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Conqueror the Goddess 1. Reward. God level Sect 1, including main hall, can choose any position for placement. Reward. 99 level Guardian Elder. Wuji Sword Saint 1. Only for the Guardian Sect's territory. Chenhao was stunned. When did I conquer a goddess? I didn't get this reward when I dealt with Zhu Qing and Rong before. Does dreaming count? He didn't think much of it, treating it as a system benefit. Just as he was thinking of establishing a sect, it even gave him a 99 level Guardian Elder. This strength could crush 99 of the sects in the Doluo continent. Chenhao flew up on his sword, finding only the traces of yesterday's battle left at the scene. He wasn't worried. Xiyue was injured, but with Qi Ming around, Yi Haidang and her daughter would definitely be safe. They probably went to Shrek to find someone to rescue him. He quickly flew toward Shrek, and on the way, he indeed encountered Zhao Wujia, Tang San, Rong, Zhu Qing, and others coming to the canyon. Rong rushed in his arms, tears streaming down her face. How good? Are you okay? Zhu Qing stood to the side. Although she was aloof and not good at expressing herself, her eyes were filled with deep affection. Chenhao thought, unless the mountains are without ridges and the earth is one, I will definitely protect them well. Yi Lingling was a bit disappointed. She had thought her 9-heart begonia martial soul would have a chance. But now she understood that someone as excellent as Chenhao didn't lack a girlfriend. Yi Lingling also ran over from Yi Haitang's arms, her voice sweet. Brother, Mommy said you fell off a cliff. Are you okay? Chenhao touched her little nose and stretched his muscles. Look, brother is fine. Yi Lingling extended her small hand. Lung also want a kiss and a hug. Chenhao raised an eyebrow, and Rong helplessly let go. After all, she was just a child, at most helping to pick a good man in advance. The group returned to Shrek, where Flinder instructed Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others to buy large amounts of meat, vegetables, and wine, setting up a feast in the courtyard, having a blast. Flinder asked about the Soul Master competition, and Chenhao revealed Hulaina and Xiyue's strength, as well as the hidden combat power and precautions of various academies. The crowd suddenly became serious, and the master also looked dispirited. He originally wanted to get second place, but now with this batch of students causing such a ruckus, even getting second place seems difficult. They dispersed only late into the night. Chenhao took Zhu Qing for a walk by the village, listening to the chirping of crickets and frogs under the starry sky. Chenhao pinched her cheek. It's only been a few days. How come you've lost so much weight? Zhu Qing said softly. Recently, the master has been intensively training. It's a bit hard. Chenhao said, if you can't handle it, then don't train. I will protect you. Zhu Qing felt warmth in her heart. But I want to become stronger so that I can protect you when you need it. Chenhao and Zhu Qing snuggled together, enjoying their world of two, bright moon, twinkling stars, the sound of insects in the small woods, and the beauty in his arms, though there were a few too many mosquitoes. Just as they were about to take things further, a figure suddenly appeared on a giant tree. Speaking in a low voice, What are you doing here instead of training properly? Chenhao, whose heart was originally burning with excitement, was suddenly startled and sat up straight. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. Uncle, no, master, why are you back? If it were someone else, he would have already sliced them with a sword. But this was affecting him from doing a good deed. Pay attention. Tang Hao jumped down to the ground, his black cloak and tall figure exuding a cold aura. Zhu Qing felt a bit scared and leaned closer to Chenhao. Chenhao held her hand tightly and happily said, Zhu Qing, don't be afraid. This is my uncle. Also my master. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she said softly, Uncle. Tang Hao glanced at her and nodded. Since you chose her, take good care of her. If you dare to be indecisive, watch how I deal with you. Chenhao was shocked. Master, this puts me in a difficult position. Zhu Qing, Rong, and I are all sincere. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. This nephew is impressive. Young and already straddling 2 boats without capsizing. Much better than himself. He met Ain only at 40. He said, all right, I won't interfere in matters of the heart. Just protect them well. Chenhao asked happily, aren't you supposed to be gone for 2 months? Why are you back so soon? Tang Hao said, I finished my business. Not welcome? Chenhao hurriedly said, welcome. We just had a gathering and have plenty of ingredients left. Let me show you a thing or two. Tang Hao nodded. This nephew still has some filial piety. Chenhao then asked, should I inform Xiao San? He misses you a lot. Tang Hao replied, no need. I'll find him later. Chenhao took Tang Hao to Shrek, and he and Zhu Qing got busy in the kitchen. Zhu Qing looked confused in the kitchen, while Chenhao tossed chili peppers with a kitchen knife. Let's make a delicate stir-fry for Uncle and have a few drinks with him. Tang Hao sat in the courtyard drinking wheat beer, just as Zhao Wuji was on night duty. Having drunk too much, he swayed while patrolling. Zhao Wuji saw the tall figure in the courtyard and shouted loudly, who is intruding in a Shrek? Tang Hao had already noticed him and said in a deep voice, want to spar again? As soon as Zhao Wuji heard that voice, his body almost collapsed. This was his psychological shadow. Last time he was beaten up so badly that he had nightmares at night. Zhao Wuji quickly approached, respectfully saying, Your Excellency Hao Yan, forgive me. Tang Hao said, you go about your business, don't disturb others. I'll be leaving soon. Zhao Wuji repeatedly agreed, bowing as he slipped away. Close call. Almost got beaten again. He saw the kitchen lights on and smoke rising. Feeling angry. Who is the little brat who just ate and is sneaking snacks again? He stormed over. At this moment, Chenhao was stir-frying green pepper and shredded meat in a cast-iron pan, and it smelled delicious. Zhu Qing stood beside him, her small hand clenched. Looking very happy. Her husband is strong and can cook, so considerate. Zhao Wuji stepped into the kitchen and shouted, What are you doing? The sudden loud shout startled Chenhao, almost making him drop the pan. Chenhao took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Zhao Wuji, are you looking for a beating? You scared me to death. Zhao Wuji looked confused. Although Chenhao had never hit him, he had seen Chenhao chase away 100,000-year soul beast with his bare hands. That was a presence as powerful as the Hao Yan de Loa. He forced a smile on his face. No, if Brother Chenhao isn't full, why didn't you say so earlier? We have a dedicated chef here. There's no need for you to cook personally. Chenhao snorted. Stay where it's cool. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking for my master. Master? He thought of Hao Yan de Loa. Zhao Wuji trembled all over. So, Chenhao is a disciple of Hao Yan de Loa. No wonder he caused such a stir. He repeatedly smiled and said, Brother Chenhao, you carry on. I'll leave now. After saying that, he quickly backed out and ran away, just in time to bump into Tang San and Xiao Wu who were strolling back. Tang San curiously asked, Teacher Zhao, why are you all sweaty? Zhao Wuji excitedly grabbed his shoulder. Your dad, Hao Yan de Loa, is here. Tang San was shocked, Dad. In his impression, Dad was just a useless blacksmith. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became, and he dashed towards the courtyard. At this time, Chenhao was already drinking with Tang Hao in the courtyard. Chenhao said, Master, try this twice-cooked pork. You must not have tasted it before. Tang Hao took a bite and nodded. Looks weird, but tastes amazing. Perfect for drinking. Tang San recognized them from a distance and exclaimed, Dad. Tang Hao was stunned. He had planned to find Tang San later, but Zhao Wuji must have leaked the news. He sat up straight. Since you're here, come over and drink a few with Dad. Tang San slowly walked over. Xiao Wu followed behind. Dad, I don't drink. Tang Hao said. What kind of man doesn't drink? Chenhao chimed in. Cousin, don't be shy. Your dad won't eat you. Only then did Tang San see Tang Hao clearly. More majestic than before, but also more haggard. He couldn't help but shout, Dad. Tang Hao said calmly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. When you are strong enough, you will naturally know. Come, drink. Tang San frowned and gulped down a cup. Tang Hao said. Wine is a good thing. It relieves 1,000 sorrows and breaks people's hearts. I won't tell you. It's because your strength is too weak. When you are strong enough, you will understand everything. Just know that Dad has been working hard for the family. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San heard the bitterness in his words, and his eyes became determined. Dad, I will work hard. Tang Hao nodded. Eat more vegetables. When you have time, learn from your cousin. He is just a few years older than you. You know his strength. Tang San nodded, feeling a little inferior. Cousin has helped me a lot. I will catch up to him. Tang Hao laughed. Don't think about catching up. You can't do it. Just work hard. Tang San lowered his head. He knew the gap between him and Chenhao was not something that effort could overcome. Tang Hao noticed his thoughts and reached out to pat his head. Your talent is already very good. Don't compare yourself with others. Just be at peace with yourself. Dad has a lot to handle and can't help you much. Everything relies on yourself. Tang San felt warmth in his heart. I understand. After a pause, Tang San asked, Dad, everyone says you are Hao Hian Doluo. Is that true? Tang Hao did not hide it and nodded. This is not a secret. I am Hao Hian Doluo, from the world's #1 sect, Hao Hian sect. However, I have already been expelled. Tang San was puzzled. Why? Tang Hao took a sip of wine. I said, when you are strong enough, you will know. Tang San did not ask further. He was filled with excitement, not expecting that his useless blacksmith father was indeed the famous Hao Hian Doluo of the Doluo continent. And he also came from the world's #1 sect, Hao Hian sect. No wonder he was able to awaken his second martial soul, the Hao Hian hammer. The 3 sat together for a long time, and soon the sky brightened. Tang Hao slowly stood up. All right, I have to go. Chenhao asked, Master, where are you going this time? Sunset Forest. Chenhao understood what he was going to do. I'll go with you. There are poison formations there. You can break them. But the poison gas can harm your body. Tang Hao not that, Anzai. Just in time to test your training results. Zhu Qing looked at Chenhao affectionately, full of reluctance. Just when they had reunited, they had a part. But she understood. A short separation is for a better reunion in the future. Tang Hao left without looking back, and Chenhao bid farewell to everyone, quickly flying towards the sunset forest. The 2 leaped through the forest, and Chenhao said, Master, the ice and fire Yin-Yang, I is in the center of the forest. It's Dugubo's territory. Tang Hao said, I won't destroy it. I just want to find a piece of land to plant the seeds left by a Yin. Chenhao said, no problem. Dugubo wanted to use this as a betrothal gift for me before. Tang Hao was puzzled. This is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. The old poison master is both righteous and wicked. Why is he so kind? Chenhao said, he wants to marry his precious granddaughter to me. He said if I marry her, he would give me the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. Tang Hao asked, did you agree? Chenhao shook his head. Chenhao, am not someone who bows down for just 5 pecks of rice. Tang Hao added, I think you look quite similar. Chenhao's forehead twitched. In my master's eyes, I actually have this image. Tang Hao said, being shrewd and clever isn't a bad thing. But the old poison master's granddaughter is just as poisonous as him. If you marry her, you'll be poisoned to death on the wedding night. Chenhao said, I've already detoxified her with Xiao San. Tang Hao was shocked. If the Bai Lin snake's poison is detoxified, then her soul power would be gone? Chenhao explained the detoxification process, and Tang Hao nodded. I see. You little guys are quite clever. Not long after, the 2 arrive at the outskirts of the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. Tang Hao wanted to charge in, but Chenhao stopped him. Master, wait. The poison formation has been strengthened by the old poison master. He threw a stone inside, and instantly countless poison arrows shot out from a mist. The 2 dodged to the side, and Chenhao frowned. Is this old guy so bored? Chenhao said, Master, wait a moment. I'll scout the way. He stepped in the mist with a light wave step, triggering switches with every step. Poison arrows, traps, and poison fog all came at him. He even encountered a hallucinatory formation and ended up running in place for a long time. Chenhao was furious. Damn it. Tang Hao asked, should we break the formation directly? Chenhao replied, this formation is set based on geography. It's hard to break, unless we call the old poison master. Tang Hao didn't listen at all, holding the Hao Yin hammer, believing everything could be shattered. He focused his eyes and swung the hammer toward the perimeter of the formation. Boom! The giant trees all collapsed, but it was of no use. Tang Hao didn't care and approached step by step. He didn't believe he couldn't get in after smashing the surrounding trees. For Ain, he was willing to do anything. Boom! The giant trees all sank, the mountains and forests trembled, and the soul beasts roared in terror. Chenhao frowned. Is my second uncle trying to smash the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye? At that moment, A low growl came from the forest. Who dares to destroy my poison formation? A huge Bailin snakehead emerged from the woods, spitting out its tongue. Pay attention. Tang Hao stood tall, holding the Haotian hammer in his left hand, his eyes bursting with fierce light. The poisoned Doluo was shocked upon seeing him. Haotian Doluo, why are you in my ice and fire Yin-Yang eye? Tang Hao said solemnly. I need to borrow a place. The poisoned Doluo laughed. No need to smash the formation to borrow the land. Chenhao complained. Old man, are you afraid I'll steal your immortal herbs? You've strengthened the formation. The poisoned Doluo laughed. I'm really afraid that one day it will all be bald. Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Who can resist the temptation of immortal herbs? The poisoned Doluo sneered. Are you some ordinary person? How did you two come together? Chenhao said. Stronger individuals should communicate more. The poisoned Doluo urged. Speak human language. Chenhao said. To speak frankly, he is my second uncle and also my master. The poisoned Doluo was surprised and turned to Tang Hao. Strong alliance, how about it? Not interested. Offering the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye as a betrothal gift. Not interested. Chenhao said. Your granddaughter is with you, Tianheng. The poisoned Doluo said. If you agree, let them break up. Tang Hao teased. Xiaohao is quite popular. Chenhao sighed. Being handsome is also a crime. The Snow Knight Emperor wants me to be his son-in-law. The two asked, why didn't you agree? Chenhao said, I want to sell myself. The two Doluos said in unison, you are. The three arrive at the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. Volcano and ice mountain confronting each other. The soul power was dense enough to explode. Tang Hao was amazed. Is this the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye? Chenhao said, a treasure basin. If there were no Zhu Qing and Rong Rong, I would have changed it. The poisoned Doluo laughed. Not married yet. You can still change your mind. Chenhao glanced at the immortal herbs with a mischievous smile. They are growing well. The poisoned Doluo blocked his way. Last time you took all the good ones. No touching. Chenhao pouted. Stingy. Tang Hao took blue silvergrass seeds, bent down to dig a hole, planted them, and poured clean water. Instantly sprouting. Spiritual energy surged, and the blue silver grass grew wildly. Tang Hao was excited, but the grass stopped growing. The poisoned Doluo was puzzled. What is this? Golden blue silver grass? Tang Hao said. She is called Blue Silver Emperor. The poisoned Doluo was still somewhat confused, but combined with the information he knew before, he roughly understood what was going on. This seed should have been left over from when his wife made a sacrifice. Such a sad thing. The poisoned Doluo didn't say much. Pay attention. Tang Hao stood up and slightly bowed to the poisoned Doluo. The poisoned Doluo was immediately flattered. Tang Hao said, thank you for lending me this precious land. If you need something, feel free to ask me. Tang Hao, I will come often in the future, but I will never touch your immortal herbs. The poisoned Doluo laughed. Haotian Doluo is welcome anytime. Your character is definitely more reliable than some people. Tang Hao nodded. Chenhao was unhappy. Old poison master, what are you saying? The poisoned Doluo said, not wrong. There's evidence. Put down the Zijing Tianyo in your hand. Chenhao frowned and could only replant the immortal herb, muttering, I just want to see what the roots look like. Tang Hao had a black line on his face. This nephew has such thick skin. Chenhao suddenly straightened up and rummaged through his items. I have signed for God-level farm fertilizer. A bag of farm fertilizer appeared on the ground, and Chenhao grabbed a handful and sprinkled it on the Zijing Tianyo. The poisoned Doluo just wanted to stop him, thinking he was pouring poison. The next second, the immortal herb burst with vitality, its branches and leaves dense, and a bull's head illusion emerged. The poisoned Doluo was shocked. What is this? The effect is explosive. Chenhao handed the fertilizer to Tang Hao. Master, sprinkle some on the Blue Silver Emperor. It will definitely grow strong. Tang Hao doubted. Really? Chenhao sprinkled a handful. The Blue Silver Emperor trembled, its branches and leaves glowing, and it climbed onto Tang Hao, rubbing his face. Tang Hao's eyes filled with tears as he roared. Ain. More blue silver grass wrapped around him. Chenhao sighed. In my past life, I saw human snake love, human ghost love, and now I see Doluo human beast love. The world is truly vast. An illusion floated out from the blue silver grass, a fairy in a blue dress, with an absolutely beautiful appearance. It was the soul of the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao excitedly shouted, Ain. The illusion flew over but missed. Chenhao and the poisoned Doluo silently exited the ice and fire Yin-Yang eye. Above the sunset forest, a golden-feathered eagle circled golden feathers, a beak as sharp as a sword, with soul power of at least 30,000 years. The poisoned Doluo said, "This eagle is a golden-winged Dapeng with phoenix bloodline. It flies incredibly fast, dozens of times faster than a dragon horn horse." Chenhao looked at it blocking the sky. "How about bringing it down and using it as a mount?" The poisoned Doluo laughed. "A 10,000-year-old beast is extremely fierce. It flies high. How to hit it?" Chenhao's mouth revealed a wicked smile. "Haha, I have my own way for that. Using a human as bait, I can fish for the divine eagle. Pay attention." Chenhao stepped onto an open space, jumping alone in the forest to attract the golden feather eagle's attention. This beast circled around for a long time without prey, and would definitely not leave easily. Chenhao also hid his strength, not revealing any soul power. The poisoned law stood at a distance, laughing. This little guy really has ideas. Indeed, not long after, the golden feather eagle spotted Chenhao. Happily chirping, it had already considered him prey. It slowed down to survey the environment, confirming that only Chenhao was present, and opened its sharp claws to dive down. Bringing up 2 gusts of wind, the speed was explosive. Chenhao smiled wickedly. "The prey is here. You want to catch me, but I want to ride you." The golden feather eagle swooped down, its claws carrying lethal force. Chenhao's eyes moved, suddenly exerting power with a wind god kick, instantly kicking the 30,000-year golden feather eagle away. The eagle's body heavily smashed down, breaking giant trees, its golden feathers scattering like winter snow. The golden feather eagle sensed danger, flapping its wings trying to fly away. Chenhao's mind moved, throwing out a red giant net. This was a treasure from Sign-In, unbreakable by swords or fire. As soon as the net captured the eagle, it shrank, and Chenhao used all his strength to hang it on a tree. The golden feather eagle struggled desperately in the net, its claws tearing in the net, but to no avail. Chenhao sat beside and watched. This was a psychological tactic. Now, letting it be a mount would definitely make it refuse to yield. Once its defenses were broken, giving it a reward would surely make it submit. It's just like hitting with one hand and giving a date. Good for even the young soul beasts. Chenhao was still building a fire next to the eagle, flames soaring. Soul beasts naturally fear fire, and the 30,000-year eagle had wisdom. Seeing the firelight, it panicked, struggling even more, but it was still useless. The poisoned Dolo walked out. "Curious, are you planning to barbecue the golden feather eagle?" Chenhao laughed. "You'll know soon." After a few hours, the poisoned Dolo still didn't understand, purely wasting time. Chenhao saw the eagle giving up resistance. "Golden featherbird, after 30,000 years, you should understand human language. If you want to live, nod your head." Diao nodded desperately, his eyes glazed over. Chenhao praised. "Strong survival instincts. Choose one. Be my mount, and I'll let you go." Upon hearing this, Diao's eyes burst with fierce light, and he lunged at Chenhao with his beak. Chenhao dodged with a quick movement, then slapped Diao hard, causing golden feathers to scatter everywhere. Chenhao grinned wickedly. "Not choosing? Then I'm sorry. Let's put firewood under Diao." Diao was terrified by this action and struggled desperately. Chenhao pulled out a piece of firewood. "Last chance. If you don't agree, you'll be roasted." The golden-feathered eagle glared at Chenhao with a spirit of not being able to be swayed by poverty or forced to submit, even in power. Poisoned Dilo couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that this kid had such means. "I think we can have barbecued golden-feathered eagle tonight. Pay attention." Chenhao waved his right hand and threw a torch onto the pile of firewood. The dry firewood ignited instantly upon contact with the flames. He added his soul power, and the fire surged up dozens of feet, scorching the golden-feathered eagle's feathers, releasing a burnt smell. Diao's body trembled violently as it struggled desperately. Chenhao leisurely stirred the firewood. "Nod if you agree." The flames grew stronger and stronger, and the golden-feathered eagle felt the heat, finally breaking down its last line of defense. Seeing the flames flare up again, it quickly showed a pleading look and nodded vigorously. Chenhao waved his hand to extinguish the fire, and Diao thudded to the ground. Chenhao laughed. "It would have been better if you agreed earlier. The golden feathers were so beautiful before. Now it looks like a molting phoenix." The golden-feathered eagle lay on the ground, panting heavily. Chenhao threw a few low-level soul beasts over, patted its head. "After all that struggling, you're hungry, right? Eat." The golden-feathered eagle outwardly submitted, but was filled with hostility inside. It wanted to eat its fill first, regain its strength, and find an opportunity to escape. Chenhao saw through it. "Without the restraint of spirit, you definitely want to slip away. To make you truly submit, I must overpower you." Chenhao said, "The previous victory was not legitimate. Let's have another match. If I lose, I'll let you go. If I win, you can't run." The golden-feathered eagle instantly perked up. Having not sensed Chenhao's soul power, it thought it had a chance and nodded vigorously. It stood up like a little helicopter, hesitating out of fear of accidentally hurting Chenhao. Chenhao didn't want to waste time and directly exploded. With a thought, all 9 soul rings activated. The killing god, 7 kill domain fully stacked. His eyes glowed with bloodlight, and a pressure swept out. The golden-feathered eagle instantly froze, its body weighed down. Unable to take off, upon seeing the final 100,000-year soul ring, it trembled in fear. Chenhao gripped the 7 killing sword, exuding a murderous aura like a hellish demon lord. Now I've changed my mind. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Pointing the sword at the golden-feathered eagle, the sword's might could shake the heavens and earth. Diao trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't a choice, it was coercion. Chenhao shouted, "Submit or die." The golden-feathered eagle dared not choose death, nodding repeatedly. Chenhao leaped onto its back, and the eagle, understanding the situation, flapped its wings and soared straight up. The strong wind stung his face, but the speed was much faster than riding a sword. Chenhao was delighted. I can accompany Zhu Qing and Rong tonight. He rode Diao in a circle, when suddenly a giant bird appeared in the sky, black feathers, several times larger than the golden-feathered eagle. Chenhao's eyes slightly moved, not expecting this guy to actually be the black-feathered eagle king. Pay attention. The golden-feathered eagle and the black-feathered eagle are mortal enemies. They won't stop until one of them is dead upon meeting. The golden-feathered eagle turned pale upon seeing the black-feathered eagle. Its wings trembled, wanting to flee. Its speed was like lightning, and the airflow almost blew Chenhao away. Chenhao could only hold on tightly to the golden-feathered eagle's back. But the black-feathered eagle king had no intention of leaving, growling with hostility. Soaring up to pursue, its dark form like a giant stone, quickly catching up. The golden-feathered eagle could not escape. In a desperate attempt, it turned around and crashed into the black-feathered eagle king, only to be swatted away by a single slap. As it fell, Chenhao was also thrown off, floating in midair on his sword. The black-feathered eagle king didn't stop, extending its sharp claws to grab the golden-feathered eagle, and the 2 eagles started fighting right there. The difference in strength was evident to the naked eye. In no time, the golden-feathered eagle was covered in injuries, bleeding golden blood, and was smashed to the ground again. The black-feathered eagle king roared joyfully, diving down, its beak like a sword ready to finish off the golden-feathered eagle. Chenhao was displeased. You've gotten bold, daring to attack my mount. He activated his 3rd soul skill to block with the sword, angrily shouting, "Beast, get away from me." The black-feathered eagle glared with fierce light, completely disregarding Chenhao, its head adorned with golden feathers looking even more domineering. Chenhao's eyes flashed with fierce light. The black-feathered eagle king flapped its wings, unleashing countless feathers that turned into sharp blades shooting towards him. Chenhao chuckled. This is too weak. Try my 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. With a thought, using the 7 killing sword as the core, thousands of small swords materialized in the air. He shook his body, and a myriad of swords densely shot towards the black-feathered eagle king. The eagle king was stunned. This kid was unexpectedly explosive. It folded its wings and wrapped itself, trying to escape, but how could it dodge the myriad of swords? It could. The swords all pierced into its body. Blood mist erupted, and black feathers filled the ground. The black-feathered eagle king, having suffered losses, wanted to flee. Chenhao thought, this is the key to subduing the golden-feathered eagle. By defeating its archenemy and saving its life, it would surely be devoted. Chenhao's eyes burst with light, his body transforming into a sword light soaring out. My body is like a sword. The sword is like my body. With one strike, he cleaved the 30,000-year black-feathered eagle king in half. Poor eagle. The golden-feathered eagle was still lying on the ground, gasping heavily, covered in wounds, truly weak. Chenhao thought, it's a good fate. Otherwise, I would have chosen the black-feathered eagle as my mount long ago. Chenhao carefully bandaged it, softly saying, you don't have to be afraid anymore. The black-feathered eagle king has been defeated by me. You are the ruler of the skies. The golden-feathered eagle chirped happily, as if expressing gratitude. Chenhao smiled and patted its body. No need to thank me. Just be my mount, and I'll make you 100,000-year soul beast ahead of time. The golden-feathered eagle was even more delighted, having shed its resistance and increased its dependence. After all, Chenhao saved its life. It endured the pain, stood up, and nodded to signal Chun how to get on its back, flapping its wings and flying towards a distant valley. The golden-feathered eagle soared into the sky and flew for a long time. Then it dove into a cave. Chenhao was still a bit puzzled, wondering if this guy had hidden some treasures inside the cave. Hearing the noise, chattering sounds came from within the cave.